morning. Thanks to all my council for joining us. I'll call the meeting to order. Good morning and welcome to City Council's 2023-2024 budget meeting. We acknowledge we're on the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and home of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as people from around the world who continue to be welcomed and call this Regina home. Some members of City administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I'd like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing, ensure your video camera and microphone are off. When speaking, unmute and enable your video. Some delegations may be attending the meeting today through teleconferencing to address council on various items on the agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? We will withdraw delegations DE 22-209, DE 22-231, and DE 22-254, and add communication CP 22-86 to item CR 22-120, and add communications CP 22-87, CP 22-88, and CP 22-89 to item CM 22-33. Can I have a motion? Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. This morning, Chief Evan Bray of the Regina Police Service will give a presentation for Report CR 22-120, the Regina Police Service's 2023-2024 operating and capital budget. Delegations will present after the presentation is complete. Members of council may not ask questions of Chief Bray until after the delegations have presented and the report has been moved to the floor for consideration. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, Mayor Masters, members of City Council, and members of the public and media that are joining us this morning. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I'm saying this sincerely, we're always excited to be able to come back and talk about things that are important to safety and wellness in our community, and today is no exception to this. We consider January and February the only months that we're free of budget, because in March we always start budget preparation for the next year. So knowing that we've been putting together this 2-year budget proposal for about the past 9.5, 10 months gives you hopefully an indication of a lot of work that has gone into this. A big part of our team that were instrumental in putting this budget together are here with us today. A few are going to be involved in presenting. Starting on the far end, Ms. Tracy Raisin is here, our Manager of Financial Services. Next, we have Ms. Liz Nguyen. Liz is our Executive Director of Corporate Services. Deputy Chief Dean Ray and Deputy Chief Laura Lee Davies will be part of the presentation this morning, which is about an hour and 15 minutes. And then, as the Mayor indicated, delegations will come up and speak, and then we're happy to answer any questions that you might have. This was our first time doing a 2-year budget. It was a really good process for us. I think the 2-year budget, it gives us the ability to see a little bit further into the future, understand what timelines look like, and prioritize things in a way that that I think makes sense as we move through. We also were very positively able to work with the city executive leadership team, as we do every year, in putting this budget together. So very much appreciate this opportunity. And before we get into the presentation, I'm just going to turn it over to Tracy for 1 sec. Tracy's just going to walk you through what the tabs in the binder are that you have, so that it's just a bit of a navigation for you as we go through the presentation.
Sure, good morning. So you should all have a budget binder that looks like this. I'm just going to quickly take you through a couple of the tabs so that you know where everything is. So first of all, again, as the chief mentioned, it's a multi-year budget, so you'll find there's a tab that says 2013 and a tab that says 2014. So the first tab is our strategic plan. That's for 2019 to 2022. This is included as our budget request tied to our strategic plan. The second tab, that is our board report, which details our operating and capital budget asks. The next tab is the operating budget. So this is basically a one-page snapshot of our operating budget. It shows the revenue, salaries, benefits, and all other operating expenses. The fourth tab is the revenue and salary, and that includes specifics of the revenue sources and the list of the funded positions. There's also the fifth tab, which is our operational detail. That's basically a highlights document that shows the summary of the expenses that we are showing for each of the 5 divisions. The capital budget is the 6th tab, and that shows the 5-year plan for each of our capital programs. And finally is the appendix, and that's a report on each of the new positions that we're requesting in this budget. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Tracy. So just quickly walk you through what the agenda is going to be here in the next little bit when we go through our presentation. After this brief intro that I give, we're going to dig right into the numbers. We're going to have Tracy come up and talk about the numbers for both the operating and the capital budget. Then we're going to turn it over to Deputy Chief Laura Lee Davies, who's going to talk about some of the pressures. And I know a lot of the pressures aren't going to be necessarily a surprise to you because our friends from the media that are here do a good job of talking about the challenges that exist in our city, but we're going to take a bit of a deeper dive into that. Then we're going to go into growth. And I want you to know that growth isn't just about adding more resources or adding more tools. Growth, in our view and in this budget, includes things like the ongoing facility growth that has been going on now for about 3 years, technology, organizational culture, and how that is making a difference in the type of service that we deliver, and of course, partnerships. So growth means many things to us, not just the growth of the number of people that work in the organization. So we're going to talk a bit about that. Both Deputy Chief Dean Ray and Corporate Services Director, Executive Director Liz Nguyen will help with that. Then we will be going forward with essentially what the return on investment will be. So with the approval of today's budget, what does that give the citizens of our city and our community as a whole? And we'll be talking a little bit about that. When you think about the priority of our police service, obviously public safety is at the core of it. Everything that we do, everything that you and the citizens of our city expect us to do is really hovering around the notion of public safety. How is that achieved? It's achieved by the incredible crew that work at our police service, and that's both sworn and civilian. We are very much a human service delivery industry. And so policing is about the resources and the effort dedicated in all areas of our service, not just responding to 911 calls, but the regular admin line, doing investigations, traffic control, street safety, emergency response, community engagement, collaborations, all of those things make up the human service delivery that we provide to our community. But we also have to keep those resources healthy. That's an important part of what we do. So culture and wellness and diversity within our organization is important. As we're getting close to Christmas, I don't mind the odd bit of Christmas baking, And we know, that's a little bit too much of laughter on that one. But anyway, we all know that a bakery, in order to churn out that Christmas baking, needs to make sure that its ovens are working, because the product that they deliver is based on whether those ovens work. In our industry, the product is safety, customer service, public safety and wellness. And so our ovens are our people, because keeping them healthy, keeping them safe is the best way to deliver the product in a positive way in our community. And we know that collaborations is no different than many other jobs in many other industries. Collaborations are a way to more effectively achieve the results that you're trying to achieve. In many ways, it's a way to hold partners accountable, saying it's better that you do this job, you're better suited to do this job or to handle this issue than we are. And it's no different than if you think about building a fence in your backyard. If you have no neighbors on the other side of the fence where you're building, you're likely going to have to build the fence yourself, because it's clearly your fence to build. But if you have a neighbor there, there's often the ability to collaborate. And that might mean sharing resources in the physical building of the fence. It might mean collaborating and putting money together, but cost saving to achieve the same result that you both want to receive. And so in policing, it works that way many times. Many calls, many challenges in the community are ours to handle, but many of them are ones that we can collaborate on, and that's the essence of how we do our work. The Police Act mandates our community receives a variety of different services, and of course we've got a few of them up on the screen there for. We dig into these in terms of human service delivery, and our product really is delivered by the people and what we deliver. We deliver, of course, 911 response, investigations, traffic safety, and there's other things that we deliver that our community expects, like crime prevention. They expect our vehicles, our police officers, to be in neighborhoods working proactively to prevent and deter crime from happening. Community engagement. We know that is something our community expects from us. Specialized response in public safety. We just had Grey Cup and Agribition in town, and that requires a police response and collaboration with other agencies, all done under an accountability umbrella so that our public trusts, has faith in the organization, and that transparency is built into it. And one of the challenges that we face as we work through things, and I'm going to turn it over shortly to Laura Lee to talk about the pressures, but one of the challenges we face is as the pressures come in, as the calls for service build up, we end up doing 2 or 3 of those things. 911 response, we don't have a choice. We can't say, sorry, we're too busy. In fact, we can't say no almost all of the time. And so going to the 911 calls and doing the investigations that are reported to police, those have to happen. So what does fall to the wayside often are things like traffic safety, crime prevention, community engagement. Because when we hear people calling in saying, I have speeders on McCarthy Boulevard and we need traffic enforcement out here, we have a small number of people that focus on traffic enforcement. The largest number of people focus on that overall response to 911 and those community calls for service. And so sadly, we end up sucking our resources on a few of those, what I would call core functions of police, and doesn't allow us to do some of the things that are more quality of life for people in the community. And so we have to find a way to balance our resources, and that can be done in a variety of ways. And really, that's what our presentation is about today. So with that, I'm going to kick it off into the numbers part of the presentation. Tracy Raisin's going to come up and walk you through the operating and capital budgets for 23 and 24.
Okay, as the chief indicated, I'm here to break down the numbers that will equate to our ask. So let's start with our operating budget. So the Regina Police Service did an extensive review of all the revenue and expenditures prior to this presentation. Our net increase is 5.7% in 2023 and 5.8% in 2024. That equates to an increase of 21 sworn positions in 23 and 8 civilians, and 12 in 2024 and 1 civilian. The net operating budget is $98.1 million for 2023 and $103.8 million for 2024. So please bring your attention to the pie chart which shows the salary and benefits portion. You'll see that that accounts for 87% of our budget. So why is this important to note? It's important because that 87% is an uncontrollable price that we can't do anything about. It's based on our collective bargaining agreements. In comparison, the City of Regina's budget of salary and benefits is only 45% of their budget. So that means we at the Regina Police Service have to work more diligently to ensure that all of our non-salary expenditures can be covered by that remaining 13%. This next graph shows the percentage of the Regina Police Service is of the City of Regina budget. So for 2023 and 2024, it's 18.5% and 18.8%. This is in line looking at the previous years. I will note that the City of Regina budget book, which you likely have all received a copy of, shows that RPS is 20% of the city budget. This is actually not accurate because 20% is based on the police gross budget, not the net budget. The city is not accounting for the $12 million that we receive in revenue, which actually reduces our ask of the city. Therefore, the true percentage is in fact 18.5. In comparison, the Saskatoon Police Service is 21.4% of the City of Saskatoon budget. Overall, the net operating increase is 5.7% for 2023 and 5.8% for 2024. Looking at this graph, there were a few years where the increases dropped, but that was a result of additional funding from the provincial government. So for example, you'll see 2018 looks like there was a drop, but SGI funded $1.3 million for the startup of the Combined Traffic Services Unit. So that's why it reduced the ask of the city in that year. Looking closely at 23 and 24, you will notice that the increases are almost on par what they were the previous 10 years. Taking a closer look at the operating budget, I'm going to highlight some of the operating expenditures that will see a change. The first three items are all uncontrollable costs. Almost $1.8 million is for the salary merit increases for the current staff, again, as per our signed collective agreements. $800,000 is for contracts, utilities, and leases, again, uncontrollable to us. And around $574,000 is for the new operating costs and force cleaning civilian staff required as our RPS is doubling the facility space. The bottom three items are only controllable costs. $1.8 million is to increase the number of police and civilian positions as per the endorsed growth plan. $279,000 is to increase coverage of our detention paramedics, and $63,000 is for some small miscellaneous cost. So before I move on, I would like you to take a look again at this chart. It shows that no growth and simply maintaining the status quo is still a mill rate of 1.4. Moving on to the 2024 operating budget highlights. The largest amount is the uncontrollable cost of almost $4.8 million for salary merit increases for current staff, again as per our signed collective agreements. $908,000 is for the number of police and civilian positions to increase, again as per our endorsed growth plan, and just a small $6,000 for some miscellaneous cost. We also have a reduction due to some reduction in our lease costs. So everything has a cost, and those costs are constantly increasing. So there's some mitigation strategies to help lessen that pressure. The first one is our staffing vacancies. So it's inevitable that there will always be vacancies throughout the year. This is the time between one employee leaving and the next one being hired. These short-term vacancies do in fact help cover some of the cost. Second is our new officers. So our growth plan is asking for new officers, but budgeting them at the third-year rate versus a fifth-year rate is more realistic. So why is that? So this is similar to the city staffing request where they budget at third step also. So this creates some consistency. And within this calculation of new officers is also recognizing that not all of our officers can go to college in January. Some of the officers are actually budgeted at mid-year as they won't attend police college until the fall. The third mitigation strategy is salary gaps. So when employees retire, they are usually at the top step of their pay grade. And as employee replacing them is usually hired at the first step. So that creates a salary gap between those two. This gap is only the case until the next year's budget when the true cost is budgeted for. And lastly, additional funding. So efforts are made each year to reach out to some of our provincial partners for funding of our staff and our projects. Moving on to revenue. The Regina Police Service receives $11.8 million in revenue. However, 93% of that revenue is directly tied to the cost recovery of our operating and salary expenses. So this is not revenue we earn and can in turn spend on various items. It is revenue to fund those specific positions in the budget. Elaborating further on revenue is to break down the funding sources. So these graphs show the difference between RPS and other police agencies in regards to non-municipal funding. So basically, what is the funding that we receive from other sources besides the city? Note how RPS receives almost double the funding in provincial grants compared to other agencies. Other agencies receive about 4.4% and RPS receives 8%. This is because our executive has done a great job in building relationships with the province and is able to secure over 70 positions. The other important comparison in this graph shows how RPS only receives 1/5 of fees and charges compared to other police agencies. Other agencies receive around 5.5%, and we only receive around 1.2%. So examples of fees and charges that other agencies may collect are traffic safety fines and false alarm fees. So there's one very important fact about RPS revenue. We simply don't earn revenue except for criminal record checks and freedom of information requests. So putting this in perspective, the City of Regina can receive revenue from facility rentals, from parking tickets, licensing fees, and fines. So like other businesses, to offset the cost, the city can increase those fees. But RPS has no fees and charges to increase. But what about the thousands of speeding tickets that we issue? But to the surprise of many, RPS does not receive revenue from speeding tickets or other fines, even though they are issued by us. Ticket and fine payments are made to the City of Regina or to the provincial government, not the Regina Police Service. This is a significant point on how RPS is in essence a non-profit organization and therefore has to rely on the City of Regina for the majority of its funding. And finally, we will move on to the capital budget. So the 2023 capital budget is $4.2 million, and the 2024 budget is $4.9 million. The majority of capital projects occur in the information technology and facilities categories. So during budget preparations, RPS and the City of Regina have frequent meetings. The city expressed there was a lot of pressure on the city's capital budget with requests for numerous projects. The city had asked RPS to keep the 2023 and 2024 amounts exactly the same as what was asked for during the 2022 budget. And that is exactly what we did. But how, you might ask? Well, the Regina Police Service conducted an extensive audit of all the past capital projects. There were a number of projects that were delayed or under budget. Those amounts are retained as capital carry forward. So in an effort to be more prudent, those carry forward amounts are being applied to the 2023 and 2024 budget. Therefore, no additional money for capital budget is being requested of the city. This is extremely important to note because RPS reduced its capital budget asked by $4.7 million by using this carry forward. Now, the operating budget request is just over $5 million, but this $4.7 million reduction in capital, in essence, nets out the ask to the city. So to put it into context, the city was extremely concerned about the capital budget, more so than by the operating budget, and by doing this, it has alleviated immense pressure on the city. So some of the specifics for the capital budget that we have are the electric vehicle infrastructure. Again, this is being done in collaboration with the City of Regina. Our firearm replacement, the NG 911 telephone system. We have ongoing facility, furniture, and equipment replacement, some computers for our patrol vehicles, and in the future, again, continuing to replace our radios and IT software and hardware. That concludes my breakdown of the numbers. I will now turn it over to Deputy Chief Lori Lee Davies.
Thank you, Tracy. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about the current snapshot for operations within the City of Regina and give you sort of a sense of what we're seeing on a daily, weekly basis. So this gives you a snapshot of some of the work that we have done from January until October of this year. What you're seeing on the screen, those numbers are dispatched calls for service. So someone calls 911, it's a crime in progress, there's a likelihood of apprehension of a suspect, or there's evidence to be collected. We attend about 200 calls for service over every 24-hour period. Those numbers also include non-dispatched calls for service. So for instance, someone makes a report at the front desk, they call in through our direct entry victim reporting or through our online reporting portal. Those files, although they're not dispatched immediately when they come in, they are dispersed amongst our patrol officers and as investigative tasks. And they are expected to work on those files when they're not answering a 911 call. So you can see that there is a large diversity in terms of the files, 64,000 approximately this year.
What is not captured on this is traffic stops. So our patrol officers have done about 16,000 traffic stops in every corner of the city so far this year. And that doesn't include our traffic safety or our combined traffic safety services. And you can probably double or triple that number in addition to the numbers that you see on the screen. It's just a snapshot of some of the calls for service that we receive on a weekly basis. You'll note that Assist Citizen is very high. So really for us, that call type is sort of a catch-all. And so to give you an example of what that might entail, it could be, for instance, a call about somebody in a bus shelter that looks like they're cold. They maybe have been there for a while. It could be that someone has a vehicle broken down in traffic. That would be considered an Assist Citizen. Or perhaps someone hasn't heard from a loved one or a friend for a number of days and they're asking us to check on the welfare. So you can see it is the largest call type that we take, but it really does capture a very large range of issues in ways that we're helping the community. This looks at just some of the other call types that we take. We have talked previously about domestic conflict and the serious issue that that is in our community. 127 calls per week. That's about 18 per day. 18 calls for service dealing with domestic conflict. Now, the range of those could be perhaps it was an argument, maybe a parent-child argument, they asked police to attend, or it could be a call resulting in serious, significant injuries where we need to make arrests, we need to facilitate medical treatment. We work collaboratively with partners at Mobile Crisis, Family Service Regina. We engage our victim services unit, and ultimately, some of those result in charges through the courts. We also have a domestic conflict investigator that reviews every one of those files to ensure investigative excellence, and they ensure that proper referrals are forwarded to our partner agencies so that we can prevent having to go back to the same residence again in the future. I'll also highlight sexual assaults. You see on there it's 5 per week, and we have noticed a small increase in that number over the years. We think that there are a number of factors that have led to that increase. Number one, just sort of the increased awareness around sexual violence with the Me Too movement, but also the Regina Police Service has taken very intentional steps to ensure that we are providing the very best service to victims of sexual violence. We are currently in a partnership with the Regina Sexual Assault Center, where they come in every quarter. They review all of our sexual assault files, make recommendations for something that they're seeing as a trend, things that maybe we could do differently. And then we work with them to be able to make improvements. It is because of this work, the VACR, Violence Against Women Advocate Case Review, that we have put in place a very thorough sexual assault investigation policy. And we received input from the Regina Sexual Assault Center, from prosecutions, from the sexual assault nurse examiners at the hospital, and really we're doing our very best to ensure that we're providing the best service in relation to those files. So this is just a snapshot of the crime rate and the crime severity index. You'll see that when you look at our numbers compared to national numbers, we are significantly higher. The crime rate is a count of crimes relevant to our population, so you can see it's per 100,000. And the crime severity index is a weighted index that measures both the prevalence of crime and the seriousness of crimes committed. So when you have a large number of files that maybe involve violence, those types of files are weighted more heavily, and that accounts for the difference between the crime rate and the crime severity index. Our crime severity index in 2020 was 111, and so that you can see it has increased year over year. And this gives you a sense of how that crime severity index and crime rate compares to cities of similar size to Regina. You'll note that Regina and Saskatoon are at the very top of the list, unfortunately. We know our populations have very similar complex issues based on intergenerational trauma, addictions, and mental health. Our violent crime severity index, you'll see sort of in the middle of the chart there, 151, is significantly higher than Saskatoon as well. And although that is alarming, we do a very good job of holding offenders accountable. Although not noted on the screen, our clearance rate for violent crimes is 65%, comparing to Saskatoon, which is 41%. So we're working very hard to hold offenders accountable and identify and arresting those in the city who are causing violence and trauma to our residents. So how is crime changing? Obviously, it's become more complex. We've seen the nature of violence increasing over the last number of years, and certainly we need to take a look at collaborations, advances in technology. As in other sectors, we have to be adaptive and responsive to changes while being mindful of costs. Recently, the Edmonton Police Service engaged a research project comparing a number of police agencies in relation to budget and costing to figure out the cost of an incident. So based upon the work, they determined that a cost of an incident in Regina was $3,000. So imagine the very first person that answers the phone all the way through to the end of the court process. Edmonton was $3,500. Peel was the highest at $8,600. So among those 6 comparators, we are obviously ever vigilant about being mindful of costs, and comparatively, I think we're doing a fairly good job on that. I want to talk a little bit about the increased complexity of investigations. This is one example, and you may recall hearing about this file in July. So Project Fuel resulted in multiple arrests, criminal charges, and the seizure of $165,000 in cash, 10 kilograms of cocaine, 6 kilograms of methamphetamine, 6 motorcycles, and 7 guns. What you didn't hear about was the 8 weeks that led up to that result. 25 officers and civilians involved in that file. It starts out with information. There's undercover officers that are implemented to be able to gather information. We have analysts who analyze all this data to figure out linkages and how are they connected. There's surveillance, there's evidence gathering, and then there's a very robust operational plan that's put together. It's approved by our senior management. There were 14 judicial authorizations. That mean we've gone to the court to say we would like permission to do this, whether it's a search warrant or a tracking warrant. We engaged Tracy's team at Payroll and Finance to ensure that we kept on budget with that project. Our SWAT team, our patrol officers were engaged on the day of the takedowns. And then, of course, we had to have our forensics team come in to gather the evidence, analyze it. Our evidence management unit, you can imagine with those volumes of seizures, they had a lot of work keeping continuity of evidence. And then working with prosecutions to ensure that as the case made its way through court. Our media unit was engaged, which was why you heard about it back in July. And then our court services had to gather all of that information up and disclose it to defense and to the courts. And then there's an operational debrief to determine what went well, what could we improve on, and things that we could work on going forward. Now, this is just one file. Our investigative units take on complex investigations like this many times throughout the year. And in addition, they have to be able to respond to incidents that happen yesterday, today, investigations that require more expertise, more time investment than our patrol officers can provide. And like I said, that's just one snapshot of one file. We hear a lot about, clearly, drugs in our city, and while police don't respond to every overdose call in the city, we obviously are well aware of the impacts illegal drugs are having in our community. We do work very proactively to ensure that people that are bringing illegal drugs into our city are held accountable. You can see on this, the top chart shows seizures broken down by doses. So really a sort of an estimate on what a average user might consume as a dosage. You can see the numbers on there are quite staggering. And the pie chart breaks it down by grams. So those are the drug seizures to date this year. And clearly you can see the safety impact on taking that quantity of drugs off the street. So I've spoken about complex investigations. We've talked about our work removing drugs from our city, but the most significant impact on public safety in our city is the prevalence of violence. In 10 months, we've had 151 violent occurrences involving a firearm. That's about 1 every 2 days. 38 people have been injured. Very sadly, 2 people lost their lives as a result of a firearm. Because of the prevalence of firearms in our community, we have to utilize our highly trained SWAT team. They've been utilized 40 times so far this year, and our tactical rescue vehicle has been used 22 times this year. You think about the volume of calls involving a firearm, we need to rely on these highly trained folks to go in to be able to have a quicker resolution with better outcomes for the public, the police, and for the offenders as well. So there's been a lot of discussion around police and non-criminal workload. And I think that there's a misconception that non-criminal means police don't need to be involved. But non-criminal workload very much requires police resources. For example, think about a collision, maybe on your way here this morning, where 2 vehicles aren't drivable. There likely isn't going to be a criminal charge as a result of that, but police are required to attend. It's a legislative requirement through provincial legislation. A domestic conflict call, we talked about the number of those. Often those don't resolve in charges. It could be we need to de-escalate, we need to separate, we need to refer to services. We need to be there initially to ensure that the crisis can be calmed down. But again, it doesn't often result in a criminal charge. Of the 97,000 files we investigated in 2021, over 52,000 resulted in a non-criminal conviction. So you can see that the work that we do is very complex, but it doesn't always end up in a charge down the road. Mental health calls are another example of non-criminal workload. However, many times police are obligated to attend if there is a Mental Health Act warrant, or if police believe there is an imminent risk of harm to the individual. The Mental Health Act requires that police need to attend. These calls, as you're aware, often result in transport to the hospital and waiting with the person until seen by a medical practitioner. Again, this is a legislative requirement. We spend many hours on these types of calls. Our average wait time is about 2 hours, but I can tell you that we spend 8, 10, 12 hours waiting. I mean, anybody who's been to an emergency room knows how busy it is, and you know, police are another person or another entity that has to wait there as well. We're currently waiting on word from the Saskatchewan Health Authority in regard to a proposal that would see their security officers designated as peace officers, so they would be able to free up our members. We understand that that proposal has gone to their executive leadership team, and we're hopeful to hear something next year, but that would be one way that we're working collaboratively with the Health Authority to be able to free up valuable time for our patrol officers. Because in 2021, we went to the hospital for a mental health call almost 800 times. 800. In 2021, we dug a little bit further into this topic of non-criminal workload. We reviewed over 5,000 calls that we felt could be considered whether police should attend. Is it, you know, is there somebody else who could go? And the call types that we reviewed were suicides, attempt suicides, intoxicated persons where there was an element of mental health, assisting other agencies, We had senior officers review these files with a risk matrix, and what we found was that 96% of those calls still required police attendance. It could be that there was a legislative requirement, so if there was an apprehension, for instance, under the Mental Health Act, or there was danger or harm present, or threatened, or weapons present, or drugs and alcohol present. We were the right people to attend those calls, and I know you've heard the chief speak about what we're lacking at this point is the agency to be able to hand off to in a timely way, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In highlighting collaborations, I could speak all day about our PAC team, so our police and crisis team. It's a great partnership with Sask Health Authority, where we have a police officer and a social worker trained in mental health that can attend frontline calls, de-escalate, make referrals, and essentially free up emergency rooms, free up the time that we're waiting there. Our PAC team is just one example of really good collaboration. And in fact, another one that we just announced yesterday is a partnership with Mobile Crisis, where if a call meets a certain criteria that comes into our communications center, we will transfer that call to Mobile Crisis, where a trained crisis worker will then take over the call. As I said, we just announced it yesterday. We're very excited about it. I think we're just a few days in. They've so far taken 4 calls that have been handed off, but we always have to be open and adaptive to these new innovative ways to work collaboratively with our partners. Policing in today's world requires us to find and use all available tools in order to keep our community safe. We talked about just that one complex file, but criminal networks are becoming increasingly sophisticated, and we need to come up with new ways to stay one step ahead. Gone are the days where 2 officers are sitting down the block in an unmarked Crown Victoria with a pair of binoculars, and that's going to be the ticket that gets the bad guys in jail. But we now have to be much more sophisticated than that. Devices we now have to use to protect the community include drones, covert police cameras, automated license plate readers, vehicle tracking devices. Any of these devices have to be used with appropriate judicial authorization and within the boundaries of ever-changing case law. But imagine a house in your neighborhood where there's gang activity. It looks like there's drugs being sold. Police are being called there for assaults. There's violence taking place. We need to be able to gather evidence in new ways. So a covert camera could be one way that we could do that. We would get a judicial authorization. We would put together an operational plan. We would require officers to covertly install that camera. We need to ensure the camera is working, that the software is up to date, that somebody is monitoring it. We're able to collect that evidence, and then eventually it's removed. All that information has to be disclosed. And all of that work for one device. The Regina Police Service has nearly 50 covert devices that could be deployed simultaneously, and that work is being managed by 2 investigators. You will hear one of our budget asks for this year is a civilian intelligence unit technician who will be somebody who we hire who is an expert that will be able to do that work ongoing. And so we think that that will be a really great way to free up an officer and to be able to have investigative excellence and continuity in that area. And this is just one type of technology. I haven't even touched on cyber crimes, online bullying, or internet child exploitation. So I hope I've given you a little bit of a glimpse into some of the crime pressures in our community and how we have to be ever nimble in responding and staying a step ahead of offenders. What I haven't touched on is the impact that this has on our members. When I started 25 years ago, it felt like it was busy. Back then in 1996, we had 9 people who were injured with a firearm. You've heard so far we had 38 this year. That's not even till the end of the year. That was till the end of October. In 1996, we attended 146 sudden death calls. Last year, that number was 419. In 1996, we attended 139 weapon calls, so 1 every 2 to 3 days. In 2021, that number was 1,036 weapon calls. That's almost 3 a day. You'll recall I mentioned firearms calls currently are about 1 every 2 days. So think about the impact this has on our junior members. They're seeing more violence, more danger, more death in their first year than I've likely seen in my whole career. The heavy workload and the nature of increasing violence is taking its toll on our officers. We are seeing more members than ever before accessing wellness services, which is great because that means that we're reducing the stigma. But it also means we have more officers unavailable for frontline duty. We currently have about 43 members being monitored for light duties and accommodations, so essentially 10% of our sworn officer contingent. We're doing a very good job of holding offenders accountable in our city and ensuring public safety, but it is at the expense of our front line right now, and we need to get them help. Help in terms of more officers to spread out that workload, and help in terms of more mental health support and more physical health supports. I'm now going to turn it over to Deputy Chief Dean Ray, who's going to talk a little bit more about how we plan on doing that.
Thanks, Laura. Excuse me. Good morning, Mayor Masters and councillors. My portion of the budget presentation will provide an extensive overview of the strategic work that went into developing our 2020 growth plan. This is a timeline of work that I'll be referring to initially. In 2017, the Regina Police Service established a team, and they were tasked with conducting an operational review, examining our organizational structure, processes, and practices to ensure our service could properly meet the public safety obligations and expectations of our community in the future. The operational review also involved the analysis of the results of our first automated patrol workload assessment. This had been attempted a few years prior, but was difficult to do without the proper analytical tools. It was through the work of the operational review and patrol workload assessment that formed the foundation for our growth plan that was approved in 2020. I will provide you more in-depth information regarding both of these plans in a few minutes. Our strategic plan 2019 to 22. During the development of this plan, consultations were held with our community, our people, and our stakeholders, and we listened to their concerns. This strategic plan expires at the end of this month, and our new strategic plan was presented to our board yesterday for approval. The plan has been tabled until January, but once approved, the 2023 to 26 strategic plan will be released to the public. Our Journey of Reconciliation was a document created in 2019 by Ms. Wendy Stone. It describes much of the work the Regina Police Service has done with our Indigenous and diverse communities and shows our commitment to truth and reconciliation going back over 2 decades. Every year since 2011, we have conducted our Community Perception Survey. This survey is contracted through the University of Regina to Dr. Nick Jones and Dr. Rick Riddell. Since the beginning of the survey, our positive perception in our community has always had high ratings, and in fact, Dr. Jones stated he doubted that would be sustainable. This positive perception of policing saw drops across the country, and our 2021 survey results also showed a decrease, but we still remain one of the highest in Canada. It is believed this decrease was a result of the murder of George Floyd in the US and the global pandemic that we were experiencing. In questions asked on the priorities of the RPS, 1/3 of respondents desired a greater police presence and better relationships or communications with the community and diversity groups. With respect to crime reductions, respondents wanted police to improve response times, focus on alcohol and drugs, prioritize crime reduction in high crime areas like North Central and the downtown area, and enforce traffic laws and investigate property crimes. The messages and themes we heard during our community consultation for a strategic plan, both the previous plan and the upcoming plan, along with the results of the Community Perception Survey, have a valuable role in adding context and support to the analytical tool used in creating the 2020 growth plan. Civilians have long performed many functions within police organizations that did not require police powers or specialized skills and training. More recently, however, civilians have been hired in higher profile and leadership positions and carry out tasks that were traditionally reserved for sworn police officers. The benefits of civilians in police organizations are many, and here are a few. A cost effectiveness and salary savings. Reduced training and education cost savings are a significant benefit, as many civilians are hired for their specialized training and need less additional training. Using civilians allows for police officers to return to their regularly policing duties. Civilians tend to stay in the same position for most of their career and adds consistency to the organization. Civilians also see problems and situations through a different lens than what a police officer does. In 2014, all divisions of our service were asked to examine their staffing complement to identify positions that could be performed more efficiently and effectively by civilian members. In 2015, 8 sworn positions were redeployed to the front line, and civilian personnel were hired to replace them. These new civilian members brought a level of expertise and consistency to that area. Some of these include our HR manager, strategic services manager, and crime analyst, to just name a few. These efforts to bring in expertise to the organization have continued to this day. We are currently trialing a lab tech position in our forensic identification section to assist with the collection and analysis of evidence. This is the first time we brought in a civilian member there, and we're looking forward to seeing this level of expertise and the assistance that that position will provide. To highlight the growth of civilians within our service, back in 2015, we had 161 civilian members, and now in 22, we have more than 203 civilian members, or a 26% increase over that time. During the same time frame, we had 388 sworn police officers back in 2015, and today we're up to 430. That's an 11% increase, and much of this came last year with your support with our growth plan and the addition of 16 members. As mentioned earlier, in 2016, we undertook an extensive review of our organization to find efficiencies through both the workload assessment and the operational review. To assist with the workload assessment, a well-known criminal justice management consultant, Mr. Peter Belmio, was hired to guide us in this work. Peter guided us through the gathering, evaluation, and assessment of our data that ultimately led to the development of an analytical tool to enable us to conduct these assessments on an annual basis. Why was a patrol workload assessment needed? For many years, we experienced an increasing workload on our frontline members. This included an increasing number of social disorder calls for service, increasing complexity of investigations, as Deputy Chief Davies articulated, along with increasing demands placed on our frontline members, but we had no tool to analyze that impact. The primary goal of this assessment was to develop a process that would allow us to objectively determine the number of patrol personnel needed to deliver service to our community. Different communities have different rates of calls for service and crime problems, even if they have a similar sized population to Regina. Population characteristics and economic conditions have an impact on police services. In reality, each community has their own personality. In short, officers per 100,000 is one approximate measure of community funding on law enforcement. Just counting numbers of calls for service is also not a standalone measure. Some types of calls require more officers and take more time than others. The seriousness of calls also vary by hour of day and day of week. Some shifts might have the same or even fewer calls, but more units may be needed to answer them. Ultimately, the number of patrol personnel needed must be based on the number of patrol on duty to provide an adequate level of service to our community. Because policing is a labor-intensive service, staffing needs could be effectively determined by examining how time is spent on tasks, and in policing, time is money. The patrol workload assessment established a way for us to capture the dynamics of patrol units' response and movement to determine the number of patrol personnel needed to deliver various levels of service to our community. We measure 3 main areas. We look at the calls for service, the undirected time, which includes our proactive work, interacting with our community, detecting crime, and addressing problem-solving initiatives, and our administrative time. This includes the paperwork, attending court, training, and breaks, etc. Each of these variables or time category has an impact on one another. If you are spending more time on proactive work, you have less time to answer calls for service. If you have less units available, the amount of service time officers can spend on a call may be reduced. There needs to be careful balance of time to maintain service delivery and balance our workloads. The program we use to do our time analysis is called Managing Patrol Performance, or MPP. It applies a mathematical model that calculates the amount of time calls of various priorities will wait until a patrol car or unit is available to be dispatched. In turn, it estimates the number of patrol constables the service needs to achieve specific performance goals for response time, proactive or problem-solving time, and administrative time. It calculates the amount of time calls of various priorities will wait in line or in a queue until patrol units on duty are available to answer them. MPP is also used to objectively determine the number of patrol personnel needed to deliver various levels of service to our community. Many organizations such as bank, airlines, telecommunication companies, hospitals, and police use this queuing model to help manage and allocate resources in order to respond to demands in a timely and cost-effective fashion. An example we can use to understand our policing queuing model is a 24-hour grocery store. Customers enter the store and shop and pick out what they need. There are obvious trends in time. It gets busy at lunchtime, around supper, the day before Christmas. It's the slowest at 3 a.m. However, sometimes busy peaks of time can also be random. Every customer needs to check out and pay. Customers must line up in the queue. Not every till is open, and some customers have one or two things, and others have a shopping cart full of items. In policing, our 911 queue is referred to as a blind queue. We can't see people's carts, but we gather the most information we can about them and triage the calls into one of 4 priority levels. Some types of calls or more full carts require more officers and take more time than others. The seriousness of calls also varies by hour of day and day of week. Some shifts might have the same or even fewer calls, but more units may be needed to answer them. We use this queuing model and some additional reports to learn as much as we can about our customer service patterns. And as you can see, our goal is 38% time on calls for service, a 7-minute response time, and 6 cars available at any given time. Queuing analysis is a practical and effective tool for understanding and supporting decision-making and managing our critical resources. Our budget request reflects our efforts to balance patrol staffing with our workload in order to consistently meet performance targets, giving our officers time to answer calls, do proactive work, complete administrative work, and take breaks. Now we'll move on to the operational review. The patrol workload assessment focused on patrol only and no other areas within our service. This review looks at the entire organization and identified a number of gaps. Both projects laid the groundwork for a more effective deployment of resources and ensured our organizational structure could serve the needs of our service and our community for years to come. The operational review examined the service's organizational structure, processes, and practices to ensure they are optimized and adaptable within a continuously evolving public safety environment. This work resulted in a number of recommendations that have been implemented. They include an organizational design change and innovation to allow for a more balanced span of control and improved service delivery and operational effectiveness across the organization. Further analysis and improved reporting on overtime work, the creation of the Support Services Division, the addition of sworn in civilian members in a number of areas, mainly our Support Services Division, Corporate Services, and ISD. But as you can see, we still have growth to to obtain within our Community Services Division. Solutions to fleet problems to ensure that our Community Services Division and our Investigative Services Division members have appropriate access to vehicles. The addition of a second deputy chief. Implementation of a major case management unit and a integrated correction support unit. Increased capacity in our K-9 unit and creation of an air support unit. We will be going to 24/7 on-duty healthcare professionals in our detention unit, and we will hopefully develop sustainable growth for our front line with the approval of this budget. Our growth plan. Phase 1 and Phase 2 are complete. We're looking to go to Phase 3, and our growth for Phase 3 will include the addition of 16 sworn officers in 23, along with 8 civilian positions, and 12 new positions in 24, and 1 civilian position to be added at that time as well. Chief Bray spoke on this slide earlier in the presentation, and it highlights the theme of our budget priorities and how culture, wellness, and diversity, along with collaborations and resources, all support the goal of public safety within our community. The addition of 16 new officers last year increased our police to population ratio to 189.9, while Saskatoon's ratio stands at about 185. This may fluctuate slightly as we are using our 2021 census data. We don't have the 2022 yet. However, our services growth rate has not matched the population growth of our city. From 2011 to 21, our population grew by 17.2%, but from 2013 to 22, the number of officers only grew by 10.8%. We are still behind both the national and provincial averages, but we are moving in the right direction, and I do want to thank the council for their support in that regard. With the completion of our growth plan, we believe we'll be well positioned to meet the needs identified in our organizational review, our strategic plan, and our biannual community perception survey. As mentioned, our 23 growth plan will see 16 new frontline officers, and you'll see that there's a +5 there. Those are 5 new positions that were given to us by the provincial government, and they include 2 for the Saskatchewan Trafficking Response Team. They're working in an integrated fashion with a number of other members throughout the province, and they're targeting human trafficking, gun trafficking, and drug trafficking. 1 for the child exploitation, or the ICE unit. Just due to capacity issues, they need more resources there, and the government funded 1 new position there. And 2 for the Saskatchewan Police College. We have 2 members on an 18-month secondment to assist with recruitment and instruction out of the college. And in 24, we're looking for 12 new frontline members, which would complete our approved growth plan. As mentioned previously, we think this is the best to assist us to meet all the needs that have been articulated today. In closing, I want to point out some of the recruiting challenges that we are currently experiencing and what we've done to try to combat that and work with the community. Prior to 2013, we would receive around 200 applications for sworn employment. But since then, our number has dropped to less than 100 most years. Up until recently, this wasn't as great a concern as we were only hiring 10 to 12 members per year. But with our growth plan, and now we're starting to see an aging membership, and our retirement numbers are starting to increase, we're going to need more bodies. So as a result, we are committed to adding additional resources to our recruiting area. We've added a second recruiting sergeant, a female member, and we'll be increasing the use of members within our service to assist in numerous recruiting and job fairs. We've also implemented new recruiting strategy, our 30 by 30 initiative, in hopes to obtain 30% female members by 2030. We have also formed new partnerships with the First Nations University, Ministry of Corrections and Policing, which includes the sheriffs, the new Provincial Protective Services branch, and Casino Regina, and recently signed an agreement with FHQ Developments to employ their Tokata HR solutions to assist with Indigenous recruiting. We've also updated our HR recruiting website and social media campaigns to increase greater awareness and information on our recruiting initiatives and what a career in policing may look like. We've also implemented an experienced hire campaign, but prior to that, we've also done some work with our pension administrator, Mobius, to make this more attractive. The changes will allow employees to purchase pensionable service from our TRIP pension plan, providing they have service that was recognized in another registered pension plan. Through these new initiatives, we hope to increase our recruiting numbers and hire a more diverse workforce representative of the community we serve. Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Ms. Liz Nguyen, our Executive Director, to continue on.
Good morning, Mayor, Masters, and Councillors. My portion of the presentation will walk you through information on our civilian growth, our fleet and facilities, as well as wellness and culture. The majority of the civilian growth requested over the next 2 years is directly tied to the growth in our sworn members. Additional automotive technician and cleaner caretaker positions are required to address the growth in our fleet and facilities. While we focus on adding new members to our service, we also focus on the health, well-being, and productivity of our existing members. The request for an in-house physiotherapist and a second in-house psychologist is with the intention of reducing mental and physical strain on our members, enhancing productivity, and improving employee longevity. 2 other positions, the junior legal counsel and the intelligence unit technician, is being requested to improve efficiencies, manage workloads, and minimize legal and operational liabilities in our service. It should be noted that the civilian asks for 23 and 24 will not complete our civilian growth needs. Due to our historical relationship with the city budget, our executive team went through a tough exercise to manage our contribution to the mill rate increase. A total of 19 civilian position requests were received from our managers, but the 9 that I just mentioned were the ones that were prioritized. A total of 10 positions in the area of IT, strategic services, integrated health, legal services, and corporate services have been deferred to 2025 and beyond. The RPS Campus Development Project is underway, creating functional and well-designed facilities infrastructure, which will allow RPS to continue delivering effective and efficient service to our community. In addition to the growth in civilian employees required to service this expansion, there are uncontrollable price increases related to maintenance and utilities that are directly related to this project. $574,000 or 0.6% of the proposed budget increase are uncontrollable price increases related to this new building. The 2023 and 24 budgets will reflect these noticeable price increases, but long-term efficiencies such as lease eliminations will be achieved in future years at the conclusion of this project. As we prepare our facilities and office space for growth in employees who primarily work in the office, we also have to invest in the mobile offices that our frontline members use to provide community safety. RPS fleet has grown by 10 units in 2022, 4 marked patrol units approved in the 2022 budget, 4 new leases as a result of provincial programs, and 2 new trailers. RPS fleet in total now has 185 units. The service has partnered with the City of Regina Facilities Engineering Group to hire a consultant and study future electrical needs for city, fire, transit, and police fleets. The results of the study will inform RPS in which direction to take when replacing our school resource officer or SRO vehicles. Pending the outcome of the study, RPS will begin work to lease 15 hybrid or electric vehicles to replace the existing 15 SRO vehicles. The SRO vehicle replacement plan is scheduled for mid-2024. RPS is in the process of acquiring 2 hybrid patrol vehicles to study the impact it will have on service delivery. We anticipate this study will begin mid-2023. Growth in our fleet and contribution to the city's electrical vehicle studies and infrastructure development are reflected in our 23 and 24 fleet capital budget. 2 significant civilian asks this year, the addition of a second psychologist and the introduction of an in-house physiotherapist, was requested with the intention of taking care of our existing members and the new members that join our service. 20% of illness and injury absences for 2022 to date are related to psychological reasons. During 2021, 277 psychological sessions were conducted by the integrated health clinical psychologist. This included individual psychological consultations, individual and group post-critical incident support, pre-employment psychological evaluations, and Safeguard program appointments. The Safeguard program is a formal, coordinated system of psychological health checks delivered by our psychologist to sworn officers and civilians who have been identified as having a likelihood of exposure to potentially traumatizing situations or content in the course of their duties. The members who are currently part of the program were asked to evaluate the program, and I'll just give you some highlights of those survey results. 92% of respondents agreed or strongly agreed that the Safeguard program is a good support for RPS. 90% of respondents agreed or strongly agreed that other units and teams would benefit from participating in the Safeguard program. And 83% agreed or strongly agreed that they would recommend the Safeguard program to a friend or colleague. Currently, approximately 68% of all sworn members do not receive an annual Safeguard wellness check due to a lack of capacity. Frontline patrol is currently not included in our Safeguard program, but employee surveys and patrol consultations have indicated a strong desire and a need for this program to be expanded to include patrol. Including an annual Safeguard for patrol members alone would more than double the workload of our current psychologist. In 2019, RPS conducted a repetitive strain reduction project, which included biomechanical, ergonomic, and equipment assessments for our sworn and civilian employees. The data from this project indicated that the working conditions and the equipment requirements of our members were driving thoracic spine issues, chronic pain indicators, and high rates of work-related injuries. Research has shown that the longer an employee is off work, the less likely they are to ever return. Employees have been shown to return to work 3 to 5 times faster when engaged in active rehabilitation services. This is supported by other studies demonstrating that those employees who receive same-day access to physiotherapy services, 94% of them will return to work on the same day or the day after receiving treatment. This is just some of the research that is underpinning our request for an integrated health physiotherapist. Further, RPS has consulted and confirmed with WCB that the addition of this in-house physiotherapist will be a cost-neutral addition to RPS. Approximately 70% of this physiotherapist's salary will be cost recovered from WCB, from solely treating RPS employees' work-related injuries. The other 30% could be recovered from billing employees accessing physiotherapy care directly through their employee benefit plan. RPS continues to invest significant efforts into all 3 aspects of equity, diversity, and inclusion. Policies, practices, and processes at RPS are reviewed with an equity lens on a regular basis to ensure transparency and to ensure the removal of unnecessary barriers for success and inclusion in our workplace. Examples of some of these changes include changes to our pension plan to mitigate the financial hardship on employees taking parental leave, the waiving of fees for our physical and written exams to remove any financial barriers for those wanting to apply to become a police officer, and the creation of a policy that allows our employees to swap Easter Monday for another culturally recognized holiday of significance to them. In terms of diversity, our goal is to ensure that RPS is strengthened through a diverse and inclusive workforce, bringing an innovative perspective and approach to evolving policing needs. We continue to recruit with employment equity targets in mind, while being cognizant of ensuring that they are measures of our performance towards this overall goal and not merely proxy targets to achieve. Implementation of a new recruiting software, a formal partnership with a professional Indigenous HR strategy firm, and innovative social media recruiting campaigns are examples of leading actions we have taken to expand and diversify our applicant pool. Finally, as we continue to expand and diversify our applicant pipeline, we also want to ensure that our workplace is one in which all voices are valued, appreciated, and allowed to participate fully. By focusing on inclusion at RPS, we can make our organization an employer of choice in our community while ensuring that the psychological and mental well-being, job satisfaction, and overall engagement of our employees are met. I'll now pass it back to Chief Bray to conclude our presentation.
I talked off the start about the importance of collaborations. We literally collaborate with hundreds of agencies, organizations, different levels of government throughout the year. And really, I think when you think about collaboration, it's for a few different reasons. It's for building relationships, that goes without saying, enhancing service delivery in some cases, and in others, aligning resources, which ultimately means saving money or saving our resources some time. Laura Lee talked about the Violence Against Women Advocate Case Review, the work that we're doing with the Regina Sexual Assault Center. That's a clear example of enhancing service delivery. We've been handling sexual assault files for decades. We're doing a much better job today based on outside independent organizations coming in, reviewing those files, finding ways that we can make changes. And often it's not even in the investigation. It's just about how we deliver that service. Procedural justice, if you will, as opposed to justice through the investigation. The North Central Family Center has an after-school reading program. We're involved in that. I'm only bringing that up to show that that clearly is about enhancing relationships, building relationships in the community. But I just want to touch on a couple of things that we're doing that I think are a bit more tangible in terms of what are we doing to save our resources time or to bring in some extra revenue into the organization to offset costs. So we use evidence.com as a digital evidence platform for our organization. And within 2023, we are going to be moving to all court disclosure done through evidence.com and the cloud. So I'm glad to see lawyer nodding their head because the reality is court disclosure for us takes a lot of time. We're literally making paper copies, in many cases binders of disclosure, thumb drives, CDs, burning CDs. It's 2024 almost, or 23 almost, and we still are burning CDs with photographs and evidence on it. So the reality is moving to this is actually going to save a lot of civilian police resources in our organization and allow us to use that in quality control and other areas. Female remand work, White Birch Female Remand Center closed down. And as a result, we, by default, like many things, become the default. We're an organization that can't say no. So typically females would make a stop if they're on remand or they're under arrest at our place and then go on to White Birch. If White Birch isn't there, they're with us for days at a time before they go to court, if it's through a weekend, holidays, those types of things. So we're working with the provincial government now to receive some reimbursement for the work that we do in remanding those female prisoners, which is really just trying to fill the gap between the service that no longer exists. Laura Lee talked about the mobile crisis call transfer protocol that was just announced yesterday at our Board of Police Commissioners meeting. That's another great way. The number 4 is significant. We just started doing this. So if we can divert calls to other agencies who are better equipped to handle those calls, sometimes they may require us to come and help them out. And of course, we're working with mobile to hopefully increase or advocate to increase their funding provincially. A lot of their funding comes from the province, and so we want to make sure that if they are taking extra calls that we would normally be taking, that we can help them and assist them in advocating for that funding. And finally, a piece of work that we're working on right now is a collaborative relationship with registered psychiatric nurses and an innovative opportunity to bring them into our communication center. This has been trialed in a couple of spots, including with the RCMP in Saskatchewan, and has been a game changer in providing confidence for our frontline members to understand whether or not that person needs to go to the hospital. And if they do, then we're spending less time there because that person has already gone through a bit of an assessment. Many times they will actually talk on the phone with that registered psychiatric nurse. It's working very well for the RCMP, and so we're actually in meetings right now. Deputy Chief Ray has been working on this. So I bring up those examples because collaborations is not just about reading books with children after school. Collaborations in many ways is meaningfully working with community partners to reduce the resource strain that we're feeling, or in some cases, offset some of the challenges that we're having in the organization. Innovation was captured today in many ways in this presentation, and I really think it is about growth and evolution of our organization. And when I say growth, I'm going to say what I started saying off the start. It's not just about growth in terms of number of people. It's about Project Prime, which is a project that we launched, which will be happening over the next few years. Liz Nguyen is leading that and championing that work along with Deputy Chief Laura Lee Davies. And really that's about working on equity, diversity, and inclusiveness, the culture within our organization, so that when people come into our organization, they feel like their values align with that of the organization, whose values should align with that of the community, which is, I think, an important part of the focus that we need to continue to have. That new community crime mapping that we just announced about a month and a half ago is another innovative way that we're going to continue to allow our community to understand the complexities and challenges that are happening in their neighborhood or right down the block from their house. Liz talked about the recruiting software and website. This is a new recruiting system that will analyze and report diversity measures in order to support recruitment and retention strategies. Recruitment challenges are common across Canada and in the world, and I believe that they're magnified and worse in policing. I heard an example, and maybe this is a far extreme example, with the Minneapolis Police Service. Now, we know Minneapolis has gone through its challenges. George Floyd changed the world and changed the world's view of policing. Minneapolis needs 800 new police officers in 2023. Typically, they have a pool of about 4,000 applicants. They had 57 applicants for the Minneapolis Police Service. I was just at a conference in Ottawa about a month ago. They're looking at having a national conference on recruiting and recruiting diversity, because it's such a challenge everywhere. So Liz talked about some of the work that this new recruiting software is going to do, and it flows simultaneously with our new enhanced website, our 30 by 30 initiative, and all of that other work that we're doing. A cyber incident response plan. Leidy just perked up his ears. Leidy's our manager of information technology, but our new cyber incident response plan gives us an automated response to any cryptographic activity. I don't like to point fingers and say, as an example, you saw what happened, but I will with the public school, because we saw what happened with the public school board last year and having their entire system jeopardized and shut down. They couldn't email, they couldn't communicate, they couldn't access files. There was all kinds of challenges that come with that. We're vulnerable to that, all agencies are. But I think in our world, the nature of the work we do, the nature of the information that we gather, it's so important that we stay vigilant to that. And part of our cyber incident response plan is going to be covered because of this. Also, we've recently obtained a product called SecureLink Enterprise Access, which really monitors the work of vendors in our network. So I use the example, if we need someone to come in and replace lights in our organization, they have to go through a security check, they're monitored, they're only given access to certain parts of the building, they come in and they do that work. But if they're coming into our network, we also have to be able to restrict their access to other parts of the network, and that's an important part of the work we do. That's part of the innovation that we've done. We've partnered with the Canadian Institute for Police Safety Research and Treatment, which is doing some groundbreaking proactive mental health and wellness work on occupational stress injuries. The Repetitive Strain Project that Liz mentioned, and the Safeguard Program. I can't overstate the importance of this Safeguard Program. It's one of the most exciting parts of our budget this year. Our members are asking for it. We typically have only done this in certain areas of the organization that we consider to be the most vulnerable. Those are working in identification, for example, processing serious crime scenes, internet child exploitation, that sort of work. And we've seen incredible results by having those members do regular check-ins with our psychologist. We can't forget about our frontline patrol officers, and we haven't forgot about them, but it's a capacity issue. And I'm so excited that this is going to give us the opportunity to do that safeguard check-in on a regular scheduled basis for all of our frontline members. They're asking for it. And in a time when mental health often has stigma attached to it, the fact that they're asking for it and the fact that we're going to be able to do it, to me, is very, very positive. I'm not going to go through and list all the other innovations that were talked about in our presentation today. Laura Lee talked about the advancement of numerous innovative technologies for evidence preservation and investigative tools. We've made some big changes in our detention unit with full-time medical professionals. We know that people that spend time in our detention unit often are very vulnerable. They're not in the best health that they can be, and we need to do what we can to keep them healthy, while they're with us and minimize risk to the organization. Having full-time medical professionals in our detention unit is a game changer. We've made big changes to our inquiry desk. So our front desk, when you come in to report, we've got now a virtual police reporting system and an automated queuing system, which ensures the public have minimal wait times and maximum service when they attend to our police station. When we talk about return on investment, I think it's important just to touch on a couple of points. We talked about patrol, the patrol numbers, and having and hiring more police officers is going to give us the ability to achieve some of those service time goals that Deputy Chief Ray talked about with our patrol workload assessment. More police time to be spent on proactive work, greater police visibility in all communities, reduced risk and solvency crime rates. Modern tools to help us do our work in a safe and effective manner, such as upgraded computers, cell phones, radios, and software. Continuing innovation and collaboration with our partners to strengthen public safety in our community, recognizing that our partners in many cases can do some of our work for us. We're not the best ones to be helping someone who's in mental crisis and is contemplating suicide. Once we're there and de-escalate the situation, if we can find ways to work with partners, and our partners at the health district are just one example, that gives ultimately, I believe, better service delivery to the customer, which is our citizen, and frees our officers up to do other police work. Employees having better access to a psychologist, a physiotherapist, and wellness services, as I've talked about. Upgrades to fleet infrastructure to support electric vehicles. That civilianization of the investigative service division's RIIU technician. This is going to optimize training, increase continuity of specialized skills, and maintain high quality of investigations while freeing up those police officers to be back out on the street doing their work. Critical 911 hardware and software upgrades. NG 911, which stands for Next Generation 911, is a new program that's coming into force across Canada. So all emergency agencies are transitioning to NG 911. It's not cheap to transition to it, but it's so important. And it doesn't sound like an exciting thing to talk about, just upgrading the 911 system. When you called in from your landline 911, we knew exactly where you were. The second you called in, we didn't need to ask where you were calling from, we knew. With cell phones, it's not that simple. NG 911 is going to make it that simple for us. The ability for us to pinpoint locations is going to be greatly enhanced with this. Not to mention, advancements like text to 911 is going to be a reality in our very near future because of NG 911. The ability for people who are texting in to send us pictures and video from the crime scene. Normally, we rely on the person to tell us what's going on. NG 911 is going to open the ability for people to text us pictures and video, which of course will become part of evidence management, which now can be disclosed through the cloud because of evidence.com. Detention paramedics, I talked about that. Continuing development of our Regina Police Campus, our Justice Facility, Neighborhood Center, and of course the security that comes along with that. And then staffing increases in line with the operational review and the growth plan, which will be the completion of the sworn growth plan. We've talked about, the completion of the growth plan. It's been something that we've been working on. The reality is, and I've used this example before, but if we didn't grow for a number of years, which happened to our police service, the city's growth didn't stop, but ours did. And as a result, any growth that we had, the city was continuing to grow. So thanks to the investments that we've been able to make over the last couple of years and the approval of this budget for 23-24, we will complete that, which means that our growth will match where the city is and the expectations that the city is pouring on us. And then any subsequent growth that would be needed would only be matched to the city growth. So if the city doesn't grow very much, then chances are no new police officers would be needed. If there is city growth, then you would be moving with it. And so these big numbers and big requests really will level out with the approval of this going forward. I think maybe I skipped by. So I just want to give you the opportunity to watch. This is a very short video. I think it's not quite 3 minutes. This is just showing you the return on investment that last year's budget approval did for our organization. Amber?
The approval of 2022's budget allowed the Regina Police Service to make significant investments in the growth, efficiency, and service delivery of our organization. The creation of a second deputy chief position allowed us to restructure and realign, bringing about capacity to introduce strategic initiatives such as 30 by 30 and RPS Prime. In 2019, a security strategy assessment was performed for the Regina Police Service. It resulted in numerous recommendations to better secure the data and IT infrastructure within the organization. The addition of a second IT security analyst has allowed the service to make significant progress in securing and protecting the ever-increasing data and technology infrastructure that supports our operations. The RPS Campus Development Project is currently underway, creating functional and well-designed facilities so that RPS can continue to effectively deliver services to the community. This project will add approximately 130,000 square feet of additional space that will need to be cleaned and maintained. Additional facilities staff are currently preparing for this exciting transition to the larger campus. The aircraft for the aerial support unit has been purchased and outfitted with the required technology. Training for the 6 Air Support Unit officers is currently underway, with plans to have the plane in the air soon. This past year saw the creation of an integrated health and wellness unit within RPS and the hiring of an integrated health and wellness manager. In 2022, a number of new initiatives and training related to occupational stress injuries, compassion fatigue, and resiliency were delivered by the integrated health and wellness unit. Continued investment in this area will allow us to expand our mental wellness programming, as well as address the increasing rates of work-related injuries. 2 sworn recruiting competitions were completed in 2022, with many police recruits attending the Saskatchewan Police College. 2022 was also the first time RPS sent recruits to the RCMP depot for training, which was a creative and innovative solution to meeting our growth needs despite the space constraints at the police college. Once again, thank you for your investment in the growth of the Regina Police Service. When we provide our employees and organization with the tools to succeed, we can offer an even better service to our community. The 2023-2024 budget will build on this. It will help ensure our employees are healthier, our service is more representative of those we serve, and our community partnerships are stronger than ever. Together, we are creating a healthier, safer, and stronger city.
So just as I wrap it up here and conclude our presentation, I just want to mention the reality is we measure a lot of things at the Regina Police Service. We churn out a lot of stats. We think about the types of calls that we go to, the locations that we go to, the priorities, how long does it take us to get there, how many calls are happening in different areas or wards of the city, how many officers do we need for the calls. The one stat that I don't love, but we have to measure, is how long do we spend on calls? Because when you think about it, in a human service delivery model like we are, time is the most valuable asset we have to give. It's what the community wants. The community wants our time. They want our time in their neighborhood. They want our time when we're investigating their file. Anybody that has been to the emergency ward in their life or in recent history knows how essential time is, because the 2 things you're going to hear about, if someone is at the emergency ward the night before and you see them the next day, they're going to talk about how long they waited, and they're going to talk about how much time the doctor actually spent with them when they got there. That's what people want. In human services, people want time. In a perfect world, we would have time to invest in a call for help. We'd have time for all parts of our community. We'd have time to spend proactively with youth and community members and organizations and partnerships that free up time for us, because a citizen is better served by that community partner. And time happens for us in 3 ways. 1 is proper resourcing, 2 is effective partnerships, and 3 is maintaining the health and wellness of those delivering the service, so we don't have people off work and all people are at work and able to contribute. I really believe that this budget has something for everyone, and I mean everyone in our city. This serves the 230,000, 240,000, I know that number's up for debate, people that live in our community, all wards, Rogers Road to Ritalik, York to Jim Cairns Boulevard, from Wadey to Parkridge, Chuka to Pinkie. Literally everywhere in our community is served by this budget. All areas and all things, because the reality is that our community expects safety at all times. No matter what you do, you talk about opening libraries. You talk about Maple Leaf Pool, which I remember was a big discussion here. I sat through the biggest delegation of lawn bowlers a couple of years ago that were here to save the lawn bowling greens. All of those things come with an expectation of safety, not to mention walking your children to school, going out for dinner. Any of those things that happen in our community come with that expectation of safety, and we are committed to providing it. We're proud to provide it, actually, very proud. Proud to provide this service to the citizens of our community. I'm very proud of the fact that our board unanimously passed this budget, and we're asking you for the approval of our 23-24 budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you very much to Executive. Folks, we're at the hour-and-a-half mark. We're going to break for 15 minutes. We'll be back for delegations. Thank you. Welcome back. We'll now turn to delegations. I'll call upon Delegation Dylan Forsberg. I'll ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, if any, what city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Council may have for you. Good morning.
Thank you. My name is Dylan Forsberg. I am representing myself. I would like to show my appreciation for the opportunity to speak in front of you today. I would like to thank RPS for their presentation. First, a little bit about myself. I'm a senior software developer here in the city, and I live in Lakeview. I grew up in a single-parent household, moving many times throughout my childhood, with many of those homes being public housing. My family and I once stayed at Transition House for a short period of time. There's a history of both mental illness and addiction in both sides of my family. As a software developer, the success of the systems I build is not judged on the planning that went into them or from the intentions in coding them. They're judged on the final product and the outcomes they create for the end user. When we analyze and judge the system of life that we all live in and the outcomes it creates for its end users, it is clear that it is not working well for many of us. If I create bad software, I'm not going to send someone to watch over each user to make sure they use it properly to avoid those bugs or to reprimand them for finding their own unsanctioned workarounds. So why do we think that the police are going to be effective in making up for a real-world system that is clearly full of bugs? Instead of spending money to make sure people avoid these bugs, how about we make the appropriate investment in fixing these bugs? Fixing bugs is costly, especially deep-rooted ones, but the cost of not dealing with bugs is usually far greater. Untreated poverty and mental illness costs all of us in emergency and chronic healthcare costs, lost economic productivity, and costs on the policing and justice system. Like good software designers, it is our democratic government's responsibility to make these tough decisions that will effectively avoid future costly bugs instead of kicking the can down the road. So instead of putting more money into a police force which can only react to bugs in the system, how about we make the appropriate investments in fixing the bugs in the system so that we lower the dependence on the police altogether? Instead of spending more money on reacting to the deficiencies created from a buggy system, why don't we allocate funding to areas where we can make a real difference in the lives of our most vulnerable, like in housing, and avoid these systemic bugs from popping up? I heard some recently say the city is not into building affordable housing. Why is that? It makes no sense at all outside of a market fundamentalist ideology that cruelly requires every single aspect of our lives to be profited from. The police are under the purview of the city, and thus it is the city's responsibility to keep their costs as low as possible. I often hear politicians say, government doesn't know how to be effective. Well, that's like a quarterback saying the passing game isn't an effective way to win a football game. As author and activist Naomi Klein wrote in her book, Shock Doctrine, neoliberal free market policies have risen to prominence not because the so-called welfare state was itself a failure. They rose to prominence because of a deliberate strategy of shock therapy, which exploits crises to establish otherwise controversial and questionable free market policies, while ordinary citizens are too distracted or are made too apathetic to effectively respond. Meanwhile, all aspects of our society become sold off and privatized. We are witnessing this right now as communities continue to suffer from the economic and social devastation of a global pandemic, the inflation that followed, and an ongoing war in Ukraine that is making it worse. Meanwhile, healthcare privatization is being pushed on us while hordes of single-family houses are being scooped up by wealthy investors. Rent is up 10% year over year in Regina. Hundreds of Regina and Sask housing rentals sit empty while homelessness rises. Many of these rentals being in undesirable neighborhoods is no excuse. It is the job of City Council to make them desirable. It always seems like despite economic booms, despite population growth, despite the execution of efficiency reviews, there's never enough money or resources available for real policy that would keep people from falling into poverty, to which crime becomes the next step in the pipeline of desperation. So we end up offloading the responsibility of our most vulnerable women, men, and children to private interests, and when that fails, it's then offloaded to the police, which, like I already pointed out, can only react to crime and the other consequences of poverty. So I ask the mayor and council, please open your eyes, understand who you're here to serve, find the courage to do what might be the hard thing to do, but what is absolutely the right thing to do. Deny the Regina Police Service its request for a budget increase, and instead use that money to fulfill the promises you all have already made to work towards ending homelessness in our great city. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look to see if any member of council has any questions. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this morning and ask you to return to the gallery. I will actually call on the city clerk. Dylan Morin from Regina, Saskatchewan was unable to attend this morning and he would like to have his submission read. So city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. This is addressed, dear Mayor Masters and members of City Council. I feel that the Regina Police Service budget is way too high and leaves barely anything for transit. I understand that the RPS got some funding from the province. I and many others think it should be 50-50. I would like to see the city have a meeting with Minister Tell to talk about options. Thank you. Respectfully, Dylan Morin.
Thank you very much to the clerk. I'll call upon delegation Florence Stratton. Ms. Stratton, I'll ask that you introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, sorry, the city which you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, up to which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you.
Florence Stratton, I'm representing myself. The 2023 Regina Police Service operating budget calls for a $5.3 million increase over the 2022 budget, which saw a $3.5 million increase over the 2021 budget, which saw a $3.6 million increase over the 2020 budget. And so it goes. Is there no end to the expansion of RPS budgets? This year's proposed increase of $5.3 million brings the RPS net operating budget up to $98 million. Which, if I have deciphered the budget book correctly, is about 23% of the city's total operating net budget. How can we reconcile a $98 million Regina Police Service operating budget with a $0 operating budget for ending homelessness in Regina? In the 2022 budget discussions, Chief Bray said it wasn't either or, either funding for the RPS or funding to end homelessness, but it always seems to be. There's always more and more money for the RPS and little or nothing for ending homelessness. Why do the police always get more money? Why do we continue to treat the unhoused as if they don't matter, as if they don't deserve a chance at life? One of the most disturbing statistics to come out of Regina's 2021 point in time count is that 81% of homeless people in Regina are Indigenous. An equally disturbing statistic is that Indigenous people make up 80% of the prisoners in provincial jails. The vast overrepresentation of Indigenous people in both Regina's homeless population and Saskatchewan's prison population is not a coincidence. Both are a consequence of white settler colonialism. The history of policing in Saskatchewan starts in 1885 with the arrival of the Northwest Mounted Police. Their mission was to put down the Northwest or Riel resistance to white settler colonial rule that had brought starvation, disease, and death to Indigenous peoples. In the end, Riel was hanged as a traitor right here in Regina. 8 Indigenous leaders were also publicly hanged at Battleford, the largest mass execution in Canadian history. Thus, the plains were cleared and the land made available for white settlement. Over the following decades, police continued to play a central role in the settler colonial project of Indigenous subjugation and land dispossession. One example was police participation in the enforcement of the pass system. Police also played a key role in the genocidal residential school system, abducting Indigenous children from their families and communities and handing them over to school authorities, as is so powerfully portrayed in Kent Monkman's painting, The Scream. To borrow a line from Buffy St. Marie, but it's all going on here today. As many have noted, Canada's prisons are the new residential schools. Moreover, it is no small irony that so many Indigenous people are homeless in Regina, homeless on land that, as we say when we make land acknowledgements, is their traditional territory. That is land that, if we are being honest, was acquired by settler Canada through land theft and genocidal policies. Rather than working to solve Regina's homeless crisis, city officials have put considerable effort into criminalizing homelessness. For example, in 2009, City Council passed its Parks and Open Spaces bylaw, which prohibits people from sleeping in parks. Then in 2015, Regina Police Service launched its Unwanted Guest Initiative, which allows businesses to ban individuals from their property. More recently, there have been threats to forcibly close down homeless encampments. If we are serious about reconciliation and about breaking the colonial cycle, we will stop increasing the Regina Police Service budget. We'll also begin to redress policing's historic damage and to remedy current damage. One small step in this direction would be to take some of the proposed 2023 RPS budget and put it toward ending homelessness in Regina. Let's say $24.9 million, the figure calculated by administration to cover operational funding to end homelessness. And in terms of public safety, homelessness is a public safety issue. As you probably all heard in the news, there was a fire at one of the tent camps last night. And of course, in freezing out there, that makes it a public safety issue too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll see if there's any questions from council. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this morning and ask you to return to the gallery. I'll call upon Delegation Carl Cherland. I'll ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, organization you're representing, if any, and where you happen to reside in the city. Sorry, what city you reside in. I'll get this right yet today. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions they may have for you. Good morning.
Hi there. Can you hear me, or do I press *6 or something?
Nope, sir, we can hear you just fine. Please proceed.
Okay. All right. Well, welcome to technology, I guess. Okay, I submitted, my name is Carl Cherland. I live here in Regina in Lakeview and have for close to 50 years. And I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my wife and others I've talked to as I sought to put a program together. I submitted something, I have a question. I have submitted something on Thursday, thinking Thursday noon was the cutoff. And then I heard Monday noon, tried to send something in and it didn't get through. May I add a few things from what I submitted the first time?
Sir, you have 5 minutes to chat, so if you expand beyond what you've written, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. My deep concern for this RPS budget is the trajectory the RPS budget has been on actually for over 2 decades. I recall seeing a very large ad as driving to work back in 2000, and I was shocked to see the RPS endorse a particular mayoral candidate. And since that time, I thought, okay, this is about getting elected. I get it. So the picture I present to you is the City Council of Regina and the RPS playing catch. And we taxpayers are in the stands. And it goes back and forth, getting elected and raising budgets, getting elected and raising budgets. And we're paying higher and higher ticket prices to watch you play catch. So the deep concern is the trajectory of this budget, especially the last 20 years. If the current budget is pushing 20% of the city budget, what's the goal? Further goal, 25, 30, 40%? I mean, this is absurd. Unless, of course, you want to continue a path toward a police state. Now, is that statement far-fetched? Situating our RPS within the provincial visions where we're hearing and funding sheriffs and marshal service and particular legislative, police and safety. I mean, it's going up and up and up. More police, more policing, more, never enough. It's rather like cancer. It grows until it weakens the host and can exactly kill the host. When do we expect a request for a police helicopter? Or perhaps on their new double-sized building, there's a helipad planned or available already. Is the power of the RPS union seeking to follow cities like Toronto, Vancouver, Calgary in wages and benefits? A number of times in the hour and 3/4 I heard listening to the tag team professional, well-written, slick, if you wish, presentation from 9 o'clock or so until 9:45 or so. I mean, it feels like individuals who seek to present another view of public safety and its needs, which would include the RPS. It's like we're going into a wrestling ring with 10 people, all professional wrestlers, and the city councilors are sitting and watching, and they're going to decide who wins the wrestling match. I mean, how do you compete with this professional, very expensive presentation? There's another vision that I have. It becomes almost like a class privileged position. From a spiritual standpoint, it's almost like a high priestly class, because we're talking 80-some% of the increase goes to salaries. So many of those are six-figure salaries. Now, it must be really hard to, control oneself when you're making six figures and not want more. Well, what about the average income of citizens, of residents in Regina? It would be a very interesting statistical comparison, what RPS members can make after 2 years in the car, with some overtime, as opposed to what people are, their incomes here in Regina. Getting back to that playing catch and paying higher and higher ticket prices to watch the city council and the RPS, play catch. Then, of course, we should remember, which was never mentioned in the hour and 45 minutes, this last year, the chief of police looking justifiably embarrassed regarding the full, and I would say foul behavior of several constables.
Sir,
Perhaps I should...
Sir, you're at 5 minutes. Could I have you wrap it up in 15 seconds?
I will do so. Is it fair and balanced when many RPS members have a higher standard of living than taxpayers in Regina? With inflated costs of living, for the RPS budget to ask for more is unacceptable. I'm not alone in calling the City Council to reject the directions and trajectories of this last year and vote against the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll look to Council to see if they have any questions. I see none. I'll thank you very much for appearing and your presentation this morning, sir, and ask that you leave the meeting. I'll call upon delegation Dr. Nick Jones. Dr. Jones, can I have you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and what city town you reside in? You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions the members of council may have for you. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I don't have an answer for you, sir. I don't have an answer for you, sir, but you go ahead. We can hear you just fine.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm Nick Jones, a professor of justice studies at the University of Regina. And I'm here just to provide some context with respect to the budget as it refers to policing in the city of Regina. And all I'm really trying to do is to remind council and others of the community survey that was conducted by Dr. Riddell and myself. We've done this every 2 years for the past 12 years. The past survey did see a decline in levels of public satisfaction with the RPS since 2019, but those results have also been consistent with every other police service, as well as government organizations and others across the country. Despite the decline over 3 quarters, over 75% of respondents agreed or strongly agreed that the RPS demonstrates professionalism in their work. 84% of respondents who had interacted with the RPS officers indicated that they were professional. Over 3 quarters of respondents somewhat or strongly agree that RPS is sensitive to the needs of their ethnic group, and of those who had contact with officers, 84% reported that they were treated fairly. I think it's important to be given in consideration. I'm somewhat aware of municipal budgets and the effect that policing services have on those, but I want to stress the importance of professionalism, the importance of integrity, and just to remind council that that is what we've seen over the past 12 years with the Regina Police Service. One of the questions that was asked in the survey about citizens' priorities for improving service delivery was that almost a third, 32%, indicated that they wanted more police visibility, a greater police presence, and more officers and patrols on the street. I'm very familiar in my academic world with commentary and discussions around defunding the police and moving funds from the police upstream to address other critical issues. In my conversations with members of RPS, and particularly the chief, I don't think anybody would disagree, and they certainly don't disagree, that more services need to be presented upstream to help those that eventually do come in contact with the police for a variety of reasons, including mental health and addictions and other things. That being said, I think the solutions to those are likely years away. And we also need to remember where the roles and responsibilities for providing those resources come from and find a good way to balance those while still meeting the needs of the police services. Addressing the issues that many of the citizens of Regina are facing that have them result in meeting with the police or interacting with the police. They're not going to be solved overnight. And in the meantime, the idea of defunding the police puts other people at risk in their lack of ability to actually interact with the public in a professional manner and interact effectively and timely. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jones. I have a question for you from Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you can tell us more about the decline in levels of public satisfaction with the RPS. I understand it's consistent with the results in other municipalities, but can you give us more information about why what was the reason stated for the decline in satisfaction?
That's one of the issues with the survey research and the way it's conducted is that surveys don't necessarily get at the why. So some of it would be a speculation on my part. Other some of it would also be just sort of an informed, I don't want to use the word opinion, but based on information that we've seen elsewhere. The time period in which we were talking to the residents included parts of the pandemic and included other issues that the public were faced with, where there was a great divide in the public, and the declines that we're seeing with respect to trust and confidence with the RPS, as you noted in your question, are the same across all of the police services that we looked at across the country, and again with government and others, and some of that is enforcement of public policy that was not popular, as well as the other events around defund the police, etc. So the declines aren't a surprise. When we presented this to council in the first instance, I've been saying for years and years of doing the survey that at some point in time there would likely be a decline because the levels are so high when you look at them from a statistical perspective. That being said, the numbers that I presented today, where you have over 75% of the respondents talking about their trust and confidence being high, the numbers are still high. They're still very positive despite the decline. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think I have potentially just one follow-up. So
sure.
I think you said this decline is, just to clarify, all other places that you surveyed had a decline? That's my first one. And part two is, did the percentage of decline in Regina, was it this similar across the board, or was there a higher or lower percentage of decline in Regina?
Yeah, so looking at what was available, there obviously was not reports or statistics available on every police service across the country, but for those that we were able to find, the decline was similar. In many of the instances, actually, the decline in RPS was less than seen in other jurisdictions or other municipal services, and it was certainly lower than we've seen with respect to the RCMP. So while there was a decline across most of the categories, if I recall correctly, I think the decline was actually smaller with the Regina Police Service than many of the other services, and certainly lower than what we saw with the RCMP based on the available reports that we were able to review.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Kidney. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you.
Sorry, just one moment, Councillor LeBlanc. Can I ask whoever has their phone on or who has buzzers and ringers going to turn them off, please? Unless that's you, Dr. Jones.
It is, but I'm going to mute the other parts.
Excellent, thank you. Although I have heard it a couple times in chambers this morning, and so wherever it's coming from, turn it off. Go ahead, sir.
Hopefully that solves it on my end.
Councillor LeBlanc, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand some of the data. I'm on the slide or page, trust and confidence in the RPS 2011 to 21. Has a scale that goes up to 4.7. My clarifying question is that people were asked to rate those things on a scale of 1 to 5, and that's what we're seeing represented on this page?
Yes, that's correct. So we've been using Likert scales from 1 to 5, from strongly disagree to strongly agree. And then when you look at the averages, anything over the midpoint suggests a positive result, and anything approaching a 4.0 is an exceptionally high response.
Okay. And then I'm just looking at the next page, trust and confidence, difference between demographics and so on. And here I see numbers in the range of, at the first page, ethnicity 17 to 27. What is that on a scale out of?
When we've done that, what we did with those is to combine a number of different questions to get a better overall perspective. And so that would be the addition of the scores across a number of different questions. So the total then becomes out of 25 instead of 5.
I see. On the 5 item, and then out of 35 on the 7 item. Is that right?
Exactly.
Okay. And we see some difference, Indigenous identity on both the 5 and the 7 item, and it has an asterisk that indicates that's the statistically significant difference. I wonder if you can just elaborate on what about those differences is statistically different, statistically notable.
Yeah, so essentially what that means when we talk about statistical significance is we say the results of the differences between those two groups are not due to chance. It's just about mathematical calculations, and we just want to make sure that when we're talking about a difference or noting it, we don't generally talk about any results that aren't statistically significant, because those would just be due to chance. And so over the 12 years of doing the surveys every 2 years, there has been a consistent result of the Indigenous population within the city having lower, not low, but lower trust and confidence in the police than the other groups.
Thank you. Still on the same page, my assumption is the 5 survey items that relates to those in the page preceding, which we first spoke to. Can you direct us to where the 7 survey items are demonstrated in this document?
Okay, I'm going to have to quickly scroll through it. Sorry, bear with me. I'm sorry, what page were you on?
Oh, pardon me. I'm on the page, trust and confidence and feelings of safety. There's the 2 categories, average 5 items, average 7. I believe the 5, that data is presented in the page preceding this. My question is the data with the 7 items represented in this document?
I'll work on the assumption that yes, it is. I'm scrolling through trying to find which ones they are right now. Yeah, so those are the 5 indicators of trust and confidence are there, and then when looking at the 7, that would include the additional items of likely to provide the same quality of service and dealing with things that matter to people in my community.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. And then my last question, you had provided some useful analysis of how these 5 and 7 items scores on aggregate compared to perception of police in other cities. Do you have any data or sense of how those scores among the Indigenous respondents compare to scores among Indigenous respondents in other comparator cities?
No, we don't. It really depended on what the different reports were, and so without going through each individual report to look at that specific item, I'm not able to provide you with that answer.
No, fair enough. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Councillor LeBlanc, Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. Just in your comments, you'd indicated that despite expressing less satisfaction with RPS than in previous years, almost 1/3 still indicated they want more police visibility and a greater police presence and more officers and patrols on the street. So comparative from previous years, can you just, what is the reason in your thought in that?
A lot of things actually impact whether or not people want to see police on the street. It's certainly related to perceptions of safety. The request from the participants, we leave it open-ended and we just ask them what are the things, what things do they want? What things are they looking for in terms of can RPS do a better job with, or what are they looking for? And consistently across virtually all of the surveys, one of them has been more police presence.
Thank you very much.
And you're welcome.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Dr. Jones, you made reference to a score of 4 being high. Is that what you said?
Right. Correct.
Do you know how the RPS compares to other jurisdictions just in terms of overall trust and confidence, not as a degree of decline, but just as a degree of scoring?
I think we refer to some of them directly in the report. Now, that being said, we're probably looking at them in terms of percentages of decline because not all of the reports would be using the same scales. So if a different survey was using a 7-point scale, then you can't really compare those means, and that's why you would look at comparing the percentages and the declines.
Okay. Understood. And you used the word Likert scales. Did I hear that right?
Correct.
Can you explain what a Likert scale is to me?
Sure. It's just it's providing a numerical score. They can be 1 to 3, 1 to 5, 1 to 7, 1 to 10, any sort of gradient in between, and then each of those numbers are then assigned to sort of an explanatory value of strongly disagree, somewhat disagree, agree, neither. It just depends on the scale. It's a matter of turning an agreement level into a statistical number.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. One last question. You've been doing this survey for a number of years.
Correct.
Your overall takeaways in terms of the perception of police by community in Regina?
The overall perception of police and community, sorry, try that again. The overall perception of the Regina residents of the Regina Police Service has been consistently high and very positive. They have identified a couple of items here and there across the 12 years we've been doing it. And I know that when Chief Hagan as well as Chief Bray have been looking at them, they take those to heart and say, this is an area to work on.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Jones. There's no further questions from council. Thank you very much for appearing by phone today, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
I will leave so right now. Thanks. Have a great day, everyone. Very positive. They have identified a
I'd like to call upon delegation Dr. Nick Carlton. I'll ask that you please state your name for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you happen to live, which city. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have an opportunity to answer questions from Council. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me attend. I'm Dr. Nicholas Carlton. I'm a professor of clinical psychology here at the University of Regina, and I'm currently serving as the scientific director for the Canadian Institute for Public Safety Research and Treatment, which is Canada's federally funded national hub for research and treatment related to first responders and other public safety personnel with the administrative homes here in Regina. I've been asked to provide some context this morning based on the available research we have for our policing mental health. I'd like to start by just underscoring that there are important service differences for our police relative to the military and important experiential differences relative to the general public. Our military are deployed from a safe space here at home to a very unsafe space elsewhere, and then brought home to a safe space here at home. And that safe space is kept safe by our police and our other public safety personnel. Since World War II, we've known not to deploy our military to a high-stress zone for more than 240 days because 100% come back with mental health symptoms. We deploy our police for 25 years to what for them is an unsafe zone. And it's a zone where their families live and where they themselves are never truly off duty because they are always part of our community. The best data we have so far suggests that the general public will experience fewer than 5 potentially psychologically traumatic events during our lifetimes. Those are events involving actual or threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence, any one of which might lead to a mental health injury. In contrast, our police will be exposed to hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of such events during their careers. And that order of magnitude difference should underscore the mental health risks that they experience relative to the general population. The best data we have also suggests that more than a third of our police officers screen positive for one or more mental health disorders at any given time, which is more than 3 times the prevalence for the general population. And that at least 1 in 50 will attempt to die by suicide during their lives, which is inherently problematic and appears much, much higher than the general population and may yet still be an underestimation for many different reasons. The best data we have right now also suggests that our police officers begin their careers with mental health comparable to or better than the general public, suggesting, in line with recent changes to presumptive legislation in various provinces, that it is their vocational service that is harmful, and implicating the employer as having at least some responsibility for helping to protect their health. The stress from repeated traumatic exposures is certainly an important factor impacting police mental health, and that's a factor that is challenging to mitigate because they are who we call when we need help with events involving actual or threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence. If the traumatic exposures are inevitable, it behooves us to address other stressors as part of efforts to help protect the health of those who serve. The evidence suggests that police officer mental health is also substantially impacted by numerous organizational stressors over which there can be some control. For example, staff shortages, fatigue from shift work and overtime, and insufficient resources, all of which have been associated with increased risks for mental health challenges among police. Effectively, that means there are several challenges we can mitigate for police and speaks to the need for sufficient staffing as part of mitigating those challenges to help protect their mental health. In Canada, in 2021, the average ratio of police officers was approximately 191 per 100,000 members of the population. And in Saskatchewan, we have approximately 208 police per 100,000 members of our population. In contrast, the city of Regina appears to have about 172 police officers per 100,000 people. The relatively lower proportion of police seems to starkly contrast the relatively higher rates of crime and therein the associated needs for police services. The relatively lower proportions can also be reasonably expected to increase the mental health risks for our Regina police officers relative to other municipal police in Canada. An interaction of challenges that can very reasonably also be expected to exacerbate the dramatic and growing challenges that we hear about police recruitment and retention all across the country. I'm sure there are maybe very many long-term upstream solutions that can help us to address the many challenges facing our police and our community. However, in the here and now, our police are facing still significant and substantial challenges to their own health and well-being that can be addressed in relatively short order with additional human resources and organizational supports, ideally to bring the RPS up to the national average, all of which in theory should be able to help with their mental health and their well-being, as well as support the health and well-being of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Carlton. I can't write that fast. Do we?
Sorry, I thought they were transcripting. My apologies.
Yeah, there you go. I have a couple of questions for you from Council. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I have two questions. The first of those, I heard in the RPS's presentation that most frontline officers do not receive sort of an annual mental health review to ensure things are going okay. And hopefully we'll get closer to that with the addition of new staff. I wonder, do you just have reflections or knowledge of how frequently there ought to be these sort of customary check-ins for frontline officers from a mental health perspective?
Well, I can tell you that in the largest study that has ever been done to protect policing mental health, and that is for the RCMP, with all of the details made public at rcmpstudy.ca, the collective assessment decision that was made was that every one of the participating officers would be screened once a month using self-report tools that are widely evidence supported for their mental health, and they would all receive an annual mental health screening that includes self-report questionnaires and a clinical interview. And I can tell you that the preliminary results that we have already from that study suggest that those ongoing assessments are part of what we are seeing with respect to improved and even protected mental health among those people who are receiving those regular mental health assessments and interactions. So while I can't tell you exactly what the count should be, I can tell you from other studies that we are doing annual assessments and we are doing monthly assessments, and that reduces the time between when someone would identify that they have a mental health injury and when they might be able to seek evidence-based care, which I'm sure you can imagine then logically extends to opportunities to get them earlier access to care and protect their mental health, as well as provide all kinds of opportunities for economic savings.
Thank you. Do you have any knowledge or research comparing sort of the mental health outcomes of RPS frontline officers compared to other services throughout the country?
We don't have municipal to municipal level comparisons, but we don't have any reason to believe that our municipal officers would be doing substantially or statistically significantly differently than other officers that were in municipal disciplines, except that we have fewer officers here, and we know that staffing shortages are associated with increased difficulties with mental health. So by way of inference, we could expect that our officers may have more difficulty, for example, than a municipality that had a closer number to the average or a higher than average number of police officers available to support them.
Thank you. Maybe one more. You spoke about some of the, if I can frame them, objective risk factors for negative mental health outcomes, things like staffing shortages, shift work, and so on. My question for you is there any kind of best practices identified of training and so on that officers can receive before traumatic experiences to make them less likely to have these negative mental health outcomes? And is there sort of a agreed industry best practice on that? And I guess the related question is, do you know whether any of those are being done in Regina?
So that's a very good and complex question. I'm going to break it down into a few different pieces. First of all, the question is still predicated on the notion that the fault with mental health rests with the failure in the individual that should be corrected by way of training or by way of some kind of individual level mitigation. There are certainly opportunities for that individual level mitigation, but the best data that we have so far suggests that that accounts for, at best, about half of the variance of mental health symptoms. And the other half is actually accounted for by things like the organizational stressors I mentioned. Now, to speak to the specific training, there are more than 300 programs that are being proffered in various ways across Canada that make promises about being able to protect individual persons' mental health, particularly for our public safety personnel, including police. And fewer than 5 have any research evidence base behind them at all that suggests that they do what they are saying they are going to do. Of those, most of the evidence that we have suggests that there are, at best, small, short-lived improvements to the mental health of individuals after accessing the various training courses. What I can tell you, again, is that the RCMP study which is now 7 years in process, has rolled out what we believe to be, based on the collective best evidence that we have, the most supported evidence-informed training program that has ever been built in North America, at least, probably around the world, to try and protect RCMP mental health as a function of training that is going on inside depot here with the cadets. I can also tell you that we are in the process of working through assessing that training that has been provided to municipal police officers, a small sample of municipal police officers here in Regina, to assess the impact of giving that training and those regular ongoing assessments to a sample of police officers who have been serving already. So we're planning to release those results sometime early in the new year. And so I'm restricted in what I can tell you, but I can tell you that right now the results are extremely promising, and pending the peer review process, I would strongly encourage that those become the best practice next steps to protect our police officers' mental health, keeping in mind that that is still only focusing on making changes at the individual level, which we already have data suggesting will be insufficient to protect our police officers.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Regina.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mayor Masters. Just in regards to the staffing shortages that Regina Police Service has been under in the last few years due to the growth, we heard today that 10% of the staff are on light duty. Can I just ask, in comparison to other cities or other municipalities, is that a high number? Is that something to be concerned with? And then the second point is that, you know, if we don't adjust to that, what is the impact on the rest of the service?
Thank you, Councillor. I assume you're still asking me. So I don't know exactly what the comparison rates would be for the other municipalities. I can tell you that the best estimates we have related, for example, to our RCMP suggest that it is also at least 10%. I would suggest that 10% is already too many percentage points for people who have chosen to protect and serve their communities. And I would suggest that by not mitigating the challenges associated with both light duties and the relative deficit in the number of police officers, I would suggest we can fully expect, especially as we are seeing the fallout from COVID continuing, that we would see those numbers start to increase. And recruitment and retention problems are becoming very significant across the country. That's something we've heard already from the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. Those are going to be related, at least in part, if not in substantive part, to mental health challenges associated with the stress they're experiencing as a function of extraordinary workloads combined with all of the other pieces that I've mentioned, from potentially psychologically traumatic events to diverse other occupational and organizational stressors.
Thank you very much. And just a last question, in hearing those risks, can I just ask, what is it, we talk about a culture, and we talk about we want our police to serve our public, but we also need to ensure that we're looking after our officers. And the point is that if there's the risk, what is the risk to morale as well?
That's a very good question, Councillor. I would be speaking by way of supposition, but from what I have seen and from the communications I've heard, having the privilege of working with various police officers and leaders across the country, I believe when we fail to protect the mental health and the well-being of our police officers, it causes, or at least has every potential to cause, significant morale problems. And the last few years, I believe, have been very difficult on our police officers, among other groups, but certainly our police officers across the entire country. And I can't imagine our police officers here have been immune to those additional challenges. So I would be very concerned about morale on an ongoing basis, especially in the absence of our police officers feeling fully supported. In fact, one piece of research that we do have suggested very clearly that from all of the different opportunities to support PSP across the country, the first thing that they were asking for was recognition by their communities and their political leaders and their stakeholder staff for the incredible service that they are providing and for the challenges that they're facing, with the second most common thing that they ask for being resources. What they're asking for really does speak to the idea that they need help on multiple fronts and that we have an opportunity to provide that help.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I know that you focus primarily on public safety officers, but as you were speaking, I was thinking of our healthcare system. Do you know how if there's any comparison of some of the stats that you're looking at with police compared to doctors and nurses, emergency room staff, in terms of, because especially recently there's been a lot of, we've been going through a societal crisis and with the pandemic. So do you have any?
Councillor Stadnichuk, I'm going to interrupt. The purpose of asking about healthcare workers is what?
Just if that there is similar kinds of stats, if this is unique to police, or if we're seeing that kind of generally in other sectors of society, and I'm not sure if he's aware of that or not.
But to what end for the police budget?
Because we're talking about societal pressures and the role of police. I want to know if this is
specific to public safety personnel or if it extends to everyone?
Well, to those that work in stressful occupations.
Dr. Carlton?
I can speak to that. I share the concern about the question, but I can speak to that. So what I can tell you is that prior to COVID-19, we did research with nurses across Canada, and we were seeing evidence that nurses were having difficulties that in some cases were similar to the difficulties being faced by our public safety personnel, but there's a lot of diversity within that. Mm-hmm. And I'd have to go back and review the nursing data to provide you with details. I do think, though, that what we have seen from research that we've been doing since the COVID Readiness Response Project and the beginning of COVID is that although all high-stress occupations may create challenges, there is definitely a differential level of challenge that is being experienced specifically by some populations, and that is interacting with a variety of social stressors. And I believe that among the high-stress occupations, our police are certainly, I would certainly place them among those most likely to be negatively impacted and most likely to be challenged right now. Not exclusively, but they would certainly be a priority area from what we have seen so far. if you'd like more details, I would have to have
Yeah.
time to prepare those.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Seeing nothing further. I'm good. Thank you, Dr. Carlton, very much for presenting this morning for us.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here. Have a great day, everybody.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Casey Ward. Mayor in class. I will ask that you please introduce yourself both for the record, the organization you're representing, and what town, city you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to questions members of council may have for you. Good morning.
Good morning / afternoon, Mayor Masters, members of City Council. My name is Casey Ward. I'm president of the Regina Police Association, president of the Saskatchewan Federation of Police Officers. I'm also on the Public Safety Steering Committee for CIPSRT, which is the Canadian Institute for Public Safety, Research and Treatment. But I'm also a frontline police officer working in the Vulnerable Persons Unit Vice Section. I'm here with the Regina Police Association Vice President Colin Glass, who will be actually taking over the role as president in 2023, who, as you can see, is a frontline patrol sergeant. The Regina Police Association, which is the union that represents both sworn and civilian members at the Regina Police Service, is here today to show support for the proposed 2023-2024 municipal police budget. Our service is unique in that the Regina Police Service and the Regina Police Association have a great relationship, and this shows in the work that both parties have done with the RPS growth plan. I'd like to discuss the pressures that our members are facing and the growth plan that will increase resources to better help and support our members and our community. Also included in that budget is the addition of a second psychologist and a physiotherapist. I'd like to begin with staffing levels and how the final 2 years of the RPS growth plan will help support our members and our community. Regina is an amazing city, a city which I've called home my entire life. The city is large enough to have great sports teams, cultural activities, and host amazing events. But with being a larger city, we also deal with big problems, including increased firearms violence, gang violence, and an opioid crisis. But Regina is still small enough for members to get to personally know our community and partnership with them on these complex issues. Our city faces some unique challenges, including extremely high call load, high crime rate, and high crime severity index. Daily, our members are seizing firearms of high-risk offenders, and on the next call, they're comforting a family that just lost a member due to the opioid crisis. Chief Coroner Clive Wayhill was recently quoted stating that Saskatchewan has a higher death rate per capita than BC, which everyone talks about being the epicenter of the opioid crisis. So how would increased resources help our members? First off, with more adequate resourcing, we'd be able to respond to calls for service in a timelier manner, which improves public safety and also holds the offenders responsible as we're able to apprehend more suspects. Second, I'd like to tell you what it's like to attend to an overdose of a young person. Sit and console the family and try to explain what happens as their world is just shattered, but to be immediately called away to another priority life-saving call. These calls affect our members. We don't have the adequate time after a stressful or emotional call for ourselves to deal with the effects of these devastating calls. I've seen and been officers crying in our cars after a tragic event to be dispatched seconds later because our community needs us. We wipe the tears away, bury our feelings, and go on to the next call. But this takes a toll on us. After dealing with these calls time and time again, it leads to being disassociated with public and even resentful for being dispatched. The workload is not only affecting our frontline members, but also our investigative units. The workload in crimes against persons and crimes against property are increasing, and the time for each investigation continues to grow. The complexity of investigations and expectations of our community to hold offenders accountable is increasing the time that members need to complete investigations. The seizure analysis of phones and computers, along with so many different judicial authorizations that are needed on almost every investigation, add to the time and complexity of these files. Most of these sections need additional resources, including our civilian members, as they're struggling to keep up with that workload. Members are coming in on their own time, on their own days off, trying to keep up with the expectations of our community and trying not to get behind on their files. The addition of a second psychologist and a physiotherapist will continue to help our members stay healthy mentally and physically and continue to serve our community. With a second psychologist, we'll be able to provide the valuable safeguard program to all our members. We have seen great success in helping members in need, early intervention, and building resiliency. Our job is physically demanding, and our members get banged up and injured. A physiotherapist would assist our members to get back to work earlier and help prevent injuries. So how does this help our community? Well, physically, it would help keep our members healthy and able to work, and if they're injured, would reduce time away from work. Psychologically, when our sworn and civilian members are struggling with a psychological injury, they tend not to want to associate with people and can be short, abrupt, and even rude. They are psychologically at the end of the line and their cup is running over. Ongoing psychological help would help to empty that cup and keep our members further engaged in our community and continue to provide the amazing service that our city has grown to expect. I'd like to note that though through SIPSR, which Dr. Jones, Dr. Carlton, and myself are part of, we brought in over $10 million of mental health research and treatment to our province. Most police services right now are asking for budget money from their city to help fund these amazing programs, and we've been able to provide a lot of them to the city for free, including the PTSI project, PSPNet, Sleep 101, Treatment 101. And this is all available to our sworn and civilian members. As you heard, Dr. Nick Jones has shown that the citizens of Regina respect and trust our police and want more members. Dr. Carlton has shown you that how workload and lack of resources lead to burnout and mental health issues. The Regina Police Association is asking you to support this budget. By voting yes to this budget, you're showing our members that you care about their mental and physical health and want to keep our amazing community safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer. Councillor LeBlanc.
I have two related questions. You mentioned the opioid epidemic. First question is, in Regina, are we mostly talking about fentanyl in that realm? And the second is, can you elaborate a bit on how the opioid epidemic has an impact on your members?
Yeah, absolutely. For the most part, it is fentanyl that we do see with the overdoses. How it affects our members is, I think people don't realize, is our members go to these deaths daily and they see the devastation of families. So our members don't only have to investigate, is this, is it a homicide? Is it an overdose? But you're also notifying next of kin. You're dealing with family members whose their life has totally been destroyed. On top of that, you need to complete a thorough investigation and then rush out to your next call. So how it's affected our members is, you'll go to a traumatic event, whether it's an opioid crisis, maybe it's a fatality, they deal with the situation, and before they even have a chance to, say, even grab a coffee or, wash the blood off their hands, they're dispatched to another call and having to deal with it, thus not being able to, fully debrief and fully deal with that situation themselves.
Thank you. Not from a statistical perspective, but just from a sort of frontline perspective, is the opioid epidemic taking up more or less of your time as years go on?
Well, I think we've seen the calls for services are growing and the length of calls are taking. So yes, there is more opioid overdoses. We are seeing more deaths. I think on part of that too, as I said, even the investigation, like when you go to an overdose, there's a full investigation that needs to be done with, our frontline members, might be our major crimes, and working with the coroner. So those, calls aren't a 15, 20-minute call. Like a opioid overdose could take our members, practically half a shift to the entire shift just to deal with that one overdose.
Thank you. I'll ask management when we have time after lunch, but there's a number in the strategic plan 2019 to 22. I think it's 2019 data about methamphetamine, essentially. Can you talk about any impact on that? Have you seen time increasingly spent on methamphetamine, or sort of has the contour of drugs in Regina shifted in a lot of ways to opioids and fentanyl?
I'll let the chief kind of talk about that. I'll tell you about us personally. As I think a lot of know, I was on our tactical team for 17 years. Meth has changed the world because the level of violence and the firearms that we're seeing. I always thought about the first few years on being on our SWAT team. We'd get called out 2 or 3 times, a year, and maybe we'd find a gun. We look at the watch logs daily, and we just see like a frontline officer is pulling a car over, and there's a sawed-off shotgun. A couple days ago, our K9 were involved in a high-risk track where they located a loaded sawed-off shotgun and additional ammunition in the backpack. The amount of firearms that are out there, and I think there is a direct correlation with the methamphetamine in that drug trade, and the amount of these, you saw the stats on the violence and the shootings that our members are subject to, not only in a public safety helping people out, but our safety, right? There's more and more prevalence, and when people are on meth, there are different personalities out there. So that it's kind of twofold. I think the complexity of those investigations to deal with them is causing a lot of stress, but a lot of our members, really feel where we didn't probably as much before that. Are we going home at the end of shift? Every vehicle we stop right now, we think there's a firearm in there and that person, might not do good things compared to, I'd say, 15, 20 years ago. Most officers probably didn't have that experience.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. Comparative to work that you've done, you've been in the force for a long time, comparative to the calls that you get now, and it was surprising for me to sit on the board and see the dashboards, and I think those dashboards are really important to the public. But 51 traffic calls, which we know many are firearms and drugs, these are per day. 19 domestic violence calls, and I'm going from the October stats. 5 missing people
Councillor Bresciani,
a day.
a question?
Yes, and 3 suicide and 4 drug seizures. These numbers today, and with the staff that we have, comparison to years ago, the impact, how is that impacted today?
Yeah, it's, I think we see our members frustrated because, at times they always want to do a quality investigation. And there's times where, they start a quality investigation, but, someone's been shot. So they have to drop that investigation. They'll pick it up later. But if you think, continuity of evidence, some of those things, they have to go out and deal with those other situations. So, I think you showed a great snapshot of just the amount of different calls, especially our frontline members are going to. An impaired stop, 10 years ago probably took us 2 hours. Now that takes us 6 or 7. And then we're not even getting into the court preparation. If you have a major file, you have to do transcripts of all the videos, the judicial authorizations. There's just so many things. So you take those calls, even a missing person, that missing person is probably taking you at least a day and pass on to multiple shifts. So, there's an increase in calls for service. But, I know there's some statistics across Canada that show that, the calls for service are starting to, kind of not increase as much, kind of level out, because a lot of places are looking at efficiencies to, try to reduce some of those calls to service. But the amount of time that, I'd say a simple call that you would have 10 years ago would take, maybe it'd take 15, 20 minutes. That's taking 2-3 hours. So, and that's causing our stress for members, because on top of that, once that call is done, you have to put in a lot of paperwork to make sure that, the judicial system, it's good for court and you're able to, stand up in court. So that's the stress it's causing, is just the amount of work that's taken in for the files. And we just don't have the time to, sit there and continually, work on those files at an expectation I think that we all want.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Vendura.
Thank you, through Mayor. Mr. Ward, good to see you. Dr. Carlton, in his report, spoke of unsafe zone. When military gets put in, and then so many hours or days or weeks taken out, and police are in this unsafe zone 24/7, 7 days a week, entire career. What does that tell you? You're talking about asking about protection for mental health, for help and assistance, and it was slow coming. It's here. I see it's a great importance. We as a citizen ask of your protection, but yet maybe we don't think about it. So in a bigger question too, the second one would be, is how much of the population of Regina actually have an idea what's going on the street?
So to answer kind of your first question, and remind me to get back to the second one, I think that's important. And we sign up for this career. We know that we're going to be in that zone for 25 years. All we're asking for is the protection resources to help us fulfill that career. Now, I will say our service, we've done a lot of great work in providing, stuff for our members and supporting our members. Absolutely. As I said, through SIPCERT that we worked through the PTSI grant, $1 million grant that we got, that a lot of great research is coming showing that resiliency training, that early interdiction does help with our mental health. So I'll say, I think we're doing a good job. What we're also asking though is that takes time. And, for a good example is this PTSI project, if I could just talk about it for a quick second, is, Doc Carlton talked about some of that training that's built into, the check-ins and stuff like that. Well, the one part that we've actually had police officers in this PTSI program was for 50 police officers across Saskatchewan, 50 communication, 50 EMS, and 50 fire. We actually had a bit of a higher rate of the police dropping out, and we wondered why. And part of the fact is we didn't have time to do the training. and I'm not making this a fire police, but fire had a huge acceptance rate because they were able to do it on work time and go through these things. Our members are doing it on their own time, which they want to do because they want to help their mental health. Absolutely, but they don't have time even to do a 5 minutes on an app to do a quick check-in because they're going call to call to call to call. So I think we're doing a great job. The need for the second psychologist, that safeguard program is a game changer. We need it for our frontline members. We need that second psychologist. I've had so much great feedback, and personally been through the program myself. I've seen so much great feedback from people that, got help early to keep them from being off for, a long length of time. So, and sir, your second question about the community?
The public, how well aware public are of really what's going on?
Not a lot. I think you all know I actually worked in a community engagement unit previously, so we did presentations, and I always did say that although our crime stats are high, we do have a safe community, and unfortunately a lot of that violent crime, if you take kind of the domestic aspect out of it, is related to your drugs and your gangs, right? So the average citizen isn't being shot at. Like, you don't see home invasions of just people that aren't involved in that lifestyle, right? So a lot of people really don't realize, and I don't think they also realize the toll that it does take on our members, because and I talked about being short and stuff like that. We might get a complaint about an officer, came, really didn't ask a lot of questions, was, a little bit rude and stuff like that. But they don't understand that second death they've been to that day, they just wiped the tears away from their previous call, had to go to the next call for the break and enter. And although that break and enter means the world to that person, the stress on our members and not being able to decompress and debrief tends to lead them to maybe be a little bit short, maybe a little bit not, sincere about that barking dog call or whatever the call that is. And I think most of the people don't actually understand the amount of violence and the amount of tragedy our officers see day to day.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Seeing no further question, I have one. Dr. Carlton noted some findings from research from public safety personnel that two things members are looking for is recognition from their community for the great work they do and resources. I'm going to ask you a question about the last few years. How have your membership been feeling about the tension they're feeling from community, both social media-wise, locally, in terms of attitudes towards police officers serving?
That's a great question, because we hear it all the time. Like, if I ask you guys right now to probably go on your phone and look at Facebook, Twitter, Google anything with police, I guarantee it's probably not a good story. Everything's negative. But what the interesting part is, we've been trying to educate through the services. Look at our public perception survey. Like, in Regina, people are happy with what we're doing, but you don't hear that, right? Other than the chief, talking about it. And I always kind of use the analogy, and I do appreciate the chief and our administration going out there and telling all the good things our members do. But it's me as a dad, as the same. My son's a football player. And I look and I tell everyone, my son's a pretty good football player. People will be like, oh, whatever, that's your kid. You think he's a good football player. But as someone else that doesn't know said, I watched that game and he's a good football player. Other people, tend to go, wow, maybe that person is a good football player. We do need more members of our community, to step up and talk about the great work that our members do. We do always appreciate that our administration does that, and you see that on social media. But for every one positive thing they put out, there's probably another 100 that are negative. And even if you just look at the comments, when we took down the rock machine, amazing, amazing project, look at the comments on that. So many of them are negative, and, they probably illegally seize these things, and they're picking, there's just so much negativity, and that bugs our members. But not just bugs our members, because their children and their family get that. So, I got kids in school. I remember during George Floyd, my nephew came home and goes, I didn't know all cops were racist. And I was like, well, what do you mean? And my sister, who we're very close to, says, well, do you think your uncle's racist? Well, he has to be. All cops are racist, right? So our kids are coming home and seeing all this negativities, and you're dealing with that at home. They're asking you those tough questions, and you're trying to explain to them the good work that you do and the stuff that we do in our community. I'd also say, you look at the stuff that we do in our community compared to a lot of municipalities across, how engaged we are in our community. As I said, I sit on our Canadian Police Association. I don't think you'll find another service that is more involved in our community, volunteering, doing different things, but we're not seeing, and it's not in the recognition, just we don't want to see that negativity all the time. And although we can't, stop that, getting that proper mental health training, getting those proper resources will help us in, showing support for our members, but also showing that, our public does stand behind us.
Thanks very much for that answer, for appearing today. Very much appreciate it. Appreciate what you do too.
Thank you.
You can return to the gallery.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, City Council.
Thank you. Council, we have a choice. We can go for 15 more minutes, or we can break for lunch right now for half an hour. As blood sugar drops. All right, we'll break for half an hour if that's acceptable to council. We'll be back at 12:45. See y'all back there. Welcome back, Council. We have the communication CP 22-86. Can I have a motion to receive and file the communication? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Nelson. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. We'll now consider item CR 22-120, the Regina Police Service 2023-2024 operating capital budget. Councillor Hawkins, I see your light is on. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Let me begin by saying that I'm proud to live in a city that has a police force of the quality of the Regina Police Service. With that, I'll read the recommendation. There's one small change, ask for a seconder, and then make brief comments. It's recommended that City Council, 1, approve the recommended 2023 Regina Police Service operating budget, which includes estimated gross operating expenditures of $110,088,600 and revenue of $11,965,400, resulting in a net operating budget of $98,123,200. 2, receive and file, note the change, receive and file the recommended 2024 Regina Police Service operating budget, which includes estimated gross operating expenditures of $115,568,200 and revenues of $11,747,500, resulting in a net operating budget of $103,820,700. 3, approve the 2023 capital budget of $4,227,000 with capital funding be determined by Regina City Council and an additional $128,000 funded by SGI. 4, receive and file the 2024 capital budget of $4,940,000 with capital funding to be determined by Regina City Council and an additional $128,000 funded by SGI. And 5, table this report to the special City Council budget meeting of December 14, 2020. If I could have a seconder, I'll make brief comments. That would be today, so we can exclude the last recommendation. Thank you very much. I've listened carefully to the presentations, and I want to make a few points. The first is I want to draw attention to Dr. Jones' final comment as a result of his survey activity that the Regina Police Services enjoys a consistently high and very positive opinion in the population. And I know as a representative for Ward 2 that my residents feel exactly the same way. I want to congratulate the police service on their efforts at diversification of their workforce. They set a model that is useful for all of us, and I appreciate the work they're doing and the work to be done in that regard. I want to especially salute and underline the presentation made on the importance of the health and wellness activities of the Regina Police Service. I appreciate that the management of the service understands that the health and wellness of the officers and employees in the service are absolutely critical. I salute the fact that you're asking for a second psychologist and physio, and I know that aspect of your work will continue to improve as we go along. I want to underline the description that was given of the outreach activity of the Regina Police Service. It's more than just policing investigation. It's more than just policing on the front line. It's getting out into the community and meeting with community groups, often very vulnerable groups, and that work is so valued and so much appreciated. Thank you for that. I also appreciate the work you've done on the growth plan. You've been before this council over the last several years, stressing the need for a growth plan. You've outlined that need clearly. You've taken very great strides in that direction. I can see that you're reaching the end of that. I know that once you're at the end of that, you can grow as the city grows, but you presented evidence before this council this morning that that growth plan, that catch-up plan, was entirely necessary. And in that, I also appreciate that you're keeping up with technology. No easy feat. It changes constantly, but you're cutting edge on your technology, and I was especially appreciative of the fact that you're concerned about the security of that technology. And I finally want to say, although this wasn't particularly mentioned this morning in your presentation, led by the chief, and I know as part of the culture of your organization, you continually taught this community, this council, the importance of looking at the social determinants of crime. I first heard the chief say, you can't police your way, you can't arrest your way out of crime. I think that's a tremendously important insight, and I value the fact that you've taught us that. And I know that this police force has a respect across the country in emphasizing that. So I thank the force, I thank its members, and I thank the chief for emphasizing that point. For all of those reasons, Mayor, I'm just delighted to be able to recommend this police budget to council and ask for its approval.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I think at budget, the tradition is we have 2 passes of questions, the maximum speaking time of 5 minutes each. So I'll start with Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I'm going to begin. There was a graph showing, I believe it was calls for service by ward. And on my quick review, it looked as though about 35,000 of the 65,000 calls for service were in Ward 3 and Ward 6. I suppose my initial question is, did I read that right? And the further would it be fair to assume most of those calls for service in Ward 3 are in North Central and most in Ward 6 are in Heritage? That's my initial question.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. You're correct. Those 2 wards definitely have the largest proportion of calls when you look at the totality of the city. And then within those wards, there are areas where I think you see some predominantly high numbers, and the 2 that you've listed would be very accurate.
Thank you. And is there a correlation between where those calls for service are and where officers spend the time? So like relatedly, would it be fair to assume that officers spend, half the time in the city in Ward 3 and Ward 6?
Yes.
Is that about right?
I would say there's definitely a correlation between, yes.
Okay. And then just in terms of sort of the types of crime, the types of calls for service in those wards compared to the rest of the city, is the distribution of sort of crime severity spread out proportionately through the city, or are there parts of the city where many of the most sort of severe crimes occur?
Yeah, no, I think it's safe to say there's a disproportionate relationship to crime severity in those 2 areas that you've identified when compared to the rest of the city.
Thank you.
And by disproportionate, I mean a larger portion of serious crime, violent crime, crimes against the person occurs in those areas.
Right, okay. Yeah, that makes good sense. So, do you have any insight as to why there might be more calls for service, more crime, and more severe crime in those neighborhoods than in other neighborhoods?
Yeah, I mean, simply it is, I think we're seeing larger social challenges in there. The economic health of people that live in those areas. I'm speaking very generally. I recognize there's lots of exceptions, but there are more people that suffer from low economic status. So poverty is definitely an issue. We know that lots of other social challenges, and I'm not going to go through each one of them, but things like mental health, addictions, domestic conflict, while they're not isolated only to those areas, there is a large portion of the work that we do in there that is directly related to those. And I would include addictions, which I'm not going to say is it in and of itself is not a root cause. There's usually a root cause behind the addiction, but the addiction problem is significant throughout the city. But when it comes to its relationship with violent crime, we see it more prevalent there.
Thank you. There was some discussion earlier with the president of the Police Association about the fentanyl and opioid crisis in Regina. Is it fair to assume that a lot of your services work with the fentanyl crisis is in Ward 3 and 6 also?
Yes, it is. And I'm going to, if I can follow up on just the numbers. So we've pulled the numbers here in terms of seizures. So in 2020, we seized 18,000 plus grams of meth. So 2020, 18,000. In 2021, we seized 22,000. So the amount of meth we seized between 2020 and 2021 went up. However, the percentage that meth accounts for in all of our seizures went down. So we went from 48% of all seizures were meth in 2020 to now 41%, which means that while the amount of meth in our community, or at least the seizure rate of meth in our community, is going up, the seizure rate of fentanyl in our community is going up quicker and in greater quantities.
Right. Yeah, that is terrifying. And I take it from that, it's fair to say the opioid epidemic in Regina and in those two neighborhoods in particular is getting worse rather than better. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it is. I mean, but it's a problem everywhere in the city. I think that's one of the things that people are most shocked to learn is how prevalent overdoses are throughout the city. So last year, we finished the year with 1,808 overdoses. We're currently at 1,469, and that data is about a month behind. So we're, I think, I don't even want to give 1,808 the benefit of being a benchmark, because that is a ridiculous high number in a community our size. And we know, as we've heard others talk about, the devastation that causes for family and community. But the overdose numbers are high, and they're absolutely high in those two areas.
Thank you. We've seen some data floating around. It'll sort of be a before and after snapshot, namely from people like Phoenix Residential Society. Before we house these people, X calls for service, X arrests, after
Yes.
Y, numbers go down. Some of the before numbers are pretty jarring to me, 200 arrests a year of a particular individual. I suppose my question through the mayor is there anyone still in Regina that kind of looks like that before lens? Like, are there people who your officers might interact with 200 times in a year or 100 times in a year? Does that still come up?
So it does come up, but I think what we've done is we've been able, through work with good community partners like you're talking about, we've been able to take the acute high volume need numbers or individuals off that list. We've been able to connect them with constant care and constant service. So I was talking about 5 years ago with an example of an individual that we came into contact with and was in our car, either going to our place to be housed overnight. By our place, I mean the police service, or going to an emergency ward 238 times in a year. We don't see those same numbers, but we definitely have people that I would say we're still interacting with 50, 60 times a year. So we've probably tried to take those ones that are most acute in their need and the risk that they have in terms of being out in public and not in a place that they can protect themselves, and by connecting them with constant service. But there's such a big volume of people who we may not be seeing every other day, but we do see them multiple times in a year, if that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. My understanding, I'd ask you to clarify and maybe elaborate, is there's some individuals in Regina, many of them homeless folks or low-income folks, who might be intoxicated in public, picked up, not safe to be outside, try to take them to detox. Detox is full. The only one place for them to go is in your cells.
Right.
2 questions. Does that happen? And do you have an estimate of sort of how many people that would regularly occur to? I'm just trying to get a sense of how much of your time those sort of situations.
Yeah, so that definitely does happen. I can tell you that we spend a lot of time and effort trying to find alternate space for them. Often, family is one of the first places we'll look to. Is there a family member that's willing to take this person in? I can tell you from firsthand experience and speaking with our officers, often people that have complex needs that tend to be a little bit more violent when they're under the influence of an intoxicant. And so family can be reluctant to say, yeah, no problem, you can leave John here and we'll look after him for the night. Most time that's a bit of a challenge for us. So knowing that and knowing you mentioned it, brief detox sadly has become long-term housing, not brief detox. We've got people that are there for long periods of time. And so what was an incredible resource for us now sadly is very, very seldom a resource for us to drop someone off. So it is often our detention center where they will end up. We don't charge them. Our focus is not to lay a charge. If it becomes a repeat problem, then we try and find other ways that we can deal with it. But the other part of that too is that we have an extreme cold weather strategy in the city of Regina. We're a part of that. We tend to be the last resort. So we recognize if people need a place to go when it's cold, putting them in our detention center is not the best option, but it's certainly better than often the alternative of nowhere else to go. The other thing is many places that are an alternative in cold weather have rules around intoxication, drug use, and those types of things, which we know can become very limiting to people in terms of access and wanting to use them. So between Mobile Crisis, who we work with on a regular basis, and our police service, we often find ourselves helping people during cold months, and often those people are intoxicated, but that's a manner of coping with survival, I would suggest, in extreme temperatures. So, and just the last thing I'll say, Councillor, is I don't have the number at my fingertips in terms of what portion of our arrests would be people that would be arrested simply for being intoxicated in a public place. But it definitely is a part of, we make 10,000 arrests in a year, roughly, the Regina Police Service. And so the 10,000 arrests, I'm going to guess it's probably 10 to 15% of those, but we'll see if we can get a further breakdown.
Sure, thank you.
Councillor Blanc, Councillor Fundura.
Oh, pardon me, is that 5 minutes?
Oh, no, you have more time.
Sorry. I was struck by the crime severity index numbers you showed. On my read, 2020 crime severity index was 111. Now it's 117, so it's going up. I suppose 2 questions. Is that accurate that it's going up? And a tough question, why does Regina have such a high crime severity index compared to other cities?
So it definitely is accurate that it's going up. And so crime severity index, just very quickly, is literally a weighted measure of crime based on the severity. So a murder rates very high, a mischief spray painting on a garage, rates very low. So you either have a community where you could have a high crime severity index based on a large number of property crimes who are weighted low but put together a large number that gives you a high rating, and or a large number of serious crimes. Last year we had a record number of homicides ever in the city of Regina. Sadly, we had 15 homicides. So that right there drove our crime severity index number up. And our property crime continued to be a challenge. So things like theft from vehicles continue to be a challenge for us. And so while we through the years have fluctuated on that crime severity index, and people much smarter than me would be able to talk about the challenges you have when you're a city of our size being compared to Toronto, because clearly Toronto has lots of bigger challenges than we do, but when you put it in kind of that proportionate relationship to the population size, often it can float us higher to the top. And so, you know, we were sadly number one when it came to homicides last year, and our crime severity index was quite high. Other years we've been 3, 5, 7, depending on how the year goes. But, you know, there's nothing to say that, you know, our next year, when we look back on 2022, will we still be in that position? I mean, it is our hope that the answer is no, but it's got a lot to do with the crime trends. And the last thing that I'll say, and the answer to your last part of your question is, I believe you were asking is, you know, what is that related to? I mean, it's back to a lot of them are those social determinants, because things like vehicle accidents and those types of non-criminal investigations that we do often are not tied to the social determinants of crime. But we know that serious assaults, victimization when it's crimes against the person, and even people that are out doing petty thefts like stealing from cars, it's because they don't have the means to get that money or that property some other way, whether it be lack of education, lack of a job, maybe even in some cases lack of parental guidance in the home, and they're out committing those crimes. So often social issues are heavily tied to all of those things.
Right. Maybe I'd ask you a statistics type question, which is, we discussed Ward 3 and Ward 6 have a lot of the calls for service in Regina. Would you agree with me? Would it be fair to say those two wards are driving a lot of the crime severity index to be high? That's where a lot of the serious crime happens that leads to this high level.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is some, you know, I think there's some truth to that. And I think, you know, the only other thing I will say is, you know, if you look at vehicle theft, theft from vehicles, so that's people going into cars, stealing, I would say that probably happens more outside of those wards. And so we know that having 5,000 of those calls also elevates our crime severity index. So we have a high number of those types of property crime calls happening in many wards. Then we have a high concentration of violent crimes happening all over the city, but certainly concentrated highly in a couple of areas in the more inner city or center part of our community. You put those two things together and it does, I would say, indicate why our crime severity index is so high.
Maybe flip the script on where we've been talking a bit. You talked some about how social issues lead to complex things, including crime severity index. If you have any reflections on if some of these social determinants of crime were addressed more fulsomely than they are currently by whomever, what would that mean for your officers and for you?
Sure. So, you know, I mean, I feel like this really is the root of the conversation that we have, not just at this time, but throughout the year. We heard presentations this morning from a couple of the delegations talking about that. You know, how can we find a way to invest in those upstream issues in a way that we don't let people float down the river and get caught in the police net, or ask police to respond to issues that if they'd have been addressed earlier, they wouldn't be responding to in the first place. That to me, that is the essence of where we need to go. The challenge is, and I'm not going to get too deep into it because I'm not an expert, but the challenge is two things. Number one, I firmly believe that it is not and cannot be an either-or situation. I just talked about this over the lunch break. The reality is police are the safety net there, trying to help at least catch people before tragic consequences happen, and find a way to get them inserted into social programming and other supports that can help them out. If you take the police away and say, we're going to take this money or this resource and we're going to invest it in the social work, that to me has to happen. But taking the police away, take that safety net away. We're the one organization right now that is responding to the person that we were just talking about who might be intoxicated and need all kinds of help, not necessarily police help, but no one else is there to go. And so without the police there to respond, that becomes the problem. So, you know, back to your point, your question, I think the right investments, targeted investments, measurable investments on social challenges in our community, investments on support and service to people through those social means will over time reduce the need for police to do that work and free us up to do other work.
Right, yeah, so I hear you to say, and it makes sense, not either or, but both and. Yeah, continue funding here and here, yeah. May I ask about the growth plan? I heard this morning, it sounds like through the strategic growth plan, we're needing to increase the COP to POP ratio. That should be caught up to the level that needs to be fairly soon. And then following that, COP population will grow at the rate of general population generally. So my sort of targeted question is, will there be a next growth plan afterward published by the RPS and so on? Or will it simply be strategic plans that say we'll grow as the city grows?
Yeah, so to my knowledge, I've been almost 30 years with the police service. We've never had a growth plan until this growth plan. And because essentially what the growth plan is an attempt for us to work with our Board of Police Commissioners starting back in 2020 and council to identify the fact that the city's growth had outpaced the services growth through, you know, I've used different analogies through the years, but we've taken contribution holidays on medical plans, for example, over the years. And if you take a holiday from payments or from due increases too long, eventually that will catch up with you. Our police service didn't see a lot of growth. In fact, Dean had a stat that he talked about. The civilian growth was about 26% in the last 7 or 8 years, where our police service growth was 11%. And most of that 11% has happened in the last 3 years because of the growth plan. So we essentially had no growth for so many years. The hope is, and the plan is, that once we get the growth plan completed, which the sworn growth plan will be completed if this is approved, then we will be at the point where we feel, based on the data and analysis we've done through the patrol workload assessment and the organizational review, we will be at a point where we have the right balance needed for our community. So the COP to POP ratio is to me, it's an indicator, but it's not perfect, because you know, I would never say if we get to this number, we'll be perfect, because every community has unique nuances about it, and our community has some very unique needs, for sure, different than, you know, other cities in the country. So if we can get to that point, then our plan would be not to come forward with the new growth plan, but then just to simply work growth into the police service as the city grows. So if you saw some stagnant years that the city didn't grow, then I would expect that our police service would probably be able to follow that, unless we saw, you know, some incredible change in dynamics and needs. But it's really been, you know, and I've talked about this before, but it's really been through that patrol workload assessment data that we've come up with the numbers. So they weren't random numbers. They weren't necessarily indicative of a COP to POP ratio. That is an indicator that shows us there. So the last thing that I'll say is that we did make some decisions, understanding and working with the city of Regina, that, you know, we were wanting to try and make some hard decisions around growth. There were a few positions, and Liz talked about this, a few positions in the civilian side of the growth plan that were not submitted in this budget. You know, I think there was like eight or nine. 10? Okay, 10 total. So, you know, I think it's safe to say that over time, after 2025, or you know, as we move forward, 2025 and forward, there would be some recognition to try, and if those positions are still needed and can bring efficiencies where we can redirect police officers, you would likely see that. But in terms of sworn growth, yeah, our anticipation is that this would kind of end the formal growth plan, and then it would be growth proportionate to the city.
Nice talk. I have a question on the revenue side, just as an example. My understanding, say the Grey Cup requires extra police presence. We provide that, don't charge the Grey Cup organizers for that. 2 questions, is that accurate? Second, why don't we charge for those extra services?
So that is accurate, that we put out resources on things like Grey Cup, and for the last couple of years we use that community programs funding to fund that. There is some that's billable back for the actual Grey Cup game, and I believe that number was 70,000. 75,000. So the actual Grey Cup game, we were able to bill the CFL for that. The CFL basically has the attitude, they put on a Grey Cup game, but cities choose to host a week-long event. So that's why we recoup from the CFL for the game, but the rest of the events are really kind of driven by the community to try and enhance tourism in the event, and so that policing plan that is put forward for that, is really about providing community safety through the community celebration. And so there is a lot of work that we do that we are able to bill for. So for example, rider games, we bill the riders, Saskatchewan Rough Riders, for a lot of the work that we do. But that enhanced budget that we got a few years ago for the community program support is really a lot of funding we draw upon to prevent from having to bill predominantly smaller organizations. So example, the Sikh Society hold a parade every year. Typically we would have to put traffic control out for that. We use funding from that community program funding to pay for those officers to go and do traffic control. Same with the folk festival and a lot of those other community events, so that we don't have to bill those small organizations for the police resources that are needed to keep that event safe.
Then last question, the 30 by 30 initiative,
Yes.
Female officers,
Yes.
sounds great. 2 questions. 1, what percentage are we at currently?
Yes.
And 2, is there any sort of parallel target for Indigenous representation on the force?
So we are somewhere between 25 and 26% currently, which I can tell you we're proud of. It's not the number we want to get to, but compared to a lot of Canada and certainly international rates, I think it's usually in the low 20s or even lower than that. So for us, 25% is at least is a good foundation. We know we've done the projections to understand how many hires we'll have to make in the next few years to hit that target by 2030. It's a total of 70 female officers between now and 2030. And so as we're doing our hiring, Deputy Chief Ray talked about the fact we're putting another recruiting sergeant in our recruiting section, and it's a female officer working in there. So we're doing some targeted work. In terms of our Indigenous hiring, we don't have a number set, but we do have equity targets. And so we talk often about equity targets that are set by the Human Rights Commission. I believe they have our target set at 14%. And currently we're, I believe, around 7.4. Okay. So yeah, so we're lower than that. The targets that get set by human rights tend to be higher than our realized population size. So, I don't know the exact number, but the Indigenous community, I believe, is roughly 11% of the city of Regina. Human rights target is set at 14%. So we're striving for that equity target of 14. So we don't have an actual number, but we have, similar to hiring female officers, we have run the numbers to understand how many we would have to hire over, say, the next 5-6 years per hiring in order to try and get to those equity targets. And as Dean mentioned, we just signed on with FHQ developments in terms of an HR strategy. So they will be working with us and assisting us in trying to reach some of those goals.
Great. Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. That's time. Councillor Fundura, you have questions?
Thank you, Mayor. I do. Afternoon, Chief. Every year I ask the same question. I'd like to know a little
Then
bit
you'd
more.
think I'd be more prepared.
You are prepared. I know you're going to answer that. Special constables, I've always asked for those. You mentioned something within the province about the hospital visits. There's all these hours that our officers spend sitting at the hospital and you're talking to. So, special constables, have you discussed that within the plan with the police commission? Have you discussed that over the years?
Yes.
We talked about that.
Sure. Yeah, so that's a separate discussion than getting special constable status for the hospitals, and we are working on that. And we're actually quite confident that we're going to be successful, hopefully, in getting there in 2023. But we have had conversations with the Board of Police Commissioners on the notion of alternate response officers. That program exists in a few different locations around Canada, including up in Saskatoon, where they have officers that are not full trained police officers, but do have adequate training to be able to respond to what I would call the the less serious crimes in the community, or maybe even non-criminal responses to certain events. So that's something that we're working with. We just did a report to the board, I believe, about a month ago on that. And so we're hoping that throughout 2023, we will be able to stand up a project that would look at that. Part of the challenge and the conversation that we had with the board is, we don't feel like we've got our resources at a place where we can compromise having the growth plan completed at the rate or at the risk of simply hiring alternate response officers. So, our priority was to get the growth plan completed, which I'm hoping that we will do with an approval of this budget today. And then alternate response officers potentially would free up some time on some of those less serious crimes for our officers to focus on that frontline work.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Okay, so that brings me to a question I think Councillor LeBlanc asked, and you kind of touched on that. I think a few years you've made a comment is that we report everything. So that's why we are on the map where we are. Why are we reporting everything that happens? Other jurisdictions don't, so it puts us in a different light of different percentage of what our city looks like. Is that the fact still, or how do I understand that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there are some differences in how communities report and track crime, but there are uniform crime reporting standards across Canada to try and ensure that it is comparing apples to apples. There's no doubt that you have some communities where you've got higher rates of reported crime versus unreported crime. Obviously, we don't have a way to accurately measure unreported crime. So how many people are having their vehicles broken into overnight that aren't calling the police to report it? I think it probably has some proportionate relationship, though, to the trust of police. So if people trust the police service, if they trust that there's a high likelihood of the reporting of an incident, working and furthering towards holding someone accountable, then they will report it to police. And so in that regard, I think we do have some good reporting that's happening in certain areas, especially areas like sexual assaults, where we definitely want those reported to police. We don't want a community where people are not reporting those types of things. So, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, because high reported rates can speak to the trust that the community has in the police service. If that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. Okay, next, cultural unit. Looking at your 2023 operating budget, there's a lot of things here. And you've mentioned the difficulties you have for, staffing or actually dealing with these issues. Not issues, but the programs that you have. Cultural unit, where are we with that? And has it evolved? Where are we at?
Yeah, so we have a cultural and diversity unit, and that unit in its inception started out really working with the Indigenous community. Over time, it's really branched out. We know we've got a very diverse community. We've got lots of newcomers in our community. I think we've forged some solid relationships in the LGBTQ2S+ community, and that is a lot of the efforts of our community and cultural diversity unit. So that unit exists still today, but it's quite small. We don't have a large number of resources in there, but we also have a community engagement unit who go out and don't necessarily engage based on culture, but really it's more about engaging with community groups and organizations. So I think there's been a bit of a blending of the duties of those two areas, and as we move forward, we're looking to see if there's other efficiencies we can find by combining those units. Again, we're talking like 4 people in our cultural and community engagement, cultural and community diversity, and about 6 people in our community engagement unit. So it's 10 people total, and that's a mixture of sworn and civilian police officers. Both of those units work out of the Mama-Wahyeton Center.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Mayor, through you, there's been in all the reports of what I've heard, and a lot of this report or the communication that's coming from from the department points. A lot of this stuff points to the well-being of your front line and your staff. So the ask in the budget here, how important is that to keep that consistent, to make sure that, I mean, we ask you to do something and then you come and ask us and we don't do. So
right.
Where are we at that?
You know, I'm going to point to something that Sergeant Ward said when he was talking. I thought it was a really good point. Police officers sign up to this job knowing that it's a challenge. Police officers don't walk into this job, maybe with the exception of a handful, being shocked at what they're asked to do. They might be, I'll use me as an example. I was probably naive to some of the challenges in this community. I thought I knew, but when I started this job, you really get your eyes open to it. So it's not that you know, police officers sign up knowing what they're up against, but I think as an organization and as a community, we just have to make sure that we're investing in them in a way that we're keeping them healthy, so that we know there are certain things we can do through their career that leave them highly likely to retire healthy from this job. And I want to do, as a leader in this organization and as a leader in the community, everything I can to make sure that that happens.
Thank you, Chief. And again, too, in the survey, we heard that the community is asking for more police presence. And I asked the question, I think I asked Mr. Ward about how much of the community knows about what police do or don't do, or what community thinks they do. How would you frame that? The police community wants, here's the budget.
Yeah. So I think it's important that the community understands what makes up a big part of our day and what we keep busy on. Councillor LeBlanc and I were just talking about some of those things that make up a lot of the work that we do, because it's a bit of a double-edged sword, and I'll use my own family, non-policing family, as an example. Sometimes you don't want them. I don't want to come home and regurgitate everything that's happened in the city that day. That, to me, adds to the perception of safety. And I'm not suggesting that we're not going to be transparent and talk about it, but I think with the advent of social media and the prevalence that it plays in our life right now, we can't help but look at social media, even if it's got nothing to do with the city of Regina, and think, this world is going crazy right now. There's so many things going on that it makes you feel uneasy, and anxiety goes up and you don't feel safe. And so, you know, I think that's part of the challenge, is we have to find a way to help the community understand why we're busy, what we're busy with, and how we can work together with some of our community partners so that, back to your point, the community wants to see police officers. I would love for our police officers not to be tied up for hours at a hospital or hours on calls that aren't necessarily police calls to stay on. They're probably police calls to attend to, but then if we had a community group that could take over, then those officers are proactively driving around in your ward and others, and are that visible presence that the community is asking to see.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. One more question. I think I have enough time, right? Okay. You highly spoke of partnership in the community, businesses, other nonprofits. What do you foresee for next year? Involvement in those communities that are actually supporting, keeping the community safe, working together to making sure that we can succeed in the goals that let's say the city or the community is asking us to achieve? What do you see in 23?
Yeah, I think there's some really good momentum on this provincial drug task force that we're heavily involved in. So it was the push of police, Saskatoon, RCMP, and Regina Police pushed for provincial committee. To the credit of the province and the Saskatchewan Health Authority, not only did they agree, but they've basically taken carriage of that work. And so through the Ministry of Health, this committee has been going on for 2 years, and there's some really good positive work. We're seeing some hot spotting and heat analysis being done in the province to really try and invest resources where we know there's a problem. And why that's good for us is we know that the city of Regina has one of the highest overdose problems in all of Saskatchewan, and Saskatchewan has one of the highest in all of the country. So we tend to be, sadly, the epicenter of overdose challenges in our province. And so the Saskatchewan Health Authority has recognized that. There was just an announcement last week about some mobile units that are going to be out in the community, and not only there for a harm reduction purpose, but then connection to supports and services going forward. So I think that the one that I would highlight for you is the work we're doing with the Provincial Drug Task Force, knowing that drugs and addictions and substance use disorders are at the root of many of the serious crimes we're seeing in our community.
So Mayor, that just brings me to one question. I'll be finished with that. I got time. There you go. Look at that. So when you're talking about the importance of what you just said about the community, it's the talking about it. What the investment that we did. This is what we have from this investment. It shows the community what the community had invested and what the community gets for that. Is there something that's going to go a little more deeper and go into the future? Talk about the things like the airplane, things that you're doing, stuff that we have invested into. How do you now? We need to tell folks and translate to people, to taxpayers, what is it that they're getting for what you're asking to protect, to provide, not just to protect, but it's the whole aspect of community life.
Well, so, I think what I'll say in a nutshell, and I'll try and keep my answer short and concise. The reality is that we respond to a lot of high risk challenges in our community that are based on social problems. And so that serves, I don't even know the number, but let's say 30,000 people in a community of 230,000 people. So what we're working towards is having resources that allow us and partnerships that allow us to provide good quality of service to every citizen of Regina in all neighborhoods of the city, so that our response times are quick. The amount of time we can spend on a call, I talked about that earlier. We want to give people time, and that's what people want from us. When we come to your house to take your break and enter report, you don't want us to be rushed. You want us to be able to take the time to invest. And I'll tell you, having positive interactions with individuals, even if it's in a tough situation, so you've had your house broken into, I think one of the better examples I can think of is reporting or going to a sudden death. I cannot tell you how many letters of appreciation our officers get from citizens of this city in response to sudden deaths. And you know why that is? Because at a sudden death, we are on scene, and we are not leaving that scene until a coroner comes. And if it's a person that's elderly and has died of natural causes, we still are staying on scene until the coroner comes and that body is then taken to the funeral home. And so we can be there for 2 hours. And so what that gives us is time. And our officers have time to interact with people. The citizens of our city see the individuals that are there, and they see the compassion, they see the sincerity. And so I think the biggest thing that the growth plan and the collaborative work with partners and all of the things that we've talked about in this budget are going to give to our community is more time for our officers to spend on community needs.
Chief, thank you very much. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Duren. Thank you, Chief, for that short and concise answer. Councillor Zakitniak.
Thank you. Okay, so I do have several questions. My first one is about the detention paramedics. Have you all explored funding from the province in relation to that initiative? And why I'm asking is because of the fact that healthcare is traditionally a provincial responsibility.
So the answer is yes, and the answer is yes, we are still continuing. We have not yet received funding from the province. We put together a business case based on what we projected would be a lower number of times that we would be required to take people from our detention center over to emergency. So that reduces wait times there, reduces the call for EMS to come to our cell block, which used to happen numerous times in a week, now doesn't need to happen unless it's a serious incident because we've got the paramedics there. So we feel we have a very solid business case. There was a little bit of funding that was provided to Saskatoon when they provided their detention paramedics. We weren't doing it on a full-time basis until just now. And so we're hoping that the approval to go to full-time paramedics in detention will facilitate an approval from the province for funding of, it was roughly a quarter of the program that we were asking for. That's based on what was approved by the province for Saskatoon. So we'll continue to be diligent in finding that funding from the province and hopefully successful.
Do you know when you expect to hear back about that? And then also, so if you were successful in receiving that funding, that would then potentially impact the budget ask for 2024? So those two follow-ups.
Yeah, so we did the move to full-time detention paramedics hasn't been approved yet because although we are filling full-time detention paramedics in the last part of this year, we were just doing it through some existing variance funding. And so the ask is to do it on a permanent basis. Okay. What we found from the Saskatchewan Health Authority is not having them down there permanently. There was some holes in the business plan because it wasn't a full-time guaranteed savings that the business plan could guarantee for the health authority. So our hope is when we move to it being approved to full-time, that bolsters the business plan. And then once that money is there, then yes, that potentially can reduce our budget by, I think the number was, I want to say $130,000 we were looking for.
Okay. And can you remind me how many officers you had planned to hire this in 2022, and also if you were successful in hiring all those staff?
Yes, so we received approval through last year's budget to hire 16, and we were successful in hiring all 16. I was speaking with someone earlier about vacancy rates. So vacancies exist for us only in the difference of time between when a person retires and when we can hire and train the new person. So if a person retires in February, let's say, the next class going through college isn't starting until August. So we have no ability, even though we could hire a police officer the day after the person retires, we could technically hire them, but we can't train them until that fall class. So we tend to have those types of gaps, but we don't run vacancies ever. So we're not approved for 430 officers and we're running with 400. That is sadly a reality in parts of Canada, but that's not something we've ever done. So we fill the vacancies as soon as we're approved for them or as soon as we can get them into training. Training happens twice a year, although we're receiving information that it might happen 3 times in 2023 because of the serious need for officers really being driven by Regina and Saskatoon.
Okay. And just to make sure I understood this properly, with your budget asks for 2023 and 2024, if those are approved, that completes your growth plan.
For the sworn officers, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. There was a part of the presentation this morning that talked about other sources of revenue, including other sources was one of the categories, fees and charges, and federal money. The provincial sources was also on there, and comparatively to others, we were doing fairly well, RPS, with provincial funding. In those other categories, we were below other municipalities. So what I'm wondering is what's RPS doing to, I understand there's some provincial legislation barriers, but is there work to explore other funding sources from RPS?
Yeah, so Tracy, I'm wondering, do you have any comments in terms of, because I know you had really dug into the difference between those other funding sources. Mayor Masters, if it's okay through you, I'll turn it over to Tracy.
Ms. Racing?
Yeah, so I did some research on the funding sources of other police agencies in regards to municipalities, and it really depends on the municipality. So, for example, in Edmonton, they classified other revenue as towing lots, Office of Traffic Safety, the ones in regards to fees, fines, and charges, those are like false alarm fees, record clearance checks, airport contracts. So quite different than what we have. And it sort of depends on the municipality, which is why I think the RPS really has taken the steps to turn more to our provincial government, just because of some of that being the responsibility of the city itself rather than RPS.
So kind of to your question, Councillor, there's constant work going on to try and find ways. I mentioned White Birch. So Deputy Chief Dean Ray is the one who signaled, look, we're spending a lot of time doing female remand work that was done by White Birch, funded by the province, and now they're not there, but the work's still getting done, and it's getting done on the back of us and other police organizations. So, some outreach was done to the province, and we were able to secure some funding. It's not a significant amount, but at least it's something towards compensation for this downloading of work that is needing to be done. There's constantly work that is being done that way. We have a special duty program at the police service. So we, when we have private companies or people that are looking for, extra officers for events and those types of things, that's all billable. There was some discussion around let's look at automated speed enforcement. So photo radar. We don't get any funding from that. And I think society and our community would be happy to know police don't get the revenue from speeding tickets. Like, I think that's a corrupt system waiting to happen if you were getting the revenue from the tickets you were issuing. So we don't get that. But the City of Regina, in collaboration with SGI, and we have people from our police service that sit on a traffic safety committee. So revenue that comes from automated speed enforcement could be put into things like calming curb lanes in school zones and things like that might reduce speeding in a community without directly investing in the police. So we don't get that fine revenue, but it does go towards what I would call traffic safety initiatives in the community.
Do you think there's room for additional revenue through these other sources or fees and charges or federal funding for the RPS?
Yeah, I think there is always opportunities for that. Liz, I'll give Liz and her team a lot of credit before she transferred into this job, brought forward a false alarm bylaw change that saw charges going out for repeat false alarms. So there's a bit of a grace period there, but this is consistent with other police services and other communities in Canada, where you basically pay a registration fee to have an alarm monitored and have police response to the alarm. But then there's some onus on you to make sure your alarm is not going off daily. We were responding to thousands. 99.8% of the alarms 5 years ago that we went to were false. And so is there a way we can try and offset that through some penalties for people that aren't, ensuring that those alarms are not false when the police are getting called? So we were able to bring in some money through that. So we're always looking for ways to do it. But as Tracy laid out, we don't have very many revenue streams. We have, we do the criminal record checks. We do FOIP requests, which I would argue is not really a revenue stream. It's some small compensation for what ends up being a gross amount of work for the people that are working in that area. And then I've talked about the false alarm bylaw. The Police Act has some strong restrictions around how police can get its funding. And so anything that starts to look like sponsorship is absolutely offside. And so it is very much reliant on the city, and in many cases on a cost recovery basis, the province or the federal government in terms of resource funding.
Okay. The police plane. So based on your presentation, my understanding is it's actually not currently operational. Folks are getting trained. It's almost ready to be utilized. I believe there was money set aside in the budget for this year for operations of that plane. Is that money then just going to be carried over to the budget in 2023? What's happening with
Sure.
that money?
So the plane was actually up in the air in October. We were able to purchase the plane, the equipment for the plane, and as you know from last year's budget, all the funding for that was provincially funded. So we didn't ask City Council for any money for the plane itself, and so we were able to get our officers trained. Over the last few months, they've been up in the air. We hit two complications. One is we needed an adaptive piece of equipment to redirect the exhaust, because the way the exhaust came out of the plane was directly in front of where the camera was positioned. Similar problem they had in Saskatoon. They've had their plane for 12 years and they had to buy that piece of equipment that basically rerouted the exhaust. I'm sure I'm speaking to something that Councillor Mancinelli knows more about than me. But anyway, so we're waiting on that. The other was we needed approval to use the 800 megahertz radio channel, or the transmission ability for that plane. We were just given temporary approval for that here very recently, and we're hoping that more permanent approval will happen. So early 23, we're expecting the plane will be up and operational. To your question about the operational expense, yeah, we have a $250,000 budget line for operations. So we have had to secure hangar space in this year. We have had to purchase fuel. They've been up doing some training. We have been able to, obviously, uniforms and some of those upfront costs. So we haven't spent it all, but we have spent a chunk of it. And so there is likely some variance there. But variance in our operation budget can't carry over from year to year. So it either goes into the police reserve or goes back to the city of Regina. And I think we're projecting overall budget variance this year of about $350,000.
So this is with your total budget variance, not just related to the plane in general. That was actually another question.
Yeah.
So you're saying that you will have a surplus of 350,000?
Right. That's correct.
And what's your plan for that money? Does it go into your reserve then?
Yeah, I believe that was the request to the board. So we spoke to the board about that. We have a police reserve that allows us to have up to, is it 3 million, Tracy? And we're at about 1 point.
Our police reserve maximum is 4 million. Our minimum is 300,000, and currently we're at 3.2 million.
Okay.
So that decision and how that money after the end of a year, we haven't been in a deficit budget for years. We're able to have a surplus, a small surplus at the end of every year. That discussion happens with the Board of Police Commissioners.
Okay. Okay. I hear that timer. I'm not ready with my next question. Okay, so you mentioned ongoing efficiency reviews, workload assessments, etc. I believe I heard that the workload assessment involved an external consultant, it wasn't an internal process. Has all of this work been with external consultants? Has some of it been internal? I'm just trying to get a sense of that, especially the efficiency reviews. Right.
So we first of all, we got approval to do that work by our board. That was back in 2017. They approved the expenditure of the money for that consultant. And Peter Belmio was the consultant who came in and helped get things set up for the patrol workload assessment. That work is done in terms of the consultant work. However, our team, led by numerous people, including Amy Belfer, who's our manager of strategic services, have been able to enhance the patrol workload assessment work. So basically what it's about is creating a database that we can pull reports from. So we know how many officers we need for certain types of calls, how long we spend on calls, those types of things. So those initial reports that we were pulling from that system, over the last 4 or 5 years, we've greatly enhanced that. And that's been done without a consultant. As far as the operational review, that was done completely without consultants. So that was done in-house. We did actually second a senior member of our executive team back in 2018 to do that work. Corey Zaharik was the superintendent that was asked to put that report together, but it was done in-house as opposed to hiring someone to come in and do that work. That too was approved by our board.
Have you received any feedback about the operational review done in-house? Any concerns that because it was done in-house, it perhaps wouldn't be as deep as if you had hired an external consultant?
Well, I'll tell you, the ironic thing about that is that Saskatoon did one at almost the exact same time. They hired an external consultant, and City Council and the board was not nearly as happy with the thorough nature of the review as opposed to the one that we did. So our review, not that volume of pages equals quality work, but it was over 215 pages, and it used a lot of external consultation. It used best practices from across Canada, and it was obviously shared with our Board of Police Commissioners when it was completed. So no, we have not received any criticism, and I'm quite confident and proud of the work that was done in that review, and I think it was as effective as hiring an outside consultant because of that instant connection and understanding of the police service and the ability to reach out to some community partners.
Sure, yeah, I was just curious, okay. Now, I asked this next question with all of the partner organizations who came to us. I promised to ask it to everyone, so I'm going to ask it to you too. So there's certainly a desire from residents to make sure that we are operating in general with the most efficiently as possible, considering the financial constraints that people are facing right now. So if the RPS budget was sent back and asked to find additional efficiencies, what would that process look like? What are some of the things that you would be considering? Is that my time? That's my time.
Okay, so I think I want to sincerely convey that we are constantly looking for efficiencies in our police service. Deputy Chief Dean Ray went through that timeline with all of those documents. So what you would note is there was work done for almost 5 or 6 years before we came forward with a growth plan. The notion being, let's make sure we're sweeping out the corners and the cobwebs out of every corner of every closet to ensure we're maximizing the resources we have, civilianizing where we can to find efficiencies before we go to the city and ask for funding for new officers. So there has been a lot of that work done. We've got some efficiencies built into this budget based on civilianization and other ways. So we are constantly looking for efficiencies. If we were sent back with this budget, I think given what the community is asking us to do, we would likely have to look at reducing service. And I don't know if you remember in the first part of the report, and I think you probably have access to it, I talked about responsibilities under the Police Act, and there's 8 bullet points of what we do: 911, community response, investigations, traffic safety. And I said, as we get busy, we do less of those kind of what I would call quality of life investigative pieces of work, and we focus more on 911 and community response. We're at that breaking point. We're already hearing from communities, especially in outlying areas of the city, that they're not seeing enough police. And so this budget request is our ask and our way of trying to find a better way to resource the entire city so that people are seeing police officers more and we're not just responding to crime. But the only real option we have is to reduce our service delivery footprint in order to absorb lack of approval on this budget, I think.
Thanks, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Hawkins, you can go if you like.
Nothing for me. Councillor Stakinian Stanichuk used all my questions.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Mould, do you have any questions?
Nope.
You good? All right. Thank you, Councillor Mould. Councillor Nelson.
Okay. Don't start the timer. I didn't start talking yet. Mobile crisis. We talked a little bit about that and how you're going to be working with them calls, and they're helping already with 4 calls. I just want to tell you my experience, and I want you to give me some input on how this could maybe work better. Quick experience, I met a girl on the street. She wasn't doing well, didn't know what to do, phoned the police. Police said, does she need an ambulance? No. I said, she just needs a place to go and I can't take her to my home right now. phone mobile crisis chatted with me and they said, well, she needs to get here and then we can find her a shelter to go to. How does she get here? Well, she has to get here. So I would have drove her, but I couldn't. I was meeting people. So she knew where she was going, she said. What would you do in an incident like this? And how do people, if you're not there to help, get them to mobile crisis, to get them into a home, what happens? And how can we make this better and easier and not using your services for something she didn't need you guys to show up to? She just needed somewhere to go and she was confused. And
yeah,
through you, Madam Mayor.
So, Councillor Nelson, I'm going to ask a question I don't need you to respond to, but why did you call police? I don't need you to respond. You called police because you weren't sure what to do, and you don't know who else to call.
Right.
That's why the police get called hundreds of times a day and a week, because people find a person in a situation. It's a form of crisis, and there's no easy number or agency, often, especially after hours, to call. And so I agree with you that that lady, based on the conversation we had, likely didn't need police. But when police are called to a call like that, they'll determine what's wrong. Is there an organization or a way that we can help? And Mobile Crisis is our #1 partner when it comes to middle of the night crisis that isn't crime or police related. We call them, they are our catch-all. We tend to be a catch-all for a lot of these problems. Well, mobile is for us as well. And so we'll try and find a place that we can house an individual, but it's often temporary. And so we need to find a way to link them to supports. So the transport question, it likely would be either our officers or an ambulance taking an individual, whether it's to Mobile Crisis, although I can tell you most ambulances will not transport a person anywhere but the hospital, just because of the risk and the liability. Our police officers often will try and find a family member, try and find somewhere that you can get that person some safety overnight.
And so just to follow up from that, she called me the next day. I gave her my card and she said nobody could help. She ended up sleeping on the streets. I asked to help her. She didn't want the help. So in lies the problem. What can we be doing? You get these calls all the time. I just happen to fall upon, and as counselors happen to fall upon people like that occasionally. In your opinion, what can we do as a city better and connecting that? Or do you have an answer?
Yeah, I honestly, I feel like that's such a big question. And so it really is about, I'm very appreciative, excited about the positive change that I believe will come about with the community safety and well-being work that the City of Regina is engaged in, because it really is about taking all of our community organizations and finding, streamlining in a way that they're better aligned. We're filling gaps. We're doing needs assessments. It's a coordination effort by the city of groups that already exist. So I think that to me is one of the biggest steps in the right direction. It's very tough for a municipality, and I'm not an expert, I'm just speaking from my chair. Yeah. Very tough for a municipality to completely fix any social problem, because society, I mean, one of our guests today that was a delegation spoke to society contributes to the challenges that we have. And so there's no way we can pay our way out of them. We need a truly collaborative, integrated effort by all levels of government, community organizations, and the community itself to try and build some wellness in. So that's a pretty broad answer, Councillor, I know, but to me, it's a big effort. And so looking at it from the bite-sized pieces that a municipality can do, things like community safety and well-being plan, I think those are important first steps, or not first steps, but steps in the right direction.
Thank you. So with the mobile crisis and you working together, obviously this is, seems to be a good fit off the start. I'm sure it's all a work in progress. The funding for how you're utilizing mobile crisis, is there extra funding going into mobile crisis? I know you spoke something
Yeah.
about it and I kind of missed it. Sorry.
Yeah, I probably was saying things I shouldn't have, because I mean, obviously, I'm not a lobby. That's not my job or our job as a police service. But what I said to Mobile, we asked the question. I think back to the very first meeting that we had with Jan Thorson from Mobile, and she was quite excited to say, let us help you with some of this work. If it doesn't need a police to be dispatched, let us help you. And we said, do you have the capacity to do this work? And she said, well, I don't know. Like some nights we might, but some nights we probably don't. And so, she talked about, but maybe you could, write a letter of support to us and we'll go to the government. So we've committed to a 3-month review into this program, and we'll do a 1-year pilot review of the entire program. Likely that will result in a budget ask for Mobile from the provincial government in terms of the funding that they get. They do, I mean, I can't say enough good about Mobile Crisis. They are an incredible resource for us, and so we would definitely support them. They have 7 different funding sources right now at Mobile. I think one of the biggest ones is through the province, but the city has a small portion of the funding that goes into Mobile as well. But really, it's about trying to find an alternate response to what the police are now responding to. So we're quite optimistic that this is going to be, it's already, I mean, literally a week in, it's yielding some positive results, and I think it's going to continue going forward.
Absolutely. And I know when I spoke with Mobile Crisis that night, and John, he said, I'm here by myself, Trina, there's nothing more I can do for you. So further from that, thank you for that. So that's a 3-month review, and then you'll go back. What do you feel? We talked about hospital security, how we're asking the hospital to have their security upgraded to a peace officer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Chair? So from my example, because I spent 1.5 years in the hospitals with the security and everything like that, the calls to service that we go to the hospital, because the security at the hospital isn't adequate enough to take care of the people that are in their hospital. This is kind of a snotty question, but why is there no charge for those calls to service through the chair?
Well, yeah, I think it's basically about emergency service response. So the hospital sometimes requires us to come and respond to the hospital, to emergencies, but we also bring a lot of emergencies to the hospital and are asking for, prioritized response in terms of getting them into a room and those types of things. So it's really, I would say, kind of just ongoing professional courtesy. So it's not something we've ever explored.
But don't you think, and this is my thinking and reasoning behind this, once you step into the hospital, it's their building. They're supposed to maintain it. They're supposed to keep everybody safe. They're supposed to, that's their job.
But there is legislation, so it's not quite as simple as a game of hot potato. And we walk in and say, okay, we're in your building, so now it's your responsibility. There's, especially under the Mental Health Act, there's responsibility that says a peace officer has to remain with the individual who is compelled to the medical facility under the Police Act or under the Mental Health Act. They have to remain, peace officer has to remain with the individual until they're either determined that they're going to stay in the hospital or they're determined by a professional that they're safe to go back home. And so the challenge is we have peace officer status, hospital security staff don't. Once they get that status, it's our hope that we will, in most cases, maybe not the ones that are still very volatile and high risk, but in most cases, we will be able to transport them, do a professional handoff to the designated security personnel, and then get our officers back out on the street.
So is there anything that us as councils can do to help you in that?
We're a long ways down this road. We're pretty, okay. I'm very hopeful that we're going to get there in 2023.
Okay. And I don't think you guys would have these stats for me right now, and I'm pleased if you could provide them for me later. The stats for the calls to service to the hospital in 2018 versus 2020. So I'm trying to figure this out as to before COVID, when security, because security now is at the hospital doors all the time, and everybody's being screened before they come in. Well, they were up a few months ago anyways. I'm just wondering what the calls to service were before COVID and before they had security at the hospital all the time at the doors versus in 2020 when that was in
Sure.
place? If you
So I think it's safe to say we don't have that number.
Right.
But you might be shocked to know we don't get called to the hospital for a call for service often. We might get called to the hospital for a call for service when a person shows up and says to the doctor or the nurse, I've been sexually assaulted. And they say, okay, would you like to call police? And they'll call police. Or someone shows up with a gunshot injury that hasn't been reported to police. But in terms of the hospital having a big problem, someone's combative or fighting or whatever, the numbers of times that we get called to the hospitals for that are actually not that many.
Well, I'm thinking more along the lines of, and I've heard this from nurses, hospital staff, of people coming into the hospital that aren't supposed to be at the hospital. They've gotten beaten up, they've gotten stolen, things have happened to them. Those are the kind of calls that I'd like to, and I
Right.
know those
Yeah.
happen.
We'll
far too
do some
often.
digging into that. I don't know that we'll get them for you today.
No,
But we
no.
can
Yeah,
work on that.
That's
Yeah.
fine. Thank you. I'd really like that. Can you explain to me, here, I'll ask this quick. So the 5 new hires that the province has agreed to hire for next year, and you said that the province is covering their wages, are they covering everything? Like all of their benefits, all of their extra stuff, or is it just their wage, or can you explain to me what
Sure.
their
I'm
province is
gonna
covering?
turn it over to Deputy Chief Ray for that.
Okay.
There's a couple different funding formulas that are in place. So the two individuals that are being sent to the Saskatchewan Police College, they're 100% cost recovery on those two for the 18 months that they're out there. The two in the STRT team, Saskatchewan Traffic and Response Team, we get $112,200 per member for those two that are there. So it's 225 or 224 for those two. And the one for ICE, I believe, is the same amount, 112.2 as well. And there, I believe, is a bit of capital. Do we get a bit of capital money for start? A little bit of operating money for ICE as well. So those three positions that I mentioned with 100, at 112, they're not fully funded. So we would be short a bit of money on those.
So 3 of them you're short, 2 of them you're not.
Right.
Okay. So
And that's typical with the funding that we receive from the government. They give us this money and they give us it's usually at 112.2, and that's gone up over the years a little bit. And there's some commitment by government to try to increase that going forward to help us cover more of our costs.
Okay, just so I have that number. Mayor Master, that's everything for now. I'll wait till the second round. What's gonna go?
Councillor Mancinelli, do you have any questions?
Actually, I do have one. In listening to the discussions today, it's been referred to as the severity of crime in our communities growing over the years due to drugs and firearms. Firearms are in the news quite a bit. What's the stance on firearms on the cost of policing in our community? How does it affect the cost of policing? What is the severity and what's your stance?
So firearms continue to be a significant issue for us. There's no question about it. Deputy Chief Davies threw some stats out there in terms of the number of violent offenses that are happening with firearms, 1 every 2 days. The number of people that are injured as a result of firearms, I think it was 38. So significant impact in the community. But the reality is that firearms are really associated to drugs, gangs, and some of those other, very seldom is it just simply a firearm issue. Firearms and drugs tend to go hand in hand. And so a lot of the efforts that we focus on firearm investigation leads us to drugs, and a lot of the work that we do on drug investigations lead us to firearms. And the gangs are kind of interwoven throughout there. So it has a significant impact, but you know, it's really about, we don't necessarily just chase the guns, just like we don't just chase the drugs. We understand the individuals that are involved, and there's a very much a cohesion between those two. So I'm sorry, did you ask for a dollar value impact on?
Yeah, looking at what you mentioned about the severity of the type of incidents over the last 10 years and the firearms involved, thinking of the costs like the SWAT vehicle because of the dangers involved, how's that affected the prices that people are paying for the policing in our community?
Well, I mean, I think it's safe to say the prevalence of guns has caused for an elevation in the number of serious responses, and often those those calls don't just take one or two officers. There's numerous officers that respond. Many times they're officers that have received specialized training. And so Laura talked about the fact that on a study that was done nationally, we're proud of the fact that our average cost per incident is quite low. But we've had 40 times this year that SWAT has been deployed. Those calls are not cheap because there are multiple people involved in order to keep everyone safe, including the individual that is likely going to be arrested in that case. So I think it's safe to say that it does have an impact on the cost of policing.
Do we have any idea how the firearms come into our community, where they're procured?
Sure. So, we do know that in our province, predominantly the firearms that are used are it's referred to as being sourced domestically, which means they're not imported across the border. They may have been smuggled across the border somewhere else in Canada and then find their way into the province through other means. But most of the firearms used in the commission of offenses in our community are A, long-barreled rifles or shotguns, B, replica weapons, so they're not actually a real firearm, but they look like a real firearm being used in a robbery or a retaliation or something like that. And they often come from break-and enters or, we had a situation here a couple weeks ago. I was reading a report where, a bunch of guys were over at the one kid's house. They saw a gun in the closet. Later that night, some kid breaks into the house and steals the gun out of the closet, right? So it's those kind of crimes of opportunities. In places like Metro Toronto and the Lower Mainland, you see a lot of smuggling of firearms, and handguns tend to be the problem. I think we are seeing, I know we are seeing an increase in the number of handguns being used in crime here, but we still have, I would say, a higher proportion of long-barreled rifles being used, and they're being basically sourced locally from break-and enters and other means.
Okay, and one follow-up question on a budget-related matter. I know a couple years back we talked about fleet and life cycle of a vehicle. I'm very familiar with that. I noticed there's fleet replacement now. If I remember correctly, you corrected and elevated the length of time you keep your fleet units.
That's right.
How has that been going, and is that affecting this budget? And has that thought been taken forward?
Yeah, so we have basically tried to get longer lifespans out of our vehicles. So we do have a consistent capital ask where we rotate through and replace a certain number of fleet vehicles, but we're trying to keep them on the road longer. I don't know, Liz, if you have any comments on that from a asset management standpoint. I think it's been successful. We haven't had any major issues with it.
We haven't had any major issues. I'd say the one difficulty that we did encounter, because we were trying to keep them on the road longer, when they finally are at the end of their lifespan, we are in a rush to replace them. And then we encountered the supply chain issue that caused some delays. So we did go through a period of time where a lot of our vehicles were reaching their end of life and we weren't able to replace them quickly enough with the gap in that supply.
Overall, in the exercise as you performed it, was with the increase in maintenance and repair, did you still realize savings from taking that avenue?
I don't know.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we never did the analysis on that yet.
Thank you. That's all I have to ask. Thanks for your work.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. So first off, I think it's really important when we look at the services for outside into the community that we serve, but also the members. And I think that's something we've talked about at the board of how we're looking after our members. And you've displayed this in the budget. When we look at the 10% that are on light duty, so how are we going to compound that? What is your thought on how we're going to move that 10%, reduce it? What's your thought, Chief?
So, yeah, there's lots of different things we're doing. I think, first and foremost, that 10% of members that are on either an accommodation or light duties, some of them are completely off work, but a majority of them are working. And so we've done some, I think, really positive things over the last couple of years to give them really meaningful work still assigned to teams or different sections of the police service where the front line realizes the benefit of the work that they're doing and they feel like they're contributing. don't underestimate the value on their mental health coming to work and doing something that they feel is contributing to what they signed up to do in the first place, which is enhance community safety and contribute in that way. So that's been very, very positive. We have patrol support officers who work alongside patrol shifts who may not be in a capacity to get in a police car and respond to calls, but when police make a big seizure of numerous items, it takes a long time to exhibit those items properly and professionally into our evidence management. They are able to bring those in, and those patrol support personnel are able to do that work. So it's taking away those tasks need to be done by police officers, but maybe doesn't have to be the officer that's out responding on the street. So that work is going on and something that we're doing. We stood up virtual reporting. So this has been a real good, innovative step for us at the front desk. And they're officers that are on light duties. So if I'm an officer on light duties, let's say I've got a broken leg, I can't be in uniform in a space where I'm interacting with the public, because if something were to go awry, I can't physically interact with that person. So what we've done with virtual reporting is these officers are in the office in uniform, but they're working upstairs, and people sit down at a virtual screen at the front desk. They don't have to wait now in long lines, and they can speak to the officer virtually and give the information. The officer gives them the file number they can provide. They can scan items right there. And so it has been a resounding success. And a couple of these officers that are working in the virtual reporting area are longer term accommodations. So it's not like in a week from now, we're going to have them back on the street. It's been positive. Even the ability for them to put the uniform on again has been very, very positive. And so that obviously has been a step forward in the right way. And so, you know, that's stuff that we're doing with that group of people that are on light duties. But the goal is to have a lower number. The goal is to have less people. Sure. And so the ability to do this proactive work, we've talked about the Safeguard program, regular check-ins, identify things early, give members coping and resiliency training so that they understand how to recognize when they're getting into crisis, until rather than let them slip into crisis and then try and help them back out of it. We know that's going to be successful because it's been successful in the limited areas that we've been doing it. So our expectation is not only about finding meaningful work that find themselves on the sideline for a short period or a longer period of time, but preventing people from getting into that as well. And I will finally add that 10% number is fairly consistent across Canada. In fact, comparing to our neighbors north of us in Saskatoon, that number is a lot lower than what they are. They have a significant number. I talked with the chief of police in Edmonton last week. They're at 18% of their entire organization that's on some sort of accommodated or light duties. That's big when you've got 1/5 of your organization. So the fact that we're at roughly 10%, I would say that's probably consistent with industry standards, but definitely something that I'm confident with the approval of this budget and this Safeguard work that we're going to be able to do, we can keep that number not going any higher and maybe even reduce it.
Okay, great, thank you. In our survey, 32% more want to see police in our community. And I just, with these numbers, we're going to see them across the city. We see on the maps calls for service in Ward 3 and Ward 6, but you are indicating that these extra members that are going to be brought on are now going to be able to be in all parts of the city. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so, you know, when Deputy Chief Ray talked about the patrol workload assessment, you remember that pie chart that a third of the time is spent on taking calls, a third of the time is spent on doing administrative work related to those calls, and then a third of the time is proactive work? That's the goal. That's what we shoot for. The challenge is right now, we don't have a third of the time being free, undirected work, and most of the free time they have is at 5:30 a.m. People want to see police. No one's seeing police at 5:30 in the morning unless you're, I guess, getting up for work by then. But the reality is at 7 o'clock at night, people want to see a police car driving down the street, stopping and interacting with people, having those types of discussions. And so what the goal is regardless of the area, is to try and find free time, undirected time for those officers to be able to interact with the community and provide those proactive, what I would call community safety patrol work, deterring crime, those types of things. Yes, it takes on a bit of a different look when it's a little bit later at night. Then you are, wanting to try and deter crime from happening by having your presence in the area. But a big part of it is engaging with the community and having community members see them in the community. The other side of that is not having to have all of the police cars responding constantly to certain areas of the city, going lights and sirens. And so trying to find ways that we can work with community partners to try and mitigate some of those challenges, because that has the opposite effect, right? There are some areas of the city that are saying, we need to see more police. We want to see visibility of police. There are other areas that are saying, every time I open my door, I'm seeing lights flashing at the end of the street. That has a negative perception on people in terms of the community that they live in, or the safety of their community. So, it's about trying to find that balance.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. We heard from some delegations today indicating that, reduce the police budget. These other causes are not police related. So let me ask you this: what happens if we do reduce the budget, you don't get the extra officers, and you can't show up to these calls? What happens then? Who does that fall on?
Well, really is no one else. That's the reality. And, it's very similar to the question that Councillor Zakiniak asked. I think we're at a point where we need to consider, are we able to provide effectively all of these areas of service delivery, or are there some that we can't do? So we have to respond to 911 calls. Mm-hmm. We have to do investigations, those types of things. Community engagement is something that's important to do. It builds relationships. I would argue it helps recruiting efforts, but at the end of the day, if we don't have the resources to properly do those fundamental core functions, it's those other things that will suffer.
Okay, last question, innovation. From being able to sit on the board, I think that our police service has been so innovative to work with different cultures, different community organizations. How do we get that message out to the community, to the greater community, of kind of some of the things that we're doing? Because we've heard it, not just as a board, but as a city, it's highlighted some of the things that we are doing. What is your thought on how we get that message out to the greater good?
Yeah, I think you're talking knowledgeably about it, because through the Board of Police Commissioners, we report on those types of things often. Quality partnerships that we have and community engagement. We have obviously different forms of social media, and we try and use those social media platforms to get that messaging out there. But I think, it really comes down to just finding any avenue that we can to get some of those good news stories out there. There are so many positive things that are happening every day in our community, and we tend to get overwhelmed by hearing about challenges that are happening, not just in our city, but in others. So, I don't know that there's a magic formula. We have a couple people here from our media section. So Elizabeth Popowich is here, and Lindsay, what's her name? Lindsay Holmson is here. I'm sorry, Lindsay. I've been talking a lot today. We've got a small team in that section. We have 4 people that work in that area, but they do some incredible work in terms of not only using mainstream media to get different messaging and news releases out, but trying to find ways to connect with people on a different level as well. But community engagement is a big part of that. Finding time to sit and talk with people and have those conversations, and it's just about clearing some space in our officers' workday to make those sorts of connections happen.
Yeah, good. That's all I have. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bresciani. Before we continue on, we're at our mandatory break. I'll see you back here in 15 minutes, folks. That's 2:43 for those paying attention. Welcome back, folks. Councillor Bresciani was done her first round of questions. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Just have 2 questions and a possible amendment, but I'll wait till the second round for that. Chief, you speak a lot about the cop to pop ratio that's driving the review of how many officers we have on the force. Can you comment on how much we spend per capita on police versus other centers? So if we're using benchmarks, how do we level compared to Calgary, Edmonton, small towns?
So, well, yeah, we'll check on that. Sorry, we have looked at that. We didn't have that number in our presentation today. I'm just going to back up a bit. I don't feel that the COP to POP ratio drives our growth plan. I feel like it's I think I used the term indicator earlier. It's an indicator, but it's not always a perfect measure. We recognize that. And so that's why I don't think we could ever say we got to get to, this number. We know when we do a comparison kind of how we sit, but really it's about kind of measuring the workload and what I would call the unique characteristics of our community and what our community is asking of us. I think in the measurements that I've seen in terms of cost per resident, we're, I would say we're not extremely high, but we're also not extremely low. We're somewhere in the middle of the pack from the last one of those sort of measures that I saw, but I don't have the number at my fingertips.
That's fine. If that takes time to put together, that's okay. Maybe just a rationalization for why we are up or lower. My second and last question. This is in the city budget, but we've talked a lot about this at the board. There's a lot of work being done to address internal issues, whether it's harassment, whether it's conflict between members, general workplace issues. Yeah. Very important research. I know it's tied to the mental and physical well-being that's been discussed at length. Can you talk a little bit more about the findings from that study and what we do about some of the issues that come up?
Right. So are you talking about like our workplace surveys that we did with staff?
Correct.
Yeah. So we've done a couple of different surveys with staff. One was a wellness survey that we did, and other was, I would say more of a morale survey measurement. Both had very similar themes in terms of what they were looking for, what they wanted to see. There was a high level of dedication to policing, to the occupation, to the profession of policing, but there was also some frustration with the lack of resources, with high workloads, with things like that. There was also comments around transparent processes for promotion and those types of things. So we've done some real aggressive work. We actually have charted now this work that we're calling RPS Prime, which is really work from the inside out to improve the culture in our organization. There's all kinds of committees that have been formed out of that. And I'm wondering, Liz, if you're okay with it, I'd like to turn it over to you just to talk a little bit about the work that we've done so far with Prime and the mandate and where we're headed with it. Liz has been our lead on this. Laura Lee is also tied in and doing a lot of work. We've formed some committees, and there's some exciting things that are coming up. So I'll turn it over to Liz, and then maybe there's a few things that I could add outside of RPS Prime at the end.
Sure. So RPS Prime was formed and was created under the vision that we can't be good on the outside as a police service if we're not good on the inside. And the results of our employee engagement surveys and our wellness surveys, as the chief mentioned, indicated some issues with transparency, transparent processes, some trust, and communication was a big theme that came up on that as well. So the committees that we've struck this year in Project Prime are a leadership committee. So that committee will be looking at recommending leadership training opportunities, maybe even competencies that we can introduce into various processes for our members and for our future leaders. We have an intranet site committee, which is basically going to develop the tool by which we can better communicate to our members. And then we have kind of an overarching primary committee that we're calling it, which is going to look at bigger practices and processes with relation to internal culture. And I say communication a lot because that's the theme that these committees have chosen for at least the next few years to focus on. Currently, we're kind of in a needs assessment phase for all three of these committees, reaching out to our members, asking them what they want to see, both in promotion processes, selection processes, within the internet site, what they want to see. We have received really good feedback, both from the committees and from our members, with the progress that we've made. But this isn't just an internal directed project. We have some external consultant help as well, Dr. Angela Workman-Stark, to help guide us and make sure that whatever that we're doing is evidence-based, will stick to proper change management procedures, and will be sustainable in the future.
Right. The last thing that I would add to that, and outside of that work, is the provincial government has police oversight in a couple of ways. One is the Public Complaints Commission, so complaints about police officers can be taken through that structure, and they basically have jurisdiction on those types of complaints. Also in that now we've got the CERT team, which is Serious Incident Response Team. So that's if someone is seriously injured in the custody of police or dies as a result of police actions, this independent team comes in to do that investigation. The next step in that whole process is taking on internal harassment complaints. So if there's a harassment complaint that happens in an organization, once this is fully functioning, they will take on those types of investigations. As it is now, if we have a harassment complaint that happens in the organization, we will bring in an outside expert. We don't do those investigations internally because harassment investigations are not they're different than a criminal investigation. You need training in that, and so we'll bring in an independent person to do it. Happily, we don't have too many of those types of complaints that occur, but when they do, it's important that they be investigated properly.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. The majority of my questions have already been answered through your presentation and through questioning from other councillors, but there's a few things I'd like to zero in on. Going back to the work in the hospitals, so you had reported, over 13,000 hours back in 2018 in hospital. And just to follow up on what Councillor Nelson asked, I'm trying to understand exactly what will change. What would change if the security officers have peace officer status? What exactly would change for the RPS?
So the process is if we're dispatched to a call for service where a person is in some sort of mental crisis and we apprehend them under the Mental Health Act, whether there's a warrant or we do an on-scene apprehension under the Mental Health Act, we take them to the hospital, and the Mental Health Act piece of legislation requires that a peace officer convey them to the hospital and remain with them at the hospital until they are either admitted to the hospital or released to go back home. And so what happens is we get to the hospital, and typically they're seen by a regular doctor first, and then we wait for a psychologist to come and have a conversation with them. Sometimes that can be 8 to 10 hours. At the least, it's about 2.5 hours. So if we were to arrest the person under the Mental Health Act and get them to the hospital, and security at the hospital had peace officer status, then we're still compliant with the Mental Health Act by having a peace officer stay with them, but it doesn't have to be our police officers. So instead of staying at the hospital for 2, 4, 10 hours, we're there for 20 minutes, half an hour. We do the handoff to security, and we're free then to go back out and continue to take calls, proactively police in the community. So it saves us sitting for hours at a time at the hospital because of that requirement under the Mental Health Act.
And is that the only case, like the only example that you think of that would dramatically change would be?
That would be the most significant one, for sure.
Secondly, regarding the police officers per population, I know that we talked about it a lot in last year's budget, and there was a different figure used for population. So I just want to be clear, you are using, I saw in the chart, census data for Regina.
Yes.
So 2021 census data.
Yes. So we didn't have, so I'll just let you know, we have the 21 census data in. We don't have the 22. So we did some calculations based on our 22 numbers for us in Saskatoon, but we didn't have the ability to compare it to the confirmed census numbers yet. So we know that our numbers, I think Dean covered that in his part of the presentation. So I just want to make sure that the known number is the 21 census number. We anticipate what we believe to be the 22 number.
The census, through the mayor, the census is done every 4 or 5 years, 5 years. So would you rely on health records or some other data?
You know, I'm not sure if anybody at this table
Okay,
or
but-
Amy knows the answer to that.
That's okay, just,
Okay.
that's fine. So according to the chart that was up on the screen, it does look like for 2022, you were almost at the Canadian average.
Yeah.
And I know you did say that that's not the only thing you're looking at, but 189.9 and the Canadian average is 191.
Right. That was the 21 Canadian average, correct?
Okay. So regarding, oh, there was also a statement made, and I'm not sure if I caught it, and I think it was from Deputy Chief Davies, the non-criminal workload, that was more than half of your workload?
Yes.
Can you clarify that through the chair?
Yes. Do you remember what you gave out as the actual?
97,000 were the total calls, and
Oh, that's for calls.
over 50 were non-criminal results.
Yeah, so it's over 50%. Yeah, we're non-criminal.
Okay.
But as Deputy Chief Davies identified, non-criminal doesn't mean didn't need police, just means wasn't a criminal charge.
So through the chair, regarding the request for, you've given a real strong and compelling case, and so as some other delegations for the need of having internal resources for psychologists. Can you, because I assume that there's a benefit plan, can you explain why the benefit plan and the services that officers could get through the benefit plan is not working, that you would need the internal staffing for this instead?
Right. So yeah, we did, in fact, that's what we're doing right now, is we're trying to provide officers the ability to do some of this work, whether it's to physiotherapy or psychological services through benefits and other means, using practitioners in the community who don't work for our police service but have a practice. The problem is we're waiting at best a month, in many cases 3 to 6 months. We've had people go to Calgary, we've had people fly to down east to try and get access to those services. So there's some significant lost productivity, and especially on the physiotherapy side, there can be some significant waits. And so as Liz spoke about in her presentation, we know that about 70% of this position is actually going to be cost recovered through workers' comp. And so the benefit is really having expedient access to these services, which will in turn get those officers on the mend and back into the swing of things and back into working on the front line quicker.
Okay, thank you. And the community, there was a discussion that we've had about community events and where police officers are often there. So my question through the chair is just regarding, are there any instances where it could be someone else doing that kind of work? Like if it's a parade, do we need police officers to be directing traffic? Maybe I don't understand it and we really, really do. Or is there, in some community events, is it necessary to have police there all the time?
Yeah, so I think we try and strike that balance now. If there's the ability to use barricades, for example, instead of having actual police officers. In terms of a short parade, it's very tough to do that without actual, like, human resources, because, you know, I think about the Sikh parade, for example, or the Pride parade. Both of those start at a spot and over a period of about an hour move through the city. So trying to set up a bunch of barricades to block traffic is really going to be disruptive to traffic for what in essence is a fairly short period of time. So police resources are set up to do it. There's a safety issue with doing it. It's not quite as simple as just getting someone out with a car in the middle of the intersection and redirecting traffic. We have people that work in traffic safety that are trained in doing that work. I think the conversation we've been having with our Board of Police Commissioners on alternate response officers, there's a possibility where we could use someone who's not a fully trained officer to do that work as we step further into that area.
Okay, and I think my last question through the chair is, when you hire new staff, you've mentioned a couple of times the intake time for new officers to get training. Can you just give a really quick summary of, because I don't know what the training, what's involved in the training, how long it is, how long does it take to get someone trained, and I assume there's ongoing training throughout the career.
So the basic training is approximately a year. It starts with the first approximately 4.5, 5 months in a police college. So they're not actually out on the street. They're in police college learning the training. When they graduate from that, then they're partnered up with a recruit training officer, and the duration of that first year of their work is with this training officer. So even though they're technically done the in-classroom training and they are out working on the street, they're still getting to understand the job. So we consider officers to be fully trained after they get off that 1-year probation, which is a combined in-classroom kind of what I would call police college training, and then on-the-job training for the last half.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. I think it's me, but let's go round two. Councillor LeBlanc.
I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bandera? Councillor Skidniak? Councillor Skidniak, you're up.
Thank you. Okay, so I do have a few more. From your presentation, we saw that severe crimes are going up year after year in Regina. So this includes the crime rate per 100,000 people, crime severity index, violent crime severity index. These are all higher than average and among the highest in Canada. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I don't think it's safe to say that they're climbing every year. I mean, it's not quite the end of the year, but our homicide rate is going to be significantly lower this year than it was last year. So we see ebbs and flows in that. But I think we're seeing, generally speaking, the severity of crime, the prevalence of firearms in the commission of offenses, those types of trends have been on the rise in the last few years.
Okay. No, so as we have continued to increase the police budget, shouldn't we have seen those numbers start to decrease if that problem could be addressed by additional police resources?
Yeah, but that problem, I mean, the number of homicides in Regina, which was at an all-time high last year, to me is not something that is caused by the number of police officers in the community. Those issues are caused by social challenges in the community. So the prevalence of firearms, the prevalence of drugs, all of those types of things are not, and I'm not saying you didn't use the word the fault of the police, but I mean, those aren't things that we can prevent by having, you could give us 200 more police officers and we can't prevent every homicide. But what we can do is we can try and provide service to all areas of the city. We can collaborate with partners that can dig into social issues. We can continue to find ways to address those situations. But I don't know if I'm getting at what your question is, Councillor, but at the end of the day, I can't, because of the number of police officers, it's not a guarantee to prevent crime from happening, especially crimes against the person. We can do work to prevent impaired driving or deter impaired driving. We can do work that includes police and communication and education to prevent theft of cars. But preventing murders and sexual assaults, the number of police officers will likely not have a bearing on that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you mentioned the partnership with Mobile Crisis and the request for the security staff at hospitals to be designated as peace officers. What impact will those kinds of requests, additional collaborations, have on future budget asks?
Well, I think if we can, number one, if we can find community partners that will reduce the amount of time we have to spend on calls, that frees up officers to do that other work in the community, which would negate the need for further resource asks. But further to that, if those community partners and community-based organizations, whether it's themselves or others, can connect with people in a way that has meaningful support and continued service for them, that it gets at the social issue. In other words, that continued investment to try and address the root causes of those crime over time should reduce the need for police in a community. Police become, we become the organization that is left to pick up the pieces when all of these social challenges aren't looked after in a way that it prevents them from escalating to the point where they're in crisis.
Okay, and you also mentioned that there is a lack of 24-hour referral options for calls that may be more appropriately dealt with by a community organization. What impact do you think it would have if we were to fund that type of organization on reducing the RPS workload? And in your opinion, should that be a top priority for 2023, establishing some sort of entity like that?
So I think that if we had 24-hour service that could assist with social issues, it absolutely would help us in our workload. I think the challenge is understanding. So for example, domestic conflicts. We have on average 20 domestic conflict calls a day that we go to. Of the 20, 13 of them are non-criminal. So 13 of them don't result in us making an arrest, but they are still in some form of crisis and need for support. And that support often happens the next day between 8 and 5 in the day. And so I do think it's important to invest in some of those social challenges in the community. Not my job to tell you what your job is, but I'm not sure the city is set up to make that sort of significant investment that is required for some of these complex social issues. If you look at addictions and mental health and domestic conflict, those three right there would be the big three that we deal with on a regular basis. You know, there's a lot of support and service that's needed for individual cases. Yeah, it would be, it's a needed venture, but I think it's one that needs to be collaborated heavily with the province.
So what do you suggest as a city that our top priorities for addressing community safety and well-being should be in 2023?
Well, I think the alignment of community organizations through the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan is an absolute essential step in that direction. That will give you a better idea of where there's gaps and where there's overlap. And then from there, funding can be aligned to it. Measurements of success can be aligned to that. So to me, it's about the coordination of the services that exist and being able to identify what doesn't. And that funding that comes from the province could be better used. I know we have organizations in our community that we consider to be close community partners on issues that are fighting for funding to do a very similar job. So if we can find a better alignment for that, which I know is part of the mandate of this group, I think that's a very positive step in the right direction.
Okay. Now, just a few more. I've heard this from some residents, so I'd like to hear your response to this. How seriously could the police actually be about finding efficiencies when they always get their budget asks approved?
Well, at the end of the day, I'll tell you, this is what I'll say. We have never, in the 7 years that I've been chief of police, we have never come forward with what I would call a frivolous or excessive budget ask. We have come forward with budget requests that I feel are reflective of what our community is asking us to do. And yes, that has had some increases. But as you saw by the presentation, our increase, the 2023 increase would put us at 18.5% of the overall city budget. Roughly, let's call it 20%, a place that we've been for 2 decades. So any notion that we're growing out of control or we're escalating at a rate much higher than the city is false. It's absolutely false. We do fluctuate from as low as 17.5 to as high as 20. But using net budget comparators, we're at 18.5 and the city of Saskatoon's at 21.4. So I don't believe we are growing out of control. I believe that we are growing appropriately to meet the needs of the city. And we have never come forward with a budget ask that I would think would be excessive.
Okay, thank you for that. I know that was the more difficult question. The public perception of police we've seen is going down. And I guess, again, if additional resources was an appropriate response, wouldn't we see instead the trend of the public perception of police going, that like people had increased confidence in police? Wouldn't there be that kind of correlation?
Well, I think the trend in terms of the perception of police, perception of safety, perception of justice, bias, racism is a global trend that we're seeing. And so Black Lives Matter, for example, happened in Regina. It wasn't just about police, but it was definitely sparked by an incident in the United States. And so, yeah, I mean, I do think that's global. I think it's making it incredibly hard for us to recruit. I think it's having devastating effects on morale, and it doesn't change the draw and the ask by our community. We are still picking up that phone and responding to residents' crisis and complaints at as high a rate as we ever have in the past, and in many ways in more complex and serious ways. So, you know, the reality is, can't remember the fellow's name, but Carl that called in this morning, who clearly is not a police fan. When he calls 911 tonight, we're going to respond in a very positive, professional, effective way. We provide response to our entire community, regardless of whether or not they like us, and we provide professional service. I'm very proud of that.
Okay, and you may have already answered this question then. So with these global perceptions of police that they're declining confidence, you mentioned, you know, you continue to treat everyone professionally. Is there other ways that you are responding to this declining confidence in police here in Regina? What are you doing to respond to that?
Well, I think it's about continuing to build those relationships in a way that helps the community understand what it is we're doing. Police reform is something that we're always, like, police reform is not a bad thing. Police reform, in our view, is positive. It gives us the ability to reflect, can we do things better? So investigating crime from a trauma-informed approach is an example of police reform that I think has enhanced policing significantly in the last 5 years. So we're always looking for opportunities to find new ways to do things. Obviously, we do constant community engagement and outreach with the community to not only continue to build that relationship, but to help the community, to help us understand what the community needs are, and for the community to understand what it is that we are doing. I think COVID, excuse me, was a bit of a challenging time for us in terms of community engagement because we had a restricted ability to do that. So, you know, knowing that the constellation of these events, COVID and the restriction on connection in community, along with this event in the United States and a few others that triggered a response nationwide, worldwide, it was a bit of a kind of an unfortunate group of events that happened at the same time. And so I think we are making some positive steps coming out of that.
Okay, I think the last one. So you've mentioned that it's not an issue of either or in terms of money investing in the police and also investing in community safety and well-being or root causes of crime. That should be both and. But some community members have expressed a desire to divert some money from the police budget to community safety and well-being measures. With the economic pressures that residents are currently facing, do you think that it would have, if there was, would it potentially have a positive impact on the public perception of police to respond to those concerns by diverting some money from the police budget to invest in community safety and well-being? The number of residents in my ward that have spoken in opposition to the police budget request has grown year after year, in my experience.
Yeah, I would be, well, I'd be curious to know an accurate portrayal of what those numbers are. I know that we hear from some residents loudly on issues. The majority that are positive and happy tend to be the ones we don't hear about. My answer to the question would be, if we diverted money to social issues from the police budget, would it help the morale or the perception of police amongst some community members? Maybe it would, but it would be to the detriment of our community. There's absolutely no question. I would put my job on that. The reality is, this is not an either or discussion. People, the health and wellness of our society is not as good today because of eating habits and lack of exercise, but we're not defunding the nurses to invest money in positive eating habits and healthy exercise. It's not an either or discussion. If we can find a way to invest in social challenges that negates the need for police over the long term, then we need to do it. But knee-jerk reactions to take money from the police budget and put it into that is going to have devastating effects on those most vulnerable in our community.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Hawkins?
Nothing from me, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Mole?
Nothing from me.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson?
Okay. This is going to be couple statements and then a question that'll lead into the statements I'm making. You talked about people not fitting in. I can't remember who it was, the criteria to go into a shelter. A, because they're drunk, on drugs, so on and so forth. This goes back to my question that I got ostracized on, is that we need to have some place for somebody to go, everybody to go. No matter if you don't want a home, no matter if you're drunk, no matter if you're on drugs. This is something I'm hoping that the community will invest with, and then your comment too will stand with that and the support of that. So thank you for that, Chief Bray. I'm wondering, do you have an idea to tell me how long, so I've been talking to some police officers, the applications for police used to be 100, now it's 10, 20, the numbers have gone down significant. Do you have an idea of when that started declining? Do you have any idea through you, Madam Mayor?
Well, I think it's been happening over the last probably 4 or 5 years. It is significantly different since 2020. There's no question about that. We've seen a significant decline in the last couple of years.
So just to go further from that, Mr. Casey Ward had talked about the ridicule that they get, their families get, from people saying police aren't doing this or criticizing this. And I'll tell you from my experience, my children got emails and messages for what people had done to me and being a politician. And I talked to people about becoming a police officer. They say there's no way in hell that they would ever put their families in jeopardy for the crucifixion, the backlash, all of that kind of stuff. And I know, talking to people, they'll never become a politician because they've seen what I went through and how I suffered and how my family suffered because people talk and people say stuff on social media that aren't true. Do you feel that is something that your organization is feeling the impacts, and that's why the numbers just aren't there?
Absolutely.
There we go.
I do think that the what we've seen on social media, and a lot of it is stuff that's not only not in our community or province, but some of it's not even, much of it's not even in our country. But it still has an impact on the perception of the role of police. I can think of a person who is very good friends with my family. She was quite interested in becoming a police officer. She's African Canadian. We currently do not have a female African Canadian police officer. And so she was talking about applying and being recruited. And at the end of the day, she's reluctant, not because of the Regina Police Service, because she actually has lots of friends that she grew up with and went through university with that are members that are encouraging her. But she's feeling that struggle of what's going on in the world. And at the end of the day, it deterred her enough not to apply to the job. Just saw her very recently at an event, and she said, "You know what? I'm thinking about putting my name in." So it's taken a couple of years for us to come through what has been a real dip, and we're significantly. I'm hoping we're on the upswing from that. I just got a couple of numbers here in terms of applicants. In 2011, we had 571 applicants for policing. In 2022, we started with 281. So that's right at the start of the process. And as we drill down, many don't make it through the process for various different reasons. And so those numbers, when you compare in the 90s, we were hiring one person for about every 100 applicants. So if we hired 10 people, we had 1,000 applicants that we were pulling from. So those numbers are significantly down.
Thank you for those numbers, Chief Bray, and I'd really like to stress the fact to the media and to people within our community, how your words affect people. Thank you, Chief
Thanks.
Bray.
Councillor Nelson, Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a quick question. Could you repeat what you stated earlier about the surplus and how the surplus goes to replenishing the reserve?
Yeah, so we have a police reserve. Tracy mentioned, I think we're at 3.4 million in the police reserve. 2.4? 3.2. Not good at charades. I saw numbers and 3.2 in there. I think our ceiling is 4 million that you can put in there. And that police reserve could be used for a variety of things, including if in a year we were over on budget. As I mentioned, we haven't been for over a decade, but if we were, we would go to the Board of Police Commissioners and ask for the approval to draw from the police reserve to absorb any overtures that we had in budget. Likewise, if we have money left over at the end of the year, we go to the Board of Police Commissioners and we talk to them about putting that into the police reserve. But we don't have the ability, other than putting in the police reserve, we don't have the ability to roll it over from year to year like happens in a capital budget. If it didn't go to the police reserve, it would go back to the city.
Okay, and just to make sure I was paying attention, if I remember right, the minimum recommendation for the reserve level is $900,000?
Well, the minimum amount we can have in there is
$300,000?
Yeah.
Is there anything currently earmarked or being planned for out of that reserve that's, a fairly formalized commitment or something that's been put off that it might be very, very much needed for?
Yeah, no, we don't have anything planned for that. The exercise we went through, and Tracy talked about it, was there is capital carry forward. So if capital money isn't spent in a year, then it carries forward. So instead of coming forward with a new capital ask for the 23-24 budget, we use some of our capital carry forward money for projects that came in under budget or projects that have been delayed because of different supply chain issues or whatever, and we repurposed that money for our capital budget. So we were able to basically save $4.7 million in ask by doing that, and it kept our capital budget at the ask that we had brought forward last year.
Okay. Earlier in the meeting, someone had mentioned all the different types of bylaws and laws enacted for vagrancy, for looking after people who are vagrant and homeless, some of the problems that pop up in our downtown. In the past year, there's been a community safety team that's been organized for the downtown. There's been a strong community ask for that to be extended into the warehouse district as well as the heritage area as well. With all the fiscal pressure on budgeting, it's a severe want and it's a severe need, but it might not be able to be expanded or met. We're going to find that out through the end of the week here. Would it all be possible for that reserve to back that community safety team to make sure that it continues to do work?
Yeah, so I think, when we think about the community support program, that initiative, when it started as a pilot, the Regina Police Service put some money out of our budget into that to start the pilot. We have basically committed through our board that we can continue to do that if we took $100,000 a year from our community policing initiative, for example, knowing that in the years where we don't have a Grey Cup, there isn't nearly as big a drain on that money. Then that is something that we would be able to do going forward. So I think, those are the types of discussions that we have with the board. And I do think that there is possibility for support of those types of initiatives.
Thank you. I appreciate all the information put out today, and I appreciate the work you do.
Councillor Mancinelli, thank you. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Just a comment. I just want to say thank you for the work that RPS does out in our community to keep our community safe, but also our members. One thing I learned long ago is that if you do not care for yourself and look after yourself, you can't help others. And that is a key piece, and it's something that is vitally important to the health of our whole police force. So I want to say thank you for that. And I would just make a point that I think moving forward, I think we have to engage our community more of the things that we're doing that benefit the community with all of the things. We always hear about the negatives, and I think it's time, and once we get enough resources to do this, I think we need to start engaging our community on the pieces that we've got for responding to a lot of these social issues. Once, if it's the government or whoever comes forward that actually has pieces in place to serve these vulnerable people in our community, I think then, of course, police can maybe step away or still have a partnership in some way. But I know that we, as the force, that's our only, we can't leave anyone out in the cold, literally. And that's our job right now, because that's where it sits for resources. So and I think it is time. And I actually want to apologize that I would say last term, we didn't keep you up to resources. And this is what we've got now. It was what was come forward for an ask. But I would say that in seeing the growth, which I know I was continually asking about, I don't know how you can run a service and your city is growing and you still have to keep and remain and offer the same service. So I just want to say thank you for the work that you do and look forward to, again, also, I think the plane, which many people have said, have said there's a good thing and there's a bad thing, but I want to get some awareness of what that plane is going to do, because we will find officers' time there being reduced as well. So there's a huge advantage, but I look forward to us doing some engagement around that plane as well.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Brashani. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Initially, I'd planned an amendment, but I'm not convinced that it would be in order. So I will read it just in terms of kind of signaling where I'm going. The first point would be that I would direct the Board of Police Commissioners to return with the revised budget proposal that reflects a decrease of 0.25 mill rate in the 2023 budget, which is equivalent to a reduction of $700,000 in the ask. Basically, that number represents what would also keep the lights on and allow at the same time for the expansion based on the presentation. And then the second component, which would be a commitment in principle from council that pending approval of the revised budget, consider the directed expenditure reduction of $700,000 for reallocation in the general operating budget to address funding pressures facing the community safety and well-being plan, or the plan to end homelessness. I completely respect that position, Chief, of it's not either or. I do see value in the expansion. I certainly see value, and I don't question this at all, in dealing with the mental health supports that you've committed to. I think the struggle that we have is that it actually becomes an either or when it comes to budgeting. And I think there's less of a feasibility of getting money for the kind of upstream supports that you identify as in need by itself. And so when we're coming to these difficult questions in this budget year of how much we're willing to tax, sadly, it becomes a bit of an either or. So I put this forward as a signal for how I'm going to vote. And when it came back to us, what I would suggest is council could then have a complex conversation about, should we put it in the plan to end homelessness? Should we invest in mobile crisis, which I think could certainly deploy those resources quite effectively? We can talk about investing more heavily in the partner organizations that you've talked about. We could talk about investing that money in the housing incentive program, anything related to the non-criminal support, workload support, supportive housing revenue, all sorts of things. So it's basically an invitation for us to have a discussion about how we budget around community well-being. So rather than having police and all the community partners as separate, 100% convinced that we have to think about this as all going in the same direction. I think this is one approach. And then we could have a conversation at the same time about whether or not we have a 0.25 or 0.5% dedicated mill rate that we would then use and compound over the years into investing in community supports, the plan to end homelessness. So again, I'm just going to leave that as a set of comments because the amendment wouldn't be appropriate. Appreciate the work and I appreciate the focus and attention on employee well-being. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stanachek.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I do have a question, and that is regarding the growth plan, and the fact that there's been the ask of City Council has been significant resources invested in a 4-year period. What would happen if that growth plan was extended by a year or even 2, so that you're still getting what your goal is, but it's just not so much this year and next year?
The original growth plan was 3 years, 20, 21, and 22. So knowing that we've extended it already to 23 and 24, it's moved it to a 5-year plan. The reality is, you know, to not be dramatic about the issue, but as you've heard about, some of the struggles we're having are a direct impact on our members. So the longer we wait, the continued impact just grows on our members. So to me, we have already asked for that growth plan. We've moved it from 3 to 5. I think at the end of the day, this is playing catch up to trying to get what I can continue to refer to as our nose above the waterline. And I fear that it, you know, further waiting an extra year may not sound like a long time, but when those officers that are working 12-hour shifts dealing with these complex calls are the ones that are bearing the weight of that, you know, I would not be my respectful submission that we would move it out another year. I think we've already moved it from 3 to 5, and it's our hope that we would complete it in this 2-year budget approval.
Okay, I think Councillor Zakidniak raised this as well, is there is a lot of pressure on our budget this year. I have heard from many residents that they're not happy with the proposed I've already forgotten what it was, 6.7 and 4.67% increases over 2 years, in each of the 2 years. And there's not many places where we can shave our budget. In the years, even though, I mean, it does seem like when we looked at the chart that showed the increases to the police budget, there was a dip in like 2017, 2018, but everybody was hurting then, and that's because when the provincial government cut budgets so drastically, everybody was scrambling, I think, at that time. But it seems like you have consistently received 5% a year, 4% a year increases. In my first year on council, 2021, it was a 4.2% increase for the police, and our civic operations budget was 0 that year. So we are feeling the pinch. People in our community, I know, are feeling the pinch. And if we can, you know, not load everything up on them all in 1 or 2 years, I think it would be really, really important. And I mean, there's the points that Councillor Stevens raised as well, but I am concerned about the ask. So I would definitely, you have made an important case for the officers that you need and the issues that you're dealing with, but I do want to see a lower increase, just so that we can, just so that it's easier on the residents overall, and we can keep that mill rate a little bit lower. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. Chief, did you want to respond to that?
I would say our members are residents of this city as well. And so tax increase also impacts our members. As chief of police, I cannot sit here in good conscience and tell you that, you know, that I'm not going to fight as hard as I can for the wellness of our members and the overall service that we provide to the community. And so while we have seen, it's easy to look back and chart what those increases have been, I think I have illustrated, probably to the point that you're tired of me saying it, that we have not grown at an out of step relationship with the city of Regina. We've always been hovering. We've been under 20% for the last number of years, always moving within 0.5% here and there. So even though there was 1 year with no city growth, we still have not really changed that historical relationship, which tells me that we are growing proportionate to the city. And so in terms of looking for savings, you know, would we consider taking money from the libraries? And I'm not suggesting we are. Would we take it from fire? I'm not suggesting we are. But the point is, why are police the target is what I would like to know, when we are the one agency out there that is addressing, maybe not the perfect fix, maybe sometimes a square peg in a round hole, but we're the one agency dealing with these issues in the meantime, while all of these other entities are trying to be built, aligned, and funded in a proper way. So to me, it does not make sense to take money from police, and not completing the growth plan to me is something that's happening at the expense of our members.
Thank you, Chief. I think I'll take my turn this time. Cue the start. Chief, do you know the number of retirements you have in a year?
I would say we probably average anywhere between 8 and 15. Now that number I expect in the next 5 years is going to be on the high end, because 25 years ago we were putting through some larger classes. So we've got a lot of people that are hitting eligibility for retirement. And so I think it's safe to say that those numbers will be going up starting in about 2024, 2025.
Thank you. There was some discussion around the fees or the revenue that you get. Ms. Raisin, I'm going to ask you this question directly. Is it possible that because we have such a higher level of provincial funding and they get the ticket money, which the net increase is that we get 3% between the fees and between the province, we're net up 3% over other agencies in terms of revenue?
Yeah, and it depends on how many tickets are issued as well. And that's always part of the calculation in total, but yes.
Okay. Chief, I understand the NG 911 telephone system is a federal requirement. It's being implemented. You said implemented across the country, but it's actual federal legislation.
That's correct.
Thank you. You've mentioned it a couple times here in terms of administrative tasks. So we respond to calls. We stay or don't stay depending upon the matter before us and the number of other alternate calls coming in. Do you get to not do administrative tasks?
No. You have, I mean, it's not only is it necessary, but it's necessary in many cases, especially the ones where we've got someone who's under arrest, that it's done accurately in a timely fashion, so that it will follow the case through court and will allow for the successful prosecution of the individual arrested.
Thank you. You made reference in one of your answers. You were talking about crimes against the person as a social justice issue. I've never heard of sexual assault as being called a social justice issue.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment, and so that's I don't think we can say blanket statement that crimes against the person are all social issues. It sometimes is bad behavior, and it's no different than when we talk about why people commit crimes. Many times it may be because there's all kinds of root causes that haven't been addressed, and in other times it's people making bad decisions or bad behavior. And so, yeah, I think now we do know that sexual assaults, for example, drinking alcohol can cause people to do things they wouldn't normally do. I'm not making excuses for it, but those types of things do factor into it as well, especially when we get to court and we're trying to prove a case in court.
Thank you. Can you tell us, you've been asked the question, you mentioned that you had presented to the board the strategic plan. Can you talk a little bit about the themes from the stakeholder engagement that you did through your strat planning?
Yes, we can. So, I think we heard a lot of themes from stakeholders in terms of what they wanted to see. A lot of it had to do with police visibility. They were looking for, They were looking for us to be visible in the community and be present and responsive to our community. They wanted us to work together with community partners and government to address mental health, substance use, homelessness, and other social issues. That visibility really was equated to increased focus on proactive community policing, and they wanted us to continue to be fiscally accountable and transparent, continue to provide an understanding of the investment in the community and the investment in safety and well-being.
How does it feel to be told at once you're doing too much and not enough?
Yeah, that's the story of policing. I mean, it's complicated, but we often don't have the ability to say no. And so, you know, arguably going to a call, and our members, you can hear it on the radio sometimes. Like I'm talking about sitting in a patrol car, hearing an officer saying, how are we going to help on this call? Before they even get there. The call is dispatched, the call is said to be XYZ, could be Councillor Nelson finding a person outside of a restaurant that is needing help, but not police help. But the challenge is, there's no one else to go, and the person needs help, and it's cold outside, and there's no other services available. The default always is police.
Thank you. You created a goal, because I think it was previous council that directed you to come up with a workload assessment and make the case for it.
That's correct.
And I just heard a colleague say that, you know, load into 1 or 2 years, you're catching up with your work plan. How's the last 10 years been when the population was growing and you weren't getting any growth? Because it would seem to me we were loading up on you.
Sure, we were. And you know what, I'll be honest with you. We have members in our service that felt like those years that we were doing 17, 18, and part of 19, when we were doing patrol workload assessment, organizational review, I was in talking with frontline police officers in a detailing session one night. And I mean, they're pounding their fists saying, get us more members. And we're saying, okay, but we want to be able to go with a defendable argument as to why we need these members that is based on data and analytics. And so we went through those exercises. It was important that we do it to be able to show how many we need and why we need them. But there was some frustration in the organization because we've recognized for many years that we weren't keeping up with the expectations of our community due to the fact that it's growing, not only in geography and in population size, but I would say in terms of complexities.
Thank you. The Board of Police Commissioners clearly sat with you and asked you a bunch of questions on your own budget to test it a little bit, and you went back and revised it. There's some indication here that, well, we can just send it back and we can lower it. The question was asked at the Board of Police Commissioners about lowering it and what positions you would eliminate or what you would do. I know Councillor Skidniak asked the question about what the repercussions were. But what are some of the things specifically that you just can't do?
So if we don't get the resources we're looking for, what are the consequences of that? Well, I think there's a few things, and I go back to the comments that I'd made earlier about what our core functions are. We will always go to 911 calls. We will always do crime investigations. There will be expectations that we respond to calls for service, even if they're non-criminal calls for service. What I think we would have to do is find ways to not do some of those more proactive things. So, you know, I'm hesitant to name because I don't want to suggest that we're canceling PACT or the school resource program, but some of those are more what I would call proactive work to build relationships and prevent. The work that our school resource officers do is much more focused on mediation and preventing things from happening than it is actually laying charges and doing kind of more the reactive side. So I think at the end of the day, that would be a consequence. You know, I don't want to continue to beat this any further, but I can't not comment on our members' health. And so that safeguard program is to us vital. It's something that we want to be able to schedule regularly for our frontline members. And so that to me is something that we need to find a way to do it. And if it comes at the expense of other service delivery, then we would consider it. During COVID, our community engagement unit couldn't go out and engage. Cultural didn't have the same work to do. We redeployed those officers to the front line. So I think we would have to look at some sort of significant redeployment in terms of meeting the responses to what I would call the more emergent community needs, and not doing those proactive things.
Thank you, Chief. I'm just going to make a comment. Police Commission did unanimously approve the budget, and we went through the work of pushing back and asking the questions that we knew would be asked. I keep hearing the words either or. Social entities are not in the city budget. So it's not even an or as far as the city budget go. And I think it was you, Chief, that said that the city is not set up to solve complex social issues. And yet we've increased funding by the millions, actually, in the last several years. The 2018 plan to end homelessness had a target of 80 affordable housing units. It was the only target I could find in the last meeting minutes. Even if that was 80 a year, that would be 240, and yet we've done triple that at 746. We currently spend $8 million on social issues between incentives and tax abatements and grants. We have a community safety and well-being entity set up, the Community Social Impact Regina, that is not quite underway yet. There's some talk about partner organizations, but the reality is without metrics, without actual data about where we're missing, we continue to talk about throwing more money at what's not working. So if the answer to police is, yeah, you're not reducing crime by giving you more police officers, which I don't think the point. I think the point of what you do is called first responding. That's what I actually think the role you play is. And so to say that the city is doing nothing is offensive to me. In fact, we're going above and beyond what a lot of other cities are doing. And we're going to continue to do that kind of work. Clearly, I'm fully supportive. I'm on the Board of Police Commissioners. I voted in favor of it there. I'll vote in favor of it here. And Councillor Hawkins, you get to close off debate.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'd like to build on some of your observations. This request by the RPS not only was carefully examined by the Board of Police Commissioners, I think it has two other hallmarks. The first is this is a value for money request, and I'm satisfied that the citizens of Regina understand that. I say that when you look at the job the police do, they are the agency of last resort. They are the frontline people when we have difficulty. They are the first agency to make sure that the rule of law is respected, and they do that by the way they enforce the law in a constitutional and legal manner. This is a police force that's shown a willingness to change, to modernize, to hear the values of the community and to reflect those values in its operations. They might not get that right the first time. It might be a long process, but they are highly attuned to it, and I believe that they will continue to do it. So, value for money. Of course, we approve that request for that reason, but there's another reason that's come out in the last part of this afternoon. This is a balanced request. Budgeting is all about balance. We balance the need for culture, for recreation, for parks, for water, for roads, for community well-being. We have to balance all of those buckets and more. And we have to fit the request of police into that balance, and they have asked in a balanced way for money. The police chief put a number on it, something near 20%. I think that's an accurate description, but I think the reality is when you look across all of the things that this council will have to fund in the next few days, we can honor this police request and honor our other requests in a balanced way. So I thank them for the time they spent with us this afternoon. I thank them for the clarity of their answers. I thank them for the service to the community. And I'd ask council support for this value for money, balanced police request budget.
Councillor Hawkins, clerks, could you please start the vote? Councillor LeBlanc?
I just asked, can we vote on 1 and 3 together and then 2 and 4? So the 2023 separate from the 2024?
You can, but 2024 is just a receive and file. It's not a approving.
Correct.
So, okay, got it.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, we are going to vote on approving the recommended 2023 Regina Police Service operating budget and approve the 2023 capital budget of $4.227 million. You're approving the 2023 budget with a yes or you're not approving it with a no vote. You're done? Okay.
Mayor Masters, the 2023 operating capital budget for RPS is carried in a vote of 7-4. Those voting in favor are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Nelson, Findura, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself. Those councillors voting against are Councillors Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, and Zakidniak.
Thank you to the clerks. Now, Council, we will vote on the receive and file on the 2024 operating budget and the 2024 RPS capital budget.
So that they could vote, so that you could. Mayor Masters, the motion respecting the recommended 2024 operating capital budgets for the Regina Police Service carries unanimously in a vote of 11-0.
Thank you very much. To the clerks, one moment, please. Council, we have a legislative break coming up in 15 minutes, but given that we've ended this issue, let's break early for 15 minutes. It'll give police a chance to clear out, and we'll be back at 4:15. Welcome back, folks.
Do you have a particular kind you like?
All right. We are moving on to CR 22-138, Community Nonprofit Tax Exemptions, 2023. We have several delegations, I believe, here. I would call on Deidre Sentis and Credence Papquash to come on down.
Thank you.
One moment. I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you happen to live in the city in which you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time they may have questions for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Deirdre Sentis. I represent the Gentle Road Church of Christ. I live in Regina. So I'm requesting that the Gentle Road Church of Christ application for a property tax exemption for 2023 be granted. If I cry, please just know that I'm speaking of things that are close to my heart. So my husband and I and our 5 children live in North Central, and we have lived here for 20 years. Gentle Road Church operates in the heart of North Central, just 1 block away from Scott Collegiate. The church is meeting the physical, emotional, and spiritual needs of people in the community. The majority of the children, the middle school students, and the high school students we connect with, they're from unstable families, and they're at high risk. We welcome them and provide community and friendships and include them in our families. Credence was here with me, but had to go back to Scott. He had a basketball game he's playing in at 4:30, so he stayed to the last possible minute, but had to go. Cree and Boston have been our neighbors for 12 years. When they could not get into their home and needed a safe place, they came to ours. The Gentle Road Youth Group has been a place where they have both been welcomed and accepted and loved. So with the teens, we also expand their vision and their possibilities for their future. One teen traveled with our group to Calgary. It was the farthest he has ever been from home. Another teen experienced her first week ever at camp. At this camp, for students who are in grades 5 to 8, I met a girl who asked if she could call me Mom, and I was honored. Later in the week, she opened up that she struggled with self-harm, and that she was being abused. We reported that, got her some help, and she contacted me 2 days ago, and she's doing okay. Gentle Road Church has access to people who are hurting and who are vulnerable and who need help. During this past year, we gave out 100 to 200 lunch bags or suppers each month, which cost approximately $5,000. An exemption from paying our property tax means that we have more resources to give into our community. In October, we gave away winter clothing to over 200 people. We are seeking to bring hope into the heart of North Central, one person at a time. I am absolutely convinced that the work that we're doing is bringing more value to this neighborhood than the tax dollars that we pay. And so I invite you, the City of Regina, to partner with us in this work that we're doing by giving us an exemption for this coming year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sentis, any questions from council? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through the chair, Deirdre, could you explain why you were denied the tax exemption?
I think I may not understand this fully, but I think that the exemption is granted to charities who own their own building. We are renting.
Okay. Do you dispute the rationale of the city? Or do you think they made a mistake in the assessment, or you're just looking for a way of getting around the exemption policy?
I actually would think that a charity, if they are renting or owning, that either way that they should receive an exemption.
Okay, thank you.
Any other member of council wish to ask a question? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation and for being so patient today, Ms. Sentis, and ask that you return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Call upon Delegation Tara Robinson. I'll have you introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you happen to reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Tara Robinson, and I represent the RCMP Heritage Center. And I live in Regina, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. The RCMP Heritage Center is very appreciative of the exemption that we have received from the City of Regina since 2007. It has enabled us to keep our doors open to create jobs and deliver programs and services which we think align with the city's strategic priorities and objectives. And we value this important partnership very much. We also value the opportunity to contribute to this critical conversation about the proposed community nonprofit tax exemptions for 2023. I am here to respectfully request that the RC&P Heritage Centre, the Saskatchewan Science Centre, and the Mackenzie Art Gallery tax exemptions remain as is. Every year, these organizations not just welcome, but drive efforts to draw thousands of guests from around the world to this city. Since April of this year, the RC&P Heritage Centre has welcomed guests from nearly 30 countries, every province, and 2 territories. And these include people who want to learn more about Canada's National Police Service, or to see a Mountie in Red Surge, or get a glimpse of where every Mountie is trained. We also welcome the families of cadets who come from all over Canada and other countries to see their loved ones graduate from the RC&P Depot Training Academy. And additionally, this year, while still recovering from the impacts of the pandemic, we have hosted students from Regina and area in the centre and virtually for curriculum-based school programming. We've welcomed thousands of guests from Regina and area for large-scale community events like Canada Day, National Indigenous Peoples Day, and events at our place of reflection on the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Our programming is expanding and evolving to serve a bold new vision for the centre, and we have a unique offering unlike anywhere else in Canada. And the city's continued support through this tax exemption ensures that we can continue to provide impact and value to Regina and Saskatchewan. As you know or may know, our team is working tirelessly to obtain designation as a national museum. This will mean a role in the national fabric of our country's heritage, increased international exposure, and the ability to expand services. And as a national museum, the centre will pay payment in lieu of taxes to the City of Regina. Once designated, we will be only the second national museum in the West. And we continue this important work to enhance our offering and to proudly represent Regina nationally. As you review this policy, I urge you to ensure that the policy encourages growth and sustainability. We have not yet fully recovered from the pandemic. There has been the addition of PST and, of course, inflation that everybody is dealing with. We have reduced spending, deferred building costs, and this significant new expense would be devastating to our organization. Our team is so grateful for the continued support from the City of Regina, and this support is paramount to our operations and to delivering a unique and impactful experience for Regina and our guests to our city. We look very much forward to working collaboratively with you to keep our city inclusive, accessible, sustainable, and full of opportunity. Thank you very much for your time and consideration, and would welcome any questions that you might have.
Thanks very much, Ms. Robinson. I have a question from Councillor Nelson.
Just a quick question. I know when we talked before, the media had portrayed it that you had been, or the RCMP had been federally designated. Can you explain what the mix-up was there? Because I think the media got it wrong.
Yes, and thank you for the question. At the time, Minister Guilbeault of Canadian Heritage included it in his mandate letter in 2019 for the government to give the RCMP National Museum status. However, it's once declared, that doesn't automatically give us status. Over the last 2 years, we have worked really hard to put a package together, and that included an exercise of national engagement. We interviewed leaders across the country. We engaged with certain equity-deserving groups, and then an entire national survey that lasted for several months. And we have then we built a corporate plan. We are doing in this seeking of national status. We're doing more than any other national museum in Canada has ever had to do, and they think that this will be the new bar for any other organization. But it's been 2 years of full-on preparation, engaging with stakeholders, not only here in Regina, but also in Saskatchewan, across the country, and building a plan for reconciliation, because we really, truly believe that that's where we want to go. And that, of course, is we have to prove that we can move the needle on that. So this last year has been spent on developing new programs, doing things that the center has never done before, building new relationships. And we're very pleased to report that as of tomorrow, tomorrow's the deadline. We had a special board meeting last night to approve our package, which includes corporate plan, supplemental reports, budgets, appropriation asks, all of that, and the results of our national engagement. And we got full support from the board. And tomorrow we hit the send button and we submit it to Canadian Heritage, and then we wait. There's no time frame for when they will make that decision. We have, in every meeting we've been in, we've asked them to possibly make it for next year, which is the 150th anniversary of the RCMP. Now, we're not funded or operated or supported by the RCMP or owned. We are all on this on our own. So we have no idea when that is coming down, but we're hoping it'll be sometime next year.
Go ahead, Councillor Nelson.
So just to follow up from that, thank you very much for that and the clarification to make this all so the public knows. The ask for the tax from the, what will be covered,
It is my understanding. It is my understanding that once a museum is declared national status, that we become a Crown corporation. They changed the law. They changed the Museums Act, so we become our own Crown corporation and under Canadian Heritage, and that part of the appropriations and part of the specific ask for that is that we do not receive any tax exemption from the municipal area in which you're located. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the Mayor, we have two options in front of us.
Yes.
So you prefer option 2, I assume, where you would maintain 100% tax
yes,
exemption?
Yes, that's correct.
What would be the impact? I just checked the numbers. So your assessment is quite high.
Yes.
So if it was 97% taxation instead, is there a way that you can absorb that?
It would be a significant hit to our operations. It's nearly $40,000, and for that as a new expense would be dire to our organization right now. We're still a nonprofit. When I started at the organization, we had a significant deficit, and we've worked to overcome that deficit. We're still running very, very lean, and it's challenging out there. And the results of that, the repercussions of that, would be a reduction in service, probably a reduction in hours, perhaps a loss of jobs. We'd have to go back and look at that, but it would have a significant impact on our organization.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Seeing no other questions, I have one. How important is it, do you think, to the National Museum status that the federal government see us as a full partner in your application?
I think it's very important, Madam Mayor. They have examined and scrutinized our relationships all throughout the course of this 2 years, and we've worked really, really hard to build relationships in certain areas. This partnership with the city is absolutely critical, and it is the most important partnership that we have right now. And we just want to be able to provide value, and we want to be able to provide and drive efforts to support your strategic objectives, because we all benefit from that. And our relationship with the city is very important through the lens of Canadian heritage and the federal government.
Thank you very much. I see no other questions. I'll thank you very much for
Thank you.
attending on
Thank
behalf
you
of
for-
yourself and the other cultural units.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I'll call upon Delegation Kevin Vance. I'll ask you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions we may have. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Kevin Vance. My wife and I live in North Central Regina, and I am the pastor at Gentle Road Church of Christ. So my colleague Deirdre spoke a moment ago, and our young student had to leave for a basketball game. And we live in North Central, as I said. If you'd like to follow along in your agenda package on page 86, there's a series of pictures there if you are interested in those as I speak. And my request is that you would consider giving us a property tax exemption for 2023. So my wife and I and our 3 children moved from suburban Regina into North Central 11 years ago. We've been living there ever since. We decided that we were called by God to move into North Central and to live and work among the people. And since then, we've fallen in love with a lot of the people and the relationships that we have there with the people. Our church was homeless for a little while, so we moved into the old St. Peter's Anglican building on the corner of Garnet and 7th Avenue and beautified that when we moved in. If you look on the bottom of page 87, on page 87, there's several pictures there before and after. Particularly the bottom there's a picture of the before, which is a lot of graffiti there. And we covered that and put up some other posters. But or murals. What I wanted to share with you is we've done a number of murals since 2011 in North Central, including the one on the Jolly Roger. If you've seen, if any of you have been by there, maybe you haven't recently, but that's a huge mural on the east side of the bar there. And we did that one in 2011, and we've done several since then. So part of what we do in North Central is just to beautify the community. We also work with the North Central Community Association to cover graffiti in the alleys, and that's been a wonderful partnership. And also we engage the youth. If you look at the top of page 88, and both pictures there, we have a lot of our youth, our high school youth, that help with the murals. And we also clean alleys. We believe that a church should bring value to the community where we live. And we really work hard to do various projects that will enhance the community and make it beautiful. As Deirdre mentioned, we also make 200 lunches a month for the street. And I know a lot of organizations do this sort of thing, but there's a couple things that are unique about it. What we do, we actually invite the community in to make the lunches with us. So we don't want to just do stuff for the community, we want to do things with the community and do community development in that way. And our youngest volunteers are on the bottom of this page. They're 5 and 6 years old, and the one girl's name is Thunder Sky, and I think that's just a beautiful name. And so those are some of the community folks that are coming in to be a part of what we're doing. So again, we're not just doing it for them, we're doing it with them. And the other thing that's not unique about what we do, but it is somewhat, is that we also go out. We don't just sit in the church and wait for people to come and get lunches. We actually go out, find people that are homeless, find people that are in need, and try and engage with them and visit with them and help them. On the top of the next page, it's a good thing the police aren't here because some of these individuals are known to the police. And they approached us last year at Christmas to see if we could partner together. And so we opened our facility and worked with them to provide 500 turkey dinners on New Year's Eve. And some of these guys are former gang members and as I said, known to the police. So we just have a lot of relationships with the community that I think are really positive and lead to some meaningful partnerships. At the bottom of this page, there's a lady in this picture that was homeless, and in June, she was homeless, living in an alley. She was addicted, and we helped her get off the street and be safely housed. And she's doing much better and actually keeps her house very beautiful. A few weeks ago, on the top of the next page, there's a picture of 6 empty chairs. And I took that picture because that Sunday night at our church worship time, there was a homeless lady that came that we known for several years. And she came that particular night and she had nowhere to go that night. So we sat with her, we listened to her, we prayed with her. And then 2 of our members took her to the hospital and accompanied her and advocated for her because she had been turned away, she felt, from the hospital and from mobile crisis and so on. So all the options that I overheard you discussing earlier with the police, we accompany people to help address those barriers so that they have an advocate with them so that they can get the services they need. We also support at-risk youth. Last December, a high school girl messaged me on Facebook and said, I took a bottle of pills and my mom won't take me to the hospital. So I picked her up on a Sunday night. I went to the hospital and spent several hours with her and waited with her and finally messaged her mom. And her mom was willing to come down and be with her.
Mr. Vance?
Yes.
You've hit 5 minutes, so I'm just going to ask you to, if you could wrap
Okay,
it up.
I'm sorry. I'm a preacher, so I usually go over time. So we do a number of things. So to your question, Councillor Stevens, that you asked earlier about why the administration said that denied our application or is recommending against it. It said that in the official community plan that religious organizations are not specifically specified as part of that. And I guess part of what I wanted to share with you all today is that I think maybe it's partly our job as churches to I guess, expand the imagination of the city and the city leadership to say that religious organizations are part of the community and the community plan. And we are doing the things that are in the plan, specifically when you look at...
Mr. Vance, I'm going to cut you off.
Okay, all right.
We do have your written submission, however, so we're good there. I'll ask members of council, and I'm going to remind council not to circumvent the rules. We have a 5-minute presentation with the questions. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for the work you do in North Central. Just to the point, what is the dollar amount of the tax exemption?
It's just over $8,000.
$8,000, okay. And how long have you been in North Central?
11 years.
11 years.
But 1.5 years in our current facility.
Okay. And so can I ask why now for the tax exemption?
Because previously we weren't paying rent. We were in Souls Harbor building, so they had a tax exemption. But the current building is owned privately, so they are paying property tax. So we've applied for a tax exemption.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. And how many people in your church?
Depends how you count, but on a Sunday we have about 50.
Okay. And do you have other staff or?
Yes, I'm full-time, and then we have 2.0 full-time equivalent, if that helps.
Okay.
But we have 4 part-time staff.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I see no further questions from council. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Mr. Vance, and ask that you return to the gallery.
Thank you.
I'll call upon Delegation Harvey Linnan. I'll ask you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, and then we'll have the opportunity to ask you questions. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much. The name is Harvey Lennon. I'm president of the board of Theatre Regina. Theatre Regina runs the Regina Performing Arts Center, which is on 4th Avenue and Angus, on Angus Street, between 4th and 5th Avenue in North Central. I've submitted my remarks, and I'll stick pretty closely to them to kind of stay within the limit. We have a tax exemption on most of our property, and it's important to us to maintain that exemption, and I want to speak to that. Our 35-year partnership with the City of Regina has been a long-term success story in terms of how a community-based nonprofit can work cooperatively with municipal government to provide a large-scale facility that the community needs and could not otherwise have access to. A 7-day-a-week, year-round community center with a large space for theater, music, dance, and cultural performances, and community gatherings, with an art gallery and a kitchen, plus an entire floor of rehearsal and teaching spaces for the performing arts. Our membership is made up of theater, music, art, and cultural organizations, and more than 70,000 Regina citizens come through our doors every year to see the events whose groups bring the events to the community. Stability and reliability are the keys to keep this local and unique economic miracle flourishing. Success has depended on annual city arts grants plus tax abatement, which together represents a minority portion of our funding, but also represents the key to sustaining a steady financial core. Everything else we raise on our own, as long as we can assure the community that we have the ability to continually provide affordable services that the community needs. We have done this year after year for decades now with volunteers, part-time staff, and only one full-time staff member. That's what a community organization can achieve in a partnership with the city. All of our revenue beyond daily operational costs is reinvested back into continuously upgrading and renewing the facility. Recent improvements have included new seating for the 600-seat theater, modern new stage lighting and sound system, and a wheelchair lift for stage accessibility. We continued these and other upgrades through the darkest days of pandemic closure. This is done on an annual operating budget that is currently under $300,000 a year. The weight of taxes is a challenge. All of our funds go into a community facility to provide services that the city would otherwise have to provide at much higher cost. Receiving a grant and then returning part of it through taxes is always counterintuitive. And I should mention for the record that the city's expectation for a recent sidewalk clearing has already had a huge financial impact on our winter costs, given the fact that we have something like 700 or 800 feet of sidewalk around our property, and most of it bordering on a parking lot. Though we started out our partnership free of property tax, the change of a laneway restriction in the back of our property across the backside of that entire block several years ago has resulted in us now paying $2,000 a year in annual taxes related to that strip of property. And we had to acquire that strip of property in order to ensure access to our property, something we didn't know when we first acquired the property. The Regina Performing Arts Center provides a community center, a civic service on which we already now are required to pay property tax to the civic government. We recognize the city's financial pressures, especially in this period of inflation, because we face those same pressures too every day. We want to make it clear that tax relief we receive goes towards investment in facilities and services for the people of Regina, and especially is aimed to serve those community groups who themselves are on modest budgets and therefore need affordable space. The secret to the remarkable and unique Canadian story that is the Regina Performing Arts Center is the stability of our partnership with the city that has underlined it. Trusting that relationship is critical. Anything that eats away at support or suggests a direction towards gradually, incrementally increasing financial burden in the future, anything like that strikes at the core of stability and the community services that we provide. Theatre Regina is a community organization that we believe has proven itself.
Mr. Lennon, I'm going to tell you that you're at your 5 minutes, so
Okay.
15 seconds.
I'll finish off this sentence. And its financial integrity, decade after decade, we ask the city to do everything it can to support that partnership with us and to retain that support that you have in the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lennon. Does any member of council have any questions for the delegate? Thank you, Councillor Skidniak.
Thank you. Over here. Hi. I know it's hard to tell. So Are you then here, the reason you're presenting today is because you're requesting then to keep it, did you previously have 100% and that's what you're requesting to keep it at
I would like to
100%?
retain the 100%
Okay.
that we have, yes.
And so, can you remind me, the recommendation is 90, what was it, that the recommendation from administration? I just don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, the recommendation is a 90-some percentage.
97?
Yeah,
Okay.
something like that. It's I'm sorry, I don't have the,
Yeah, that's
the sheet
okay.
open in front of me.
Can you tell me what the impact would be for you if we approve the 90-something% in lieu of 100%? What kind of impact would that have?
I don't know the initial impact. I think the taxes are somewhat, the total amount would be something like $31,000, and so it's a percentage less than that.
Mm-hmm.
It is a small initial amount, and what we fear is this: is that anything that comes out initially of our budget, it has to be redirected towards an increase in taxes, because we do already have to pay a $2,000 tax bill on that one strip of property. Anything additional comes out of the services we can provide, and also puts us at risk in future years of that increase being slightly increased and slightly increased. And all of that for us is counterintuitive. We come to the city every year for grants. We rely on the city of grants, right? They have been instrumental in what we do. And then to come and get grants so that we can give some of that money back to us doesn't make sense and doesn't allow us to invest 100% of our dollars back into the community.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Skinner. Mr. Lennon, I have a question for you. You're here to argue that you should maintain your 100% tax exemption, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I was just clarifying that. Thank you. I think that's it from council. Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon. Council, we have the following communications: CP 22-70, CP 22-71, CP 22-72. Shelley Sayer from Ranchero, Sheila Wignes-Patton from Phoenix Residential, and Sandy Baumgartner from Saskatchewan Science Centre. Can I have someone move a motion to receive and file these communications? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. We'll now consider item CM 22-35, which is the supplemental report, community nonprofit tax exemptions 2023. Mr. Lacey, can I ask you to introduce the report? Just keeping in mind, Council, we're just going to receive and file and have the debate on the main motion. Are you pushing this button right now?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, maybe just a little bit of background. So on November 30th, Executive Committee considered a report from administration regarding the 2023 nonprofit tax exemptions for the 2023 tax year under that policy. And that report noted that there were 39 organizations that applied for tax exemption under the policy. Administration was recommending 35 of those 39 were eligible and be approved, with 5 new properties coming forward in 2023 compared to the previous year. And the report also noted that there's a cap under that policy of total exemptions not exceeding 1.282 million. And so if 100% exemptions were provided to all 35 recommended entities, the cap would have been exceeded by just under $63,000. At that meeting, the Executive Committee asked administration to return with a supplemental report with further information on 2 items. The first item relates to the impact of continuing to provide 100% tax exemption to those properties that had received 100% tax exemption in previous years, and that whatever was remaining in the cap be prorated against the new properties. And so, as was noted in the report, those 5 new properties would be prorated under that option at 13.5%. They receive a tax exemption at 13.5%, with the historical organizations receiving 100% exemption. And the committee also asked administration for further information with respect to the option that was in that initial report, which was to provide all organizations 100% tax exemption and what the impact would be on the 2023 budget if the cap was essentially increased by approximately $63,000. And as noted in that report, that increase would be equivalent to a 0.022% mill rate increase. With that, happy to answer any questions council members might have.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. We're not going to ask you questions on this one. We're going to ask it on the other one. Can I have a motion to receive and file? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. And a seconder by Councillor Bresciani. And I'll ask if, all questions will be held and considered under the next item, but I'll ask the clerk. Can I just say any opposed? All right, moving on. We'll now consider item CR 22-138, Community Nonprofit Tax Exemptions 2023. Deputy Mayor Hawkins, I believe you're up on this one.
Thank you very much. This is under the new rules, so it's slightly different than the way we've done things before. It is a recommendation from Executive Committee. I'll put on the record that recommendation. The City Council, 1, approve the property tax exemptions listed in Appendix B, subject to the Government of Saskatchewan approving the exemption or partial exemption of the education proportion of the property tax levy where required. 2, authorize the Executive Director, Financial Strategy and Sustainability, or his delegate, to apply for the approval of the Government of Saskatchewan on behalf of property owners for any exemption of the education proportion of property tax levies payable to the Government of Saskatchewan, that is $25,000 or less, or greater, on an annual basis. And 3, direct the city solicitor to prepare the necessary bylaw to authorize the property tax exemptions for 2023 for those properties that are receiving 1-year tax exemption as listed in Appendix B. That is the recommendation that Executive Committee is sending to this council. Now, under the new rules, it's possible that a member of council could move either option 1 or option 2 or this recommendation. Mayor, so I think what we're asking for here is a motion.
Councillor Nelson?
I am willing to and would like to move option number 2. It'll be a no mill rate increase to the taxpayers, and the 5 properties will see proportion out the money that was left over. So, thank you, Mayor.
Apologize.
Oh,
Can a seconder? Councillor Bresciani. Okay. Councillor Nelson, did you wish to speak to it at all?
I just have a question to administration. The money left over, I understand it'll go to the 5 properties at a 13.5% reduction, be prorated. Has this ever happened before? And I'm just kind of wondering, should we just leave the money, or where does this money come from? Why do we have some left over?
Mr. Lacey?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor.
So through you, Mayor Masters, so I guess I'll start with the last part of that question. Where does the money come from?
Right.
So what these are is actually tax exemptions council provides to these organizations. And so there's still an overall property tax revenue number that needs to be achieved in the budget. So essentially any tax exemptions provided, that's spread over the rest of the tax base that's still providing, or that's still paying property taxes. So where does it come from? It comes from property taxes, from residents and businesses across the city. With respect to the cap was put in place when there was an initial cap put in place when the policy was originally set. And so the purpose of that cap was trying to balance the fact that the city is trying to balance supporting those organizations that are providing services to the community consistent with the OCP and supporting community need overall, but balancing that with fiscal reality as well. with respect to the fact that any taxes not paid, as I mentioned, shifts to the rest of the tax base. And so the cap was simply just try to balance that and to provide some transparency in the budget process and transparency overall about what would be the maximum amount that council would be willing to provide exemptions for. That has changed since the policy was first implemented because we had kind of hit this cap previously. And so at that point in time, it was increased to allow 100% exemptions. And it was also recognized perhaps that the cap should increase at an amount equivalent to what mill rate increases are to sort of have the cap keep up to the fact that as the mill rate increases, the property taxes that these organizations would otherwise pay also increases over time.
Okay, so another question, when we give these tax exemptions for the work that people do, and I don't want to take away from any of the work that people do, it's amazing, we all come together and we all help out. I mean, we chuckle, I just spent $1,100 on a dog that wasn't mine, but I saved his vet bill. We're all there to help each other. What I'd like to know though, is there measurables put in place for these tax exemptions that we give to these organizations and places to see any type of a measurable, to see out of, from the money that we taxpayers are giving? Is there any type of, you know, we did this or we did that? Is there any type of measurables? And if there isn't, are we working towards them being implemented through you, Madam Mayor?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to refer that question and to have confirmation from Ms. Mills, but I do not believe there's no reporting back on the activities that organization's undertaken. It's a tax exemption that is just provided broadly to that organization. Ms. Mills, any additional comment?
Thank you, through the mayor. Yeah, Mr. Lacey is correct. There is no current reporting metrics for these organizations. And that's in part because of the wide variety of organizations that are supported. It's kind of a catch-all policy. And so there's no specific measures that they must meet in order to get the funding.
Does anybody else see, I wouldn't say this is a problem, but arise maybe some questions as to where our money is going? Or is it just me? Like, is this something new that I just thought of, or is this been thought of before?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I think the policy is really driven towards organizations coming forward and explaining the activities that they undertake and how those activities fit with the policy overall and the criteria of the policy, which are meant to drive things like community safety and well-being, recreation, culture, activities within the city. And so it's really that upfront application where that description is made with respect to the contribution they're making to our community. And so that's where the focal point is with respect to what benefits is the city receiving. It's driven by that application process where they outline what services they're delivering to the city. Or not to the city, but to the community more broadly.
To the community, right, and I get that. So we just heard from a delegate that they served 200 lunches on this month, and so have we ever had any of that information given to us when they've made the application to say, hey, at least just so we know that, you know, they, through you, Madam Mayor?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'll refer that question to Ms. Mills with the type of information that comes in and that we look at.
Through the mayor, I guess in general, for some of the organizations, most of them do provide that information in their application. And then in terms of process, just as a reminder that the applications do go through an adjudication committee where they are evaluated to see, you know, how that information aligns with the city's plans and programs, such as the cultural master plan, the rec master plan, community safety, well-being. And so that measure comes in through the adjudication committee. In regards to the specific organization that we just heard from, we did not receive that information in their application.
Okay, you know what, we'll discuss this off. I have lots more questions, but thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Through the chair. So the whole policy was meant to avoid confusion and bring some consistency to this. Could I start with some clarification on the rationale behind denying Gentle Road Church? There is a short explanation. Perhaps you could build on that, please.
Yes. So thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So the policy specifically excludes religious organizations who lease their property from the policy. And this was, this is goes to right to when the policy was originally created. I will note, religious organizations that own their own property by statute receive a legislative exemption. And so, with respect to, that was a decision made at that time. I would note that through that broader community consultation process that we had back then, while we did not ask specifically that question, we did receive unsolicited feedback back from the broader community that there was not an interest to see religious organizations that lease property be part of that policy. And I think, so that was the more broader piece around the policy itself. I think with respect to the application from the Gentle Road Church of Christ, that application, as Ms. Mills has indicated, did not contain information with respect to the type of programming they provided. The application was advanced with respect to statutory. If you own your property statutorily, you get an exemption. We lease, and we'd like consideration to be treated similar. So it was advanced based on that basis, and so that it was not advanced. And so some of the information that we've seen in the letter and a little bit of what we've heard today, certainly indicates they do provide services to the community. I think more broadly, the policy is coming under review, and we're coming back in Q1. I think this presents there's a lot of subjectivity to this and challenges, right? So what is the core purpose? I think more broadly, more broadly, the core purpose of many churches is a gathering place of worship, and many churches provide community services or other type of services to the community in addition to that kind of core service. And so I think that even with this additional information, I think that's kind of really a subjective call on what is the core service of that organization. I fully appreciate that they are providing a service to the community, and I think that's the balance that would need to be wrestled here. And perhaps that's an item that requires further review as we do that broader review of the policy.
Okay, thank you. Then it sounds like when they submitted their application, that's where the error started. So rather than presenting themselves as a community organization that happens to be religious, had they talked more about their community involvement, that might have changed the direction of this?
So I would say it would have, I don't know if it would have changed the direction of it, but certainly it likely would have created more conversation at the adjudication committee. Okay. And I think there would have been that struggle between what's the core purpose versus, there likely are other religious organizations out there that lease property, and what precedent are you setting, and what's that right balance between what the intent of the policy is and knowing we have limited dollars.
Okay, thank you. Second question, now specific to option 2. I just want to make sure I understand the fundamental changes here. So Phoenix Residential, Ranchero, Mobile Crisis, their prorated amount will go down from 90-some% to 13%, correct? How am I reading this?
So I will ask Ms. Mills to confirm this. I just want to be clear on what the question is being asked.
I guess I just want to know the fundamental difference between what you had initially proposed and option 2.
So under the initial proposal, that's in the original report from administration, they would have received a 94.5% reduction in their taxes.
Right.
Under option 2, it'd be 13.5%.
Yeah, so it's not just me.
Ms. Mills, can you confirm that?
Okay, hang on a second. Apologies. Option 2, as it's written on the board. Council would approve 100% exemption for 48 properties that received a CNPTEP exemption in 2022 and prorate the remaining funding under the $1.282 million cap among the 5 new properties. Providing 100% exemption to the 48 previously approved properties equates to $1.2 million in municipal tax dollars, leaving $9,814 to be prorated amongst the 5 new applicants. In this option, the 5 new properties would be prorated to a 13.5% exemption of their tax. The existing applicants from last year would receive the 100% tax exemption as they did in the previous year.
Okay.
That's option 2.
No, so through Mayor Masters, that is correct. So that is correct. I want to be clear on this piece. So the 5 new properties that we're referring to, you will find in the supplemental report in Appendix A5.
Okay.
And they are in brown, and they're the last 5 properties. So the food bank has 1 existing property already that would receive 100%. There are 2 new properties that would receive 13.5%. The Mobile Crisis Center, a new property, would receive 13.5%. The Ranchero Society, 13.5%, and the Phoenix Residential Society, 13.5%. Those are the 5 new properties.
Okay.
All other properties would receive 100% exemption.
All right, so I'm flipping back and forth between appendices here, which is a bit cumbersome. So Mobile Crisis, as an example, when they applied initially, that was a new property. My understanding was they were already at that location, but I might be incorrect.
I will refer that question to Ms. Mills.
Through the mayor, there's a new applicant, so they did not apply for the exemption before. So they were paying property tax.
Okay, this is the first time, and this is the first time the property would be registered for an exemption?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I guess I want to clarify as well what the situation with Theatre Regina. So the taxable portion of their property is only the building, and the laneway that they purchased then suddenly becomes taxable? Just want to clarify that situation.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll refer that question to Ms. Mills.
Through the mayor, yes, the taxable portion that they were referring to is the alley maintenance tax. So the property tax exemptions do not apply to the alley maintenance tax portion of the levy.
Okay,
and
thank you for that. Okay. Coming into this meeting, I was going to reject option 2, and now I'm torn because, I mean, there's some very valuable, worthy organizations that in option 2 will only get 13.5% reduction in their tax. Now, that's only for 1 year until we get the review. I mean, we either have to increase the amount of money overall, or we pick option 1 or 2.
So through you, Mayor Masters, this becomes before council every year, and certainly our intent, well, not our intent, we are in the middle of a policy review that will come before you. We're targeting the first quarter of 2023, and any revisions to that, any policy approved by council, revisions or current policy or otherwise, we'll be back here about this time next year, seeking property tax exemptions for the 2024 tax year. And yes, this will be reviewed again, and council will have an opportunity to revisit it at that point in time, both at the policy review and when we come forward with the 24 tax exemption request.
Okay. Yeah, I'm torn. There's going to be different impact on different organizations depending on the taxation levels that they're facing. So either way, we're going to have winners and losers. And I think I am tempted to support option 2 because they historically have received tax exemptions from us. And we know with a large organization like large in terms of space, of the RCMP Heritage, it's a huge impact on them if they go down to 94%. So I think I'm going to be supporting option 2.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So I just want to, as we're debating this, understand when we're considering all these different options, option 1 was talking about 100% for all of them, and option 1 in the supplemental report talks about, yeah, sorry, that's my fault. 100% for all of them, which would exceed the cap by 62,894. So, and then you had noted that it is a 0.022% mill rate increase. What I would like to know is, because we don't know what the mill rate will be for 2023, in our current mill rate in 2022, to understand this percentage, can you tell me, and we may need to come back to this, I'm wondering what that impact would be on the average assessed household. What is, under our current mill rate, a mill rate increase of 0.022%? I don't know if you want to send that to somebody.
So through you, Mayor Masters, I don't know if we would have that level of detail here. Ms. Mills?
And if you want, I can continue on and you can let me know when you have that information.
Yeah, through the mayor, if you could come back, we could get that information.
Okay, so I can continue on with my comments and we'll see if you get it in the meantime. So I'm inclined actually not to support option 2 in the supplemental report, and instead to support option 1, which has an impact of almost $63,000, which oftentimes when we have reports that have that level of financial impact, the response from city administration is, oh, we can absorb that amount into our existing budgets. So rather than go for, like, the initial recommendation from administration was, okay, let's prorate it to 94.5%. And now under option 1, the recommendation changes for these new properties to say, well, we will give you an exemption at 13.5%. That is a substantial change for these folks. And the people who are impacted by this, the new applicants, are Mobile Crisis, Ranch Airlo Society, Phoenix Residential Society, Regina Food Bank, all organizations doing vitally important work that are stretched. We're all stretched right now financially, but these organizations, I think, would have a difficult time absorbing such a change in the recommendation. I'm sure they were already hoping that they were going to get 94.5%, and for us to change that to 13.5%, I think would be devastating for these organizations. Have I given you enough time? Okay.
Through the mayor, so the impact on the average residential, which is that 315,000 assessed value house, would be 50 cents a year.
50 cents a year. So, and that's under our current.
That's what the current mill rate.
Yeah. So we're talking about a 50 cent per year change to give these organizations 100% funding. I think it's well worth it. So I plan to vote against option 2. And if it fails, I am prepared to move option 1 from the supplemental report. Thanks, that's all I have.
Thanks, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Bresciani, did you have a question?
So just in regards to the church that we heard from, I just need to know that if they reapply next year, and as deemed as a church, the churches don't pay tax, so they would then, because I guess I need to know, they felt because they were renting and not an owner, was that one of the reasons that they, of the property, that they were not allowed?
So through you, Mayor Masters, religious organizations that rent their property are not eligible under the policy.
But if they
I
were
would
to-
add that they might be able to advance an argument that the services they provide, or some of the services they provide, do fit under the policy, so that then they're not applying as it's more about the services provided. And the commitment I couldn't make, because you need the information and the adjudication would have to review it, is that balance between what's the core purpose of that organization and finding that balance about whether or not they would be eligible under the policy upon review of that information.
So you indicated also, Barry, that this could open a whole nother can of worms. What would be the can of worms it could open?
So it just sets precedence in the policy, I would say. So we don't know how many other religious organizations out there, as an example, lease their properties. And I would speculate that there's probably some others out there. And I would also speculate that probably many, if not all of them, provide some additional service to their community they could advance beyond just being a place of worship where people gather. And so I think that's the potential precedent that we open up, and the unknown.
Okay. Would you agree that this is a case by case? We have a criteria, but it is case by case based with staff looking at each application?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would agree with that. Each is assessed on its own merits.
Okay. Okay. Now, you said you're going to do a review and you're going to come back in January?
Through you, Mayor Masters, Q1.
Okay, Q1.
Yeah.
What happens with these 5 that are in this? What happens when it comes back next year? Are they added to the big amount of all of the new ones getting now into the old ones, and now we've got how many properties in total? Does that go into the full list? These ones here that we're adding, would they go into the full list next year? Or do they just continue to get the 13.5%? Is that where they stay?
Through you, Mayor Masters, great question. I think we need to look at that in the context of who applies next year, how many additional applications we get, what policy amendments we might make to the policy. I think, coming out of this conversation, I clearly think that when we come back in Q1, we should have this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And that question that you've asked probably is something that we need to address through that policy and have that conversation with council.
Okay. And part of that discussion would also be the example of the church as well. Would that be part of that discussion? Because I feel in my heart that they actually are doing great work, similar to all of these other organizations that we're giving the 200 or lunches that or suppers they're feeding a month. And I guess my point is that, but if you're indicating that we don't have the criteria, we've got many other churches out here that could be doing the same thing, we just open it all up. I mean, that's a concern as well, but yet we see the value in North Central that's needed.
Perhaps I'll ask Ms. Mills if she has comment and perspective on that, as it's her group that kind of guides those discussions and adjudication process.
Through the mayor, so with the review, one of the main criteria that we're looking at is, making sure we're inclusive of the community and safety well-being plan in the policy. And so I suspect if some of the recommendations we're bringing forward will be organizations aligned with some of the principles outlined in the community safety well-being plan would be eligible, and we can certainly bring forward an option to discuss whether or not we should remove the criteria around religious organizations qualifying under that criteria.
Okay. Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Did you see the pickle we're in, Mr. Lacey? Tell me again about the parameters and the metrics that we use to decide who's going to get a property tax exemption. Because I'm gonna interrupt you for a second, because what I heard you say is that by virtue of an application, value is there. By virtue of an application, they have value.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Masters, I would clarify that through an application that meets the criteria of the policy. And with that, I might turn it to Ms. Mills to articulate what is that criteria that are looked at when an application comes in.
Through the mayor. So yeah, the policy has 5 kind of high-level eligibility criteria. They must be in good standing with the city. They must be a nonprofit organization. They must have demonstrated a financial need. They must be accessible to all citizens. And then they must align with the city's plans and programs as outlined in the policy. And so principle 3 in the policy is where things really narrow in to which organizations are eligible. And that's what's demonstrated through the application process, how each individual organization aligns with the criteria in principle 3. And so that is kind of a case-by-case basis, as we are covering a very broad range of organizations. And so how they align with those criteria differs depending on which criteria they're applying under and what the services offered by the organization are. And that is why we have the adjudication committee review those applications.
Thank you, Ms. Mills, for that. So tell me, do we review their governance model?
Through the mayor, no, we don't specifically review the organization's governance.
Do we review their financial statements?
Yes, we do review the financial statements.
How many years worth of financial statements?
We do 2 years worth of financial statements.
And what is the criteria we attach to those? What does that review need to show?
Through the mayor, so it is, again, it is a subjective review on the financial statements, but it does need to show, that the organization may not be able to operate if they were not receiving this funding, or that there would be a significant impact on the organization if they were not to receive this funding.
In terms of the services we provide, do we narrow it down to determine whether or not they're duplicating existing services within community?
Through the mayor, so we, in the policy, when it comes to the sport and culture programs, we do ensure that they are unique in the services that they're providing. But for the other programs, we do not limit unique services.
So if I actually wanted to start a not-for-profit, operate it for a couple of years, I could just come to the city and ask for a tax exemption? As long as I produce financial statements, we're losing money. It wouldn't matter it wouldn't matter if someone else or 17 other organizations were doing it in the city. And in fact, I will ask you the question. You have a list of all of the organizations that provide programming and planning, which would fall under, in Mr. Lacey's statement, under the community safety and well-being areas of focus.
Through the mayor, that would be correct. And one of the challenges we face with those organizations is a lot of times they are operating similar services, but targeting more unique, niche pieces within the community and safety well-being space. And that's one of the reasons why that wasn't limited.
And by virtue of that, this is a never-ending ask.
Through you, Mayor Masters. No, I sense some frustration on the part of council. This has been an ongoing discussion since I've been with the city. This policy came into place 4 or 5 years ago, and it was in part because council was dealing with these requests on a one-off basis. So there was no criteria, there was no guidance, there was no cap. And so the policy was developed 4 or 5 years ago, knowing it was a first-generation policy and that it would need to come under review. That is why it's being reviewed. My belief is a cap was put in place in part because of this conversation we're having right now, because it could be pretty wide open, I think, as some of the comments here indicate. And so, I think there was a conscious attempt by council to try and find that balance and put a cap on it. So I think there's an opportunity here, certainly through the review, when we come back, to have a second-generation policy that is an improvement upon the current one. But recognizing the current one comes from a place when we did not have a policy before. And this has been a challenging piece, I think, throughout, when it was ad hoc through now when we've introduced this policy. And I think many of the comments made here are are a reflection of some of the challenges.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. I appreciate those comments. There was a reference made by Councillor Zakidniak that there would be a change in funding if option 2 advanced. But I need to actually understand this now, because holy heck am I confused. There's 2 more properties with the Regina District Food Bank, which we're all aware of because it came before council. Mobile Crisis Center, Ranch Airlo Society, and Phoenix Residential Society have never had a property tax exemption from the city of Regina.
I'll ask Ms. Mills to confirm that.
Through the mayor, I'd say they've never had a property tax exemption under this program. Ranchero and Phoenix did receive funding under the HIP program previously when their building was constructed. So that's the housing incentive.
So are these the same properties for which they received HIP funding for?
Through the mayor, yes, they did. So that expired, I believe, in 2020. They received the 5-year exemption under the HIP program.
So that was who? Ranch Airlo and who?
Ranch Airlo and Phoenix, they're operating in the same building.
Mr. Lacey, if until the review goes forward, council just looked at you and said, you can't have a mill rate increase, but you have to find $68,000. Is that impossible for 2023?
So, to you, Mayor Masters, obviously within a budget as large as the city's budget, that probably can be managed, is my belief. That the only caution I have is just being careful not to stack a bunch of 68,000s on top of each other, because that becomes a bigger number. But I would not disagree with that.
I'll go back to Councillor Nelson. You moved option 2. If there's no mill rate increase attached based upon these applications for these 5, I'm just open because it's your motion.
The only thing is I'm erring on the side of caution is this first day of budget deliberation, 68,000. They've gotten funding through the HIP before. I mean, I want to say yes if we can absorb it, but it's, God, this opens up a can of worms that I just don't want to be responsible for. And you're bringing back.
Blame it on me. You blame it on me.
Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I have an easy question, I think, and a hard question. The easy question is, under option 2, am I correct to understand that we do not exceed the cap and that therefore the mill rate will not be affected?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct.
The difficult question, thank you. The difficult question is, if we give a property tax exemption to an organization that doesn't own property, but rents property, how does that help the organization renting the property? It would help the owner of the property, perhaps even a slum landlord. But how does it help the renter of property?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Ms. Mills to speak to that. It's been my experience oftentimes when you lease, that property tax is passed on through that lease agreement. But I'll ask Ms. Mills to answer that, to expand upon that answer.
Through the mayor, the policy does require, if the organization is leasing the property, that they have a written letter from their landlord explaining how that would be passed on to the tenant organization. And so therefore they would see a reduction in their lease equivalent to the property tax exemption.
The follow-on question, is this a written letter a legally binding document?
Through the mayor, no, it's not. I would say we have not heard back from applicants that has been a challenge.
My concern here is that if we grant a property tax exemption to an owner, we may be in a situation where, in fact, the renter, the organization we're trying to assist receives no benefit at all, that the benefit will somehow be siphoned off, in some cases, to a slum landlord who we wouldn't want to benefit. I think that's a serious issue. My instinct on all of this is to support option 2 because it doesn't exceed the cap, because it doesn't disappoint existing groups getting exemptions on which they're relying, the 100% exemption, and because the new groups at least get something, if not very much, maybe not as much as they deserve. We may need another year to sort this out, though. And for that reason, my instinct is support option 2. The other thing I want to say is, it's a very, this is confusing no matter what you do, but it's exceptionally confusing to have a recommendation from executive committee and then option 1 and option 2. The clear way of doing it is to label all the options and say which one is recommended by the administration. There's an instinct to think that option 1 is the recommended option. It's just it's a technical point, it's a numbering point, but I think it's an issue in this case.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stanek, did you have a point of?
I wasn't sure if Councillor Hawkins was clear that the Gentle Road Church is not part of the 5 properties that were being talked about that are getting a lesser amount. So I wasn't sure if you knew that. They're not recommended at all.
I'm clear about it. Right, I'm disappointed by it. I just can't see a rational way to get around it without increasing the cap, when this would increase the mill rate, and I don't want to do that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins.
I have a point of order. Go ahead. Just to clarify something that Councillor Hawkins just said, is it not, I heard administration say that they would be prepared to pursue option 1 and not increase the mill rate. Is that accurate?
No, option
1 from the supplemental report.
The mover would have to go there, but
in
Mr.
response
Lacey?
to Mayor Master.
So, through here, Mayor Masters, maybe I just reiterate that, in a budget that's over $400 million, yes, I hate going there because the question becomes, well, how about this 60,000? How about that 60,000? How about this 60,000? So this is the first 60,000 request I have, and I know I got 2 more days to be here, and that number is going to be much bigger. And at a certain point, I'm going to say no. And then the question becomes, what's the priority? Was it the first ask for 60,000, or was it the 20th ask for 60,000? So I feel a little caught in this question because I think it's a little ridiculous for me to say on a $400 million plus budget, we can't find a way of absorbing it. On the flip side, I'm concerned about the precedent that sets because, at a certain point, you just can't keep absorbing these things.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. I won't say foisted on your petard, but I'm just saying. Sorry, Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
I had to take my turn to talk. I was quiet for too long. I can appreciate all the viewpoints people have spoken so far, but I just wanted to affirm one of the delegates' writings that came from Ranchero or from Phoenix. They house 40 people who are special needs. I've spent the last number of weeks talking about a homeless situation in our city with dozens and dozens of people who are concerned about it. From the submission they've given and from the types of prices I've talked about with everyone, 2 or 3 people can equate to this money really quickly if they start taxing our police systems or our healthcare systems or all of our systems. Right now, with the housing incentive program, they've stabilized 40 individuals. They've got their rent under control. They got their needs under control. They're looking for help to maintain that so we don't add to a problem that we're trying to solve further in the budget. So I really appreciated Mr. Lacey's comments about being able to swallow that without a mill rate increase. I won't ask for another 60,000. I understand your point. No, I won't. I'm a pretty good calculator. And I wouldn't want to upset the apple cart because I really think this could bring on more expense than we're talking about with a careless decision. And that's my fear.
Thanks, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Shaw, go ahead and close off debate.
Or Councillor Nelson. I know. We all are getting good. So I know a lot of organizations, nonprofit organizations. I've worked with them. People have sat on boards, and that. My question to administration is, and I just want you to verify it. These other organizations, where else do they receive funding from? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, I will refer that question to Ms. Mills with respect to the review process.
Through the mayor, sorry, was the question like the four new applicant organizations or all of the organizations?
The new ones, please.
The new applicants. So I don't have the specific details for
So Rancheros.
The applications. We do provide grants for Phoenix Residential Society. And then Ranchero does receive funding, I believe some funding from the province, but I don't have that in front of me specifically.
About federal funding. And federal funding from Rancheros?
I'm sorry, we don't have that available right now.
So we don't have the information as to where these organizations get other money from. Am I correct in that?
Through the mayor, we do have it. I'm sorry, I just don't have it at my fingertips right here.
Well, I have it in my brain. I know this will just enter into a really slippery slope I'm not gonna get into. I understand there's lots of organizations that are doing wonderful things. The overlap, I know, is absolutely ridiculous, and that's on us as a city to do this, and we're gonna go back and we're gonna figure this out. I just can't do this right now. I have to support option 2. I just will not go into this slippery slope. I know these other organizations, Rancheros, I know they're receiving funding from other levels of government. We as a municipality give a lot of money, ask a lot from our residents to support things that we don't even know how they're funded and what measurables they're giving to the people and to our community. So that's why I can't support anything more than just option 2, and I'm gonna leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Nielsen, sorry, shoot. Clerks, can I ask you to call the vote?
Mayor Masters, with respect to the motion, it is lost. Those in a vote of 6 against and 5 in favor. Those voting against the motion are Councillors Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, and Mancinelli. Those voting in favor, Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Nelson, Mole, and yourself. Again, as I said, it is lost on a vote of 6 to 5.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So I would like to move option 1. And so I have a bit of time for that, right? I have 3 minutes on why. Okay, so as mentioned, I'd like to move option 1, which is 100% property tax exemption for all recommended applicants. The city's share of, we exceed the cap with this option by $62,894. When I asked the question about what would the mill rate impact be per year on an average assessed house, it was 50 cents, which I didn't expect it to be much, but I certainly wasn't expecting that we were, that it was that low of an impact. So as noted, the organizations that are requesting this new exemption is Mobile Crisis, Rancherlo Society, Phoenix Residential Society, Regina Food Bank, all doing extremely valuable work in our community. Yes, finances are tight for everyone, but for, you know, I'm 50 cents per year for these folks to have in lieu instead of, you know, 13.5, which I guess is now off the table, but to have 100% tax exemption, I think it's well worth it while we review this policy to see what changes we might want to make in coming years. I think it's an important investment, and I hope that my colleagues will support this while we review the policy.
Councillor Zakidniak, where's the money coming from? Is it a mill rate increase or is it something else?
So I guess what we heard is this is the first request. I'm seeing Mr. Lacey shake his head. So, because what I did hear is because as the first request to absorb into the budget, it is possible. So I guess I'm asking, I'm seeking clarity from you, Mr. Lacey, because now I'm not sure what your response is. Are you willing to absorb this?
So reflecting upon this further, Mayor Masters, and what might be coming over the next couple of days, I would suggest that this be funded through a mill rate increase of the 0.002%. And that as council deliberates the overall budget, there is the opportunity to direct us to decrease the rate overall or find savings somewhere else. I struggle with this. I really struggle with this because I know there will be other potential requests out there. And so, I mean, I will take council's direction on this piece because like I say, I do feel that this can be, we can absorb this within an overall budget. I think council just needs to realize that throughout the year, there are things that come up that we need to deal with, and we have to have flexibility in the budget to deal with that. That over the next couple of days, there might be other things that come up. So I just ask council to be cognizant of that. If council wishes us to absorb that, we will do that 100%. I just reflect upon what kind of discussions council will be having over the next 2 days here as you reach that piece. So I'll leave it to Councillor Zahidniak with respect to, you know, what she wants to put in front of her council colleagues with respect to us absorbing it, and then dealing with the impact down the road as we have further conversations, or putting it to the mill rate.
Okay.
Like I say, it's to me it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another.
Okay, I then propose, based on your answer, that it gets absorbed by administration because I know that you're concerned about the potential precedent or other requests that might come before the budget, but this is the first request. You did say it could be absorbed. I'm willing to advocate for this to be absorbed over something else later on in the budget. I feel strongly that this is well worth the investment. And so I'm willing to put my eggs in this basket and say, yes, absorb this $63,000, please. I think it's well worth it. Does that clarify? Is that sufficient for the amendment?
Councillor Skiniak needs a seconder. Councillor Stanachek. Councillor Hawkins, you're up.
Mr. Lacey did not say that it could be absorbed in the budget. What he said clearly in his initial sentence was, this will result in a mill rate increase. There's no such thing as being absorbed in the budget. The budget is not some malleable thing. We have a budget proposal from the administration to raise the mill rate by 4.67%, I believe, Mr. Lacey?
That's correct.
Okay, what you've got to do to absorb it in the budget is add on this amount of 0.022. So now we have a budget rate increase, if this passes, of 4.67 plus these extra 2.2s that come at the end. And quite frankly, I'm not in favor of a budget increase of 4.67, and I'm not in favor of any other higher budget increase, which this would result in. There is going to come a day of reckoning here. We don't make the day of reckoning any easier by adding little bits here and little bits there and pretending it's not increasing the budget rate increase. I feel very much for these organizations and think they're doing good work. But right now, I can't agree to a budget increase because I know that there are people out there who are having trouble with their mortgages. I know there are seniors on fixed incomes that are worried about losing their home. I know there are citizens that are themselves having trouble putting enough food on the table. We are moving in the wrong direction with this motion. I won't support it. One last thing. If we don't support this and we don't support option 2, what are we left with? We're left with a recommendation from the executive committee. I ask council to be very slow to support this because it does impact the mill rate.
Thank you,
Clarity
Councillor.
of thought here, John.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stanachuk.
I reconsidered my views on the organizations that are going to be impacted, and I was thinking about the food bank in particular, the other organizations as well. And we did not approve a tax exemption for the new property that the food bank is buying, but I assume that they are assuming that they would be able to apply and get it. I've also noticed that the Red Cross is on the exemption list and is getting exemption currently. They also have a new property. So I also think that not only do we have to, like when we review the policy, is that we have to be clear with organizations that they, that it's not guaranteed that another exemption is going to happen. So I'm going to support the addition. It's $62,000. We just approved $5.4 million, I think, for police. So $62,000 to support some really valuable work of these organizations, I think, is important. And we work hard the next 2 days on the rest of our budget.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Can I ask if there's another way around this? For instance, and this is actually a question for the accountants. You look at empty plots of land as, revenue we won't receive, for instance. So if you look at the Cathedral Area Community Association, if you look at community gardens, you've attached a value that isn't real, I would argue. In fact, some of it, if you're thinking about a community garden, you can't actually develop on that because it's a floodplain. But you've attached a value to a community garden with the assumption that in some way you might tax grass. What if we just exempted empty plots of land from what we're actually taxing and change the numbers around? It's different if it's a building that we would otherwise tax, but we essentially say that we would tax a community garden, associate a value with it, require community associations to ask for an exemption. So there's a bit of a fictitious numbering system here. What if we changed how we account for that?
Mr. Lacey, go ahead.
I don't think, through you, Mayor Masters, and I'll let Ms. Mills give her some time to think here if she has additional comment. I don't think that changes anything because it's still zero, it's still an exemption and no taxes, and the taxes then still spread over the rest of the tax base. I don't think that changes anything. And then I think there might be some challenges just with respect to legislation around how we assess values, et cetera. Ms. Mills, any additional comment?
Through the mayor, yes. So through legislation, the land that we lease to these organizations is taxable. So council would still have to approve an exemption for them to be exempt from property tax. Whether it's under this policy or a different exemption, there's still the same cost.
Perfect. That clears it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. So I want to say that I will not be supporting this. We are in budget discussions right now. I think it's unfair to go to administration and say, can you just absorb it in your budget somewhere? That is not good budgeting. It's not the way we should operate, and it's not the pressure that we should be putting on administration. If it's a 1.2 mill rate increase, we add it on and we continue as we go along these 2 days. I'll tell you, we've got more things coming. Heard many talk about free transit, talked about homelessness, talked about weekend service. I mean, the list is unending. Now, if we really wanted to be fair, we would have said, we've got a cap in place. Let's put all of these organizations under that cap, and that's fair. That's fair. That's the fairest. But it's not fair to go now and say, okay, well, let's add these in, which I absolutely support. They all do good work. All of them do good work. And I agree with Mr. Lacey. This list is going to grow. So we better have a cap. So if we really want these organizations to be included, then let's add them in to the whole group and divide up that money at that 1.2 cap. That's the fairest. But I will not support a mill rate increase. I've heard, and again, I won't get into that, but we know there are many residents suffering, and we know we still have 2 days of budget. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Fin.
Thank you, through the mayor. So did I hear correctly that these groups, for Phoenix, did they have a 5-year of 100% exemption? And there is some provincial that's happening. So can I get that? Is that correct?
I will refer that question to Ms. Mills for clarification.
Through the mayor, I know Phoenix did receive, and Rancherlo for McEwen Manor, which is the property they're applying for. They did receive the housing incentive exemption for the 5 years for the residential units at that property. I don't think it was 100% exemption. I don't have the percentage on me. And we do know that they do receive funding from other levels of government.
Okay, so I can understand that. So now they're coming into, that exemption is off, that they're coming in to get some more. So as we going forward for the review, this will come back, right? Let's come back next year, or what?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, in Q1, we'll be bringing the policy back with any recommended changes coming out of the review.
So then we'll have a better picture of what we're dealing with?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, we will. Well, I think there's been many issues brought up here today that we need to think about and bring back and have a conversation about that when we come back with the policy. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I'm sure there's folks that are looking at this thinking this is cuckoos, but this is actually a policy issue. This is the policy issue of, do you undermine existing organizations that are budgeting based upon an existing tax exemption? Some of them have received for decades because there's been new applications. I gotta tell you, there's hundreds of really great organizations in this city. We can't give all of them tax exemptions. I do not believe it's wise in any way for new applicants to receive 100% of a tax exemption just based upon the fact that they're incredible organizations. So when administration brought the original recommendation forward, you were playing King Solomon. Is that fair, Mr. Lacey? Dividing the baby in half or 48 pieces?
So, the Mayor Masters administration was faced with the choice, given we have a cap in the policy. And so, yes, it was some, and the policy talks then about when the cap is exceeded that you prorate, but it doesn't really, the current policy doesn't provide a lot of guidance about how you undertake that proration. So yes, the The recommendation in front of you is based on, administration's, I guess, assessment of what we thought would be an appropriate proration. I think that's something as well that we've talked about as we bring the new policy forward as part of the policy review. If we continue with the cap and there's a desire to prorate, like how do we prorate and what should be the guiding criteria?
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Who was it in the organization that looked at the financial statements of the 5 new applicants?
I'll refer that to Ms. Mills.
Ms. Mills.
Through the mayor, the adjudication committee does look at the financial statements, but Mr. Smith is on the committee and he provides the guidance there.
Mr. Smith.
So, yeah, what I can do through you, Mayor Masters, is describe the process that we go through. It is a subjective process, as any financial information is. So some of the things we look at are, the cash balance of the company, their working capital, their accumulated surplus, the amount of revenue they generate, the net income that they generate, and we look at the whole picture to determine, for lack of a better word, do they have too much funds? And we may make a recommendation to reject based on that. And really what we're trying to figure out is, from a financial sense, do they need that grant? If we don't give them that grant, will they stay afloat? And obviously there's non-financial criteria that's analyzed as well.
Does anyone out of these organizations have a budget that's less than $2 to $3 million?
Through you, Mayor Masters, going by memory, I would think so.
Yeah, I'm with Councillor Hawkins on this. This is insanity from a policy perspective, or a lack thereof, as the case may be. This is just open up the floodgates, and anybody who applies, everyone's a nice person, everybody adds value, and we'll just pay for it all. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for the answer. Thank you, Mr. Lacey, for the answer. Councillor Zakimiak, you want to close off debate?
I do. I want to remind folks that we have a commitment from administration to report back in Q1 of 2023 with the results of the policy review. So whatever decision we're making today it has implications for the 2023 calendar year, but we will get recommendations in short order from administration about what policy changes we should be making in general. We've heard from delegations today about the recommendation from the original recommendation from administration, how detrimental that would be to their organizations. We heard from the RCMP Heritage Center about, if you give us a 94.5% prorated rate, not only will that have significant negative repercussions to our center, that could jeopardize, this is what I heard anyway, the process that we're going to become a national heritage center, national museum. Sorry, I don't remember the terminology. So I think the implications here of going from 94.5% to 100% exemption, they're not small. But what is small is the $63,000 implications for the city of Regina. I was willing to, if necessary, move it as an increase to the mill rate, because I think that 50 cents per year per average homeowner is well worth it as well. But I did hear administration say, we can absorb this one. I can't guarantee we can absorb the next one. And I think that this is well worth the investment. So far, this has been the easiest decision for me all day, and I suspect it'll be the easiest decision that I personally will make through this whole budget process. So I ask for your support in approving option 1 from the supplemental report. I think that this is a very important investment for us to make, and the difference in the 94.5 to 100% tax exemption is huge for these organizations. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Zakimiak. Clerk, can you call the vote?
Yeah, point of order, just on clarification. So I just need to know, if this is defeated, what is the option that we go back to?
There's either a reconsideration motion or, go ahead, clerk.
My understanding, Mayor Masters, is if this option is defeated, then the only option that is remaining available to be voted on arises from the original recommendation that came out of Executive Committee in November, whereby there were recommended that 94.5% for a number of properties, I think 36, staying within the cap. I would ask if Ms. Mills, if I have that correct.
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct.
So there's
Or,
Yes.
or a reconsideration
or a
motion
reconsideration of one of the
option
previous
2.
2 decisions that you've taken.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Mayor Masters, the vote on the motion is lost in a vote of 6 to 5. Those voting against the motion are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Nelson, Findura, Mole, and yourself. Those voting in favor are Councillors Zakidniak, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, and Mancinelli. Again, I repeat, the vote is lost.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
I'd like to move a reconsideration motion, the reconsideration of option number, whatever, what, 2?
Two.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Nelson gets a second.
You brought it up first.
Can we just go to vote on it?
Yeah.
We got to vote, sorry, we're just going to vote on the reconsideration.
John, we need your vote on this.
Council, you're voting on a motion to reconsider option 2. So not option 2 itself, but you got to reconsider it. You got to approve reconsideration. You have to approve reconsideration before it can be considered. Yes.
I have problems here.
Do you want to go verbal?
No, I want to bang my head against the screen.
I'm open to that as well.
Mayor Masters, the motion for reconsideration of option 2 arising from the supplemental report is passed in a vote of 8 to 3. Those voting in favor are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Nelson, Findura, Stadnichuk, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself. Those voting against the reconsideration are Councillors Stevens, LeBlanc, and Zakidniak. So now you vote on option 2.
All right. Does anyone wish to, Councillor Hawkins, do you wish to say anything about option 2 itself?
No, I think everything that needs to be said has been said.
Perhaps not everyone has said it yet. Oh, all right. Councillor Findura.
Yeah, yikes. I'm hungry and it's confusing here. I'm the middleman. I'm getting squeezed. I don't like it. Anyways, I just want to understand this. Option 1, option 2. who's the winner, who's the loser in here from the groups that are getting exemption? I just want to make sure. For instance, I hear the let's just pick one, which is the RCMP Museum. Which option 2? Are they losing? Okay, so only we're talking about here is the 4 new that came in. Will not get 100, but we're gonna have a debate in February, whenever. We're gonna have a good view on what direction we're gonna go. I just want to make sure that everyone on the page, 36 of them, are 100. No one's getting touched. Okay, dokie.
All right. Councillor Hawkins probably not wishing to close off debate. Thank you very much. Clerks, can you call the vote on option 2?
R. Mayor Masters, the vote for option 2 arising from the supplemental report is passed in a vote of 8-3. Those voting in favor, Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Nelson, Findura, Stadnichuk, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself. Those voting against, Councillor Stevens, LeBlanc, and Zakidniak.
Council, it is 90 minutes, but I'm going to ask, we have 2 delegates who have been sitting here for quite some time. If we could just hear 2 delegates and break for supper at that point in time. Continue on. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'd like to call upon Delegation Florence Stratton to come down to the council. This is a motion 22-6. You know the drill. Please introduce yourself for the record. State the organization you're representing, if any, where you happen to live, and you'll get 5 minutes and then questions afterwards.
Florence Stratton, I'm representing myself. Something is rotten in the state of Regina. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Regina residents are unhoused, and it's winter. Many more are struggling with poverty. To add to the misery, we have Councillor Hawkins' mean-spirited motion.
Councillor, thank you. I think I got this one, but you're welcome to say it. We don't need to characterize any council member in a negative light such as that. That is
It was the motion I was characterizing as mean-spirited. I would never say that of Councillor Hawkins.
Ms. Stratton, you're playing with words. You can drop the mean-spirited and move on.
To add to the misery, we have Councillor Hawkins' problematic motion calling for a reversal of the decision taken at the October 26th meeting of City Council. Instead of the Waste Services Affordability Program applying to all low-income households, the motion calls for it to be restricted to, quote, low-income households with seniors and/or persons with a disability. Please vote against this motion. If it passes, many low-income Regina residents will be thrown even further into poverty. I would note, however, that it is not just Councillor Hawkins' motion that is problematic. The whole curbside waste services funding policy is ungenerous. I might even say cruel and heartless. Up until 2013, Regina had only one waste service program, garbage collection. It was and continues to be funded through a fee added to property taxes, which means that renters do not pay for this service, at least not directly. Rather, their landlords have to pay the fee as part of their property taxes. When the Blue Bin recycling program was implemented in 2013, the funding policy began to shift. Rather than being funded like garbage collection through a fee added to property taxes, it was decided that recycling would be funded by a user fee added to the City of Regina water utility bill. To make matters worse, when in January 2024, yard waste collection is added to Regina's waste service program, all 3 services, garbage along with recycling and yard waste collection, will be funded by a user fee added to the Regina water or utility bill. This user pay model for waste services will inevitably lead to even more utility cutoffs and evictions, as low-income tenants will be further squeezed and their lives made more precarious. Just last month, the CEO of Saskatchewan Landlords Association warned that rising rental utility costs are, quote, leading to an alarming trend of eviction among low-income renters. Studies indicate that about 20% of Regina residents live below the poverty line. While some low-income Regina residents may be homeowners, the vast majority are tenants. So this is my second ask. Please, Mayor Masters and Regina City Councilors, reconsider the whole funding policy for curbside waste services and replace the flawed user pay model the city has adopted with the property tax mode of payment the city started with. In so doing, you will help to make Regina a more rather than a less equitable city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stratton. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation this evening and ask you to return. I'd like to call upon Delegation Peter Gilmer. Please introduce yourself for the record, organization you're representing, if any, where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council and you'll have an opportunity to answer questions. Good evening, Mr. Gilmer.
Good evening. My name's Peter Gilmer. I'm with the Regina Anti-Poverty Ministry, and I'm from Regina. And on behalf of the Anti-Poverty Ministry, I'm here to raise concerns with a user fee model for waste collection and the potential to even lose the affordability measures that passed on October 26th to mitigate hardship for all low-income households. In general, the most progressive way of covering the cost of necessary services is through a graduated tax system on personal, business, or corporate income. That is because it's based on the ability to pay. Property and sales taxes are less progressive because they're not based fully on the concept of ability to pay. Unfortunately, municipalities are largely reliant on property taxes, which is far from ideal, but still more equitable than user fees. User fees are the most regressive form of covering basic costs because equity and ability to pay do not enter the picture. On principle, a user fee system for basic services should always be challenged and, where possible, prevented altogether. In the present context, a user fee model for waste collection would have particularly dire consequences. In many cases, it could shift the cost burden from property owners to tenants. It also comes at a time of high inflationary pressures. Those on the Saskatchewan Income Support or SIS program aren't provided with the actual cost of utilities. They will be deeply impacted as they have to pay all utility costs out of a grossly inadequate shelter allowance, ranging from $600 for an individual to $1,175 for a family of 10 or more. If the affordability measures passed on October 26th were limited to the original categories, it would mean that the households in Regina with by far the smallest incomes would be hit the hardest without any form of protection whatsoever. We disagree with the user fee model on principle because of its regressive nature. However, if Regina City Council believes it must move in this direction, it should at the very least ensure that all low-income households have their hardship offset by an affordability rebate measure. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gilmer. I have a question for you from Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. Mr. Gilmer, you mentioned some people on the SIS program would be hard hit if we go with the reconsideration. My question for you is, would there be any disabled or senior people on the SIS program who would still benefit if the reconsideration goes through?
Well, one of the realities that we know is that there are many people on the SIS program that actually do have significant and enduring disabilities and haven't been identified or gone through the full eligibility process. So there's a lot of people based on that categorization with disabilities that would get left out probably based on how that was considered. And the same is true of seniors as well, that there are people on income assistance post 65. But yeah, we think that it's absolutely essential that as inadequate as the SED program is, as difficult as this is for working poor families, at the end of the day, right now, it's families on the SIS program households in the SIS program that would get hit the hardest. And so we're basically hitting those with the least, the hardest.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Through the mayor, the casework that you do, is it mostly with people on income assistance?
It is. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, and the second question, I guess, is, and how much of the casework is dealing with utility payments or non-payment?
What I can say is that the single biggest growth in our casework over the course of 2022 has been in relation to utility arrears and cutoffs. Rental arrears and evictions have been high for a few years. They've been growing through 2022, but in terms of one single category of growth in casework, it's utility arrears and cutoffs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stadnichuk. I see no further questions from council. Thank you very much for your presentation this evening. Mr. Gilmer, and ask you to return to the gallery. Council, it's recess now until 7 o'clock. We'll see you back here and we'll get through the last 2 items on the agenda. Thank you very much, council. We'll reconvene. All right, missing a couple. We have some delegations on MN. Oh, I apologize. All right, I'll get there, I swear. We'll now consider MN 22-6 reconsideration motion. Councillor Hawkins, can you introduce the report?
Thank you very much, Mayor. This is a reconsideration motion. So there'll be, first of all, a motion to reconsider, and if that motion passes, then we'll deal with the substance of the motion. Council will recall that on October 26th, late in the meeting, but not as late as we are now, in the context of our debate on the user pay system for curbside waste services, there was an amendment to the affordability program. The recommendation, the administration had recommended an affordability program that would grant a waste utility rebate for low-income seniors or persons with disabilities. The total cost was estimated at $100,000 a year. That recommendation was rejected by council in favor of an expanded affordability program on an amendment motion that would cover not only low-income seniors and persons with disabilities, but would rather cover all low-income persons. Total cost 5 times at $500,000. Mayor, through you, the administration, because of the time constraints in the last debate, didn't really have an opportunity to fully explain the reasons for its recommendation, which is now what I propose to put forward in the reconsideration motion. I would like to call on, through you, Mr. Onrait, to explain the rationale the administration has adopted with respect to an affordability program.
Mr. Onrait.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So through the Curbside Waste Services Funding Policy Report, October 26, 2022, administration recommended an affordability program and provided an option for City Council to consider. Administration recommended a fixed rebate to all households with a wastewater utility account where at least one member of the household is either a senior citizen or a person living with a disability, and where the gross household meets the low-income threshold. The waste utility rebate would apply a fixed rebate to participants' waste daily charge at the time of billing. This waste utility rebate program will cost approximately $100,000 per year. This would be financed by user fees included in the proposed rates. The rebate would be $54.75 a year, or an increased rebate of $109.50 per year for households that have an annual household income less than or equal to half of the eligibility threshold. Administration recommended this affordability program to align with the council-approved water utility affordability program and to ensure clarity to residents when they are applying for these affordability programs. The other solid waste affordability option that was provided to council and approved by council expanded the recommended affordability program to include all households with a wastewater utility account where the gross household income is less than or equal to the before tax low income cutoff. The cost of this expanded affordability program is estimated to be an additional $500,000 a year and is funded by having an additional $7 a household per year to the curbside waste user fee. And I think it's important to understand that the rebate of $54.75 or $109.50 doesn't change between the two options. What does change in the option that was brought forward by administration, there would be 1,500 to 1,600 potential affordability applicants. In the program that was approved by council, that number is going to go to approximately 8,000. So the amount of money in the original recommendation was $100,000, and the amount of money added to that for what was approved by council was an additional $500,000. So that $500,000 equates to the $7 per household to pay for that. And the reason administration brought forward the recommendation it did is because there was already an approved council rebate program on the utility side. So this put the recommendation when administration brought it forward in parallel with an existing approved program. So what will happen now, if nothing changes, is you will have two separate programs, right? They are not the same because the utility program takes into account any senior citizen or person living with a disability, and the program that has been approved for the solid waste takes into account all low income families or people. So that's the fundamental difference between the two. So with that, I'll hand it back to Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I just want to add a little bit to that, if I can, by way of remarks on this. I think there are 4 reasons to prefer the administration's recommendation.
Councillor,
Yeah.
could we do the reconsideration
Sure,
first? Thank you.
absolutely, yeah.
Sorry, apologies. I need a seconder on the reconsideration. Thank you, Councillor Nelson. I will ask for the clerks to start the vote.
Mayor Masters, the motion to reconsider is passed in a vote of 8-3 with the following members voting in favor. Councillors Hawkins, Nelson, Findura, Stadnicek, Mancinelli, Mole. Councillor Bresciani is away from chambers but is still connected to the meeting. She has indicated through a text to me that she has voted yes, as well as you, Mayor Masters. Those voting against are Councillors Stevens, LeBlanc, and Zakidniak. The reconsideration passes 8-3.
Thank you to the clerks. Councillor Hawkins, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just building on the administration's comments, I want to identify 4 reasons why I prefer the administration's recommendation to the universal recommendation. The first is fairly straightforward. It's a question of affordability. Mr. Onrait has mentioned that to expand the program, would cost 5 times the program recommended by the administration, expanded to $500,000 a year from $100,000 a year. He's also explained the rationale for including low-income seniors and disability. That's the group of vulnerable people who will have most difficulty getting a job. There's also, secondly, a consideration that he mentioned that it will be confusing and administratively expensive to run 2 affordability programs in parallel, one for the water utility and one for the waste utility. And it's not just a question of confusion, there'll be strong pressure if we have 2 programs like that to adopt the more expensive program for the water utility, and that would add $1.1 million a year to water rates, or an increase of $29.59 a year for each household. So there's a precedent-setting factor here. There's a run-on effect that should be taken account of. Thirdly, recall that at root, the user pay curbside waste program is an environmental program. It's a program by which we encourage people to generate less waste, and by which we hope to save the landfill and extend its time limits. To create a large exception to this, and by way of a universal affordability program, as was voted, weakens that environmental incentive. And fourthly and finally, it's worth bearing in mind that the Social Security for low-income people, which includes money for housing and for utility rates, is a provincial responsibility. And if the coverage for utility rates is inadequate, that's a matter to be taken up with the provincial government, and it's a matter to be taken up with assessing what the utility rate should be for low-income people. It's simply the case that we can't afford, on our budget, with our municipal responsibilities, and with the straits that our residents find themselves in that we mentioned earlier, we simply can't afford to adopt the whole burden of social services that belongs to the provinces. So for that reason, I'm recommending that this matter be reconsidered so that the original administration proposal be adopted.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate the debate. I think council made a wise decision the first time around. It would have been appreciated, I think, for low-income residents had we adopted the more universal program for the water utility as well as the waste program. I think, considering how it's been covered, I think there's a pretty dismal understanding of low-income realities in Regina. It's you're on social assistance and you're low income, or you're not. To give an example, a single parent working full-time at $15 an hour, a grandparent who's under the age of 65, a younger parent, they're low income. So you can work full-time at established minimum wage rates, not eligible for income assistance of any kind, and you would still fit the definition of low income. We also know, based on administration's own research, that we've introduced, on environmental grounds, but I think thinly designed, a regressive taxation structure. We know that. And I think anyone who denies it would suggest, this is actually going to be to the benefit of the environment. Well, it's at the expense of lower income households. We know that. I think this is a pretty important and minor extension of an affordability program that we should cherish and we should continue. When Councillor Hawkins talks about its financial unsustainability, it's 58 cents a month. So maybe we just chew on that number for a little bit. So for 58 cents a month, we can introduce a program that will be beneficial to the poorest residents, thousands of residents in our community. And I see here an argument that low-income people will be confused. They won't know how to access it. They won't know the difference. And God forbid there would be pressure for a more expansive program. That's how it should work. I think what the province did wisely during the pandemic is it actually used their utility to some extent as a way of offloading some of the costs from residents with the 10% discount. Was it perfect? No, but we can actually use utilities in these business models quite effectively. So again, I think council made the right decision the first time around, especially when we know that the program we introduced will not provoke low-income people from improving their habits when it comes to waste. I think it's just a regressive model, and we're being mean-spirited about it. I think Florence was right.
Thank you. I see no other comments from council. Oh, Councillor Stadnicek.
First of all, I, through the mayor, have a question to administration. And like this was asked a couple of times at when we first discussed this. I am really concerned about people not being able to pay for their utility bill. And the lower income people, according to the model that we adopted, are going to be hit the hardest. So they're going to have a higher utility bill relative to their income. So there was a discussion at from administration about sort of like what gets cut off or how you work with them. But if the money just cannot be spread, how are we going to address non-payment of utilities?
Mr. Lacey, is that property tax and assessment or utility belong to you, Mr. Onright?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'll refer that question to Ms. Mills.
Excellent, Ms. Mills.
Sorry, through the mayor, I think Ms. Aird actually is prepared to answer that question.
The money's applied to your utility bill now with recycling on the water bill is your payment is applied to the recycling fee first, then your sewer and drainage, and then it leaves the water portion unpaid. And then if the water portion goes unpaid for a certain amount of time, the city can shut your water off. But there's all the, there's the payment provisions. They can set up payment plans, that sort of thing, but it would be the same. So the recycling fee would be changed with the curbside waste fee for all services. It would be applied there first and then through the sequence of payments. It's outlined in the water bylaw.
I'm not going to say much more other than I still support the low income, having this rebate apply to all low incomes, just because I think the model is so regressive, the model that we've adopted, and it is going to hit a lot of people really, really hard. It's going to hit people who are in that kind of low to medium range, who won't qualify for any kind of a rebate. It's going to hit them hard as well. And I think any assistance that we can give to try to reduce the impact on low income would be really great. And when we got the numbers of how many people might be eligible for this, first thing that came to my mind was we have a lot of low income families in this city. If we didn't have so many low income families in the city, then maybe this wouldn't be such an issue.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. Councillor Nelson.
I have a question, actually, a resident gave to me and I didn't have an answer because I didn't have an answer, so I promised him that I would ask administration. Does Sask Power or Sask Energy give any type of a rebate or lower funding to people with lower income? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Who's going to take that one? And I know you're not the Crown Corporation, so if you don't know, it's okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Lacey?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, I certainly am not aware of that, but I'll ask Ms. Mills in our work whether she has any awareness.
Mills?
Through the mayor, for the best of my recollection, Sask Power, they don't have rebate programs, but Sask Power does have like the retrofit home energy program where they do provide an audit, of power audit and to low income customers.
So, but neither one of them was, I'm trying to, he was trying to compare the rebate that we're giving to people and saying like, why are we as taxpayers funding this when other utilities aren't funding this for people? Is there anything to add to that? Can you?
Through the mayor, I'm not sure the question, but we don't have, like, as far as I'm aware, they don't have a specific rebate available to customers. They provided some assistance during COVID, I think, but it's not an ongoing program.
Yeah, during COVID, they didn't charge you for late payments. I remember that. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Hawkins, there's no further questions from council. There's wish to close debate.
Thank you. I have several comments. Councillor Stevens mentioned 58 cents a month is what it would cost users of the utility rate, or users of the waste system. That illustrates another point. Say the low income cutoff was $22,000 a year. Just pick that number. It means that those under $22,000 a year, say $21,000 a year, would be getting the program affordability supplement. But it also means this is still poor families, not well-off families, at 500 above the low-income cutoff rate, 1,000 above the low-income cutoff rate, at 5,000 above the low-income cutoff rate, would in effect be subsidizing the families that were under the low income, or that could take advantage of the low income cutoff rate. So what you've got here is a poorly designed universal program which causes poor people who can't afford the utility rate to subsidize other poor people who can afford the utility rate. That just seems to me to be fundamentally unfair. The second thing I want to say about the 58 cents a month is that's fine if we stop at the waste utility, the user pay waste system. But there will be strong pressure to extend that program to the water utility rate, and then beyond that to other services provided by the city. So that on those grounds, I think that there's real cause for concern about the fairness of the program, in addition to the unaffordability aspect, which I mentioned earlier, and which Mr. Onright underlined by indicating the cost of the program would go from $100,000 to $500,000 a year. I'd ask Council to reconsider the program and adopt the considered administration recommendation to assist low-income seniors or persons with disabilities.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Clerks, could I have you call the vote? Councillor Brashani has texted.
Yes, she has voted yes.
Yes.
Mayor Masters, the vote carries in a vote of 6 to 5. As noted before, Councillor Bresciani has temporarily left the meeting, but she is in contact with me and has indicated a yes vote. So voting yes are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Nelson, Findura, Mole, and yourself. Those voting against are Councillors Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, and Mancinelli. Carry 6 to 5.
Thank you to the clerks. Moving on. Delegation for CM 22-33, which is the main budget items. We have some delegations that we can hear tonight to council that have sat here for a little bit. I'd like to call upon delegation Sarah Cummings-Truskowski. I'll ask that you introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer questions. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Sarah Cummings-Truskowski. I'm a Regina Public School Board trustee and vice chair for the board. And I live in Regina. Trustee Lacey Weeks had planned on being here with me, but she had a baby just a few days ago, and so she's unfortunately can't be here. I'm here to ask that the City of Regina consider offering fare free transit for high school students up to age 18. As we know, free transit for children up to age 18 would greatly help students all over the city. It would lessen financial pressures on family, reduce stress for children and parents, and help ensure students more easily get to their jobs, get to their medical appointments, and succeed in life. Approximately 20% of children in Regina live in poverty. In our school division, this is about 5,000 students. Providing free public transportation for all children up to age 18 would lower monthly expenses, improve school attendance, and in turn, these students would improve their graduation rates. And as we all know, increased high school graduation rates improve success in life. Free transit for high school students would also increase student ridership and decrease greenhouse gas emissions by having less cars on the roads. Since City Council has promised to have net zero emissions and renewable energy by 2050, free transit for students up to age 18 would be a great step working towards this goal. Free transit for high school students would also support the City of Regina's transportation master plan by encouraging the use of transit. Knowing you may ask me for some financial support from the Regina Public School Board, currently, Regina Public Schools spends approximately $9 million on K-8 transportation, intensive supports high school programs, and specialized transportation for our students. Unfortunately, since 2009, school divisions do not have access to property taxes. All our funding is grant funded through specific formulas by the provincial government. The total cost of this plan would be approximately $1.78 million yearly. If we split the cost 60-40, where the city pays 60% and the two school divisions, Regina Public and Regina Catholic, pay the other 40, that would put Regina Public Schools portion at approximately $476,000 yearly. Unfortunately, this additional cost is not manageable through the grants that we receive from the provincial government. I am here, though, to support this green initiative that would greatly improve the lives of so many children, teenagers, and families, and benefit the environment. I would also like to add that this would be a real feather in your cap to say that Regina is one of the first cities in Canada to offer free transit for kids up to age 18. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Zakidniak with a question.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. And so I just want to explore a bit further which ways, can you tell me some ways that Regina Public Schools would be willing to offer up support in the continuation of exploring increasing the amount of fare-free transit? Do you have any ways that the school board would be willing to collaborate with us to continue to increase fare-free transit?
Well, we could help with the education of how kids take buses and that whole process of learning how to take the city bus.
Mm-hmm.
We also could help collect data on how ridership with our students is going and how we hope that it would change in the future. We could do that.
Okay. And the school board does currently purchase bus passes for students. Can you, I think the amount of that is around $20,000. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I've been corrected. It's $28,000.
$28,000
in our cards, which are sort of one back and forth pass that the principals are given and can give out just when they need to.
Okay. And so if we actually pursued expanding fare-free transit 18 and under, that would be a expenditure that you wouldn't need anymore, these the purchase of the R cards for $28,000. And so that would be a potential budgetary ask for public schools in, to contribute in lieu of the free bus passes. That could be a possible ask. Is that right?
It could be a possible ask. Yes.
Right. Okay. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the mayor, thanks for coming, Sarah, and for waiting. So I guess my question is, as you're members of the SSBA, I don't know if you as a school board meet with government, but the SSBA definitely does. is this something that can be raised in discussions with governments, either through motion?
We definitely, our board definitely meets with the provincial government, usually once a year, and I think we could bring that up, definitely. Yeah.
Okay. And last question, just with the bringing the free transit to age 13, have you noticed, or has the school board noticed, if that has made a difference at all for any students, or is it, depends on whether or not parents are comfortable with them riding alone, but have you seen any difference in usage?
I don't have numbers
Okay.
or data yet, but I do know just from word of mouth and from driving around to different schools that I have seen youngish 13 and under kids waiting at city bus stops.
Yeah.
So I think it is helping.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Sarah, it's good to see you. You're aware that the city collects education property tax and turns it over to the provincial government. Have you to date, the public school board to date, specifically approached the provincial government and said to them, we, the schools, are responsible for student transport. We believe that there should be some system like the K-8 system out of the property tax of ours, which is collected by the city. Will you give us a grant, provincial government, to provide transportation for our high school students?
We haven't done that, but we can try. We can try different things.
Why haven't you done that? That seems the obvious route to go. We're broke, you're broke. The provincial government's got a fair pot of money.
I hear you.
Okay. The other thing I was interested in what you had to say about the R cards. Can you explain how that system works? So who gets one? What students can get one? What benefit do they provide the student?
Students who ask their principal if they need to get to a medical appointment, they need to get somewhere to a job, and they just don't have the money, they don't have the access, they don't have a car, they can just get one from the principal.
Can they use that R card to go to school from home and back again?
I am not sure, but maybe.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Nelson.
Just to follow up, when Councillor Hawkins asked you why you haven't asked the province for it, and you didn't give a reason, you just said that you could. Well, why haven't you? I don't understand why that has never been asked, since that is their responsibility. And I know for myself, when I was a kid, I rode the bus to school and into grade 12. So, through you, Madam Mayor, can you explain to me why the school's never gone to the province to ask?
We've had an awful lot of issues and concerns and all kinds of things to ask the provincial government for, and it just hasn't come up.
So can you help me understand, because they used to have transit, like high school kids would get to school on the buses. When did that stop, and why did it stop, through you, Madam Mayor?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, thanks.
I see no further questions from council. Thanks very much for coming down tonight.
Thank you.
And for staying so long. We appreciate it.
I went home and back.
Yeah, there you go.
Thanks.
I call upon Delegation Sophia Young. Ms. Young, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself for the record, an organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have an opportunity to answer their questions. Good evening.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Wow, my voice is loud. My name is Sophia Young, and I will be representing myself as well as Better Bus Youth. Better Bus Youth is composed of 50 youth from across Regina who wants to support the city in achieving fare free transit for all youth 18 and under. Now, I've spoken to you all before about why fare free transit is important, but I never told you why it's important to me, and I think it's time for me to tell you guys my story. When I was younger, my dad was psychosymptomatically paralyzed from the back down, and it was hard on my family. I remember seeing my dad in bed almost in tears because of his newfound immobility. And it was also hard on my family. All of a sudden, my mom became the sole breadwinner, caregiver, and able-bodied parent. And because of it, a lot of things stopped being in the cards. My mom could not drive me to programs. I could not get to the library. I could not get to school. I could not get to my programs to help me learn how to read and write because I was developmentally behind. I became alone, which made me feel like I did not belong. Transportation barriers robbed me of opportunities, friendships, and dreams. And I will never get those experiences back. My situation got better when my dad's health increased, but many others do not. At home, I have a stack of letters from youth across the city who are telling me, yeah, this is my story, this is how I'm feeling. I also have so many people who come up to me telling me, this is such a good thing that you're doing because this is something that we need. I just don't know how to get there. And specifically, I'd like to bring you the story of a few other youth. The first one is Daniel Liebman. Daniel Liebman is 16 and he aspires to go to university, and for those reasons, he got a job. Except he had to quit his job because it's a 30-minute walk to work that becomes almost impassable in winter. That is a youth who wants to participate in the economy, who wants to fill labor shortages, and who wants to make his dream a reality, but can't because he cannot access transportation. And it's difficult because the University of Regina offers an engineering mentorship. And I remember I'm the one who drives him along with a friend, that we were standing in the area where the president's office is, and there's a picture of I believe it's Bob Hopkins in that area. And we were standing looking at it and saying, dang, one day I want to be like him, but I don't know if I'm going to make it. And that's hard. It's really hard, and I hope that one reason might be something to help you. Another reason is Kim Kalodi Watt. She's 15 years old, and she's a girl who wants to participate in programs in both the community and in the school. She wants to be active in our schools, to be in things like musical and different activities, but sometimes it's hard because she has to walk 43 minutes home because she cannot afford the $2.75 for the bus. And because she has an ankle injury, that walk has put her on crutches before. One thing that she asked me to ask you is this something that you want for your youth? I know many of you guys have children. Is this something that you would want for your children to experience? I certainly would not. How about Chiani Okiti? She's 16 years old, immigrated to Canada 3 years ago. The lack of transportation isolated her. As a newcomer, having the bus is a necessity to integrate into the community. And I've talked to the Open Door Society, and they agree that fare-free transit for youth would create a more inclusive Regina, which I know many of you have made campaign promises towards. However, every one of you in this room needs to hear the story of Hope Henderson, a strong Indigenous youth from Scott Collegiate. She says, and I quote, "The urgent challenge I find students facing is young Indigenous youth having little to no motivation in coming to school or joining extracurricular activities. One of the main causes is no access to transportation. The change my community is hoping for is that young Indigenous youth can find more motivation in coming to school and graduating, as the graduation percentage is lowest in the Indigenous community. If change isn't made, the results will worsen, and many more youth will not be graduating, and be or stay dependent on welfare." Now, Councillor Mancinelli, Councillor Brusciani, Councillors Hawkins, Nelsons, Zakiniak, Findura, and Mayor Masters, all of you stood on the stage that day at Mosaic on Truth and Reconciliation Day, and you said that you're dedicated towards the cause of truth and reconciliation, and fare-free transit in some ways is related to that, because it supports the growth and development of Indigenous and non-Indigenous students, athletes, future lawyers, and business owners alike. You have the power to answer youth like Jacob Pintaniskis, Kyra Larotz, Mark Nuevos, Tyler Blands, Ashley Ermine Stone's call for equitable access to transportation with a single vote. And more than that, you can answer the community's call, because this is not a bunch of kids who want this. We have a petition that we put out with 1,350 signatures that I exclusively went through to make sure every single one of them is from a Regina residence. And all of them are asking for fare-free transit for youth 18 and under. This is a motion that our community wants. At this point, you have heard our stories and you have seen our faces. You have seen how fare-free transit is an investment into equity, opportunities, safety, and our youth. If that is not enough for you to act, then you are failing. You are failing the youth in this city. We youth are watching you, and we are seeing who and what you represent. And we are excited to see you build a better Regina by supporting fair free transit for all youth, no matter how small that starts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young. There we go. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you very much for coming, Sophia, and thank you very much for sharing your personal story and the stories of so many other students. I know at the end you were trying to get through quickly. Can you repeat how many signatures you got, just for to reiterate the amount of signatures from across the city?
Yeah, so there was 1,558 in total from people all over, including different areas in rural Saskatchewan and towns nearby like Emerald City and whatnot. However, the ones that are exclusively from Regina is 1,350 signatures. And this wasn't something that we were mass promoting. This was more like something of like, oh yeah, we have this. Do you want to sign it? Yeah, sure. It wasn't something that we were really putting out. It was something that we were doing in a spare time because we're busy.
Thank you. Can you tell me a bit more about Better Bus Youth? You said that there's 50 people or 50 youth involved from across the city. Can you give us some more information about that entity?
Yeah, so it started because I'm in Miller and I heard that this is something that some of my classmates were facing, and that was eye-opening because I thought I was just kind of alone in that, and that was the only thing that I was experiencing. But then I saw that other people were experiencing it too, so we thought, why not we create a groups, because this was something that we were going over the exploration of fair free transit for youth in the Regina Transit Master Plan. And we were looking at case studies like Kingston, how they improved bus ridership by 87% increase. That this is something that might benefit Regina, especially when we look at things like the energy and sustainability framework. So we decided to expand it to other schools. This is something that the O'Neill Student Representative Council has thought was interesting, and I know some students are personally spreading that around. Particularly, we have kids in both Riffle and Knoll who are quite active in this cause. And it's interesting because some of the stories are something else, how a car heater breaking means you're not going to earn your credit for your first morning class because it's too cold to start your car. Or how not having inflated tires means kids aren't going to school, or a car breaking down means I'm not getting that credit that I need to graduate, and maybe I don't feel like staying another year to get my GED, so what's the point of graduating at all? So that's how we kind of started out, and it's expanded to schools all over. We have kids in Laval, we have kids in Lebuldus, we have quite a few from Scott Collegiate, and it's something that kids all over the city are looking for because it's a stepping stone. It doesn't just start here. This isn't just something of, oh yeah, let's get kids to school. This is about let's get kids involved in the community. I want to go to the library. I love my library. I want to be there all the time, but that walk there, especially in the wintertime, it's not something that I can do. And when you think of things like going to other activities I'm required to by law, like school, which is a 2.5-hour walk, I've made that walk before. It's not a fun walk. It's embarrassing to come flush into the face into math and everyone's looking at you like, why are you late again? But sometimes it happens, and I wish it didn't happen.
Okay, thank you very much.
I see no further questions from council. Thank you very much for coming tonight, Ms. Young. Okay, Councillor Stadnicek, a little quicker on the buzzer.
Okay, sorry, I just, how much of a difference would even a lower bus fare be for students? And I don't want to take away from your goal, because I know what your goal is, but affordability is the issue.
Yeah, part of the issue, environment and safety. I know that would help many who are in an affordability issue, but I know part of the goal is to get more young riders riding the bus, and that's what I care about. See, if you want to get rid of the intimidation factor that stops people from becoming bus users, removing the cost is very nice, even if it's something like a pilot program, which I heard Mayor Masters mention as a possibility one time. That's something that is very important. But if the way that we can start is with a lower fare and that can help some people get to school, then let's start there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. I'll call upon delegation Jared Clark. As you come down, I think you know the drill. Introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, where you reside, 5 minutes with council, and opportunity to answer questions. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Masters, councilors, and city administration. My name is, excuse me, ugh, been sitting here a long time. It is wonderful to see you this evening. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening, and I'm speaking on behalf of Regina Energy Transition, or RET, and I live on a small farm just outside of Regina. As many of you know, I am a teacher, a parent, and a biologist, and I'm very concerned about the effects of climate change on our planet and on this province, and of course on our city. Last time I was here, you'll remember I brought my two daughters, Rowan and Teal, so I could show you one of the reasons why I'm fighting for a better future. And they really wanted to be here today, but this was budget deliberations, so I sent them to school instead. Pakistan, 1,500 people died in devastating floods this year that displaced 33 million people. A heat dome over British Columbia that saw temperatures soar almost 50 degrees Celsius, equivalent to temperatures on the Sahara Desert, which caused a massive fire, killing 2 people and burning 520 buildings. Hurricane Fiona, pummeling Nova Scotia and Newfoundland this fall, decimating homes and causing $660 million in losses. Unprecedented droughts here on the prairies, culminating in 2021, causing the largest crop insurance payout of $2.4 billion. I could go on. Hurricane Ida, wildfires in the north, floods and mudslides in British Columbia. These extreme weather events are becoming more common and causing more extreme damage and loss. It is clear climate change is here now. If we wait to act, if we pretend like we can kick this can down the road another year, climate change will continue to get worse. So we must act now, and we must act boldly. So it was with great pride that in March I watched you pass the Energy and Sustainability Framework unanimously. The framework is a major step forward in securing a more sustainable and resilient city that doesn't leave the most vulnerable behind. You showed you understood that this needed to happen, and you showed that the threat of climate change is serious. Now, almost 50% of Canada's emissions fall largely under city control. Therefore, targeted action at the city level is imperative. The energy and sustainability needs to be fully funded, and that's why I'm here today to call on you to go further than the budget is proposing. One bold idea that you've heard is I would love to see fare free transit for youth 18 years and under added to the budget. We know that better bus transit is better for the climate, for air quality, for our health, and for the most vulnerable. Fare-free transit is about equity and affordability. And why I like fare-free transit so much for youth is because it sends a message to young people that we care about their future, that we are willing to invest in them. They have loudly been trying to tell you that this is what they want. Let's start growing a generation of bus riders whose reflex, is not to jump in their car to get to work or run errands, but rather to jump on the bus to get those things done. Funding fare-free transit does not mean we have to raise the mill rate. As outlined in Emily Eaton and Simon Enoch's Implementing Equity report published in November, there are amazing ideas that could offset this cost. We could expand stormwater fees for parking lots. We could include a municipal accommodation tax on short-term rentals like Airbnbs, or we could charge transportation networks like Uber for using our roads. The climate change tipping point that terrifies me the most is 100% loss of coral reefs if we reach 2 degrees warming. All of them gone because of warmer oceans leading to coral bleaching. We are at 1.15 degrees right now, and 50% of the world's coral reefs are already dead. This is one impact. What kind of future are we leaving for our kids or our grandkids? We don't have time to wait. Every city around the world must do their part. We must do our part, and this is an opportunity to build a better, more inclusive Regina. This is about priorities. and I am asking you to make the energy and sustainability framework a priority by going further and funding fare free transit for youth 18 and under in 2023. Thank you. Did I do it in 5 minutes?
That was well done, sir.
Thank you.
And Councillor Zakidniak has a question.
I may only have one. Thank you for coming. You said you're here representing Regina Energy Transition.
Yeah.
Can you give us a sense of how many folks are involved in Regina Energy Transition who you're speaking on behalf of as well today?
Sure. Regina Energy Transition is a group of local citizens who are wanting to see climate action in Regina. We are led by a small team of about 6 leads, and then we have a network out throughout the community in Regina and surrounding areas. I don't know what our mailing, our email network is right now, but it's at least 200, 300 people. So we do connect with a lot of people, and a lot of people that we put out, we do monthly meetings roughly, and we put out the call, and depending on who's coming to our meetings, like if we have a presentation or something, different people come, and it's really cool because we have people from Saskatchewan Electric Vehicle Association. They pop in sometimes, and different organizations and different people depending on what's happening. So I can't give you a specific number, but it's definitely local, and it's definitely a lot of folks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Thanks. I'm trying to get smarter too. I see no further questions from council this evening. Thanks so much, Mr. Clark, for coming. I'd like to call upon Delegation Majiri Igota. When you sit down, please introduce yourself for the record, organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer questions if they have any for you. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Marjorie Gota, and I am a senior at Miller Comprehensive High School. I am a resident of Regina, and I live in Councillor Bresciani's ward. Today, I will be representing myself as one of many Regina adolescents who have a critical need for fare-free transit. Personally, I believe that fare-free transit will help the city of Regina in 3 distinct ways: immigration, the quality of student life, and a more sustainable environment. I arrived in Canada approximately 3 years ago, and I will not lie to you, it was one of the most difficult things I've had to do in terms of change. I came in a few weeks before COVID, and due to the numerous financial obligation incurred during the first year, settling was very difficult. My mother was enrolled in a master's degree at the university, while my father was participating in a series of job interviews. On the first day of school, my parents could not afford to get me the bus pass, so I had to walk home, almost a 30-minute walk, and it was during the winter. I remember that it was very difficult to move around as a family, especially because of the costs. And I'm talking about basic things like getting our SIN numbers, getting our health insurance, and things like that. During the first semester of grade 10, I had to walk to school almost every day, except on the days I occasionally borrow my mother's student bus pass throughout the winter season. And this is coming from someone who migrated from Nigeria, which is really warm compared to Canada. Having access to the bus system would have made my family and I's relocation to Canada much smoother and much more enjoyable. When I consider living back then and the fact that my parents can now afford a monthly bus pass, I consider other immigrants that were in similar situations like mine. As a Regina Open Door Society peer leader in my school, it is very unfortunate that I have to meet many students that are going through the same similar situation, which I know is a concern for Mayor Masters, who showed up to an Open Door Society peer leader meeting, and Councillor Findura, who has faced the struggles of being a newcomer himself. Fare-free transit will facilitate the integration of immigrant families into society and facilitate their financial transition into a new life. Regarding student life, Fare Free Transit will inspire more students to attend school and become more involved in their community. As a student and the current vice president of the SRC at my school, I engage with many students at my school, and I am very aware that attending school can be very difficult, and and that education extends beyond the classroom walls. Due to the number of students who cannot pay for the bus, um, some some kids have to walk a considerable distance to school. These kids are unable to participate in extracurriculars. For example, some kids are not able to attend early bird classes like choir and vocal jazz and band because of the lack of bus pass. I believe that with fare free public transportation, we can successfully encourage students to attend and engage in school. I also believe that it would help reduce youth the mental health crisis and substance issues that we currently have in our schools. That is why this is one also the reasons why the Open Door Society recognizes the fare free transit implemented by the city would better the quality of life of students and increase the Open Door Society services, like the accessibility to services. I also believe that it will reduce the financial strain of on refugee families coming to Canada. Um, in March, I told the city council about the 10-year flood disaster that occurred in my country in Nigeria about 10 years ago, and how my grandfather's home was utilized as a refugee camp. However, I'm here again to tell the city council that the floods occurred this year again. And this time it killed over 600 people and it displaced over 1.4 million Nigerians. And I live at the River Rhine area of, I come from the River Rhine area of Nigeria, so it's flooded my entire village. And this flood was caused by the government's lack of climate change and infrastructural planning. And I believe that it is crucial for Regina to learn from these circumstances so they don't occur here. One of the reasons why my parents moved me here was because they wanted a better life. Therefore, I feel it is crucial that Regina strongly adopts a fare-free public transportation. I believe it will help us attain our 2050 objective of becoming a renewable society. And in conclusion, I believe that fare-free transportation for all youth is a key to a better Regina.
Thank you very much, Ms. Igota. I saw it right away. Councillor Stanachek, go ahead.
Quicker on the draw. Thank you for coming. Through the mayor, my question is just your experience, either your personal experience or of other newcomer students, their experience in their home country of transit. Is it something quite common that people are used to using compared to here?
Like using the bus?
Yeah, the bus. Yeah.
Okay. I know that I lived in Lagos in Nigeria, and it's a very busy city. I went to boarding school to avoid the transportation problems because it takes about some people 3 hours to get home. So it's a really bad situation in terms of transit. I know that a very good African story for like Nigerian parents to be like, oh, I walked like 2 hours to get home. So it was a big issue currently for students. A lot of students have to like go, and some of them have to be enrolled in boarding school for that purpose. So
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if I can turn the question around in another way, but I was just trying to, like, if you found that students in Saskatchewan do not, because there's not as much, people aren't used to taking the bus as much as maybe in other countries, and Nigeria might be a different case, but is it harder to talk, or is it quite easy to talk to other students about the importance of accessible, affordable transit?
Sorry, can you please?
Okay, sorry. Is it easy or hard to talk to other Saskatchewan students about the importance of having fare-free transit? Because we're not used to, like a lot of people, they want to have a car as soon as they turn 16.
I believe it's easy, especially in school, I've had a lot of people come up to me and like encourage me in the work I'm doing. That it's really affecting them. I personally know of like of a student that there are like 6 children in their household. So she was telling me that like imagine paying for a monthly bus pass for 6 of them. So I know that it's very easy. A car is only a few people that can really afford it, and I feel like yeah, it's very easy to talk about it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. Hi. So you mentioned that you are peer leader, I believe, with Open Door Society. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you speak in favor of fare free transit, is that a position that the Regina Open Door Society also supports fare free transit?
Yes.
Yes, it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. I don't see any further questions from council. Thank you so much for presenting this evening and for being patient and waiting. Appreciate it. We'll return to the gallery. Council, our next delegate is by telephone. We have Neil Middlemas this evening. Good evening, sir. I'll ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have. Good evening.
Hello, you folks can hear me?
We can, sir. Please proceed.
My name is Neil Middlemas. Thank you very much for your time this evening. I currently live in Ward 3, but I grew up in Ward 4, and I've lived in Regina for all of my life. I'm speaking on behalf of the Saskatchewan Electric Vehicle Association, a nonprofit organization based out of Regina. It was formed by a group of environmentally conscious individuals with the goal of accelerating the adoption of electric vehicles in Saskatchewan. I'd like to speak to 2 issues in the budget today. First, I'd like to speak in favor of the purchase of electric motor buses and supporting infrastructure in the budget, essentially the move to electrification of public transit. Electric transportation is more than a fad. It is just one part in a transformation of the role that vehicles play in our lives. The internal combustion engines that we use, that I ride on every day in our public transit fleet, are actually, by comparison, very dirty, smelly, noisy, and inefficient. They're expensive to maintain, and they're often unreliable in the winter. If you spend time in the downtown corridor, it's not particularly pleasant waiting outside for buses while they're idling, because again, they're dirty, smelly, noisy, and inefficient. EVs are much better in that sense, and they also support bus rapid transit, which I believe is a model of transit that is included in the transit master plan, because when buses are quieter and less disruptive, folks are less bothered by trips in their neighborhood. Electric buses also make sense from a sustainability perspective. Although there are serious environmental concerns in the electrification of everything, life cycle studies continue to show that EVs have a lower environmental impact than internal combustion engines, whether they're diesel or gasoline. When you think about the amount of time that a bus operates for, the savings on CO2 are very substantial, and that will become more and more relevant as pressure against carbon emissions grows. Given our dependence on those carbon-based fuels, your operating costs are also at the mercy of a global commodity that you have basically no control over the pricing. Buses have to stop a lot, and in internal combustion engines, all that energy is wasted in brake pads and rotors that ultimately fail and actually pose a liability to the city, as we've seen in the past. In an EV, that energy is captured, and so the bus charges a little bit every time that it stops. EV motors also operate with much higher torque at lower RPMs, which means that they're very effective driving in poor road conditions, particularly heavy snow. And perhaps the last technological advantage, maybe there are 2. Drivers can do one-foot driving more easily in EVs. So because of the regenerative braking, the bus gets slowed down and they have fewer repetitive stress injuries because they don't have to brake quite so much. And then buses will also have V2L, or vehicle to load, which means that they could potentially drive out to locations and charge and power other things, which is a interesting transformative option. I know that the city is planning to get, I believe, 5 buses, but I think that might not be enough of a commitment. And also, I'm sure you've seen already that the EV space is, the demand is far outstripping the supply and will for quite a while. So getting orders into manufacturers or whomever you have a relationship with, whether it's Nova Bus or someone else, getting those orders in now and building those relationships is probably a good idea. The second thing I'd like to speak to is I'd like to ask council to consider rejecting the administration's recommendation around fare-free transit for 18 and under, and instead fully fund that program. As a longtime transit rider and someone that loves going to other cities with much more effective transit, you can see how much more lively a city can be when people are able to live a more active and environmentally sustainable lifestyle. And crucially, they're able to access local businesses and facilities more easily as well. Often we ask, when we're having this conversation, why should we let someone out of paying for this kind of service? But in this particular case, I think it's more important to ask why we think that high school students are the appropriate payers for this service. Generally speaking, high school students don't have a lot of money. The majority of people who are probably using the bus at the moment come from families that are relatively less off. And just by definition, this program seems that it will help those who are most marginalized the most.
Mr. Middlemiss, you're
Yep.
Middlemiss, you're past your 5 minutes. So if I could ask you to conclude your presentation in about 15 seconds or so.
I can. So if you fully fund fare-free transit, you will build a generation of riders that you will then earn your revenue back from in the long run. The city has talked about making transformational change for a long time, and now is the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Well done, you did it in 15 seconds. I have a question for you from Councillor Zakiniak. Oh, sorry, Shannon.
Thank you. So I'm just going to ask the same question that I've been asking others, just trying to get a sense of how many folks are involved with the Saskatchewan Electric Vehicle Association, who is you're speaking on behalf of in support of Let's Focus on Fare-Free Transit. How many folks are involved with that organization?
Well, our board meetings usually have 8 to 12 people present. I know that we're in the hundreds of members. And I know that we're also, many of us are active in discussion with other groups like the Regina Energy Transition. It would be difficult for me to speak beyond our membership, but I know that our membership has been very supportive of this motion.
Sorry, I missed a few of the things you were saying. I heard that you have 8 to 12 on your board, and then I heard you mention membership. Are there additional, did you mention additional numbers or?
Yeah, we have somewhere in the hundreds of, I know we have more than 100 members, less than 1,000.
More than 100, less than 1,000. Okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thanks, Councillor Zakiniak. I see no further questions from Council, Mr. Middlemiss. So thank you very much for presenting this evening, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Council, we're just trying to reconnect with the last delegation. That's a touch wood if you're wondering what that was. So if you don't mind, just talk amongst yourself for a minute or two. Council, Livia Erickson from Moose Jaw, DE 22-213, on your list of delegates, cannot make it, and so we're going to ask Mr. James Nicol to read it into the record. Getting punchy.
Mayor Masters and councillors. My name is Liv Erickson and I am a grade 12 student from Moose Jaw. Although I don't live in the city of Regina and I wouldn't directly benefit from a decision being made in favor of free transit for youth, I fully support the decision and I see it as a step in the right direction for the city. Larger centers benefit the most from having well-established public transit systems because they have denser populations and typically have a higher need. During the summer in Moose Jaw, almost all of the city has the opportunity to get around town efficiently using active transportation. Although you can typically find everyday stops like grocery stores near each residential area in Regina, children and adults alike have to find their way to school and work almost every day. Many people don't have access to cars, whether that's because of financial insecurity or lack of a driver's license, and they are forced to walk or bike, sometimes for many hours, to get to these places. Being from a smaller city allows me to see the potential free transit could bring to the second largest city in Saskatchewan. It would provide opportunities for lower income families to more easily participate in school, extracurricular activities and sports, as well as community events. Voting in favor would support immigrants in the already difficult task of adjusting to life in Canada, while also providing the opportunity to enact meaningful action toward reconciliation and the upholding of treaty promises, since a disproportionate rate of Indigenous peoples in Canada are living under the poverty line. 30% of Indigenous youth in Canada live in poverty, and it is our job as treaty people to assist Indigenous populations in times of need and promote Indigenous education, which will lower poverty rates for future generations. More important to me is that it would lower the city's CO2 emissions and bring us one step closer to Canada's goal of being net zero by 2050. Reducing the number of individual cars on the road decreases the emissions those cars would release, especially during these winter months when we idle hours to keep them warm. Just this year, the City of Regina made promises to promote active and public transportation by passing the Regina Energy and Sustainability Framework. During the warmer months, we should promote active transportation, but during the long winters of the prairies, active transportation is not always feasible. This means we require a better solution to fill the transportation gap. Every place in Saskatchewan and Canada as a whole is responsible for reducing its environmental impact to ensure we meet our provincial and national goals. Passing fair free transit for youth is an opportunity for Regina to emerge as a leader in sustainability and create a meaningful impact on its citizens and the environment. Thank you.
I was about to call your time, just so you know. Okay.
Oh, Amber.
Good morning, everyone. Coming back from recess at approximately 8:30 last night, I'll call today's meeting to order and acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and home to the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Lakota, Nakota, and home of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancies to the lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as people from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing, as well as some delegations. I'd like to remind those attending virtually that ensure your video camera and microphone are off, and when speaking, unmute and turn your camera on. We start with delegations this morning. We are going to begin the day with DE 22-218, Chris Lane from Economic Development Regina. Mr. Lane, I think you know the drill, but state for the record your name, the organization you represent, where you reside, and you'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, and thank you for the time, Mayor, Council, and Administration. My name is Chris Lane. I am the President and CEO at Economic Development Regina. And we are here today to address the proposed budget and the funding for Economic Development Regina. If you will recall, we delivered a fairly detailed and transparent strategic plan, business plan, and corresponding budget. And we're here to answer questions on the impact of the proposed budget for 23 and 24. EDR believes strongly in the mandate that we've been given by the City of Regina, and we're committed to achieving it to the very best of our ability. We're very pleased that City Administration have also shown their support for our mandate by proposing fully funding our Year 2 in 2024 strategic plan and budget. We can also appreciate the difficult decisions that are being made for 23 and that it showed up in EDR's core funding number for this year. Without question, our ability to meet our mandate in the way we described to you will be impacted by a lower 23 funding level. And I want to be fully honest about the potential consequence of that. While EDR will continue to operate, clearly we may be forced to reduce, delay, or defer some key actions as we presented to you earlier this year. In particular, it will impact the assertiveness we can take as we look to use the Place brand to market and promote Regina as a place to do business and live. In a critical time for our city to take its place on the global stage, our visibility will inevitably be reduced. It may also impact our ability to deliver key streams of work through the Audacity platform, which recognizes and celebrates the change makers and entrepreneurs that make our city great. Essentially, it is this: the closer we get to the full funding model presented, the closer we get to delivering the strategic actions in both Place brand and entrepreneurship support of our business plan and the city's own strategic priorities for 2023. The further away we are, the more realistic we have to be about particular outcomes. We appreciate and stand ready to collaborate, cooperate, and be creative with administration, other agencies, and partners to bridge this gap, if indeed a gap exists in the final budget. Thank you again for the endorsement and support of the work that we have laid out and are committed to delivering as EDR 2.0.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. I'll open up to questions from members of council. Thank you. Councilor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Appreciate you coming to present. Happy to be part of the EDR board. I was just wondering if you could maybe describe some of the promotion campaign actions that would be missing and maybe the effects on what we're trying to achieve as a region in our economy right now.
Sure, through you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. You know, maybe I'll use an example that we were able to be nimble and agile enough to execute on around the Grey Cup with the Place brand. We saw an opportunity to use the assets that the Place brand project had created for us and build an advertising campaign within the pregame show of Grey Cup, coupled with a digital marketing placement, a launch of a homegrown Regina website, and coupled with some earned media. We had an amazing result of that particular campaign that we were able to do. Those things cost money. We activated partners to assist in it, but the seed money had to come from EDR to lead that and create it and implement it. In that particular instance, it was amplified considerably by the fact that the campaign got picked up by U.S. mainstream media and was distributed throughout North America. So while exceptional, it's probably not predictable as an outcome, but it is a good example of the kind of things that fully funding EDR to be able to be nimble enough to seize opportunities as they come up. Those are the kind of examples of the things that we would look to continue to do. So while a big part of the Place branding campaign relies on activating partners, because we know, as if you recall in our previous presentations, we are never going to outspend larger jurisdictions. We have to be strategic about what we do spend. But those kind of activities do require leadership and seed money from EDR's perspective to be able to bring partners to the table and actually activate in those things. So we'll have to be realistic about where and when and what that looks like in 2023. The core principle is that the City of Regina is responsible for the core funding and operational overhead of EDR. So we rely on either full funding or external partners, third parties, to fund a lot of the activities that we laid out in the business plan. And I will remind that the existing business plan for EDR also includes about $1 million of third-party funding already. So we are a true P3 in that model, and one way or the other, we need to find ways to activate and advance what we believe is a pretty ambitious but attainable branding and marketing strategy for the city.
Appreciate that. And I know before becoming a councillor, many times I heard lots of different acronyms, EDR, this, that. Could you just give a little bit of description on how that would affect the average resident in Regina? You know, what that means for people who might not be so involved in the immediate business of EDR, but pay the taxes to support it?
Absolutely. Through the chair. The business plan and strategic plan that we laid out for economic development Regina, I think very clearly obligates and encourages our organization to be visible in the community and not only use the place branding and marketing mandate that we have from the city to instill some civic pride in the place we live. So there's a direct connection there, but also be more ready to lead and support the local existing business community. When we identify the stakeholders at EDR, we took special care to make sure that we had a plan and an activation in place so that the kind of data and analytics and support systems that we create can be shared with the existing business community so that we can help better inform at all levels commerce and prosperity in the city for a stakeholder group that is wide and diverse and existing in the city, not just investment attraction for businesses and investment dollars that aren't here yet.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much, Chris, for being here today and the work that you do. I want to just go into kind of what you just said about assisting businesses, the local businesses and their existence in our community. We've heard that 3 businesses, and I'm sure there's more that have recently gone under and lost their business. So can I ask you, when you look at the economic piece of it and everything that we're under, inflation, labor, all of that, what is EDR going to do with this budget to assist businesses in that regard? To you, Madam Mayor.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. It's an excellent question, and at the risk of scooping friend and colleague Tony Plater from the Chamber of Commerce over here, one of the most significant undertakings that we will do in partnership will be to take a very close look, a deep dive, I think for the first time ever, at the labor situation in Regina and area, and move away from perhaps anecdotal evidence about what the labor shortage looks like in the city, and use our incoming economist as a primary resource to research, model, and then create a bit of a strategy, perhaps, about what the labor situation really looks like in the city, and what sort of mitigating actions we might be able to take as a community to help ensure that the businesses operating and trying to operate and stay profitable in the city has access and understanding of labor mobility and tactics that they can use to insulate themselves against a potential shortage, and hopefully inform policymakers like yourselves about potential actions and economic outcomes based on a strategy around recruitment and retention.
Great, thank you. And my last question is just around, we've administration has come forward with a mill rate, and of course, residents are also concerned with a mill rate of that. And I heard you say collaborative and cooperative with administration to look at some type of collaboration to, even if you had to work together to reduce or work together to do something like that. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, yeah, that is definitely accurate, Councillor. I think EDR and myself have enjoyed a productive and generous relationship with administration, and I can't see that changing anytime soon. And I would say personally, I'm understanding of the challenge of the mill rate in this particular time. So EDR is part of the solution, not part of the problem here. We know that there's a list of stakeholders and partners in administration and also in the city that if we need to be particularly creative in the next 12 months about how we all achieve our mandates in this environment, you'll certainly find us to be a willing partner at that table. But since we did such a detailed description of and costing model of EDR's business plan for the next 2 years. I wanted to be sure that you had the opportunity to ask the questions about what it means if it's something different.
Thank you.
You, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Nelson?
Thanks, Chris, for being here, and thank you for the work that you've done and the numerous times you've met me and talking about everything. Just to kind of follow, can you explain to myself and the people in Regina what happens when our economy doesn't do well and when our economy does do well? Very basic, and I try to explain this to my children and to people I know. If the economy doesn't do well, we don't have the money left over for all the good, feel-good things that we should do. Can you explain to us in a very matter-of-fact manner, in an economic way of saying it, please?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. I think we have a fundamental understanding at EDR that in the office in the last 6 months that economic growth is a force for good, and that really drives a lot of the actions and a lot of the enthusiasm that we have within the organization these days. Quite honestly, we also have two very, for as detailed and explicit as our business plan is, we really exist, I think, at least we have an understanding, we exist to accomplish two main goals for the city. One is grow the commercial tax base, and the second is to grow the population through talent recruitment and retention. And so if we do two of those things, we have, I think, made a positive contribution in the city in that it gives council and administration more resources to be able to fund the important things in all aspects of what it means to be a good community. And secondly, we bring people to the city that add value, not only economically, but personally. Is this the kind of community we want to build? Are we filling the jobs with the kind of people that are excited to do the work and stay here and help build the community with us? So those are two driving forces, I think, philosophically at EDR, and in a very matter-of-fact way, if we can do both of those things, then we contribute to the bottom line of the city, and we contribute to the ability of the city to build itself the way that I think this chamber spends a lot of time discussing and leading.
Thank you, Chris, for that. That was very well said. Much better than I do. Another question, and I don't know if you've thought about this, is if you don't get this extra funding, if we don't put the resources into the projects that EDR has stated that are important and moving forward to the city, what do you think the cost would be to us as taxpayers and us as a city? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through the chair, I think we believe so strongly in the work that we've laid out and the benefit to the community around attracting businesses, attracting investment dollars, and attracting people that, we're not, I would say the risk is that we're going to defer doing those actions at a time when I think that the other external competitive circumstances, specifically in Western Canada around our competitive jurisdictions, also doing that work, is we enjoy first mover advantage on some of the things we've discussed and presented to you at EDR right now. The risk is that we lose it. We understand very specifically that other jurisdictions in Western Canada, other cities, are also ramping up and being very visible and being very tangible in their actions around agriculture and food processing, for example, around the technology sector, for example. So again, at EDR, we believe so strongly that those are keys to the future success of this city. We certainly wouldn't abandon them. We would have to maybe defer or like I said, reassess our assertiveness and how we position ourselves and how proactive we can be around that. But it doesn't mean that we don't advance them somehow. But like I said, the risk is that other jurisdictions do not seem to be slowing down in their aggressiveness around the same spheres that we think that we are most competitive in.
Thank you for that answer, Chris. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Zakiniak.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a few questions for you. First one is, not surprisingly, I'm interested to hear more about your plans in relation to supporting our energy and sustainability framework and the strategic priority of environmental sustainability Can you touch on that for a little bit?
Yes, I can. Through the chair. Earlier this year, we dedicated an FTE position to fully understanding environment and sustainability as a growth sector in terms of economic growth. Firstly, because we believe that there is an alternative fuels and renewable fuels growth opportunity here in Regina as we position ourselves around strength and transition research around energy. But also because there's an increasing amount of interest in agriculture residual reuse products. So that's everything from pelletized residual for fuel to a lot of interest around canola meal and offtake as a source of biodiesel or possibly even hydrogen generation. So clearly there's an economic opportunity here based on those on clean tech and green tech applications in our sectors. But also clearly the leadership the city has shown around environment sustainability with the plan here. We believe that there's a supporting element that EDR can offer. I think in collaboration with administration. The goals and actions that we see in that plan are very tangible to the things that the city operates. We believe EDR's role in this is to understand and support that, but at the same time positioning the city as a welcoming home for growth in the sector overall. So it's an alignment of philosophies and understanding that while the city owns the operational responsibility to implement the plan, EDR owns the development of an entire sector around the technology that will help enable the kind of things the city wants to do, but also attract businesses that are finding ways through clean tech to operate prosperously within the industries that we already have here in the city.
Okay, thank you. Also, so this is our first multi-year budgeting process. The ask that you have given for 2024, do you consider that is a very close to a final state? Do you anticipate that you will be updating that ask? So I'm just trying to understand how that process works for you all.
Through the chair, we anticipate and we presented a budget plan that is fully funded for the operations that we intend and the tactics that we intend to be able to deliver on over the course of the 2 years. So at this stage, we certainly don't anticipate any further changes to the 2024 number.
Okay. And I think my last question, you have a slide in our materials talking about revenue sources. There's the City of Regina, partner contributions, and then other. Please remind me if is the plan for you to continue to investigate EDR other sources of revenue rather than from the city to grow those partner contributions and other sources of revenue?
Through the chair, certainly there is. It's a great question, and I think it's important for all of us to be reminded that as a true P3, a portion of our energy goes into ensuring that other levels of government, for example, private industry, and other sources of revenue are constantly part of our funding model. I think operating EDR the way we've set it up will cost somewhere between $3.5 to $4 million. The city obviously has the bulk of that contribution, but there's market value in the work that EDR does in other partner contributions, and we see that, and we certainly intend to grow it based on the activities and deliverables that we intend to obviously deliver in the next 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakitian. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. Do Regina's well-publicized crime rate and social issues have any impact on your ability to attract investment or people to Regina?
Through the chair, I think we always answer the questions about what it's like to live in Regina. So we have, the way investment attraction will work through EDR is we'll work with incoming companies or people or talent, for example. And once, we have some competitive advantages in making the business case work. So once the business case is solved, the next question is always, well, what is it like to live here? And what is it like for connectivity in and out of Regina? Those are two very common questions that we get. So while we probably don't field or answer a lot of questions directly on the crime rate, we have a lot of quality of life discussions here. And that's why we're so adamant about our role also as a supporting member of community building projects and initiatives here. You can't really do one without the other. And while solving the crime rate might not be specifically EDR's mandate, we certainly understand that from a quality of life perspective, it's a conversation that we're prepared to have and we do have with people all the time. Now, personally, as such an advocate and a booster of the city and the region, I have some energy around presenting Regina in the best possible light. So certainly that, I think, as we all do at EDR, I think there's a very consistent enthusiasm for the positivity around the city and the potential of it. That's maybe a long-winded way of saying that it's our mandate and it's our enthusiasm to present Regina in the best possible way, while also being realistic about the space that we live in and the challenges we have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stevens.
Great. Thank you. Through the chair. Chris, I have a question about the relationship you foresee with council. In the past, often we'd meet EDR luncheons annually at budget, but you're building something a bit bigger here. What role do you see EDR playing as an advisory board? For instance, how do we deal with socioeconomic issues? How do you measure that? How do we talk about inequality, planning, how we build, and how we invest in services? Do you foresee EDR having an advisory role to us that would add to some of the reports that come before council regarding concept plans, investments in recreation facilities, and so on?
Through the chair, absolutely I do, Councillor. I think that's a great question, and it's something that we laid out very specifically in our business plan as we think of ourselves as a products and services company, and the city and council is our shareholder. We're certainly ready and willing to contribute with data and analytics. As you know, we are building out an entire unit within that of EDR so that we can be ready and prepared to receive the work and the asks of council and administration so that we can help inform those decisions along the way. We've already been contributors in some of the Catalyst conversations. We continue to be ready to do research on right down to very granular things, as in what is the economic impact of a new family moving to Regina and staying here, for example. Are there differences in the kind of labor that they would fill? Is there a difference in the kind of businesses that they would create? And trying to attach some level of dispassionate data and measures to that, so that we can, as a community, make decisions with the best data available. That is certainly something that we see as our mandate and a role that we can fill. Whether that's through discussions like this at public chambers or private briefings or being part of individual committee proceedings, we're very happy and I think stand ready to receive that work.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Mr. Lane, it would appear as though council is done asking you questions, so I'm going to ask you one. What do you need besides funding? Understandably, as a municipal corporation, we approve or disapprove your funding request. But besides funding, what do you need from the City of Regina?
Well, through you, Madam Mayor, I think when we look at what other cities, because we like to compare ourselves a lot, when we look at what other cities are doing right, the thing that strikes me the most is there is no daylight between priorities. There's alignment, there is stability, and there is a common understanding of what a positive outcome and a finish line is. And so I think what EDR needs as an organization is a city and administration that backs the mandate that you've given us, is stable and consistent in the messaging around the priorities of the city and how we get there, and clear on how EDR can assist that work. We exist as a products and services company, as a municipal corporation, as what we like to believe is experts in our field. So the more conversations that we can help with through the city and through council, not only does it do we live into our mandate? But I think it gives external observers confidence in the institutions of the city and in EDR that even though we may come to our finish line and our outcomes in a different path, that we have the same ones and we share the same philosophies around what it looks like when we build and live in a great community.
Thanks very much. I'll thank you for presenting this morning. Appreciate your time very much. There's no further questions from council. I'll ask you to return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Next up, I'll invite Jenna Schroeder to come on down. Ms. Schroeder, state your name. For the record, the organization you're representing and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes, and after which time we may ask you some questions. Good morning.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. My name is Jenna Schrader. I'm the Executive Director of the Provincial Capital Commission, based in Regina here. And thank you very much through you, your worship. Good morning to City of Council, to the officials here as well. And thank you for the opportunity to present to you. Really, I'm here as a follow-up to the presentation that we had provided on November 2nd of this year. The Provincial Capital Commission had presented a one-year budget at that time. We have 3 funding partners. The City of Regina is one of those important partners, also the Government of Saskatchewan and the University of Regina. And because we're all on different budget cycles, we had just presented that one-year budget, but we do commit for next year to present a 2-year budget for you folks. So as the Provincial Capital Commission, the pillars of our operations are community engagement, history and stewardship education, and a long-term legacy planner. So what we had presented last time was a status quo budget, request from the City of Regina for $2.719 million. That represents 22% of the operating budget of the Provincial Capital Commission. And what we plan to do on the investment from the City of Regina here is it supports our operations and our community use capital projects. And what we have planned for this coming year in terms of community use capital projects represents about $1.7 million that we will be investing throughout the centre in various projects, pathway upgrades, accessibility, and a whole host of other things in different categories that we have, which are active communities, ecological envelopes, and outdoor educational infrastructure. Another big project of what we're doing this year is renewing our master plan. So again, that's the 100-year vision of what we want to do with Wascana Centre. So that project, it has started this year. It will carry forward into next year with an anticipated completion of the end of next year. Another thing that we're hoping to get out of that is the 10-year plan of what are the projects that we need to be undertaking to help support that 100-year vision. So lots of exciting things happening at the Capital Commission. And again, thank you so much to the City of Regina for your support through the board and through the board of the Provincial Capital Commission, as well as the funding support. So I'm happy to answer any additional questions here that Council has. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schroeder. I have a question from Councillor Stadnicek. Fast on the
Okay,
button.
thank you. Thank you for coming through the chair. Have you been able to assess and the value that Wascana Park has for the City of Regina? In terms of like, is there any thinking maybe through the master plan that we'll be starting to measure the value that residents have for the park?
Yeah, and thank you. Through you, Chair, very good question. I don't have any tangible number to say what the value is. Some of the things that we're doing is working on an inventory of all of our trees so that we can try to understand what is the value of the trees that we have within the centre. We are also going to be undertaking some specific traffic counts, pedestrian counts, to understand how many users are coming within. The last time we did this type of engagement, or sorry, counts was a number of years ago, so we need to validate that again, just so that we can really get the picture of who is coming in, how are they using this space, and try to build our programs and our infrastructure investments around that. So I don't have a great answer for you today about what is the value, like the actual dollars and cents, but on the intangible side, it's really the heart and center of recreation, civic pride, bringing folks, once people are in the city, giving them wonderful recreation opportunities, cultural experiences, educational experiences.
Right.
So lots of intangible benefits at this point.
Through the chair, and there are plans to, there is an orchard that is under development, and there are plans to create a community benefit of that orchard. I wonder if you could say a little bit about that.
Yeah, and thank you for the question through you, Chair. The orchard is really in its infancy right now. For the last several years, we've been planting various fruit trees, trying to get a sense of what will grow and what will establish here in Regina, understanding the limitations of our climate, and trying to figure out which hybrid varieties are going to do well. So we're at the point now where we still need to plant additional fruit trees, see how they grow. It typically takes between 3 to 5 years from the time those trees are planted to see some sort of production benefit. So we're still trying to figure out what that is going to be. And as time progresses, as we see how these trees develop, then we'll be able to put in some more concrete plans of how much do we expect for a harvest? What are we going to be doing with this? What kind of benefit could it provide for the community?
Okay. Yeah. And through the chair, the Frost Festival, PCC, Provincial Capital Commission, is a partner in Frost, and you will be participating again this coming winter?
Yes, and thank you for the question through you, Chair. Yes, the Provincial Capital Commission is one of the partners in Frost. We're very happy to do it again this year. What we are planning to do, similar to last year, is having the rink on Wascana. Currently, we're just waiting for the ice to thicken before we can set that up. So that will be an important part. We plan on having dog sledding again, horse and carriage rides, inviting folks to come out, trying cross-country skiing, snowshoeing, and really focusing on that active outdoor engagement, mostly daytime activities. But again, we are very happy to be part of this project and really encouraging the people of Regina and visitors to Regina to get out and enjoy winter.
And my last question through the chair is just regarding the plans for the public consultations with the master plan. When will the public start to hear about that process and how they can engage in that process?
Okay, thank you for the question, and through you, Chair, we are in the final stages of getting everything prepared here to release our public participation plan, just going through all the final approvals and getting all of our documents formatted to be posted here. So early in January is when we anticipate releasing what that public participation plan is, which will outline for each of the stages of the master plan. There's 5 total stages, but through stages 1, 2, and 3, this is where the public can engage with us in-person activities, come to events, provide us their feedback, also giving them an online option to provide their feedback. Once we get to stage 4, that's only online engagement. And then stage 5 is the final one where the Provincial Capital Commission Board would either approve or not approve that plan. And the whole intent of these various stages is to start very broad, reviewing the overview, what is a master plan, what's in this current master plan, is it still valid, what are some of the questions we have. That would be stage 1. Stage 2 is where we start getting a little bit more detailed in the principles in the master plan. What are the pillars? Is there anything that needs to change? Things that are working, things that aren't working, and what are some of the ideas for capital projects and infrastructure investment that we can do to kind of build into that 10-year plan. Stage 3 is when we have the draft of the master plan, so starting to pull ideas together. What could this look like? Stage 4 is when we have that final master plan of what is being proposed. So there will be many opportunities for the public to get engaged and give us their feedback.
There is actually one more question, Madam Chair, and that is further on engagement with the public. The PCC is planning some specific or targeted engagement with Indigenous people as well. Is that correct?
We will have further details when we release all of the information about how the public can get involved, and specifically for Indigenous folks, how they can get involved as well. Yeah, so all that detail will be coming.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Stanich. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much, excuse me, for being here today. I just remember from your presentation now, I think you guys are asking just for the status quo, the same as last year as well. Okay, so with inflation and everything, how are you guys able to do that?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Chair. What we have done this year, similar to past years, is proposing that status quo budget just because with the absence of additional information to say, like, here is what we can invest in and here's what we can deliver on, we don't feel comfortable going back to our funding partners asking for additional dollars. So as we're planning out our capital investments, what we're going to be doing, we're really shifting and focusing on putting forward a plan of what is shovel ready and what can we deliver. So getting better at spending what we say we're going to spend. So internally, what we are trying to do here, managing through vacancy management and hiring, there's quite a bit of turnover in some of our positions here. So finding savings that way. And then another thing that we have started doing this year is actually a cost tracking model. So for our horticulture, forestry, pest control, getting an understanding of where staff are spending their time. So what activities are doing and then where within the center they are so that we can better understand what is the cost of our operations. So we're starting to put the pieces in place so that we fully understand to deliver our services. What does this mean?
Awesome, good, that's excellent. We need to be doing the same thing. Just the last question. CNIB building, that little area there, you talked about a plan. What is that plan and the next steps with that little corner there? Where is that at? Through you. There.
Thank you for the question. And through the chair, the site of the former CNIB building that has been restored back to a park-like state. The foundation has been removed, the hole was filled in, and then the area was grassed over, seeded over, and it has been maintained through SAS Bills and Procurement over the last number of months. At this point, there is no additional plan for what specifically is going to be happening there. And because we're still going through the court process with the lawsuit, I can't make any predeterminations.
Okay, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for status quo budget.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bresciani. Any other member of council have a question? I have one. We know that in hospitality and tourism and everything else, that the pandemic was devastating to say the least. We know that the rebound isn't happening, and in fact, we're probably going to feel the effects for another couple of years. How was the pandemic on the PCC?
Thank you for that question. It's a very good one. In terms of events that were happening, we definitely saw a decrease. Just people not being able to gather, use the spaces they had before. One of the important services that we do deliver is anybody who wants to host an event within Wascana Centre, they can come to us, apply for that permit, and we help to facilitate it. So number of events were definitely down for 2 years. This year, what we found is we're essentially back to pre-pandemic level for number of events. So people are coming back out, they're using the space, and it's being activated again. In terms of the recreation benefit, I don't have actual statistics to prove it, but just from the staff who've been present, the use of particularly the pathways that we have throughout the pandemic, there was a massive spike. I mean, folks couldn't really get their recreation in indoor ways, so we found that a lot of people were coming down to Wascana Centre to use what we had. So it has opened our eyes to show that the system, the pathway system, the amenities that we have that were essentially designed in the 1950s don't really hold up to the demand we have now. So it's going to be an important project for us, starting with the master plan and then specifically doing some investigations on what can we do to invest in our pathways to meet the demand that we're seeing. And that's going to be a multi-year process.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Schrader. I see no further questions, so I'll thank you very much for your presentation this morning.
Thank you.
Ask that you return to the gallery. We got virtual, right? Yeah. All Next up, we have virtually, we have Kathy Warner, Wayne Morski, Tim Reed, Roberta Engel, and Tyler Lloyd from Regina Exhibition Association Limited, as well as Tourism Regina. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so
I'm trusting
again,
you
know
can
the
hear us
drill.
well.
Yeah. State the organization. We need it for the record. We need you to state your names for the record, the organization, and where you happen to live. And then you'll have 5 minutes and answer questions if the council has any. Go ahead, Mr. Morski. Mr. Morski, can you turn your camera off? You've frozen and we think it may be interfering. And if you tell me you're in Mexico, I'm going to be pretty upset. One moment.
Good morning. I have a bad connection. I'm not sure you can hear me, but good morning and thank you for the opportunity. My name.
Mr. Morski, could you turn your camera off? We think that may help with the audio.
Okay, camera is off.
There you go.
Can you hear me clearly now?
We can
Okay,
hear
thank
you
you.
perfectly clearly now.
Good morning and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Wayne Morski, Board Chair of REAL. And with me today is Tim Reed, President and CEO of REAL, who is now just rejoining. He was canceled off the call, but he's coming back in. Roberta Engel, VP of Corporate Services of REAL. I believe Tyler Lloyd, Director of Destination Marketing and Major Event Attraction for Tourism. And I think Ashley Stone will be joining us, Director of Destination Experience Tourism Regina. We'd like to thank you for this opportunity and respecting your busy schedule. Before you, we invite questions related to our presentation to Executive Council on November 2nd.
Thank you. That was quick and to the point. I'm going to ask council, does any member of council have any questions for either Destination Tourism Regina or the Regina Exhibition Association? I have one. Nothing from council. I have one. Whether it's the site or from a tourism perspective, I just asked the question of the PCC in terms of bounce back from the pandemic. Can you share a little bit about some of the challenges or opportunities that you're looking at?
Absolutely. Thank you. And thanks for the question through the chair or to the mayor. Probably valuable just to give a little bit of history of what we've experienced in 2022. And I think it speaks to not only the challenges that we'd seen prior to the pandemic, but some of those that we will face. During the course of the pandemic, obviously, our business was shut down. We went through a really massive shift in people, significant layoffs and loss of personnel. In 2022, and it's a good reminder to think all of us that a year ago, we were still wearing masks. As we just announced our Frost renewal for this year, Frost last year was hosted with masks indoors and out. Shortly thereafter, we found another shutdown. And so 2022 was a very difficult year. At the start, the first quarter of the year, we lost essentially all of our entertainment business, which is our most profitable arm of business. Part of that was because tours couldn't route across Canada. In terms of our staffing levels, as most of you would know, we are a very large employer within the city, certainly a large employer within North Central. And we would sit somewhere around 12 or 1,300 employees at any given time. In 2022, we've struggled to get above 60% of that workforce, and we are constantly hiring. And so the impact on people, I would say, is one of the largest. When we have major events such as a Grey Cup followed up by an exhibition event, it's hard on people. We end up with people being sick. We end up with people being out of the office. Our cost of goods for delivering our service is up somewhere between 13 and 17%, depending on the category that you look at. And so in short, what we're really seeing in the recovery process as REAL is we're seeing revenues that are flat or diminishing, and we're seeing expenses that are escalating. And so part of that is we haven't seen a full return to business in our events. Although I am optimistic based on the last number of events that we've seen, starting with Bryan Adams, leading into the Grey Cup, leading into Agribition, and then most recently the concert that we had last week with Kane Brown have been very successful. But the short answer is our revenue lines are neutral and our costs are escalating, and so it's eroding our margin. or putting us in a negative margin position. From a tourism perspective, I would suggest what we're seeing is we're seeing incredibly aggressive behavior on behalf of other cities trying to attract business. Some of you may have noticed the big air event that occurred in Edmonton, or the Metallica shows that made the decision to go to Edmonton as well as Montreal, or the fact that the BC Place can't take another entertainment event this summer. What we're seeing is we're seeing large markets try to spur their tourism economy by spending significantly. And so if you notice the announcement around the Grey Cup this year, significantly higher dollar value than we would have seen in the hosting that we had previously. And so I would say two things that we're seeing. From a venue perspective, we're seeing costs rising, revenue staying flat. From a tourism perspective, we're seeing other places invest considerably in attracting business so that they can restart or they can boost their tourism and visitor economies again.
Thanks for that answer. Mr. Reid, when you say that large markets are aggressively spurring their tourism industry, what kind of dollars are you talking about?
Yeah, I can give you a few examples. I'll speak to ones that would be familiar to council, and I'm optimistic the public. If you looked at an event such as a Garth Brooks, where we would have hosted 2 concerts in 2019, that would have been about 85,000 people in total of attendance, but it generated about $18.5 million in economic impact for our city. And so, as all of us would have experienced with the Grey Cup or with Agribition, when we host these major events, people travel. The airlines are busy, gas stations are busy, hotels are busy, restaurants are busy, all the things that we all have probably experienced over the last month of major events. And so when we host a Garth Brooks concert, it creates, let's say, $18 to $19 million of economic win. It also produces somewhere between $500,000 and $600,000 of EBITDA win for the Regina Exhibition Association. What we've seen in other markets is cities are being very, very, very aggressive with their venues. And so where we would depend on those as profit centers is real. In most cases, cities own those venues and they're offering the venues for free and they're incenting the visit with tourism dollars. And so give you a good example on a number of the shows that we've lost. It's not uncommon to find ourselves in a place where the city, whatever city that might be in Canada, has said, we will provide the venue to you for free of charge with no rent. And we'll contribute $500,000 or $1 million worth of investment so that we can have that major entertainment property come to our city. And so 2 things that they're doing is they're providing the venue space for free, and they're providing tourism dollars, much in the same way we would bid an event to go and attract a concert. Some of you may have heard last year or this year, Luke Combs was a show that we were working very hard to have come to Regina. Unfortunately, we were unsuccessful. It ended up going to Edmonton. 2 Metallica shows that went to Edmonton most recently. We looked at all of those shows. It just came down to the fact that we didn't have the dollars to be able to secure them to come here. 2 Metallica shows are $4 million. A Luke Combs show is $1 million. They cost real money right now to secure. And frankly, it's an incredibly competitive space across Canada and the US and globally.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Councillor Bresciani has a question for you. I'll cede the floor to her. Councillor Bresciani.
For being here. Just in regards to, as we move forward out of the pandemic now, are we going to see, obviously the bottom line be a little bit better because we're going to be able to host more events? I mean, I think we saw how the public came out with Agribition and Grey Cup, all that. So, and then the last question is around sponsorship. I think you guys have done a great job to kind of keep above water with sponsorship, but is there going to be more of that?
2 wonderful questions. And through the chair, maybe I can answer the first one with a little bit of a background and a little bit of history, and then I can lead into where we were. Historically, our business has been quite predictable. And as our owners and operators, you could look at our business and you can say, normally we do somewhere between $40 and $45 million in top line revenue, and we generate less than 1% in earnings. And so, we are a very low margin business, but essentially we're a break even business. We make somewhere between a couple $100,000 and $1 million a year, which we reinvest into the assets. I think what's important for us to recognize is this was a really interesting year. It was impacted by some things that were very COVID related. And through the chair, what I would suggest, but we also learned that we haven't seen our business come back the way that perhaps it had. Now, through the chair and to your point, I think Agribition, Grey Cup, the Bryan Adams concert, the Kane Brown concert that we recently had gave some very positive signs that we're back. We're going back to the times that we love, but we know that there are still challenges within the community from a healthcare standpoint. And so in 2019, we would have been a business that made a couple $100,000 for operations. What's really important to note is that profit goes back into things like operating recreational amenities, hockey rinks, pickleball courts, basketball courts, soccer facilities, that if you look within your own recreational budget are generally cost recovery initiatives. And so we take the money from a profitable concert and we use that to prop up a loss on a hockey rink or a soccer facility. In 2022, what we saw is we cost recovered about 84%, or for every dollar we spent, we recovered about 84 cents. Normally, we would be, 100 plus recovery. What we're modeling going into next year is that we will essentially be roughly back to 2019 numbers, and so we're quite optimistic with it. I would say the last quarter of this year would suggest that, the budget is reasonable, and I think the trend is that we're going to return. But I think we'll continue to feel the pressures of inflation on the costs of delivering our business. And I think that will be a bit of a challenge. And so, in short, what I would say is I think our revenue will return. I think that we'll deal with all the challenges that everybody else is around inflation, and it will mean that our margins will be tight. Do I think that we'll be able to get back to a break-even budget? Yes, I do. But I think it will be harder to do than it has been in the past, just simply because of the cost of doing business.
Okay. Just the last question in regards to the facility that we have here. What I've heard from across Canada that we are one of the best facilities that hosts, for the amount of space that we've got, to host large events like Grey Cup was all on one site, which I think everybody raved about. My question is, are we promoting that out there in that, enough? Because I think if we did, I think we could even host more events, because I don't think there is a place like that you can host large events like that in one space.
Through the chair, I would echo those comments. I think the feedback that we've consistently seen since there was the decision to invest in the International Trade Center is it foundationally changed the quality of the infrastructure and really the connectivity of the infrastructure that we have there. Linking it back to your prior point around sponsorship, I think we've seen the willingness to invest. Every building that we have has a title partner associated with it. And so even during the recession, we've seen sponsors willing to invest. What is unique is over the course of the pandemic, the traditional bid process that you would have for chasing events was lost because nobody knew when we were going to get back to business. And so for those of you that were engaged in the Briar process, working with tourism, we led that process. We put a bid in for the Briar, and as we've recently seen, we were successful in securing it for 2024. What had shifted over the period of COVID-19 is everybody stopped bidding because nobody knew that they would have an event to host. And so in the short term, it really is how fast can you buy events and convince somebody to come here? I do think in the long term, it will get back to traditional bids. And what I would suggest is the assets that we have were very well represented through the CFL and the Grey Cup, as well as through Agribition. And so, yes, we are pushing it out there. We're aggressively chasing business all the time. And the connectivity of our assets is something that is a huge advantage to us. And I would say, to your point, yes, I think we have great facilities. In some ways, we have to do an even better job in a more competitive environment of telling, Canadians and Canadian event owners how great those facilities are. But we are well positioned. I think what the challenge is everybody is buying events right now, and you can see that in the price of the events. I highlight the Grey Cup. I think all of you as council will know what it costs to secure the Grey Cup to come here, and you probably saw how much Vancouver spent on getting to host the Grey Cup, a month ago. Just the cost of securing these events have gone way, way up, and being competitive is more challenging than ever.
That's all I got. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm looking at a slide that focuses on our strategic priorities of council right now. And I think, you clearly made a case for how, your us supporting real and tourism activities supports economic prosperity. I wonder if you might be willing to touch on some of the others. So some of the other ones are environmental sustainability, community safety and well-being, vibrant community, operational excellence. Can you help make some connections briefly about, and if I need to repeat any of those, just let me know, how your work supports any of those other strategic priorities?
Yeah, and I may just double check that I have the 4 buckets: environmental sustainability, safety, well-being, operational excellence, and there was one that I missed in there.
Vibrant community?
Perfect. Perhaps I can start on the environmental side, and it is something that we have focused on. For anybody that's a regular user of our facilities, we've partnered with Greenwave, which is a local energy company, to try to find efficiencies in how our buildings operate. We have found considerable ones. We've also found significant investments on infrastructure funding, not only provincially, but federally as well. So for anybody that's been in the Canada Centre, it's been retrofitted. That was a grant program through the federal government to make that building significantly more energy efficient. Many of our assets have been aged. For anybody that's been through the Cooperator Centre recently, you'll notice that we were part of the new LED light program to reduce our energy consumption. And partnering with Greenwave, we've been able to put measurement data on every utility output. And so we are working constantly to reduce our energy use and consumption. And so from an environmental standpoint, I think we've made positive steps. You'll also see the introduction of new partnership coming in the year ahead on EV stations and electrical vehicle charging stations, as well as the ability that we're exploring to look at large major solar projects at some of our facilities. As a site that does 3.5 or 3.6 million visitors, I don't know that there's a site in the city that has the opportunity to be a demonstration around our commitment to future environmental sustainability practices. And I think we are working towards that heavily. So are we great? No, because we have aged buildings, but we're working very hard, and it's part of our continuous process. From a safety and well-being standpoint, I would say, being a large employer within the North Central neighborhood, as well as being a very active site, we've had a significant shift in our connectivity with the local community, whether it's bringing students from the Mamawayatatun Center into work in our culinary program, or hiring students from the center, whether it's being a large employer, or frankly, whether it's just being a site that drives lots of visitation. I think the activity that we see on our grounds not only provides activation, it provides employment, but we also work very closely with a number of our other not-for-profit agencies, whether that's the Food Bank or the Telemiracle Foundation. This year alone at QCX, we raised $65,000 for the Food Bank. And so I think we contribute significantly to safety and well-being programs, particularly in an area of the city that needs resource and needs focus. From an operational efficiency standpoint, I'm going to come back to the conversation. Today we're going to ask you for $400,000 as real. And if you contrast all of the amenities and all of the facilities that we operate, and you compare that towards traditional operations of recreational facilities, I would suggest the efficiency in our cost recovery far exceeds best practices across Canada. As a person that's worked in recreation from one end of the country to the next, most arenas don't recover dollar for dollar. Most of them sit at 70% cost recovery. Well, we run arenas and field houses and international trade centers and everything in between. And our cost recovery, even in the most tragic of years, was 84%, and traditionally it's 100%. And so in terms of operational efficiency, I'm quite confident that if we were to compare ourselves to the best practices, not only within Regina or Saskatchewan, but across Canada, the way that we operate these grounds would be significantly more efficient than you would see other recreation facilities in Canada. And then lastly, from a vibrancy perspective, I believe we are the single most activated site that exists in the province of Saskatchewan. And we are an important contributor to the quality of life within our city, not only from the recreation and sports side of things, but also the cultural and event side of things. And we can't minimize the role that we play in supporting agriculture. And this weekend alone, we partnered with the Regina Farmers Market, who didn't have a home and didn't have a location, to put them in the Cooperator Centre. and we had over 60 vendors that were there and incredibly successful. So whether it's the Queen City exhibition that we've been doing since 1884, or the Frost Festival that we worked to promote and really led the creation of it, or the Miawichitawan Day that we hosted for the first time, I think from a community vibrancy perspective, I actually think the role that Real plays is probably greater and more diverse than it's ever been. We're proud to do so, and we hope you recognize that as well.
Okay, thank you. And do you anticipate any changes? I'm just going to ask my last two. Do you anticipate any changes in your 2024 budget request, or would you say that's a pretty final ask, number one? And number two, when I look at the breakdown of the budget ask, with the addition of tourism, it looks like the request for 2023 and 2024 is the same as 2022, but just with the addition of tourism to your mandate and with the continuation of status quo funding for tourism. Can you just, I'm just wanting to check in to make sure that that is accurate.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. I can confirm that our funding request for 2023 and 2024 is $400,000 from the Real perspective, which would be consistent with what we've seen. Speaking to the risk in that budget, if our business does not return in 2023, we will have to come back and reevaluate that, but we're optimistic that it will. Relative to the tourism budget, when tourism was part of Economic Development Regina, it was funded to the degree of $910,000, and we were asking for that exact amount to continue in 2023 and 2024, and we are putting a commitment of funds that we will raise in the projected budget as well. So the number is the exact same as it would have been within EDR, and the Real number is the exact same as it has been historically.
Okay. Okay, thanks. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thanks very much,
Thank
Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Mole.
I just got one simple question, Mr. Reid. The recent Grey Cup, good job. Everything turned out awesome. I enjoyed it thoroughly. So did my children. I know a lot of the city did as well. Just curious what the profit was, and how did the city as a whole make out?
Through the chair, thank you for that. We don't have all of the numbers from the economic impact assessment. What I can say, give you some data that I do have. From a Real perspective, the budget number that was hoped, which was about $1.2 million in earnings, was achieved. And so the earnings perspective of Grey Cup, we hit the target that we wanted to, and I think we exceeded it slightly. Part of that is we would have exceeded it more. It's just the cost structure was higher, and part of that was just our lack of labor, to be honest. In terms of the impact on site, I can tell you that the Grey Cup Festival shattered all records in terms of attendance. I believe on Saturday, at about 10 a.m., we'd already achieved a new record in terms of Grey Cup Festival attendance. And from a game perspective, we were sold out, although not everybody showed up because it wasn't the most brilliant of day, but it was a spectacular game. I would anticipate that we'll be very close to our economic impact numbers, although I know the Rough Riders are working through that. And what I can say is from a Real perspective, it achieved all the budget targets that we had. And perhaps one other comment through the chair, from a tourism perspective, my understanding is hotel occupancy sat at 98% for that week, which is something it hasn't done since pre-pandemic.
Excellent. I'm very glad to hear that. Thank you, Mr. Reid.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. Councillor Nelson.
Hi, Tim. Glad to be here, and thank you for being here. I have a few questions. Let's just talk about Frost for a minute here. We were ranked, I do believe it was top 10 of winter festivals across Canada. Am I correct in that, through the chair?
Through the chair, we were number 7, actually.
Number 7.
In its first year.
Okay. So do you have any idea how much money that brought into Regina, through the chair? Through Madam Mayor, sorry.
Through the chair, I'm going from memory, but I think it was about $7.1 million of economic development that it created for the city. And we believe that can grow substantially going forward.
So that follows up to my next question. I think we can all agree that Regina is really good at doing what we do. And I mean, this was a first time event that's never been done before here in Regina, and we ranked top 7.
Councillor?
I'm going somewhere with this. usually that takes a while to get that type of recognition. My question is, since the local events have done so well, can you give us an idea if Real is thinking about maybe possibly putting on more of these local events that are hosted by us and by Real, instead of bringing in people and places and things to be at Real? I'm just thinking, like a summer one or something. I don't know, has that been anything that's been talked about within Real and within your organization? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through the chair, it's an excellent question. And so internally to our organization, we would describe those as signature events. And we partner not only with the downtown bid, the warehouse bid, in the Frost case with Wascana, and we traditionally partner with RHA as well as Tourism Saskatchewan. The reason that we call those signature events is they come back every year. So to your point, it would be no different than Agribition or the Clean City X. And so the value of those are so much greater long-term than simply getting a one-off event. And I don't want to minimize Grey Cup is excellent, but Grey Cup comes once every 10 years, whereas an Agribition comes every year. So Frost was, we as Real had a goal of creating a winter festival. And so we worked very hard with other community partners to do so. And you'll notice it was an investment. Last year it cost Real considerable dollars in the city, but it will be a very profitable event for us in the future. And most importantly, a hugely impactful event in our community at a time where we need it. So to answer your question, yes, our goal is every second year to introduce another event and make them sustainable.
Perfect.
And so Frost will stay, and we hope to build others.
So every second year, we should be looking for a new event.
Every second year, you should be looking for a new event.
I'm going to hold you to that. Thank you, Tim.
Yeah.
My next question, I know we talked lots about tourism in your presentation and the money spent on tourism. What do you feel that we need to compete and to have in order to help with our tourism dollars and money and in the rest of the competition for everywhere else? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through the chair, I think it's thank you for that question. Number one is I think we need to have a brand that is absolute. If you look at the way we position our city right now, there are 43 brands that we go out to the public market to represent ourselves. And whether that's Real or the City of Regina or economic development or tourism, or you can go through the list. We've done an analysis, and publicly facing external to our market, there are 43 brands that we hook ourselves under. And so what I would say is I think as a city, we need a brand that we can stand behind and everybody can champion. The second piece to that is I think we need data and we need reporting that we can all speak to. If I was to look at us as a city and with some of the news that we've seen around airports and around travel, we should all know what the state of our hospitality industry is. We should know what our hotel occupancy is. We should know what our flight volume is. We should know what the contributions GDP-wise in the hospitality sector were every month. And so I think we have to do a much better job of sharing data with everybody in the community in the state of that industry. And then I think the last thing that we do, we actually have to find a way to grow the pool of money. I want to be sensitive because I think the dollars that the city of Regina puts in is quite comparable to other jurisdictions in Canada, but other jurisdictions in Canada are finding a better way of finding money from other sources. And so we have to find more money so that we can chase major events and we can chase major business events. But if I was to say three things, brand, better data, and we got to go find pockets of money that we're not accessing right now. That's not me suggesting that City Council has to fund more, but it is me suggesting that right now we got $1.5 million in tourism. Everybody else has $3.5 million. We have to get to a competitive level, and that will allow us to go chase more events and business events.
Thank you for that, Tim. Final question, Madam Mayor. Can you just tell us in brief, why are these events important to our city here in Regina? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I'm going to build off something that Chris Lane had mentioned in his presentation. I'm not sure that we always understand that the future opportunity that we have as a city is in growth. And whether that's regional growth or local growth or new Canadians coming to call Regina home, or frankly, other provinces coming here, whether we can attract, but we have to focus on attracting business, and we have to focus on attracting new people. The value of one new household, as you're about to talk about for the remainder of your budget exercise, is not in it. It's income tax, it's disposable spend, it's mill rate increases. And so the value of a new home moving to Regina is incredibly valuable, but the value of a small, mid, or large-sized business coming here has multiplier effects. And so we are competing with the very best cities in the world. And as we've gone through our analysis, many of the long-term businesses that we have here, I mean, you can talk to them. They're approached every single day about moving their headquarters out of Regina and going somewhere else. And so what we need to recognize is we have to provide the same level of experiences, the same level of quality in our city that they have in bigger markets. There was a point where we could compete on we're a small city with greatly affordable housing and a nice prairie town. Our businesses that we have in the city are world-class, and the people that we have are world-class. And they want experiences and they want access to opportunities that are competitive with other jurisdictions. And so in a tourism world, if other cities are getting Grey Cups or Garth Brooks or Metallica concerts and we're not, that impacts your desire and your quality of life in the city. So in short, I think what we need to recognize from a tourism standpoint is tourism is a critical factor in having people decide to call Regina home. And we are a great city with many competitive advantages. But even being a small city, people expect the same entertainment, recreation, and leisure experiences that you would have in any major market. And human capital is more fluid than it's ever been. And if we can't recruit and retain people to call Regina home, we will be unsuccessful. And I think tourism is a major part of that. I think the work that Real does is an incredibly important part of that.
Thank you, Tim. That's all I have. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Hawkins, you did have your question. Excellent. All right, Mr. Reid, Mr. Morski, Mr. Lloyd, and Ms. Wagner, thank you very much for presenting this morning. We have no further questions. You can go about your day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Council, we have a few delegates that shockingly couldn't stick around last night. So I will call on Mr. Dylan Morin. Could you come on down? I'll have you introduce yourself for the record, an organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to City Council, and Council may have questions for you afterwards. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Dylan Moore, and I am a resident of Regina, and I am speaking on behalf of Transit. And I know Councillor Bresciani, I'll touch on, will be appreciative, is inclusive employment for people with disabilities. I'm also a part of the 4 to 40 program. First, to my transit, I am asking for an increase Sunday service, which I've asked for in a number of years, personally, because I want to take part in more ministry rules at my church. For some of those rules, my church asks me to be there at 7:30, but transit starts at 8 o'clock. I'm a person that is passionate about the community, and I would like to see that happen. I've been voicing for the most of the year. I feel every budget I voice. No offense on council, but I don't mean to say this meanly, but I feel my voice isn't heard. I would like to see transit. I would like to see a cost-sharing initiative with RPS and transit to make sure that, to see where we could value it. I would also like to work with Mr. Lacey to see how it would work. And the councillors and the mayor involved in the Board of Police Commissioners. I would like to work together. Fairfield Transit, watching Sophia Young's presentation, I see that she did a really good job. I'm wondering how councillors felt. And I would also like to see for paratransit, instead of a set rate for charter rates, that charter rate negotiated with nonprofit organizations. For if, say, Cosmo or Astonished, or just to name a few, they want to take a trip to Regina Beach, for an example, that rate be negotiated instead of set. More Sunday service, more express routes. I believe we need a Winnipeg Street express route from 6th Avenue down to Wascana Park. And the Sunday service increased from 7 to at least 10 p.m. to where it is from 7 to 10 p.m. And the inclusive employment project, which I'll touch on, I would like to see the city and more places in the city of Regina hire more people experiencing intellectual disabilities. I think that is needed, and there's a lot of, especially high school students, that go into day programs. Some inclusive special education teachers don't want that. They want to have their students go out of that FIAP program into for real work, for them to have real work for real pay. I really can't stress the cost sharing enough with RPS, and I'm willing to work. And those numbers with youth taking transit from Johnson, I've been on buses where the bus stops near Johnson and Sheldon. There are over a dozen students that ride the bus. If you want me to go with a counter, I will. Through you, Madam Mayor, and through you, Councillor Bishani, I will, and I will be able to, I would volunteer to bring that to council and to you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much, and we'll take more questions.
Dylan, you nailed it. 8 seconds left. I have a few questions from council. Councillor Nelson.
Hi, Dylan. I love your enthusiasm, and I get it. It's always a fight. I want you to know something, and I'm not sure if you do know.
Councillor, it's a question?
Yeah, I'm going to ask him a question after I
Relax.
No, it's going to be a question.
Did you know that we're the first municipality in all of Canada to offer out-of-town paratransit rides to our customers? Through you, Madam Mayor.
No, I did not.
Okay, that's all I have.
I thought Saskatoon did.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Zakitniak.
Hi, Dylan.
Hi.
So I believe you're involved with the city in a few capacities, like on committees.
I am on the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and I am also involved with the City of Regina Travel Training Program, which supports people with that experience disability to train them to use conventional transit to take on strain of the paratransit.
Okay, so through either of these roles, do you feel that you have an ongoing way to advocate for the changes that you wish to see? You gave us a list of changes. Do you have a mechanism to voice your opinions about the things that need to be happening with transit on a regular basis?
Yes, and there's one thing I forgot to voice. I feel the decrease in the decrease in the amount in bus passes. I believe I've also talked to a few colleagues at work that feel that $88 is too much for a bus pass. And I feel if we went from 25 to 50, we would see an increase in ridership. And that's where I want to negotiate with RPS to see if there could be a way for a cost sharing initiative to make that possible.
And do you feel through your ongoing work with administration and your capacities, like your ongoing advocacy for some of these solutions, what response have you gotten from that, from whoever, just in general? Have you received an openness to work on the things that you're asking for?
Some negative, some positive.
Okay. Okay, well, I think.
Could I ask a question?
No, unfortunately not.
No, Dylan, you
But
can't.
you can certainly ask me a question at any time, just not on the floor of council.
Okay.
Thank
I
you, Kim.
really feel that finding a way, looking at to seeing if we find a way for the cost sharing initiative between OPS and transit might be a good way to go. Thank you.
Thanks, Dylan.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thanks, Dylan, for being here this morning and
Thank you.
most of the day yesterday, waiting for your turn to speak. So thank you for that. Your passion for transit, I think you can bring those forward. I'm going to ask you, will you bring those forward to the Accessibility Committee that you just raised?
I sure will.
Okay, thank you. Also, you talked about hiring people with cognitive disability.
Yeah.
And what do you think the city, actually, would you be a part of that conversation if we could arrange with our HR? Would you be a part of that?
Sure will.
Okay. And why do you think that's important for the city of Regina to be a leader in hiring people with disability?
Because I believe, especially youth, the one teacher that I won't mention, he doesn't want to send his students to day programs or sheltered workshops. I was a part of a sheltered workshop, and in that sheltered workshop, I had no benefits. I had no sick time. There was no holiday time. And that wage was shared between participants. That needs to change. It may not be able to change through the city, but by hiring more people with disabilities, with the support of Inclusion Saskatchewan, the Employment and Transition Team, which I know Mr. Slater has been in contact with, that team, I know we could make a difference. And when I was at the last council, hey, good job pushing Shayna Stark.
And my last point is in regards to just working together. You've indicated hiring people with disabilities. We can work on that. Your transit on Sundays.
Yes.
Have you reached out to staff to look at paratransit as an option to get to church in the mornings?
Paratransit also runs, it also starts at 8 a.m. also. Some of those ministry roles that I would like to be involved in, they would want me to be at the church at 7:30 or earlier, which I don't. Yes, there are people that go to the church that live close by me, but I don't want to rely on those people. I want to be more independent.
Last question though, there was an option for a taxi service when paratransit was not running for these types of things. Has that been looked at all?
That taxi service is only in place when paratransit is running.
Is running?
Yes.
Okay, good, take that away. Thank you so much, Dylan.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bresciani. There's no further questions from Council, Dylan. Thank you very much for presenting today and ask that you please return to the gallery.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Council, we're at the legislative break. I'll see you back here at 10:47. Welcome back. Kind of need my clerks to be in their seats. I'd like to call upon Delegation Haley Watson. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions Council may have. Good morning.
Hello, my name is Haley Watson. I will be representing Fridays for Future, speaking about fare free transit for those 18 and under. Transportation has been a constant struggle in my life. I'm lucky that school is close enough for me to walk to, but that's come with a whole other issue. I don't feel safe walking to school. I've had cars follow me home, catcall me, or stop beside me while I walk. One time a blue truck pulled up beside me and followed me, and for weeks after, I felt terrified walking to school. It's so bad that at some points I'd have to dial 911 and hover my thumb over the call button because the car was following me, and then I had some chance of being okay if they did something to me. I haven't even mentioned the risk of getting hit by a car. A few months ago, 2 cars crashed right into each other in front of me, and one got pushed back into the back alley I was about to cross. If I had been 10 feet in front, I would have been hit. Honestly, I'm kind of just counting down the days until I'm eventually hurt, trying to get to school. Because of all this, I often get my mom to drive me places. It sucks because I feel like such a burden to her, but I really don't have any other options. I delayed getting my license for a year since I hate driving. It's just kind of expected that once you hit 16, every single teen gets their license, but that's just not true. For so many reasons, kids can't drive, and that leaves them screwed on transportation. Especially since in elementary school, kids are given transit through school buses. But once we get to high school, the burden is on us. The transition to high school is already such a big change, and piling transit on top makes us even more stressed. I live 1 block away from a bus stop, which would help solve so many issues for me getting to school. But it costs money, so it's not an attainable option for me, so I'm forced to just deal with not being safe getting to school. Providing an alternative to single occupancy vehicles on the road will reduce these risks so much. We will all benefit from more people using the bus. But unless cars are on the road, it makes Regina safer and healthier, which is something we all deserve. This must start with providing fare-free transit for those 18 and under. Even a pilot program like Mayor Masters potentially suggested would help tremendously, especially since we learned from the school board yesterday that they would potentially be willing to help the data tracking education for transit use. I hope this is a motion you will all support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Watson. Any questions from Councillor Zakidniak?
Thanks, Haley. So I noticed in your submission, you mentioned that I believe you're presenting on behalf of Fridays for Future today. And so my first question is if that's the case. And secondly, can you tell us a bit more about how many folks are currently involved in Fridays for Future and just Fridays for Future in general, please?
Okay, yes, I am representing Fridays for Future. There's a few dozen of us. What we really aim to do is to put pressure on City Council to try and get actual motions passed. It's really important for us with climate change to actually make action so that our futures are safe, which comes from the name Fridays for Futures. We want us to all grow up in an environment where we can be our best selves and we don't have to worry about climate change, but unfortunately that's just not the case. So that's why we try and do more.
Okay, sorry, and I missed, did you say a few dozen? Is that what you said?
Sorry?
That there's a few dozen people associated with Fridays for Future Regina? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
A few dozen active members.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Ms. Watson, I see no further questions from Council. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this morning and ask that you please leave the meeting. I'll call upon Delegation Sydney Stadnick. I'll ask that you please state your name for the record and organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer our questions. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Sydney Stadnick and I'm representing myself. I'm speaking today to share my reasons why transit for youth under 18 should be fare-free. I'm a senior in high school, and for my first 2 years, I relied on public transit to get to school. Luckily, my parents were in a financial position where $64 a month was affordable. However, this isn't everyone's case, as it adds up to $640 a year for just one child to get to school, or even more if families cannot afford $64 payments at a given time. Soon, I started to take the bus to other places, such as malls, and it gave me the independence to not rely on my parents for transportation. When I started grade 11, my 2 younger sisters began attending my school, and I got my driver's license shortly before. At first, I was excited to drive, but it became easy to observe the large number of cars on roads every single day polluting our city's air. Now that 3 of us were attending high school, bus passes would now cost $192 a month, or nearly $2,000 a year. In addition to the new unavailability of public transit, living 4.6 kilometers away in Ward 5 makes walking and biking not an option. Even though I can drive them home, I often work after school and my sisters must take the bus home. They use 20 ride passes, which last a little over 2 months, costing $110 total, or nearly $55 a month, which is in addition to the gas use of my car. If I was responsible for paying 100% of my gas costs, I would be paying over $150 a month, or over 4 hours worth of work each week. Combining school, work, and recreation, this amount is high, especially for students who need to work to support their families and students like me who are working over 20 hours a week to save for university or other post-secondary opportunities. But having this cost of gas reduced by encouraging public transit significantly reduces financial stress. By not having to rely on owning a vehicle, fare-free transit encourages youth to take environmentally friendly transportation without worrying about costs, which allows youth to get to clubs and extracurriculars independently, increasing participation. For non-regular bus riders, this fare is almost $3 or $5.50 there and back. This is a lot to get somewhere just one time, and being unable to find $5.50 worth of change can make public transit unavailable. Fare-free transit for youth is not just about removing costs, it removes financial stress from both parents and working teens, allowing for a healthier and positive community. Whether this starts as a pilot program like Mayor Masters potentially suggested, or one grade at a time, action needs to be taken to support people in various financial positions and to ensure a more sustainable Regina. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stadnick. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this morning and ask that you please leave the meeting. I'll call upon Delegation Joanne Havelock. Ms. Havelock, I'll have you state your name for the record, the organization you're representing, if anything, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer questions. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Joanne Havelock. I'm here representing the Friends of the Regina Public Library, and I live in Regina. Friends of the Regina Public Library does not oppose the requested mill rate increase of the Regina Public Library Board, but questions some of the choices being made in that budget. Also, what ways could be found for economizing on the budget if needed is the question we have. In this digital age, libraries are more than books, but books and print material are still the reason many people come to the library. Libraries are learning centers, repositories of knowledge, and one of the few public spaces available to all citizens. This year, the RPL and its staff have again provided exemplary services with special attention to programs and resources related to Indigenous peoples, newcomers to Canada, and people with disabilities. Staff are wonderful and essential. What can the RPL and the public do to support the staff? To keep democracy alive, we need intelligent scrutiny and open discussion of our public library, a major institution of civil society, ensuring good economic value for a significant portion of our city mill rate. We want to reiterate that we are not customers, we are library patrons. Our taxes make possible the public service of the public library. Friends of the Library identified several positive moves that the RPL board could take to ensuring public transparency. We ask questions because here at Executive Committee and City Council meetings are the only opportunities for public discussion of the RPL budget. Along the budget, we question whether all the expensive technology changes are really needed. The library is already a community hub, but is taking on innovative ancillary services. We need to think about how they fit with the mandate of a library. The RPL experience is defined in terms of the library's 4 goals: customer-centric, welcoming spaces, exceptional value, and enjoyment. Where are the learning and education and access to knowledge and these goals? The future of the film theatre needs more dialogue with participants, especially given that it is the only cinema left in downtown Regina. The Dunlop Gallery is focusing more on local and regional artists and continues to receive grants from outside the RPL. The Creative Commons meeting area, no doubt, has valuable uses, but what is the impact on patrons who had previously used the Outreach Services room? Will the public have any chance for input before changes to the Prairie History Room are implemented? The RPL budget proposes $402,000 to a Central Library Reserve. RPL should study the need for services in our many communities before deciding that a large downtown edifice is the best way for Regina to go. Many suggestions have come forward about ways to handle changes needed to the Central Library, which should receive full and serious consideration. But the RPL rushed on September 27th to vote to demolish the current building and build anew on the same site, although such developments are now falling under the purview of the Catalyst Committee. Central Library is a nationally recognized iconic example of modernist architecture, designed by Kiyoshi Izumi, Regina, Japanese-Canadian architect of international repute. The building is a municipal heritage building and part of the Victoria Park Heritage Conservation District. Embodied energy will be lost if it is demolished. Materials will be sent to the landfill. New materials for construction will have carbon costs. An environmental audit is needed. Deloitte's Central Library business case said the cost of rehabilitating and adding on to the current building was actually yet less than a new build. Without a clear explanation being provided, the $50 million figure being quoted for keeping the doors open seems to be somewhat inflated. The Catalyst Committee had presentations from people who stressed the need to address issues such as homelessness alongside supporting libraries, and the better approach of rehabilitating and adding on to Central if needed. Modernizing Central Library was second priority after the Aquatic Center. But the library project itself was not given a good priority in question 24. This says that libraries are a priority, but this $125 million tear down and replace option was not favored by respondents. Thanks very much for the opportunity to raise these questions today. And we support the libraries. We just need to have some discussions.
Thank you, Ms. Havelock. I have a question from Councillor Nelson.
Hi.
Hi.
Just a quick question. How many people are in, so you have the Friends of the Library, how many people are within that group, through you, Madam Mayor?
I don't, people are always asking, it's a large number of people that are on our email list that come out to our events and are also involved in our Facebook group. So I wouldn't have an exact number. But we speak with people on the phone, in person, and emails. So there's communication there. It's not just me coming here and saying whatever is at the top of my head for today.
Right, I understand that. So would you say there's a large number of people? Large as in over 100?
Oh, definitely large, yeah.
Okay, all right. So a quick question here. What was the pilot project that was suggested by the Catalyst Committee, through you, Madam Mayor?
Well, the library board voted that they wanted to tear down the current Central Library building and rebuild on the same site.
Yeah.
But that was really seemed to be a rushed vote because the Catalyst Committee was starting up. They hadn't really released any reports previously, or a lot of the reports previously done hadn't been released, and City Council asked them to release these reports. There was 12 reports released dating back to 2009 that hadn't been seen by the public before. So it seemed that that vote was very rushed and the whole topic needs further consideration.
So was there a pilot project suggested? And I don't know, I'm asking you actually.
Okay.
If you know, through you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair. I'm not sure what you mean by a pilot project, actually.
Right. The previous delegate was just talking about it. The transit, the master plan with the library, associated with the library.
Okay, I don't know about that. You might have to ask Jeff Barber and crew when they come up.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Stanachuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the mayor, so you're saying that you support the request of RPL. Have you also indicated this at any of the RPL board meetings?
There was no opportunity at RPL board meetings to discuss this. I suppose if we had put something in at the September 27th meeting, we could have discussed it, but they don't release the actual budget in advance of the meetings. All that we had heard at that point was the amount that they were going to ask for the mill rate increase.
Okay. In terms of, I guess my question through the mayor is just, why do you support that increase for the library?
Well, through the mayor, I guess in a way it doesn't seem useful to oppose it, but on the other hand, we question what they're going to do with the money going to the Central Library Reserve. And then some of the technology things sound interesting perhaps, and perhaps are needed, but more discussion I think would help people understand why they're there. So it's kind of a weak endorsement. So if you wanted to cut it back, I guess you'd have to discuss that with the library. That's a whole process, because you can only just approve their mill rate. You can't actually get them to change the budget.
Right.
You'd have to send it back to them and say, we don't approve this mill rate. Please come back with a budget that is a lower mill rate.
Okay, thank you. I have no.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering, has Friends of RPL, either in the past or currently, is there any sort of formal mechanism that you're able to have ongoing meetings with the library? Like, is that part of the relationship that you folks have with the Regina Public Library, or is it more just of an advocacy role? Just trying to understand.
The library board has its meetings. If a topic that we want to say something about is on the agenda, we're allowed to submit a letter. They decide if we're allowed to give a presentation. We can also send in letters at any time, or emails to the library director or to the board. But in terms of ongoing dialogue, I wouldn't say that there's any mechanism for that.
So the points that you mentioned that are options for you, would those be the same options that any resident would have, or in terms of being able to email or submit something for consideration on the agenda?
Yeah, through the mayor, those would be options anybody could undertake.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I came down here.
Thank you very much, sir. There's someone else actually speaking right now. No, sir. You will not speak out of turn. Commissioner? Thank you very much. Oh, one moment. Councillor Bresciani, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So can I ask, have you ever been on the library board or applied to be, or anyone from your organization to be on the library board? So you, Madam Mayor.
Through the mayor, no, I've never been on the library board. I've never applied. There may be some people that are part of Friends of the Library that have applied to be on the board. I don't know of anyone that's ever been accepted, but I guess it could happen sometime.
Do you think there would be value in that? Through the chair?
I think that the people that are, through the mayor, I think that people that are part of Friends of the Library are very dedicated and knowledgeable people and would contribute a lot. However, once somebody joins the board, then anything that's said in the board is private to the board. And so it would help that a good person was on the board, I guess, but it wouldn't necessarily help with that person talking to Friends of the Library.
Okay, just for clarity, and I apologize if I misunderstood, but their meetings would become public, like, they're not in camera, they're would be a public meeting, would it not? Is that not accurate?
Through the mayor, the meetings are public. However, as I said in my letter, reports aren't distributed in advance. And presentations, often by staff, which are quite interesting and informative, are not presented in the minutes after. The reports that are discussed at the library board meetings are not presented to the public afterwards. So what you hear is just what they're talking about. Perhaps they'll have a report in front of them and they'll say, paragraph B on page 22, blah, blah, they'll discuss it. And you're sitting in the public, you have no idea what they're really talking about. So it would really help if reports were released in advance and in the minutes after.
Awesome. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Ms. Havelock, I see no further questions from council. I thank you very much for your presentation this morning and ask you to return to the gallery.
Okay, thanks again.
Thank you. I'll call upon delegations Marge Gaffigan and Jeff Barber. I'll chat while you're walking. You'll state your name for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer council's questions. Thank you.
Morning. Good morning. Jeff Barber, Library Director and CEO at Regina Public Library and from Regina.
Marge Gaffigan, Chair of the Regina Public Library Board, and I'm also from Regina.
Our signing up for delegation today was really 4 questions. We didn't bring a new presentation. We did, of course, provide one on November 2nd, I believe, to Executive Committee. So when we contacted the clerk's office about being available for questions, it's through delegations.
Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Good morning. Question on your mill rate. Your 0.89371 represent 2.5%. How does that equate to, let's say, a city's mill rate? Like city mill rate 1%, we know it's close to $3 million. How does that translate or equates to the city?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the library's mill rate is about 1/11 of the amount of the city's mill rate. So, in terms of the library's mill rate, if you generate about $3 million, the library generates around $260,000 for 1%. And in this mill rate in particular, in a dollar sense, this would be an increase for an average household of about $5.50 for a year.
A year?
A year.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So this mill rate increase that you're asking, what is that going to do to operate? You've got some agreements. Can you give me a little bit more on what this will do for you?
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters. The library's focus in 2023 and into 2024, although there's a bit of a transition there, is very much on continuing services and restoring services as we come out of COVID. We are, like other organizations, just in that spot where we're not quite at the same level as we were before COVID, but we certainly in our data are getting there. So we have focused on maintaining our staff and moving forward with continued development of more programming. We're also focusing quite heavily on technology, both in terms of a transition in how we manage materials, but also in terms of using technology for efficiency. We have, for example, I let's say if it's this month or next month, we're just in transition for software about incidents at the library, where currently it's a form online and it's great. It really helps a lot in keeping track of things, but fundamentally is not a very intelligent system, I guess. So if two staff members happen to be observing an incident, they both report it, the system is not smart enough to know that it's the same incident. So we're doing some switch of software in areas like that, in areas like human resources, where when you come to apply to the library, that is now has an automated front end that is helping us sort through resumes based on looking at whether people are qualified to work in Canada, whether they have a driver's license if the job requires that. So it can do some pre-screening digitally for us. So we're very much focusing on technology to help us in the long term to both reduce the need for human interaction and human manual operations, but ultimately we see it making us more sustainable and efficient in the long run.
Okay. And I'm not sure if I may ask about the reserve that we're talking about. I mean, everyone knows, you know, the renewal, the library, and all that. Can you give me a little bit more details on your reserves?
Through Mayor Masters, yes, sorry, it was just earlier this year, the board adopted a reserves policy, and we, much less complex than the cities, but we did use the city as a guide in terms of moving to creating reserves to help us ensure that over time the mill rate, any mill rate adjustment is fairly moderate and stable, and there aren't ups and downs based on what we're doing. So for example, in some of this technology, we are drawing down a technology reserve so that we don't have to have a big mill rate ask to make this technology happen. So we've done that in a small way with vehicles in recent years, but that has actually worked really well. We've had a standard amount set aside for vehicle capital each year, and that means when we need a vehicle, the money is there and we're not having to ask for a much larger mill rate increase because we have to buy a delivery van this year. So we have gone through adding reserves in shelving and furniture, central library, branch renewal, IT, of course, vehicles. So broadened our number of reserves so that each year we can also manage fluctuations in operations where perhaps we had a plan to complete, well, we just completed Sherwood Branch. Perhaps we have a plan to complete replacement of shelving in a branch, but with supply chain, the items don't come till January. The reserve will hold that money and then come out in January and pay that without us having to flex our mill rate request to accommodate it. So it's intended, and they are just started. So a few of them are really, we're starting from zero, but starting in 2022, they will be used more actively in our budgeting process.
Okay, thank you. Through the Mayor, if I come into the library, those services to me or anyone are no cost. So how do you generate income? What is it that the library can charge or can you charge, or how you work that? Because I mean, if I've come in with a card, I can come in and use any of the services that are available. Are there other services that you can generate some income from? Mayor?
Yes, through the chair. Public libraries in Saskatchewan are specifically allowed to charge for certain things that are listed in the public library regulations, and they are very few. The library card you spoke of, if you lose it, I can charge you to replace it, but I can't charge you to give you the first one. I can charge you to make photocopies. I can charge you on a cost recovery basis. If we offer a program that has very high expenses, I can do a cost recovery charge for the materials that go into that program. And that's almost it. There are about 4 things.
Okay. All right. Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bandura. Just before I turn it over to my council colleagues, for folks in the room, in my simple math, then if I take 2.8 million, which is a mill rate, a city mill rate, I take 1/11 of it and then multiply it by your request. What you're actually asking for in terms of city mill rate is about 0.091. Is that about right?
2.5 should be.
0.89 is about, yeah.
I think I have it here, but I do believe that it is around 0.19. Oh, sorry. It is. Sorry. Sorry for that. Our 2.5 equates to 0.23 in the city's mill rate.
So not 1/11. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Stanachek.
Through the mayor, question regarding the role of the library post-pandemic. Maybe you could even comment a little bit about the pandemic, but post-pandemic, what has the role of the library been? What changes have you experienced?
Through the chair, I think in post-pandemic, and we're still
not really,
still in
exactly.
that.
We still are. Yes.
But I think what we're seeing at the library is this mix of people and how to continue both. Yes, there's still a lot of people who seem a little reluctant about public spaces and large groups of people. So we do continue our digital offering. Our digital offering is still doing very well. It picked up a lot during the initial days of the pandemic, and it has held fairly strong. So we're ultimately stretched a little bit further in. We also, though, have a return to in-person programming, a return to people coming to the library using computers. So that kind of, it's broadened what we have to offer, and the one has not gone down to balance an increase in the other. So as we come in the pandemic, we've been looking at and focusing on, and some of the things that have come up a little bit earlier, that connection of people, and the thing that people miss so much during COVID, and that connection. We're focusing on that, and we are seeing that in some of the services we're providing as more of a support in the community. We don't necessarily have a role in, for example, in ourselves eliminating homelessness or reducing it. We support people in all walks of life in the city, and that is absolutely all walks of life. So we are incorporating in our connection, we're incorporating through our community commons some of our partners who are able to work with people who are living in vulnerable circumstances and connecting them one-on-one to services for addictions, addiction services, counseling, for general counseling, for family law, for we're just kind of starting to do a smudge in our community commons, and looking at so much more effort being put into very small group and individual kinds of services that people need, that as they're coming out, looking for connection in one way or another is a big part of what we're doing and what we're seeing people want.
Mm-hmm. Through the chair, have you seen well, first of all, how did you identify that need that with the commons and the need that a lot of vulnerable people in the city have?
Through the chair, some of it was started pre-pandemic. We had just started to test some things like the family law clinic, and we saw success in that. But as we got into the pandemic, one of the things that we were also doing in those, especially in the early days in 2020, when things were just very sudden, we made connections with our outreach customers, and we spoke to them. And when we instituted our hotline, yes, people called the library a lot on the phone, and of course, pre-pandemic, people didn't use the phone that much actually. So the hotline just took off, and people were calling us they needed help certainly with the library, but sometimes people were just calling us perhaps with a question, but something that really ultimately it was fairly clear they just wanted to talk. So through the pandemic, we had people reaching out to connect, and we've carried that through, and it's been quite successful in terms of seeing that, yes, that is right, that was in our community, and the library being able to support that made absolute sense.
Last question through the chair, have you seen an increase in the use of library services? I'm thinking particularly in the central library, but maybe some of the branches as well, in terms of people needing a space to go.
Through the chair, yes, we do, and as we look at our planning for the library down the road, the need for spaces for community. One of the things that we started just before the pandemic hit is we started meeting rooms at no charge for individuals and community nonprofit groups. We started that just before. Then, of course, it kind of fell apart. But bringing that back in post-pandemic, yes, and mostly it is our larger branches and central library that have meeting spaces. So we are experiencing an increase there. Those are also the branches, as we look at our data for use, where as much as we are coming back post-pandemic, it is coming back sooner at our large locations, and our smaller locations are a little bit slower coming back. Mm-hmm. But yes, we are seeing that need for space and people coming together.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. Thank you. Appreciate everything the library does. Absolutely great work. The question I have is on page 33 of the budget book. We've got a mill rate increase ask of 2.5%, which, and in 2024, 1.78%, which is the lowest other than the zero back in 2018. So my question is, why now with the higher of the 2.5 and then in 2020, 1.78, we know where the economy is, we know that people are suffering. Why would the library come out with one of its highest, not the absolute highest, but one of the highest right at this time? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through the chair, we are in terms of the point where we're at as a library, as I mentioned in response to the earlier question, working through technology and working through efficiency in our operation, as much as yes, it's a challenging time. At the same time, the public library is the place where, no matter what your circumstance, we are there to provide those services. The slight decrease in 2024 is more actually about the focus on some of the technology and that we're trying to put in place for efficiency. And because those major projects will actually be on the table in 2023, it allows us through implementation to focus on that implementation in 2024 and bring that mill rate down. So it's a stage that we're in terms of introducing the future efficiencies that allows us to spend time implementing, because we have spent a lot of time installing and bringing up that technology. But as the place that is available for everyone, we have also been focusing on programming for 2023 and making sure that we can meet the program demand both online and in person. And our focus in the conversations around budget with the board have been to focus on people, not only, of course, people as customers of the library in the community, but on doing what we can to ensure that we keep our own people employed.
Okay, thank you for that. In saying that, then, in 2021 and 2022, 2021 you had the highest mill rate increase of 2.9% that the library's ever had, and in 2022 you had 2.46. So saying that during COVID you had the highest and almost third, wouldn't that then be a progression into this mill rate where it could be somewhat reduced because you had high mill rates in those previous 2 years? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through the chair, I think in terms of COVID, we were in though a similar situation of adapting our entire operation to a very different way of operating. We were spending we'd started at that time to spend a lot more money on digital resources. We were, in fact, again, through COVID, although we did have some layoffs, as much as possible, we tried to keep our staff employed and tried to keep those service development and tried to keep, as I mentioned, the hotline, ensuring that we could provide service wherever it was needed. So it had a different kind of need during that time, but the needs of Reginans were still there to be met for the library.
Okay, thank you. My last question is, as we see, is the library in any state to look at an adjustment of that mill rate to, between the 2 years, kind of come to a 1.5 and a 1.5, like something to total it rather than being at the 2.5 now and the 1.7? Like, is there any flexibility in reducing it this year compared to, and then evening it out in the next year is what I'm asking. Is there flexibility there?
Between 23 and 24?
Yeah.
Sorry. Through the chair, I think ultimately, coming from a point where the board did not discuss that, ultimately it would be something that I would have to refer to the board in terms of their approach and whether they felt that was possible. Our budget discussion always goes to the board, and we did not have, I guess, a flattening discussion. Okay. I don't know if you have something to add.
Well, I would just add that there are items in the 2023 budget which constitute repairs or whatever to Central Library. And if they are not done, we are at risk of having a major disruption, I guess, there possibly. So there is some money in 2023 that we absolutely have to have, I think.
For sure, absolutely. No, totally agree. I'm not saying a zero, I'm saying still money there, just combating between the, anyway, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Nelson.
Hello, thank you guys for being here. It's long days. I'd just like to ask you a little bit about the wages and the staffing. In 2005, you had 10 positions. Your wages were $620,000 to $719,000 for your staff. 2019, you have an extra 13 positions, and now your wages are $2,707,000. Can you explain to the ratepayer, the taxpayer, to all of us, why the increase of 13 positions when none of them have been because you built a new branch? The only thing is your media has performed, and an increase of $2 million in a period of 10 years. Through you, Madam Mayor.
And through the chair, I'm sorry, I do not have retrospective budget information with me. I would have to get a sense of what where that information is from and go back.
It's from your, no, it's from your, the libraries.
Sorry, I have not brought any of that older information with me.
Okay. So that I guess you can't answer any of the things that I'm wanting. Just to further on add to Councillor Bresciani, now you talked about the repairs to the library that won't be done. And I asked for some details about, I know the one repair that you talked about, and I haven't received anything yet.
Oh. It's been sent, sorry.
Well, I haven't received it yet, but do you have an itemized list of the repairs that you need to have done right away? Through you, Madam Mayor?
Through the chair, yes, that information has been sent. I'm not sure where it is, but we're, excuse me, next year, a focus on some electrical work that needs to be done at the Central Library. And we have sorry, I'm not sure exactly what the technical word is, but it's a unit about 6 feet tall and 3 feet wide that is our breaker panel. That is at risk of going. We have lost a breaker in the last year, and it took about 3 weeks just to get a new breaker because it is from 1962. So that electrical panel, and also there is in our mechanical room an electrical panel that runs part of our mechanical system, and there are actually a few panels, and we're starting to replace them. because they're at risk of loss, and ultimately, if those electrical panels go without power at Central, they're kind of critical in that we would actually have to close.
Absolutely, and I totally understand that. I just had asked for that information, just because I mean, it'd be important for us to know as council to say how much this is going to cost, what's going into these repairs, in order to say yes to the mill rate request that you're asking for. So the mill rate request that you're asking for, if you had to come back, it would be with the numbers of the repairs that have to be done. Is that something that we can work with through you, Madam Mayor?
Through the chair, I think the urgent repairs, the capital needs at Central Library are one thing, but are separate from, I guess, the other things that we're doing in the technology. We would ultimately have to still find several $100,000 other dollars that we're not spending, whether that's going to be on staff, whether we're not going to put money into reserves for Central Library branch renewal. It's then a choice of what to cut and what to stop doing. And those are the questions that would have to go to the board.
And I completely understand that, but I'll tell you, every household in the city has to make those cuts and those things for our budget because we just don't have the money. Just a follow-up question from Friends of the Library. When she spoke of the reports that aren't made public, can you give me some understanding of why that is that way, through you, Madam Mayor?
Through the chair, I think in terms of budget, the board has chosen in the past and has not they've reconsidered but not changed that position that our budget, while the budget is within the control of the board, the funding of that budget is in the control of City Council, and the board has taken the perspective that they would not release that until City Council saw it. So it is released at the same time on our site as it's released actually on the city site as part of the package for the executive committee. In terms of Central Library, the main reports from that have in fact been on our website for years. We did release more in September, but many of them were on the ones from, of course, the first major look at Central Library from 2009 has been on our website for years.
So can you help me understand why you guys just released those reports? Because just recently, those reports that you put onto the library website, can you help me understand why you just released them, through you, Madam Mayor?
Through the chair, the information they contain was advice to the library that where information needed for the proposal, for example, for the cultural center, that was included in that report. So what we have there is two different levels of reports, and some of those reports are prepared for the board and for the public and public input, and some of them were reports prepared that were advice to the board. And reports that were prepared as advice to the board are, and sorry, I would expect very similar at the city. Some of the things that you have work done is for advice to management or advice to council, and some of it is, and that is often encapsulated in other reports that are then that then become the public engagement reports or the public report of the activity. So there are these different kinds of reports for different reasons. So in the end, with the Central Library, in discussion with the board chair, we simply took what were reports to the library for information and put them on the website.
So it was just a kind of a change of opinion as to, okay, now we got them all collected, now we can put them on the website. Is that correct in my way of thinking?
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor?
It was, yeah, it's an unusual thing to release all of the advice to the board doesn't necessarily get posted. But in this case, for the Central Library, we went through them and ultimately, if someone would like to see what it's going to take to fix the Central Library, it's in those reports.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. I have a question for you. In terms of your 2021 audited financial statements, did you have a surplus or a deficit at year end?
2020, in the audited statement?
Yeah,
We, I did
2021
not
statements.
bring it, we would have had a surplus.
Do you know about how much?
I didn't bring it. It would have been perhaps 1.2 or 3 million.
You had a surplus of 1.2 or 1.3 million?
Mm-hmm.
How often do you run surpluses?
Up until now, we have run surpluses regularly. We have not, because we have not had reserves, those surpluses have kind of become our reserve fund. With the new reserves policy, we are moving in a direction similar to the city.
So when you do this year's budget, then you've got an allocation for a reserve fund transfer, right? Like you're just
Yes.
budgeting a reserve fund transfer, so you should have zero surplus. Is that correct?
Well, it still shows up as a surplus because the reserve transfers come below the line, but yes, fundamentally that is what happens.
And what's your policy around the surplus again? Your reserve funds, minimum, maximums?
The operating reserve has a maximum of, sorry, I don't have it with me, but I'm sure it's a minimum of 5% and a maximum of 15% of operating budget in the previous year.
So if your operation, I'm just going to round, so if your operating budget is $30 million, your min is 1.5 million, have I got it right?
Yeah. Yes, I think the max on our operating budget is right around 4 million off the top of my head.
Sorry. Yeah, this is, I think, why this is confusing. Your reserve policy min-max is actually a percentage and not dollar amounts.
Yes, and only on the operating reserve. The other reserves do not have mins or maxes.
Okay. Sorry, and you said operating reserve, you have a maximum of what?
Off the top of my head, I'm quite sure it's right around 4 million.
And what's the balance of your operating reserve right now?
I think, again, off the top of my head, I think it's right around 3 at the end of this year.
Okay, I appreciate those answers. Looking at a bunch of different documents, trying to make sense of it all. I appreciate very much. I see no further questions from council. I'll thank you very much for presenting this morning and ask you to return to the gallery. I would call upon Delegation Jack Huntington. Sir, I'll ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions. Good morning, Mr. Huntington.
Through to the Chair and members of City Council, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present on an earlier released Arcola Avenue Corridor Study and its impact on the 23-24 budget, or proposed budget. I'm Jack Huntington, spokesperson for the Wascana View Action Group, representing the communities of Dorsey Place, Wascana Estates, and the condo associations of Southgate, Terravita, and my residence, Wascana Point Estates, all of which back on to the proposed extension of the Prince of Wales Drive to the Wascana Parkway. Although we agree with the major improvements are required for Arcola Avenue, as stated in the study, we feel strongly the extension of Prince of Wales Drive is the least desirable option of the listed recommendations for the following reasons. Firstly, the extension of Prince of Wales Drive creates long-term consequences to the environment, safety, and property values. Secondly, W.S. Horlock School Community Council is very concerned for the safety of the many students that cross Prince of Wales Drive at Assiniboine Avenue and are actively opposed to any extension of Prince of Wales Drive. Thirdly, the roadway extension will cross a zone floodway, which restricts and prohibits new construction. In addition, initial observations suggest major misgivings in the estimated construction costs in the report. Fourthly, the McKell-Wascana Conservation Park lies in the extension's path. In 2005, the park was opened by the Duke of Edinburgh, recognizing the formation of a partnership between the McKell family, Ducks Unlimited, and the City of Regina. In 2009, the City of Regina won a major award for municipal stewardship in recognition of this partnership. It would be extremely unfortunate to view a 4-lane roadway crossing through the heart of the Conservation Park. It's obvious the McKell family and Ducks Unlimited, both represented in the gallery this morning, share similar concerns and their expression for a full environmental assessment. And fifthly and last, the corridor study released earlier this year did not address the scope of public input. The Wascana View Action Group is firm in its desire for extensive public engagement prior to any funds being spent on the proposed extension of Prince of Wales Drive. Rather, the Action Group provides the following recommendations for Council's consideration. Firstly, focus on Arcola Avenue improvements as noted in the corridor study. At the same time, establish indicators and measured outcomes over a defined period of time, 12 or 18 months, and report findings back to administration, City Council, and ensure public engagement in the findings. It's clearly understood the city is under tremendous financial pressures given the long list of requests that are in front of you. At the same time, I believe it's worth mentioning an exchange of information that took place last week between Councillor Bresciani, myself, and constructive input from Karen Gasmo, Director, City of Regina, Sustainable Infrastructure, in an attempt to bring long-awaited improvements to Arcola Avenue in a cost-effective manner by examining all sources of funding. Secondly, to suggest Arcola Avenue needs to be closed for 2 years to allow for widening, resulting in the requirements to extend Prince of Wales Drives is grossly overstated. Recent construction this fall along Arcola Avenue for sewer pipe relining showed that traffic could flow and meet the demands with acceptable levels of disruption. Thirdly, fiscal responsibility and sustainability, it's not a north-south problem. It's rather an east-west problem. Extending Prince of Wales Drive at a cost exceeding $27.5 million creates infrastructure that the City of Regina does not need. Please do not allocate or spend funds to begin preliminary design of Prince of Wales Extension when there are far greater physical demands on the city. Residents of Wascana View do not want the extension, as witnessed by a petition signed by 227 residents recently presented to the City Clerk's office. May I conclude my remarks by offering the keys to success and the stated recommendations: fiscal responsibility, future sustainability of existing infrastructure, concerns for environment and child safety, and finally, the importance placed on the expression of community residents. Thank you, and in the event there are any questions, I would be pleased to respond at your convenience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huntington. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for being here today. You indicated, and you've hosted many group meetings with the neighborhoods. Can you just tell me, is this put some fear into the community? Some nervousness about talking about this expansion?
Very much so. We did hold a large community meeting the latter part of October. 100 people attended. Many of those people were opposed to it, primarily around some of the safety concerns, but also the environment and the use around the McKell Reserve and the number of people that enjoy that experience. Further to that, in walking the neighborhood and getting the petition signed, there was lots of education at the doors in terms of explaining some of the concerns we had around the environment, the safety, and some of the people that weren't knowledgeable of that information signed the petition. Others wanted an opportunity to think about it, but clearly there's been an outpouring of support, but also an outpouring of coming to community meetings that we've held at the Sandra Schmerler, and the expression and interest that we continue to have that support for our residents. It's been very welcome.
You talked about this roadway, and there's many landowners that would go through here. McKell family has donated land in that area. Ducks Unlimited, it's an environmental reserve.
Yes.
Tell me the communication that you've had with those groups as well and what their thoughts are on this.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. We've worked extensively with the McKell family. They continue to hold the deed. It's been a very interesting discussion we've had with them in terms of the pride they take in that reserve and how they would like it to continue in its current state. Doug McKell is here today because he witnesses and wants that park to remain in its current state. Michael Champion is also in attendance in the gallery. They've taken great strides in terms of working with the public library, but also with Lobotus High School to dedicate a point of excellence in there. I attended a workshop out in that McKell Reserve. The students were very active. They chaired the whole meeting. They dedicated the land. They had many, stakeholders in the community there, and it was wonderful to see the students actually walking these stakeholders through the site and showing them the kinds of things they could gain in terms of understanding nature and what the reserve offered. So it was a very pleasant experience, and I was pleased to be part of that with Ducks Unlimited. I believe the nature reserve is only one of two in the whole province in terms of protecting the wildlife and the wetlands, and the road would cut right through the heart of that McKell Reserve, which would be very unfortunate given the partnership the city has had with both Ducks Unlimited and the McKell family.
Thank you. Right now we have a new bypass that has been constructed, and that goes north and south.
Got it.
So what in your mind would be another benefit to adding another north and south when the traffic is jammed on Arcola going east and west? Through you, Madam Mayor.
When we look at it as an action group and speak with residents of the community, they all come back to the same question. Everybody wants to go east-west downtown Regina. And as a result, knowing that the land is owned on either side, seeing the kind of construction that took place this fall and people managed it, I think with the proper communication and working with the communities, I think we could easily accommodate the construction along Arcola Avenue. And in the interim, putting some improvements in place that would be measured also would support that communication effort. The north-south only offers an opportunity to get to maybe the Southland a little bit quicker. At the same time, you start to run into the university and all the development around the Polytech campus that's there as well. Again, you're focused again back on Arcola Avenue and the success it could bring and the improvements it could bring to safety in the area by widening it.
In regards to the, do you think that, and you've got many residents that live out there, if construction did happen on Arcola, first off, would you think that then people would use the bypass as a backup because of the construction that would be happening on Arcola? Through you, Madam Mayor.
If you start construction on Arcola Avenue, I think there's an obvious opportunity to plan around diverting traffic to the new bypass. And talk to some residents already. When the relining was happening on Arcola Avenue this summer, many people took onto the new bypass and they welcomed the opportunity to get there quicker, even though it seemed to be a little bit longer route because of the less congestion on the new bypass. So I think there's an opportunity to see the bypass actually develop in terms of traffic flow and result in a better opportunity for people to be able to commute to different spots within the city. So I think it's rather an opportunity rather than a deterrent in terms of the construction that would take place on Arcola Avenue.
Okay. Last question in regards to the bypass. If there was an option to get to the south off of that bypass, off of a little roadway to get to the university there, instead of going through the neighborhood in the back way,
right,
do you think that would be a benefit for the whole community rather than just a few in the southeast?
Absolutely, absolutely. One of our biggest concerns, Councillor Brashani, is the cost of that infrastructure and then supporting it over the next 20 or 25 years, because we don't think it's going to have the traffic volume. But again, if we did the improvements on Arcola Avenue and measured those improvements over a particular period of time, 12 or 18 months, I think then the administration and council will be in a better position to decide whether the north-south opportunity is really viable and whether it's
this roadway going in, when we heard from the consultant, it wasn't going to be a whole bunch of traffic that was going to be taken off of Arcola. It was going to be some.
Yes.
My point, and to you as a resident living out there, your suggestion is to make the accommodation on the expressway of Arcola, which was supposed to be in the short term, to get those done first, and then look at the rest of the second pieces after that.
That's the thrust of the presentation here today, is to look at that opportunity on Arcola. And the other part we're quite concerned about, and we've had some initial observations, we actually had a consultant out in the area, and and again, it hasn't been detailed, but he feels very strongly that $27.5 million will not accommodate that construction, going through over a kilometer of marshland, and then at the same time, the cost of acquiring the land, we feel would definitely exceed the $27.5 million. Those are the initial kinds of expressions from the consultant that we've worked with.
Jack, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank
and
you.
To the rest of the group.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. You probably remember going back a few years where discussion was about widening Arcola, buying all the land that city was buying. What in your mind do you think the change of plans here? What's the, like, you've been talking about it's the wrong thing to do going Prince of Wales. It's the right thing to do go down Arcola. Why switch? What in your opinion would be why city is switching, or why are we switching to go that route instead of going down Arcola?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Can you just give me a bit more clarification? Are you suggesting that why aren't we using a north-south? Is that where you're coming from, Councilor Fundura?
What I'm saying is that in past, we talked about expanding Arcola, putting another lane on the bridge.
Yes.
That was the plans in '92, whatever it was.
Yes.
Why the change? What would you think? I mean, this is I'm asking you, the low-hanging fruit, the less costly project to do, and this is what you're speaking about.
Yes.
I'm asking why, in your opinion, why do you think it's a change?
I'm not offering a change. I'm saying
No. What do you think that this plan's coming up, the new add to the Prince of Wales, you speaking against it? Why not just stick with what the plan was?
Exactly, and that's what we're supporting. Stay with the plan that was back in 1992. The suggestion by the consultant, I believe, was to divert traffic onto Prince of Wales because the Arcola Expressway would have to be shut down for 2 years. We don't believe that expressway needs to be shut down for 2 years. I think there are lots of creative construction methods whereby you could bridge the existing ring road and still keep traffic moving along Arcola Avenue. And I believe that with a proper communication plan, people would look for other means for transportation to get to their routing. But at the same time, this summer, everybody feared that when they started doing the sewer relining, that it was going to back up all the traffic. And on both sides of Arcola Avenue, they were down to one lane. And from the interest that we've seen in the community, and also my own personal experience traveling Arcola, because I did it purposely to see what kind of congestion would be there, it was managed very well. And I think the other thing that's interesting, when they were doing the relining, they weren't just working an 8-hour day. They were working a 12, 14, or 16-hour day in the periods of time when they could, to allow for traffic then to lessen down, and they could do the more work that would be involved in terms of getting away from some of that congestion. So I think there's lots of creative ways to be able to use Arcola Avenue and not have to divert that traffic over to Prince of Wales.
Okay, Mayor, one more, maybe a few more. Question on Chuka. Question on Chuka. Chuka, there's no conversation, I have not heard a conversation about Chuka. We have this great big road that's going towards Victoria Avenue. There's probably maybe 2 kilometers or less, maybe a kilometer left to connect. No discussion about taking some of the pressures off of working on Arcola, working on Chuka to take the pressure off of the neighborhoods.
Yes.
I'm asking the question to you, why not the discussion that way as well?
I believe there has been some suggestion around the Chuka piece, but everybody's been focused on the idea that Arcola would seem to be the most feasible and most economical way to get the traffic out of East Regina. I think Chuka can enter that discussion. I think it's a much better alternative in terms of trying to get people over to Victoria Avenue, for example, or out to the new bypass, rather than extend Prince of Wales with all of the concerns around children's safety, the environment, and the fact that it's on a zone floodway. And the costs will balloon beyond $27.5 million.
Okay, Mayor, through you made a comment about if Prince of Wales goes by the SIAS and goes in that area. In your opinion, I'm not sure if you discussed anything with the the residents that live, let's say, past the university going towards downtown. There's some residential, there's some condos. What would that do to the traffic there? Have you ever been in discussion with folks in the area?
You're talking about the Polytech and past university? No, we have not had any discussions with those individuals.
Okay, anyone aware of what the proposal is that you say you have not chance to talk to anyone about that on Broad Street, let's say, or Wascana?
No, we have not in detail, no.
Okay.
Right now, we know the demands that are coming on City Council around all of the financial kinds of things that you're looking at, and it's a very challenging task for you. We're trying to offer an opportunity whereby some other funding possibly could be used to improve our Arcola Avenue over a 12 or 18-month period and provide better education for all of us in terms of how we might be able to come up with a better solution rather than the Prince of Wales, and see a huge compromise around the McHale-Wascana Conservation Park.
Okay.
Councilor Fundera, any more questions?
One more and I'm done. In your opinion, Arcola has lots of room on both sides, and so and the folks that you've contacted and the signatures, all speaking the same thing. Go down Arcola.
Through the chair, and thank you for the question, and absolutely yes.
Okay.
That is the route that's desired, and believe that we can develop the kinds of safety and improvements that people are looking for in terms of traffic flow, whether they be on ramps or off ramps onto the existing ring road.
Okay, no more questions. I think everyone wants to go for lunch, so thank you.
Oh, it's not yet.
Thank you, Councillor Fundera. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundera. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today through the chair. Appreciate your insights, and I really want to agree with them. I have my own corridors that I'd like fixed up, but I can't imagine how we would achieve fixing the bottleneck you described by only fixing Arcola when it comes down to the point of the bridge. If we widen the whole street in its entirety to help traffic along, I don't know how we'd get to the point to widen the bridge to equal the lanes that we've installed previous to it. So in other words, if we make everything 8 lanes going down Arcola and come to a 2-lane bridge, if we don't have another access point, how do we rip that bridge apart, have people get to work for that year or two it takes to build it, and have everything move without another entry or access point out of the area?
I'm not a construction expert. I travel, I see how other people in other municipalities have had the opportunity to keep one side of the bridge available. I often travel the ring road over to the northwest corner of the city. I marveled at how they kept that road open when they were trying to build that new overpass and have the rail traffic that they did. I think it's worth the opportunity to improve traffic flow, whether it be on ramps, traffic control lights on Arcola Avenue, see what kind of improvements we get. But I think there is an opportunity to speak with the consultants that have the expertise, that I think we can then cross that roadway and still build a bridge at the same time.
Okay. I'm not an engineer or a planner myself. I took that comment from one of the consultants talking about the feasibility studies. So just to share that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancinelli. I see no further questions from council. Thanks so much for sharing your opinions today, Mr. Huntington. I'll ask you to return to the gallery. Thank you.